Chapter 91. Accompanying Kona. Lufeng spent several more days in the snowy mountains with Kona, during which he also allowed his Latios to provide a rather friendly education to the Articuno. Now, the Articuno was completely devoted to Kona. Kona, will you travel with me? Lufeng inquired. Yes, after all, it's not easy to take a break. Are you happy? Kona replied with a smile. Of course I'm happy, but is your work all right? Lufeng asked. Don't worry, I've entrusted everything to Shiba. Kona waved her hand dismissively. I recall that Shiba is one of the 4 heavenly kings from Chengdu. Does he have the time to assist you? Lufeng questioned. What if he doesn't have the time? As you said, a good beating solves everything. Kona remarked nonchalantly that, I feel a pang of sympathy for Shiba for 3 seconds. Lufeng chuckled at Kona's audacity. By the way, I haven't asked how many badges you collected, Kona inquired. 4. I'm planning to head to Aokusa City to earn my 5th badge, Lufeng responded. Aokusa City, huh? Little Feng, could you delay a bit? Kona asked. Of course. Is there something you need to take care of? Lufeng asked curiously. I want you to accompany me to a certain place, Kona said, pulling out a map. After marking a location, she continued. This place is called Clear River, and it features a mountain known as Clear Cliff. The weather there is unpredictable and quite eerie. When I was traveling from Kanto, I happened to pass by there and vaguely saw a humanoid Pokémon. Just standing there filled me with dread, and I knew I wasn't its match, so I hurriedly left. However, I'm quite intrigued by that place, and now that you are here, there is nothing to fear, so I would like you to join me in discovering what that Pokémon truly is. Clear Cliff. Lufeng recalled that in the original story, this was the hiding place of Mewtwo, which seemed to have retreated there after leaving New Island, along with those clone Pokémon. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. It might be a rare Pokémon. However, it seems rather far from here, and we might need several days to reach it, Lufeng noted. There's no need to worry, I've already made preparations, Kona replied, turning to make a phone call. After 10 minutes, a helicopter arrived before Lufeng. Wow, a private transport, Lufeng commented, his lips twitching. Alas, I didn't want this either. It's just that some individuals in the league wish to recruit me, so they assigned someone to be by my side. While ostensibly assisting me, their primary role is to monitor my actions, Kona explained, a hint of frustration in her voice. Monitor? Lufeng chuckled with amusement. The pilot descended from the helicopter, nodded slightly to Kona, and asked, Miss Kona, are we preparing to return to Kanto? No, we are heading to Clear Cliff, Kona stated. Miss Kona, what business do you have at Clear Cliff? The pilot inquired at Oh, I need to report my whereabouts to you? Kona replied coolly. I dare not. But Miss Kona, you must understand that you are one of the 4 kings, and there are numerous matters awaiting your attention. Furthermore, several families within the Alliance are hosting banquets, hoping for your esteemed presence. The driver stated that I apologize, but I have other commitments. Please decline on my behalf, Kona replied nonchalantly. However, the driver began, only to be interrupted by Lufeng. Did you not hear clearly? I said to decline. Young Master Lu, this is Miss Kona's responsibility. You should refrain from interference. The driver, aware of Lufeng's reputation, spoke cautiously. I am a straightforward person and will not beat around the bush. You are merely a lackey sent by a family within the Alliance to spy. Go back and inform your superiors that if they continue to pester us, I shall deal with them, Lufeng replied coolly. Since you are aware, how dare you speak so boldly? The driver, realizing Lufeng could see through his facade, dropped any pretense. Be gone and do not prance about before me. Lufeng waved dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. You. The driver was cut short as Lufeng swiftly rendered him unconscious with his powers. He then communicated telepathically with Lugia, saying, Lugia, delve into this man's memories and escort him back to his master. Should he maintain such a defiant demeanor, feel free to be a little more forceful. Rest assured, Master, I shall handle it, Lugia responded, carrying the man into the sky. Thank you, Xiaofeng, Kona said, giving Lufeng a pat on the head. Please refrain from patting my head, Lufeng grumbled, swatting her hand away. Indeed, we cannot pat your head. Our Xiaofeng is no longer a child, Kona chuckled. Have you always regarded me as a child? Lufeng replied, exasperated. Not at all. Kona suddenly leaned in, lightly brushing her lips against Lufeng's cheek, then said, I have always seen you as a man. With that, she boarded the plane. Was that a reward for me? Lufeng asked, somewhat dazed. Yes. Now hurry up and get on. I've already started the plane, Kona urged. Lufeng hurriedly dashed onto the aircraft. Chapter 92. Encounter with Mewtwo again. The aircraft piloted by Kona traveled at a commendable speed, reaching Clear Cliff in merely 3 days. During this time, Lugia also made its return. As it recounted, upon its arrival, the families present were nearly paralyzed with fear, and before it could utter a word, they all fell to their knees. They presented various gifts and pledged eternal loyalty, accompanied by oaths of dire consequences for any betrayal. Even with Lugia's formidable power, it was momentarily taken aback. Having intended to deliver some harsh words, it found itself too embarrassed to impose any punishment given their reaction. Those individuals, it seemed, were only capable of restraint under duress, and he believed they would remain compliant for some time. Lu Feng understood that certain individuals are irredeemable. Unless eradicated, they would inevitably cause trouble again. As the adage goes, a dog cannot change its nature. Xiaofeng, we've arrived at Clear Cliff. But I've heard that access above is impossible, and helicopters can be swept away by the fierce winds. What shall we do? Kona inquired. Do not worry. I will handle the rest. Let us find a suitable place to land, Lu Feng replied. Kona located a relatively flat area to descend. The weather, as Kona had predicted, was capricious and extremely harsh. A tempestuous wind akin to a typhoon had arisen, accompanied by torrential rain. Sighing heavily, Lu Feng expressed his frustration. What troubles you? Kona asked with curiosity, having seldom witnessed Lu Feng in such a state of despondency. I fear I may be the rain god. Wherever I go, rain follows. There was even a perilous incident where I nearly caused Sheng Dai to be injured, Lu Feng lamented. Kona couldn't help but laugh. Well, considering the odds, it seems you might be right. The probability of rain occurring where you stand is estimated at 75%, an assessment I made during a moment of boredom. Never mind that. Just stay close to me, Lu Feng instructed, putting on a raincoat and leading Kona down from the aircraft. As soon as they touched the ground, Lu Feng felt as though he might be swept away. The hurricane not only bore rain, but also drenched him thoroughly despite his raincoat. This is utterly unmanageable, he exclaimed, using his powers to conjure a barrier that shielded them from the downpour. Xiaofeng, why didn't you erect the barrier sooner? I'm soaked through, Kona protested. My apologies. The conditions outside were too severe, and using my powers took a significant toll. However, it appears I cannot avoid it any longer, Lu Feng replied with a wry smile. Is it taxing? Kona asked, concerned. I'm fine. This environment is actually quite conducive to honing my abilities, Lu Feng stated. Honing? Kona inquired, puzzled by his words. Indeed. I have never encountered such harsh conditions before. It's an excellent opportunity to strengthen my powers, Lu Feng elaborated. Is that so? By the way, I've always been curious. Whose powers are greater, yours or Naz's? Kona asked, intrigued. In terms of psychic abilities, I am inferior to her. There are but a handful of individuals who surpass Naz's prowess, Lu Feng admitted. Yet those extraordinarily powerful individuals have now settled into lives of domesticity. How does that make you feel? Kona teased. Humph. Won't you be following suit in the future? Lu Feng retorted. Humph. You seem to have taken all the bargains. Kina remarked with a hint of irritation. Haha, hold on. The road ahead is rather treacherous. Lugia, please utilize your teleportation to take us up. Lu Feng instructed Lugia. Certainly, master. Lugia promptly teleported Lu Feng and Kina to the shores of the crystal lake atop the clear cliff. Wow. The water in this lake is remarkably clear, Kina exclaimed as she stood by the water's edge. Moreover, this lake's water contains all the essential components required by living beings, offering tremendous benefits to both humans and Pokémon, along with excellent healing properties. It can be said that this is unique in the entire world, Lu Feng elaborated. Really? Although the water here is indeed impressive, it can't be as extraordinary as you claim, Kina replied, intrigued. Not at all exaggerated, Lu Feng shook his head. Human development has polluted nature, transforming once lush forests and pristine lakes into steel jungles. The existence of such water in this world is a miracle in itself. Why are you here? Suddenly, a haunting voice echoed from behind, sending shivers down Lu Feng's spine. He quickly turned around to see Mewtwo, who had appeared unbeknownst to them, accompanied by numerous Pokémon, likely clones from that time. Xiaofeng, that's the Pokémon I saw last time, Kina said. I know, it's been a while, Mewtwo. Lu Feng acknowledged. Who informed you of my presence? Was it Sakaki? Mewtwo inquired. No one told me. I merely passed by, Lu Feng replied. You may stay here, but I request that you do not disclose our existence to anyone, Mewtwo stated solemnly. That is not an issue. Lu Feng understood Mewtwo's concerns. Stepping aside with Kina, she asked, Xiaofeng, do you know that Pokémon? Indeed, you missed it last time. It is the Pokémon from New Island known as Mewtwo, created by humans using Mew's eyelashes. It possesses the power of a god, Lu Feng explained. Humans created it? Who has such immense capability? Kina exclaimed, astonished. I do not know. One can only say they are a bunch of madmen. Furthermore, it has always believed itself to be a mere copy of Mew, as do these Pokémon. Yet, they have never considered that both the original and themselves are forms of life, Lu Feng sighed. They are so pitiful. Kina expressed sympathy for Mewtwo. In truth, Mewtwo harbors a deep disdain for humans while simultaneously being drawn to their more admirable qualities. Stay here. I will go speak with it, Lu Feng advised Kona to remain still before approaching Mewtwo. The Pokémon surrounding Mewtwo assumed defensive stances, warning Lu Feng not to come closer. Do not worry. You may step aside. I wish to speak with it privately, Mewtwo said. The surrounding Pokémon glanced at Mewtwo in confusion, yet upon receiving a nod, they reluctantly withdrew. What is it that you wish to convey? Mewtwo inquired. You are afraid of humans, Lu Feng stated. Afraid of humans? Are you jesting? Mewtwo scoffed. Isn't it so? When you first saw me, you immediately uttered Sakiki's name. Is that not fear? Lu Feng remarked. What nonsense. My strength now far surpasses what it was when I was beside Sakiki. How could I possibly fear him? Cried Xiao Ming in anger. Ah, but you must realize that even though you could easily defeat Sakiki, you could never truly overcome him, Lu Feng stated. Why? Xiao Ming queried, perplexed by Lu Feng's words. Because that man will stop at nothing to achieve his aims. Though your power is formidable, you are acutely aware of your own vulnerabilities, as is Sakiki, particularly concerning these Pokémon, Lu Feng explained. So what do you suggest I do? Xiao Ming asked. Somewhat agitated. It is quite simple. Lu Feng extended his hand towards Xiao Ming, saying, become my partner. You merely wish to capture me. Xiao Ming abruptly rose, scoffing. Indeed. I do wish to capture you, but you must understand that had I merely intended to treat you as a combat weapon, I would have already done so during the recent incident on New Island, Lu Feng replied nonchalantly. Then what do you truly desire? Xiao Ming shouted in fury. Do not be hasty, Xiao Ming. Do you truly believe Sakiki would allow you to remain unscathed? Lu Feng inquired. How could he? That man is exceedingly ambitious. Always seeking to control my powers, Xiao Ming responded. Precisely, and I have heard that Sakiki has been searching for your whereabouts. They undoubtedly have the means to locate this place, Lu Feng added. Even if they arrive, they would not have the capacity to harm my companions before me. Xiao Ming retorted. Chapter 93, Capturing Xiao Ming. But do you dare to wager? You know how cunning Sakiki is. Should you lose that wager, not only would you be under his control, but your companions would also suffer dire consequences, Lu Feng cautioned. You speak to me of these matters as if you possess a solution, Xiao Ming said. Do not rush, Xiao Ming. Surely your companions do not wish to remain here indefinitely? Lu Feng posed a question. Some of my companions have grown weary of being trapped in this place. Yet it is the only means I have to protect them, Xiao Ming replied. Then why not allow them to venture into the outside world? Lu Feng suggested. You mentioned that with Sakiki's abilities, it would only be a matter of time before he finds them. Once discovered, they would be subjected to unspeakable experiments, Xiao Ming stated. What if I were to confront Sakiki on your behalf? Lu Feng proposed. Why would you assist me in this way? Xiao Ming inquired. For no particular reason. I simply wish for you to be my companion, Lu Feng answered. Very well, as long as you can ensure my companions live peacefully and that Sakiki cannot find us. I shall become your Pokémon, Xiao Ming said, gritting his teeth. Agreed. Do not dwell on matters concerning Sakiki. I shall handle them. As for your companions, my initial thought was to scatter them throughout Chengdu, but if you remain uneasy, I can relocate them to Kalos, Lu Feng stated. Where is Kalos? Xiao Ming asked. Lu Feng retrieved a map and indicated, here lies Chengdu and Kanto, and here is Kalos. It is quite distant. Team Rocket's influence cannot reach this far, so you need not worry for your companion's safety. Very well, let us deliver them to Carlos, declared Mewtwo without a moment's hesitation. Please, consult with your companions first to avoid any potential unrest, Lu Feng suggested. Mewtwo nodded in agreement. Lu Feng stepped back to the edge of the lake, granting Mewtwo the time needed for deliberation. What is the verdict? Kona inquired as she approached. Rest assured, Mewtwo is willing to accompany me, provided that we deal with Giovanni and ensure the safety of its companions, Mewtwo replied. Why confront Giovanni? Does Mewtwo harbor a grudge against him? Kona asked. You may not be aware, but Giovanni is actually the leader of Team Rocket, Lu Feng disclosed. What? That is impossible. Giovanni is the gym leader of the Viridian Gym and a well-known philanthropist. How could he possibly be the head of Team Rocket? Kona exclaimed in shock. Yet, it is indeed the truth. His numerous accolades serve to disguise his role as Team Rocket's leader, Lu Feng explained. One truly cannot judge a person by their appearance. What are your plans for confronting Giovanni? Kona asked. I wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, so I intend to have Lugia intervene and erase those individuals' memories, Lu Feng stated. But Xiao Feng, do you even know where Team Rocket is located? Their presence spans both Kanto and Johto. Searching for them over such a vast area is quite unrealistic. Kona cautioned. Sister Kona, you underestimate the power of legendary Pokémon. If a legendary Pokémon were to unleash its full capabilities, the entire world would feel the repercussions. Lu Feng asserted. Lugia, ascend. He commanded, summoning Lugia to rise into the clouds. An overwhelming aura of psychic energy radiated from Lugia, causing a profound sense of dread to envelop all individuals in Kanto and Johto at once. Those connected to or aware of Mewtwo fell into a deep slumber, and upon awakening, they felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness, unable to recall what had transpired. All done, Lu Feng announced as he recalled Lugia. Phew, that was terrifying. I thought I might be crushed under that pressure, Kona remarked, still shaken. Fear not. You are perfectly safe, Lu Feng reassured her. That was Lugia's psychic wave, wasn't he it? Mewtwo suddenly materialized before Lu Feng using teleportation. Indeed, I have erased Team Rocket's memories of you. Have you reached a consensus with your companions? Lu Feng inquired. My companions are in agreement. I never anticipated that the issue plaguing me would be resolved so effortlessly, Mewtwo sighed. You could easily erase their memories yourself. But your current strength is insufficient to affect both Kanto and Johto. By the way, do you still honor your previous promise? Lu Feng asked. Humph. Once I make a promise, I shall not go back on my word, Mewtwo retorted with a cold snort. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, Master. For completing the hidden task, capturing Mewtwo. Reward, 100,000 coins and 1 Mewtwo Mega Evolution Stone. Lu Feng was pleasantly surprised by the reward. By the way, Mewtwo, I discovered this in Carlos, he said, producing the Mega Evolution Stone. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the system and concocted a different explanation. What is this? Wait, why does this item resonate with the same energy as mine? Even the energy of dreams possesses slight discrepancies with mine, Mewtwo remarked in astonishment. This is called a Mega Stone. With it, Pokémon can undergo Mega Evolution. However, this item seems beyond even Dream's capabilities, appearing to be exclusive to you. Lu Feng explained. How? How is that possible? I am merely a Pokémon created by humans. How could there be a Mega Stone that matches my essence? Mewtwo questioned incredulously. Only by trying will you know, Mewtwo. Mega Evolution, Lu Feng declared as he touched the keystone in his hand. Its brilliance resonating with the Mega Stone held by Mewtwo. Mewtwo's form was enveloped in light, transforming before their eyes. Yet, the radiance abruptly faded, and Mewtwo reverted to its original state. I felt my power surge tremendously for a fleeting moment, only to vanish. What just transpired? Mewtwo gazed at its hands, hastily inquiring. This is an inevitable occurrence. The prerequisites for Mega Evolution include not only the corresponding Mega Stone and my Keystone, but also a bond between the trainer and Pokémon that reaches a significant level. Your connection with me has yet to attain that threshold, Lu Feng elucidated. To think that there exists a Mega Stone for me in this world. Mewtwo lifted its gaze towards Lu Feng. Indeed, though you are a replica of Dream, you are also a unique Pokémon, a being of this world, Lu Feng affirmed. I find that accompanying you may not be such a misfortune after all. A subtle smirk graced Mewtwo's lips. Chapter 94, The Challenge at the Aoi Gym. However, refrain from using that so-called Master Ball of yours. Use this instead. Mewtwo produced a collection of Ultra Balls it had previously crafted. You still have some left? Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with envy at the sight of these superior Pokeballs. It wasn't that the system store lacked them, but rather that they were quite costly. Typically, a Master Ball costs 1,000 gold coins, whereas these Ultra Balls were priced at 5,000. Lu Feng lamented that he could not afford them. Lu Feng picked up an Ultra Ball and captured Mewtwo within it. True to its name, the Ultra Ball exhibited far superior capabilities in accommodating the powers of legendary Pokémon compared to a Master Ball. Lu Feng also took the opportunity to exchange the Pokeballs for Rayquaza, Lugia, and Dragonite for Ultra Balls. Do you find this necessary? Mewtwo communicated through telepathy from within the ball. Yes, these Pokeballs are vastly superior to my Master Ball. No one would ever turn down such fine items. Lu Feng replied. The ones I just provided you should suffice for a while. Should you run out, feel free to inform me. Crafting these is merely a matter of effort on my part, Mewtwo stated. Thank you, Mewtwo, Lu Feng expressed sincerely. Do not overthink it. You would require Pokeballs to transport them. These Ultra Balls are merely to facilitate your journey with them, Mewtwo remarked coolly. Lu Feng paused momentarily. Although Mewtwo had gifted him a generous amount of Ultra Balls, if he were to utilize them for so many Pokémon, it would be fortunate if a few remained in the end. What? Do you wish to use your own Pokeballs? Mewtwo queried. Not quite, Lu Feng shook his head. Then what exactly do you intend to do? Mewtwo pressed. Mewtwo, what do you think about me relocating the entirety of Mirror Lake to my place? Lu Feng proposed. Have you lost your mind? At the foot of the mountain lies the source of river water essential for the sustenance of Pokémon. Do you wish for them all to perish? Mewtwo was taken aback. No, Lu Feng hastily reassured Mewtwo. The Pokémon below have the ability to sustain their water source through self-circulation, so even if we were to relocate Mirror Lake, it would not pose a problem. Furthermore, should we allow this wondrous lake to remain here, there is a risk that humans might arrive and pollute it. In that case, the lake would be compromised. Of course, I harbor a personal interest as I am indeed fond of this lake. Indeed, if individuals akin to Team Rocket were to come here, they would undoubtedly taint it. It would be better to have you take it away, Mewtwo contemplated for a moment before speaking. Very well, Latios, transport this lake. Lu Feng summoned Latios. With a swift flick of its tail, Latios separated Mirror Lake and balanced it upon its tail. Latios, please make a trip and inform my sister to ensure the well-being of these Pokémon. Then relocate Mirror Lake to the mountainside of her favorite vacation villa. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure its safe delivery, Latios declared with conviction before soaring into the sky with Mirror Lake in tow. Congratulations, Xiaofeng, on acquiring a formidable ally. Kona remarked beside him. Indeed, it is quite splendid. Let us now head to Celadon City, Lu Feng replied. Sure, if we take a helicopter to Celadon City, we should arrive by tonight. Before that, shouldn't you prepare a meal, Xiaofeng? Kona said with a cheerful smile. No way, Lu Feng lamented. In the evening, Lu Feng and Kona arrived in Celadon City. Kona arranged for someone to return the helicopter to the League, for after all, what kind of journey is it if one merely flies a helicopter? Let us find a place to rest tonight, and tomorrow morning we shall challenge the gym, Kona suggested. Indeed, I am curious about the gym leader here, Lu Feng admitted. I recall that the gym leader is named Amy, a master of Steel-type Pokémon. She is quite formidable, so be cautious tomorrow, Kona advised. Steel-type, huh? I have seldom encountered Steel-type opponents thus far. Lu Feng expressed his anticipation for the challenge ahead. Are you the gym leader of Celadon Gym? The following morning, Lu Feng arrived at the Celadon Gym, only to be greeted by a girl who appeared to be even younger than he. Yes, I am Amy, the gym leader of Celadon Gym. Without further ado, let us battle, the young girl stated. Wait a moment, are you truly the gym leader? You have not even stated the gym rules, Lu Feng replied. Humph. The battle will be a 2-on-2 match. The contest concludes once both Pokémon of one side can no longer battle. Do you understand? The girl responded impatiently. Understood. Lu Feng nodded. Let us commence. Go Onyx. The girl sent forth her Onyx. Onyx, given that this is a Steel-type gym, I presume you aim to evolve it into Steelix. Go Flabby. Lu Feng summoned Flabby. What a beautiful Pokémon. But how strong is it? The girl inquired. Onyx, use Bind. The Onyx charged towards the Fairy-type Pokémon, encircling it before attempting to bind it with its massive tail. The Fairy-type Pokémon unleashed a Fairy Wind, sending the Onyx flying through the air. Impressive, Onyx, now use Rock Tomb. The Onyx summoned rocks to encase the Fairy-type Pokémon, but it deftly repelled the stones with ribbons, rendering the Rock Tomb ineffective. What type is this Pokémon? The skills it employs are unlike any I have encountered. Onyx, use Slam. The Onyx forcefully struck the ground with its tail, launching itself into the air and spinning to strike the Fairy-type Pokémon. Fairy-type Pokémon, use Magical Shine. A brilliant light erupted from the Fairy-type Pokémon, and upon contact, the Onyx, along with its entire body, was sent crashing to the ground after being propelled against the ceiling. Onyx, get up. The little girl cried urgently. The Onyx shook its head and surprisingly managed to rise. Lu Feng furrowed his brow. To be honest, the Onyx's strength was not particularly formidable, yet for some reason, every attack from the Fairy-type Pokémon seemed to have minimal effect. Could it be due to a metallic coating? Lu Feng observed the Onyx glistening with a metallic sheen. If it was indeed due to a metallic coating, then that would make sense. Using such items during battle was not considered cheating. Humph, Fairy-type Pokémon. Use Shadow Ball repeatedly. The Fairy-type Pokémon launched dark purple orbs, which the Onyx, unable to evade due to its speed, could only endure as a stationary target. Fairy-type Pokémon, use Flash. The blinding light obscured the Onyx's vision. Now, use Illusion Beam. The Fairy-type Pokémon cast the Illusion Beam directly onto the Onyx's face, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. Chapter 95. Amy, the gym leader of the Shallow Green Gym. You have lost. Please send out your next Pokémon. Lu Feng stated. The little girl appeared troubled, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, her face reflecting an awkward expression. I'm sorry, this battle cannot count. Suddenly, a girl in a white dress entered the gym and slightly bowed to Lu Feng. Just as I thought, you are the gym leader here, aren't you? Lu Feng inquired. Yes, I am Amy, the gym leader of this gym, and that child is my trainee, Kexia, Amy replied. Indeed, Lu Feng nodded. Did you know from the beginning that I wasn't the gym leader here? Kexia whispered. Yes, what city has such a young gym trainer? However, did you do something to the Onyx? Lu Feng asked nonchalantly. What do you mean? Amy, having just arrived, was unaware of what had transpired. It seems she applied something peculiar to the Onyx, as my Pokémon's attacks were at least halved in effectiveness, Lu Feng explained. Kexia, what exactly did you do? Amy demanded. I merely applied a layer of metallic paint that significantly enhances defense to the Onyx, Kexia stammered. Indeed, at first, I too believed it to be a metallic film. However, a metallic film alone cannot imbue the Onyx with steel attributes. To my surprise, it turns out to be merely a coat of metallic paint. Kona approached and spoke. Kona, the champion? What brings you here? Ami exclaimed, startled, as she had not noticed Kona previously seated in her blind spot in the audience. I am accompanying my younger brother to challenge you here, Kona replied, still pondering how to address Lu Feng in the presence of others, ultimately resorting to the title of sister as before. I see. I truly apologize for the oversight. Ami hurriedly bowed. However, why choose metallic paint? Have you considered how to remove it from Onyx? It is worth noting that it cannot be washed away with water. Lu Feng inquired. What? It cannot be washed off. Kexia gasped. As expected, Lu Feng pressed his fingers to his forehead. This little girl clearly acted without thought, applying it directly. Will the metallic paint have any impact on Onyx? Kexia quickly asked. Indeed, It will have significant consequences, Lu Feng replied tersely. Onyx's body is composed of rock, and the metallic paint will corrode its form, leading to a gradual transformation into a metallic state, resembling that of Steelix. Isn't it a good thing to have a body akin to Steelix without evolution? Cuxia earnestly inquired. Onyx is Onyx, not Steelix. This will cause irreversible damage to its body. Ami admonished. I realize my mistake, Miss Ami. Could you please think of a way to help Onyx? Cuxia pleaded. Hand me Onyx's Pokeball. I will consult someone to see if the metallic paint can be removed, Ami sighed. Certainly, Cuxia obediently produced Onyx's Pokeball. I sincerely apologize, as a gym leader. I should accept your challenge, but unfortunately, my Electrode is unwell, and thus I cannot proceed, Ami stated. Electrode is? Lu Feng inquired. Oh, my apologies. Electrode is my Electrode, which has collapsed from excessive fatigue, Ami explained. May I accompany you to take a look? Lu Feng asked. Well, yes, but what would you do? Ami responded. Xiaofeng is a Pokémon doctor. Allowing him to examine Electrode might yield some surprising insights, Kona interjected. A doctor? How young? Ami exclaimed in astonishment. One should not judge by appearances. Let us proceed to see Electrode, Kona suggested. Ah, very well. Champion Kona, Dr. Lu Feng, please follow me. Ami quickly led the way. Upon arriving at the Radiant Lighthouse, Lu Feng first conducted various examinations on Electrode before standing and asking, Have you administered any medications to Electrode? Indeed, but none have shown much effect. We have commissioned a pharmacy in Azure City to create a specialized remedy, but it will take several days, Ami responded. Do you have the formula for that medication? Lu Feng inquired. Yes. Ami retrieved the formula from her bag and handed it to Lu Feng. After reviewing it carefully, Lu Feng remarked, There seems to be an issue with the medication. Ami's heart sank, and she quickly asked, Doctor, what seems to be the problem with the medication? The medicine is indeed tailored to address the current predicament of the electric dragon. However, there exists a particular remedy that may affect the latent abilities of electric-type Pokémon. This potion's efficacy is gradual, requiring an extensive period before complete recovery is achieved. Moreover, even after restoration, the creature's stamina may remain inferior compared to its peers of the same classification, Lu Feng remarked. How could this be? This is the best remedy we could find. Ami expressed her urgency. Do not fret. You may consult any physician of your choice. While this medicine is not classified as a controlled substance, it is generally discouraged due to a critical flaw. It permanently inhibits the Pokémon's capacity for growth, Lu Feng explained. How outrageous. The apothecary in Jianlan City is utterly despicable for peddling such a concoction to me, Ami said, her indignation palpable. One cannot entirely blame them. For several medications have mitigated the side effects, yet the dosage was miscalculated, leading to this predicament. The proportions of this remedy are difficult to gauge, resulting in frequent occurrences of such situations, Lu Feng clarified. Doctor, is there a way to save it? Ami implored. Lu Feng paused momentarily. Indeed, there were solutions. Yet they came at a significant cost. The electric dragon had accumulated an excessive amount of the drug, and as the adage goes, all medicine carries a degree of toxicity. Its body was rife with toxins, complicating the detoxification process. The system's shop offered a potion capable of remedying the electric dragon's afflictions, but it was exorbitantly priced at 20,000 gold coins per vial. However, as long as there was breath in its body, the Pokémon could be restored to its prime condition. Do not rush. I speak candidly. The cost of saving it is considerable, and I am currently deliberating. Lu Feng gestured dismissively. Dr. Lu Feng, please, I beg you to save it. I cannot bear to be without light. Ami suddenly knelt before Lu Feng, startling him to the point of mental paralysis. No, Miss Ami, please do not do that. Stand up and speak. Lu Feng quickly assisted her to her feet. Feeling quite helpless, Doctor, I implore you to save light. Ami stood, grasping Lu Feng's arm, her pleas unrelenting. Very well, I shall save it, he conceded. Chapter 96, Battle with Self-Destruct Magneton. Xiaofeng, you will need to concoct the remedy, correct? Let me know what materials you require, and I shall procure them promptly. Kona inquired. Thank you, Kona. I shall write you a list, Lu Feng responded, jotting down the necessary items before handing the list to her. Kona took the list and hurriedly departed from the Radiant Lighthouse. Miss Amy, could you kindly find me a quiet room? I need to prepare the potion. Lu Feng requested. Of course, Dr. Lu Feng. Please follow me. Ami led the way. Could you refrain from calling me doctor? Just my name will suffice. Lu Feng said, somewhat embarrassed. That is not appropriate. Ami began, but Lu Feng interrupted. I apologize. But I am not accustomed to being addressed as doctor, and my aspirations do not lie in that realm. Just call me by my name. Very well, Ami conceded. Xiaofeng. I have returned, Kona announced, laden with a multitude of supplies. Thank you for your efforts. I must now concentrate on preparing the potion. So I kindly ask you both to step outside for a moment, Lu Feng instructed. All right, Xiaofeng, we leave it in your capable hands, Kona said as she escorted Ami out of the room. Alas, it seems a monumental task lies ahead. Lu Feng first exchanged for the potion he had previously set his sights on from the system store. Although this potion was remarkable, It could not heal the hidden injuries caused by the overexertion of his electric dragon, so Lu Feng needed to concoct another potion. Thank you so much, Champion Kona. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the grave issues with the potions in Jianlan City. Ami expressed her gratitude to Kona. Do not rush to thank me. It would be more appropriate to express your thanks once Lu Feng has successfully treated the electric dragon, Kona replied with a smile. The two women waited until evening. And when Lu Feng opened the door, Ami eagerly approached, her eyes fixed on him. Lu Feng found her anticipation amusing as he produced the potion, saying, "Rest assured. After administering this to the electric dragon, a good night's rest should restore its vigor." "Thank you, Doctor." "No, Lu Feng, thank you." Ami responded gratefully. "Go ahead and administer it to the electric dragon. I will check on its condition tomorrow," Lu Feng instructed. "All right, you two should rest. I shall return tomorrow," Ami replied, hastening back to the electric dragon. Once Ami departed, Lu Feng's expression suddenly darkened, and he slumped over the table as if drained of energy. "Xiaofeng, what's wrong?" Kona inquired with concern. "It hurts," Lu Feng replied weakly. "Where does it hurt? Are you injured?" Kona asked anxiously. "My heart aches," he said, clutching his chest. "It's so expensive. 2,000 gold coins just vanished." "Huh." Kona was puzzled by what Lu Feng was lamenting. "Ah, Sister Kona, I seek comfort." Lu Feng suddenly embraced Kona, unabashedly taking advantage of the moment. "You seem to be just fine," Kona retorted, albeit with a hint of annoyance. "I truly feel distressed, you know," Lu Feng said, his hands and feet restless. Though Kona felt a bit shy, she resigned herself to the situation, realizing that escape was futile, and she did not push Lu Feng away. "All right, let us rest. There is a battle to prepare for tomorrow," Kona said. "Okay." Lu Feng released her, and after Kona wished him good night, she returned to her own room. The following day, Lu Feng eagerly observed the condition of the Dragonite after its treatment. It was evident that the system's offerings were indeed of premium quality. Combined with Lu Feng's homemade potion, the recovery effects were outstanding. "Miss Ami, the electric dragon is no longer in critical condition. Please ensure it does not overexert itself to prevent a recurrence of such issues," Lu Feng advised. "Understood," Ami promptly responded. "I have healed the electric dragon. Miss Ami, are we ready for the gym battle?" Lu Feng inquired. "Of course. There is a battle arena beside the Radiant Lighthouse. We shall duel there." Ami led Lu Feng and Kona to the battleground. The match will be a 2-on-2 battle, concluding when one side's Pokémon can no longer fight. "Is that acceptable?" Ami asked. "Yes, please proceed," Lu Feng nodded. "This is my first Pokémon, Electrode, go." Ami released her Electrode. Lu Feng employed his analysis technique on the Electrode. Pokémon, Electrode. Type, Electric, Steel. Potential, Champion. Strength, Early Champion level. Ability, Magnet Pull. Hidden ability, Analytic. A Champion level Electrode. "Charizard, it's your turn." Lu Feng weighed his options and dispatched Charizard. Charizard unleashed Flamethrower. Self-destruct Magneton evaded the attack and countered with Thunderbolt. The nimble Magneton skillfully dodged the Flamethrower and retaliated with a powerful Thunderbolt. Charizard, employing Dragon Claw, successfully deflected the electric assault, then charged at Magneton, leaving 2 deep gashes on its metallic body. In response, Magneton fortified its defenses with Iron Defense. With enhanced resilience, Magneton unleashed Charge Beam, striking Charizard. Charizard retaliated with Steel Wing, transforming its wings into formidable steel appendages, effectively blocking the Charge Beam. It became evident that securing victory would not be an easy feat. Chapter 97, Mega Gyarados vs Steelix. Charizard initiated a Fire Spin, ensnaring Magneton within a vortex of flames. Due to its steel attributes, Magneton, fearing the flames, suffered continuous damage within the fiery whirlpool. "Do not be afraid. Use Euroball." Magneton spun its body, executing Euroball to break free from the Fire Spin. Albeit singed and battered, Magneton then launched Charge Beam once more. Charizard countered with Flamethrower. The two formidable moves collided, with Charizard's Flamethrower gradually overpowering the Charge Beam. Suddenly, Magneton interrupted the Charge Beam and conjured a mirror-like barrier, reflecting Charizard's Flamethrower back at it, catching Charizard off guard. "Now, lock on and unleash Electromagnetic Cannon." Magneton locked onto Charizard and shot forth a beam enveloped in electrical currents. Charizard flapped its wings and soared into the sky, but the Electromagnetic Cannon, seemingly with a mind of its own, altered its trajectory to pursue Charizard. This lock-on maneuver ensured that the subsequent attack would undoubtedly strike true. The Electromagnetic Cannon possessed immense power, capable of paralyzing its target upon impact, though its accuracy was typically low, yet the lock-on effectively mitigated this flaw. Charizard quickly deployed Steel Wing, shielding itself just in time as the Electromagnetic Cannon struck, sending it plummeting to the ground. Thankfully, the Steel Wing absorbed some of the impact. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Lu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. Charizard staggered to its feet, feeling the profound effects of the Electromagnetic Cannon, which not only inflicted significant damage but also left it in a state of paralysis. Seizing the opportunity, Magneton launched Thunderbolt. Charizard attempted to evade, but its body betrayed it, leaving it vulnerable to the full force of Thunderbolt. In a desperate bid for survival, Charizard unleashed Flamethrower, enduring the Thunderbolt while forcing its fiery breath upon Magneton, which, unable to evade due to its concentration on Thunderbolt, was caught in the flames as well. Charizard, determined to settle the conflict in one breath, unleashed a fierce flame punch. It soared towards the self-destructing Magnemite, landing a powerful blow that sent the creature flying. Following this, Charizard summoned a scorching wind. With a mighty flap of its wings, it conjured a searing gust, further assaulting the Magnemite, which tragically succumbed to a burn status. Charizard, for the final strike, executed a fiery burst. It released a massive flame shaped like the character upon the Magnemite, inflicting severe damage and charring its body. In retaliation, Magnemite initiated a self-detonation. Its body glowed a fierce red before erupting in a violent explosion that engulfed Charizard as well. Charizard quickly used Protect. Charizard intended to employ the defensive maneuver, but the paralysis effect struck at the worst possible moment, causing it to falter just enough to be caught in the explosion, rendering it unable to continue battling. The self-destructing Magnemite also succumbed to the explosive aftermath. Such decisiveness, Lugia remarked. Recognizing that Magnemite could no longer withstand Charizard's relentless onslaught and had chosen to take down Charizard with it, a testament to exceptional bravery. I never anticipated your prowess. To be honest, I initially intended to go easy on you, knowing you were a postdoctoral researcher. However, I wonder if you can withstand this move. Go, Steelix. Amina summoned the mighty Steelix. Lugia used an analysis technique to assess Steelix's attributes. Pokémon, Steelix. Type, Steel Ground. Potential, Champion. Strength, Mid-level Elite. Ability, Rock Head. Hidden ability, Sturdy. It's merely a slight improvement over that Magnemite. What secrets does it hold? Vaporeon, take the stage. Lugia commanded, bringing forth Vaporeon. Vaporeon, unleash Water Pulse. Vaporeon released a torrent of water energy upon Steelix, which, despite the effectiveness, stood immovable. Indeed formidable. Vaporeon, employ Hydro Pump. Steelix, use Iron Tail to deflect it. Vaporeon launched a powerful Hydro Pump, but Steelix countered with its massive Iron Tail, dispersing the water attack effortlessly. The power is remarkable, Lugia noted. Vaporeon, use Aqua Tail. Vaporeon swung its tail like a raging tide, colliding with Steelix's Iron Tail. Neither Pokémon gained the upper hand, and both retreated momentarily. I have discerned Vaporeon's capabilities. Now, witness my true skill, Amina declared, retrieving a necklace from her collar, at the center of which lay a Mega Stone. Goodness! Lugia exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Does Amina possess a Mega Stone in the original story? Pokémon, Mega Steelix. Type, Steel Ground. Potential, Champion. Strength, Early Champion level. Ability, Sand Force. How about that? My Mega Steelix has never been showcased before anyone, Amina proclaimed with pride. Impressive indeed, but I too have a secret weapon. Lugia replied, revealing his own Mega Stone. As Lugia configured his potions, he strolled through the system shop after purchasing his items, eventually halting at the section for Mega Stones. He had already acquired Mega Stones for all his Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, except for Gyarados. After some contemplation, he spent 100,000 coins to procure the Mega Stone for Gyarados. Let the transformation commence, he declared, initiating Gyarados' Mega Evolution. Pokémon, Mega Gyarados. Type, Water, Dark. Potential, Champion. Strength, Early Champion level. Ability, Intimidate. Are you from Kalos? Exclaimed Amy in astonishment. Given that Mega Evolution is predominantly practiced in Kalos, her deduction about Lugia's origins was swift. Indeed, I hail from Kalos, Lugia affirmed. I was wondering how you could achieve Mega Evolution. However, my Steelix is quite formidable, she retorted. Steelix, use Earthquake. Steelix slammed its tail against the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble as a fissure extended towards Gyarados. Gyarados, retaliate with Waterfall. Gyarados swung its tail to strike the ground, propelling itself into the air through the reaction force, and then, with great momentum, landed a powerful blow on Steelix. Steelix, employ Rock Tomb. As Gyarados touched down, it was immediately ensnared by Steelix's Rock Tomb. How troublesome, Lugia lamented, realizing the formidable defensive strength of Steelix. Even super-effective Water-type moves struggled to inflict significant damage. Chapter 98, Defeating Amy. Steelix, summon Sandstorm. Steelix unleashed a sandstorm, enveloping the battlefield in a swirling cloud of yellow dust, which not only obscured visibility, but continually harmed Gyarados. Steelix, use Iron Tail. Steelix attacked with Iron Tail, but Gyarados countered with Waterfall. Upon collision, Gyarados was sent flying by the force of the Iron Tail. Lugia furrowed his brow. The ability of Mega Steelix is Sand Force, enhancing rock, steel, and ground-type moves during a sandstorm, Amy explained. I see. I simply need to dispel the sandstorm. Lugia reasoned. Gyarados, use Rain Dance. Gyarados called forth a dark cloud above the arena, and soon after, rain began to pour down. The swirling sand, Upon contact with the rain, fell to the ground, unable to rise again. By invoking Rain Dance, I can suppress your Sandstorm. There's no need to attempt countering it. Rain Dance's properties negate Sandstorm. Unless your Steelix surpasses Gyarados by 2 tiers, it cannot hope to overcome my Rain Dance, Lugia asserted confidently, truly at a disadvantage due to type matchups. However, Steelix possesses more than just this capability. Steelix, use Bind. Steelix lunged at Gyarados, wrapping its sturdy tail around it and tightening its grip. Gyarados, strike the ground with Waterfall. Gyarados unleashed a tremendous wave from its tail, causing a powerful impact that broke Steelix's hold. Following this, Gyarados executed another Waterfall, sending Steelix reeling. Does Rain Dance enhance the power of Water-type moves? Lugia pondered. Steelix, unleash Hyper Beam. Steelix unleashed its cannon-like beam, propelling Gyarados out of the arena. Now, utilize Thunder Fang. Steelix pursued, sinking its fangs into Gyarados, which let out a pained roar, thrashing desperately. An Electric-type move? A technique learned specifically to counter Water-type foes? Gyarados unleashed Surf. Gyarados summoned a colossal wave, engulfing itself along with Steelix, compelling Steelix to instinctively release its grip, only to be swept away by the torrent. Steelix, deploy Euro Ball. Steelix spun in place, transforming the wave's energy into its own, creating a water vortex that surged toward Gyarados. Already slightly paralyzed from Thunder Fang, Gyarados was struck directly by this amplified Euro Ball. Such formidable power. Gyarados performed Dragon Dance. Gyarados executed Dragon Dance, enhancing its attack and speed. Gyarados, use Ice Fang. Bolstered by Dragon Dance, Gyarados charged toward Steelix, which, already slower, could scarcely react. Gyarados' Ice Fang bit into Steelix, unexpectedly triggering the freezing effect, encasing Steelix in ice. A perfect opportunity. Gyarados relentlessly strikes Steelix with Water Tail. Seizing the moment, Gyarados unleashed a tempest of Water Tail attacks upon Steelix, inflicting substantial damage. Steelix, break free. Amy exclaimed anxiously. Yet, there was nothing to do but wait for Steelix to shatter the icy prison. Lugia sensed that Steelix was close to breaking free and commanded, Gyarados, use Water Cannon. Gyarados unleashed a powerful Water Cannon, just as Steelix finally emerged from its frozen state, only to be hit head-on by the Water Cannon. Steelix, unleashed Dragon Pulse. Steelix released a draconic shockwave, successfully neutralizing the Water Cannon's assault. However, after enduring the barrage of Water Tail, it could not withstand the impact of the Water Cannon, even with its formidable defenses. Steelix, use Stone Edge. Steelix plunged its tail into the ground, sharp stone pillars erupting toward Gyarados. Gyarados, counter with Water Cannon. Gyarados launched another Water Cannon, smashing through the Stone Edge attack effortlessly. Steelix was nearing its limits. Steelix, go all out with Iron Tail. If you're determined to fight to the end, I shall match your resolve. Gyarados, meet it with Water Tail. Steelix swung its Iron Tail, while Gyarados responded with Water Tail. The force of their clash cracked the very ground beneath them. Gyarados roared furiously, sending Steelix flying. Empowered by both the Rain Dance boost and Dragon Dance enhancement, this Water Tail delivered immense force. For the final blow, use Surf. Gyarados summoned a massive wave, engulfing Steelix entirely. As the water receded, Steelix reverted from its Mega Evolution, rendered incapable of battle. I have lost. Chapter 99, Challenge at the Azure Gym. How remarkable. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent in Chengdu. This has been the most exhilarating battle since my arrival, Lugia remarked. Thank you for the compliment. I, too, was surprised that my trump card ultimately faltered. This steel badge serves as proof of my defeat, Ami said, presenting the steel badge. After receiving the badge, Lugia inquired. Miss Ami, could you please direct me to the nearest gym? Yes, there is a fighting-type gym in Jianlan City, just across the sea. Additionally, adjacent to Jianlan City lies the Vortex Isles, reputed to be home to extraordinary Pokémon. If you are intrigued, you might consider visiting, Ami replied. The Vortex Isles, you say? Lugia recalled that, in the original narrative, a pair of Lugia resided there, making it a perfect destination for exploration. Very well, since it is not far. I shall venture there alone tomorrow morning. Sister Kona, you may remain here for now to avoid unnecessary back and forth. Xiaofeng, aren't you curious about the Vortex Isles? Kona asked. Of course. However, I believe it won't take long, and we must return to Qiansong City eventually. Therefore, it would be more expedient for me to go alone. Lugia explained. Xiaofeng, don't you find anything peculiar? Kona suddenly interjected after leaving the Qiansong gym. What do you mean? Lugia questioned, puzzled. It's about Ami. Her gaze toward you seems rather strange, and her face often flushes when she speaks with you, Kona observed. Really? Lugia had not noticed this detail, as it was common for girls who conversed with him to exhibit a slight blush. Although Lugia was still young and somewhat naive in appearance, he attracted considerable attention from many girls. Don't dismiss it. She likely harbors a vague affection for you, possibly because you saved her Electrode. Yet, I doubt she can articulate her feelings clearly, Kona suggested. Well, there's little I can do about that, Lugia replied with a wry smile. Hey, are you seriously considering pursuing Ami? Kona asked, her tone laced with caution. With many admirers already in Lu Feng's orbit, who would willingly invite rivals into the fray. Don't be ridiculous. I've only met her a handful of times, Lu Feng said, flustered. Humph. While you're in Jianlan City, I shall discreetly gauge her feelings toward you. Kona declared, ignoring Lu Feng's embarrassment. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let's head back, Lu Feng said, exasperated. The following day, Lu Feng arrived at the dock early. Given the short distance between Qiansong City and Jianlan City, he reached Jianlan City by noon. While traveling by boat is quite a novel experience. It does feel a bit slow, Lu Feng mused, as he was somewhat time-conscious and preferred not to squander moments unnecessarily. Now, he needed to find the Jianlan Gym. What? It's so far, Lu Feng exclaimed upon opening the map, discovering that the Jianlan Gym was situated at the far western edge of the city, accessible only by a long, straight road from the dock. This is troublesome. With so many people around, I can't teleport. Do I really have to walk? Lu Feng glanced at the seemingly endless road, a headache forming, but resigned himself to the necessity of walking. Why on earth can't you build the gym a bit farther away? Lu Feng was utterly exasperated. He had already traversed this path for 2 hours, neglecting even a meal in his haste, yet the gym remained elusive. He resolved to abandon his frustrations. Drawing upon his extraordinary physical prowess, he sprinted towards the Azure Gym, capturing the attention of onlookers along the way. Although he could have used teleportation, a sense of pent-up frustration compelled him to release it through this vigorous run. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Feng finally reached the Azure Gym, only to learn that the gym leader was outside training Pokémon. The revelation nearly left him breathless. You, young lad, run quite swiftly. As Lu Feng gasped for air, a portly man huffed his way to the entrance of the gym. And you are? Lu Feng managed to catch his breath. I am a C, the gym leader of the Azure Gym. Impressive speed, I must say. I noticed you frantically racing down the road, and I assumed you were headed this way, so I followed, only to find I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you. I really need to exercise more, a C remarked. Lu Feng, discarding his oxygen tank, replied, Greetings, I am Lu Feng, here to challenge the Azure Gym. Very well. I see you are eager. Let us proceed with the gym battle, a C said as he led Lu Feng into the Azure Gym. The rules of the Azure Gym stipulated that each participant may use 2 Pokémon, and the battle concludes when all Pokémon on one side can no longer fight. Is there any issue with that? A C inquired. None at all. Please begin, Lu Feng responded. All right, this is my first Pokémon, Frogadier, a C declared, releasing the sleek creature. Lu Feng employed his analytical skills to assess Frogadier, Pokémon, Frogadier type, water, fighting potential, champion strength, elite high tier ability, torrent hidden ability, relaxed. Since you have a fighting type, I too shall utilize one. Go Heracross. Lu Feng summoned his own Pokémon. Heracross, use horn attack. Heracross charged at Frogadier with tremendous force, its formidable horn sending Frogadier flying. Frogadier, use rain dance. Commanded a C. A colossal cloud materialized above, unleashing a gentle downpour. Frogadier, employ Hell Roll. The speed of Frogadier surged, rolling Heracross across the ground before launching it away. Relaxed ability, is it? Heracross, use Bulk Up. Heracross fortified its attack and defense. Heracross, execute Brick Break. Heracross soared towards Frogadier, delivering a powerful strike. Frogadier, unleash Bubble Beam. Frogadier released a barrage of bubbles toward Heracross. While Heracross attempted to block with a flurry of attacks, Frogadier seized the opportunity to maneuver around, delivering a swift toss that sent Heracross flying. Heracross, use Fury Attack. Numerous needle-like projectiles emanated from Heracross, causing the agile Froakie to retreat repeatedly. This battle proved somewhat cumbersome, yet not particularly challenging. In Chapter 100, the defeat of A4 commenced. Froakie, unleash Bubble Beam. Froakie released a flurry of bubbles aimed at Heracross, who, lacking proficiency in long-range attacks, was compelled to defend. Heracross lifted a rock as a shield. With a forceful thrust of its horn into the ground, it uprooted a stone to deflect the bubble beam. Heracross, charge forward with Super Horn Attack. Heracross, using the rock as a barrier against the bubble beam, surged ahead. Observing that the bubbles had no effect, Froakie attempted to retreat. However, Heracross, ever vigilant, hurled the rock, striking Froakie with a disorienting blow. As Froakie regained its composure, it was met once more by Heracross's Super Horn Attack, sending it flying. Froakie snapped out of it. A4 shouted. Yet, under A4's urging, Froakie remained dazed and oblivious to the unfolding events. Heracross, finish it with Brick Break. With a decisive strike, Heracross delivered a powerful blow to Froakie's head, rendering it unconscious. Come back, Froakie. I didn't anticipate your strength. In light of this, I shall summon my trump card. Go. Machoke. A4 released Machoke. Pokémon, Machoke. Type, fighting. Potential, champion. Strength, near champion. Ability, guts. Hidden ability, unyielding spirit. While Machoke was indeed formidable, A4's prowess paled in comparison to Ame's. Heracross, thank you for your efforts. Take a moment to rest, Lu Feng said, substituting Heracross with Sylveon. Your Pokémon appears rather effeminate. A4 remarked, unable to restrain his comment. Lu Feng sighed, glancing at Sylvian, who wore a disgruntled expression, clearly on the verge of retaliating. Sylvian, temper your attacks. We wouldn't want to provoke any issues, Lu Feng advised. Sylvian nodded, though its gaze suggested it was not entirely receptive to the counsel. Sylvian, summon fairy wind. Sylvian conjured a gust of magical wind, propelling Machoke into a nearby pillar. This was Sylvian's wrathful strike, its power rivaling that of a champion. Machoke, emerge and execute Karate Chop. Machoke, a formidable figure among fighting-type Pokémon, possessed immense offensive capabilities, but it was its four arms that truly enhanced its strength, enabling a quadrupled assault that was nothing short of terrifying. Though Machoke was indeed powerful, Sylvian was no pushover. Sylvian, bind Machoke with your ribbons. Sylvian ensnared Machoke's waist with its ribbons, hurling it away. Machoke, seize the nearby pillar and unleash Dynamic Punch. Grasping the pillar for stability, Machoke propelled itself towards Sylvian, delivering a barrage of dynamic punches with all four fists. This isn't good, there's no escaping it. Sylvian, respond with Misty Terrain. As the fairy Pokémon summoned a veil of mist, it was struck by a powerful punch. However, the mist effectively negated the ensuing state of confusion. Fortunately, the mist had been deployed, otherwise, it would have posed a significant problem. Fairy Pokémon, unleash Swift. The fairy Pokémon emitted star-shaped beams of light to assault the Machoke, which lacked long-range offensive capabilities. Nonetheless, with its four fists, it relentlessly countered the Swift attacks, shattering them. Those fists are quite formidable. Yet, even if they can withstand the blows, they must be suffering as well. Lu Feng keenly observed the charred marks adorning Machoke's fists. Truly troublesome. I cannot ascertain its type, yet how can it wield such might? Even against a normal-type move like Swift? Never mind, he commanded. Machoke, use Cross Chop. The four arms of Machoke crossed into two X shapes as it lunged at the fairy Pokémon. Fairy Pokémon, bind it. The fairy Pokémon ensnared Machoke's Cross Chop with ribbons and then tossed it into the air. Fairy Pokémon, use Fairy Wind. The fairy Pokémon conjured a gust of fairy wind to assault Machoke, whose arms were restrained and unable to defend itself. Now strike it down. The fairy Pokémon hurled Machoke upwards and then forcefully slammed it into the ground. Machoke, rise and use Bulk Up. Struggling to its feet, Machoke utilized Bulk Up to enhance its attack and defense. Machoke, engage in close combat. With a furious assault from its four arms, Machoke forced the fairy Pokémon to retreat. Fairy Pokémon, unleash Hyper Voice. The fairy Pokémon emitted a tremendous sound, inflicting considerable pain upon Machoke, which clutched its ears in agony. Fairy Pokémon, Moonblast. The fairy Pokémon launched a pink orb of light that sent Machoke flying. What type of move is this? It inflicts such significant damage on a fighting type. Ac was nearly driven to madness, overwhelmed by the fairy Pokémon's mysterious abilities, as even normal-type moves seemed to possess extraordinary strength. Damn it, let us try another type of move. Machoke, use Double Chop. Machoke attempted a double chop against the fairy Pokémon, but she remained unfazed, even stifling a yawn. Fairy Pokémon, unleash Moonblast once more. The double chop landed on the fairy Pokémon, yet she showed no reaction and retaliated with a Moonblast that sent Machoke sprawling. What? The double chop had no effect at all. Ac was truly bewildered now. Fairy Pokémon, utilize Final Impact. The air around the fairy Pokémon suddenly coalesced, swirling around her. She surged forward, and despite Machoke's desperate attempts to defend with its four arms, it was unable to withstand the onslaught and was crashed against the wall. The fairy Pokémon applied additional force, breaking through the wall with Machoke. Machoke, Ac hurriedly dashed outside, followed closely by Lu Feng. Though Machoke had sustained severe injuries, it still possessed some fighting spirit. It hasn't fallen yet. This is troublesome, Lu Feng remarked in astonishment. Excellent. Machoke, use Aura Sphere. The formidable force of Gwili converges to unleash a colossal energy sphere, striking the fairy sprite, who, due to the aftereffects of the ultimate impact, is rendered momentarily immobile and sent hurtling through the air. Excellent. Gwili, unleash another energy sphere. Gwili gathers another energy sphere, propelling the fairy sprite once more. Gwili, engage in close combat. Gwili attempts to strike the fairy sprite in close quarters, but she regains her mobility just in time. Fairy Sprite, employ Illusion Beam. The fairy sprite fires an illusion beam, pushing Gwili back. A psychic-type move. Gwili, execute a low kick. Gwili delivers a sweeping kick aimed at the fairy sprite, who adeptly utilizes a ribbon as a spring to evade the attack. Fairy Sprite, cast Magical Radiance. A brilliant light envelopes the fairy sprite, surrounding Gwili and inflicting continuous damage. Fairy Sprite, final blow, Lunar Explosion. The fairy sprite unleashes a devastating lunar explosion, defeating Gwili. Ac recalls Gwili, stating, "You have triumphed. I concede. This serves as proof of my defeat, the striking badge." Ac presents the striking badge. Lu Feng accepts it with gratitude, inquiring, "By the way, do you know the way to the Whirl Islands?" Whirl Islands. Are you planning to participate in the Whirl Islands tournament? C asks with curiosity. Well, sort of. I haven't fully decided whether to participate. Primarily, I wish to explore the area, Foam replies. I see. For the Whirl Islands, there are boats available at the dock. C informs him. The dock? Foam exclaims, unable to contain his astonishment. Yes, why such a strong reaction? C queries, puzzled. Foam offers no reply. Hastily bidding farewell to C, he gazes at the seemingly endless dock on the map, feeling a momentary wave of frustration. Lugia, transport me directly to the Whirl Islands. I refuse to run anymore, Foam declares. Master, why didn't you do this from the start? Lugia responds with a hint of exasperation. I merely wanted to vent my feelings. If I have to run back now, I fear I might lose my mind, Foam remarks with a wry smile. Without further delay, Lugia employs teleportation, delivering Foam to a seldom visited isle within the Whirl Islands. Suddenly, he senses a remarkably familiar aura. Master, it seems there are members of my kin nearby, he quickly informs Foam. Oh, indeed, I have heard tales of mysterious Pokémon inhabiting this area. Since you sense your kin, it must be another Lugia, Foam observes. Master, may we go and see? Lugia inquires, excited. As this marks the first instance of witnessing his kind. Since we are here, we must certainly investigate. Come forth, Lugia. Upon emerging, Lugia shields Foam with his psychic powers and plunges into the sea. With his speed, Lugia swiftly locates the dwelling of the Lugia residing in the Whirl Islands. The other Lugia, sensing Feng's arrival, launches an aerial explosion from a fissure in the ocean floor. Observing this, Lugia counters with a water cannon, easily dispersing the aerial explosion, as this Lugia proves significantly weaker than Foam. From whence do you hail, Lugia, and what brings you to my presence so suddenly? A feminine voice pierced the silence, reaching the ears of Foam and Lugia. From the depths of the ocean's rift, a majestic Lugia approached, accompanied by a diminutive counterpart. Greetings, I am Foam, and this is my Lugia, Foam introduced himself. What is the situation with the Lugia from the human realm? The Lugia from the Whirl Islands inquired, astonished. As you can see, this individual is my master, replied Lugia. Have you lost your mind? Abandoning the duties of the sea god to roam with a mere human? Is the chief aware of this? The Whirl Islands Lugia retorted angrily. The chief Lugia was summoned by the system. I am unfamiliar with the chief, Lugia admitted. You cannot be so ignorant as to not know the chief. The Whirl Islands Lugia exclaimed, suddenly noticing Feng's Lugia's formidable strength. Wait, your power, it surpasses that of the chief. Who are you? The Whirl Islands Lugia took a cautious step back, a newfound wariness in its gaze. However, more pressing than that is your concern for your offspring, Foam interjected suddenly. What do you mean? The Whirl Islands Lugia asked, instinctively shielding the small Lugia with its wings. Your kind possesses extraordinary powers and the ability to soar. Yet this little Lugia bears a faint aura of malevolence. Such an essence should not exist within a Lugia of psychic and flying attributes, yet it does. This perplexes me, Foam explained. Feng's own eyes resonated with a power akin to malevolence, rendering him particularly sensitive to such energies. Initially, he believed he had misperceived the aura emanating from the small Lugia. You can perceive that aura? The Whirl Islands Lugia exclaimed in astonishment. It seems you are aware of something, Foam remarked. Indeed, it is a trait inherited from its father, perhaps due to this lineage. The malevolent aura exists merely as a presence, having little effect. The father Lugia began, but could not continue. Could you take me to meet him? Foam requested. What are your intentions? Lugia inquired. I wish to understand the situation regarding this little one's father and see if I might offer assistance, Foam replied earnestly. Why would you help me? What do you seek? Lugia seemed to harbor a bias against humans, remaining cautious of Foam since their first encounter. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no ill will, merely a curiosity to comprehend the matter at hand, Foam quickly assured. Rest assured, if we intended you harm, you would stand no chance against us, Feng's Lugia added. Very well, I shall lead you. Follow me, Lugia, after a moment's hesitation, resolved to place its trust in Foam. Before we proceed, may I inquire from which sea you hail, to possess such formidable strength beyond that of the chief? The Whirl Islands Lugia asked. I encountered Lugia in the waters of the Kalos region, Foam responded promptly. Indeed, Kalos is quite distant from the Whirl Islands. It is no wonder I was unaware, the Whirl Islands Lugia acknowledged, realization dawning upon it. By the way, how should I address you? Continuously referring to you as Lugia may cause confusion with my own, Foam inquired. My name is Yailing on the family tree, and my child remains nameless for now. However, a kindly human has affectionately dubbed the little one Xiaoyin. My husband is named Yailing. Yailing said. Could you enlighten me as to why your husband exudes an aura of malevolence? Foam inquired. Sighing heavily, Yailing replied, it is well known that our lineage, the Lugia clan, is comprised of Pokémon endowed with psychic powers and the ability to soar through the skies, yet exceptions do exist. My husband has undergone a rare mutation, transforming into a manifestation of the dark attribute that we loathe the most. If it were merely this, it would be manageable. However, my husband is now in a state of delirium, and his malevolent attribute has rendered him the most formidable being aside from our clan leader. During his turmoil, he inflicted significant injuries upon numerous Lugia, including the clan leader, who ultimately sealed my husband within this abyssal rift. I subsequently took it upon myself to guard this maritime domain, ensuring that I could at least catch a glimpse of him. Chapter 102, The Lugia Clan Leader. Lufeng followed Yaling deep into the crevice beneath the sea, a realm entirely distinct from the outside world, adorned with various luminous glyphs etched into the surrounding rocks. Before them stood a rocky prison, its runes radiating with a brilliance surpassing that of the surrounding symbols, emitting long tendrils of light, as if ensnaring something within. Lufeng urged Lugia to approach for a clearer view. Ah! Lufeng gasped, unable to suppress a shiver, and even Lugia appeared quite taken aback. Indeed, within the rocky cell was a Lugia with an unusually large head. However, its once white form had morphed into a sinister black, its eyes devoid of pupils. Now a terrifying shade of crimson. As it thrashed about, waves of malevolence emanated from its being, yet each time the darkness threatened to spread. The runes of the prison surged with a consuming force, drawing the malevolent energy back within. How did it come to this? Lufeng pondered, hastily employing his investigative technique. Pokémon, Dark Lugia, a mutated form of Lugia. Attributes, Dark, Flying. Potential, Legendary Beast. Strength, Early Stage Legendary Beast. Ability, Dark Aura. Hidden Ability, Multiscale. Laws, Dark Law, Flying Law. Note, due to mutation, it has lost its sanity, retaining only its evil instincts. To think that aside from Yveltal, there exists another Pokémon possessing this Dark Aura trait. Lufeng remarked in astonishment. However, witnessing this situation firsthand revealed its complexity. The malevolent aura emanating from Dark Lugia posed a significant threat, for if left unchecked, it could drive both humans and Pokémon to madness. The dark energy surrounding Yalie was formidable, so much so that even the clan leader could not dispel it. These runes were specifically inscribed to counteract his malevolent aura. The external ones were devised by me to prevent its spread, as I cannot remain here for long. Should any Pokémon inadvertently wander into this space, it could spell disaster, Yaling explained. I apologize. To be frank, I have never encountered such a situation. But I can certainly attempt to assist, Lufeng stated. Do you have a way to heal him? Yaling inquired eagerly. One cannot assert it as a method. For I do not possess even a 50% certainty, Lufeng replied. Even if we succeed, it cannot revert to its original form, Lufeng remarked. Might I inquire about your method? Yaling asked. Its mind had been deranged due to the malevolent aura that tainted its spirit, leaving it with an instinct solely for destruction. However, attributes themselves possess no inherent good or evil. They can be wielded for righteousness or malevolence. Furthermore, your companionship and the offspring you share indicate that it was not always in a state of chaos, correct? Lufeng did not respond, but instead sought to understand the past experiences of the Dark Lugia. Indeed, Yaling nodded slowly. It was not always like this. Yalie was ostracized by other Lugia for being different. Though it felt much grievance and anger, it did not act out excessively. Until that fateful day when a Lugia from the clan, who harbored disdain for Yalie, severely injured Hoenn. In a fit of rage, Yalie confronted it, but that Lugia, already biased against Yalie, uttered many hurtful words, piercing Yalie's heart. It fell into a state of fury, and had the clan leader not arrived in time, that Lugia would have perished at Yalie's hands. Now I see. Knowing the root of the problem increases my confidence by a margin, Lufeng mused. However, shouldn't the one hiding there make an appearance? Lufeng directed his words to the chasm above. Yaling, puzzled, looked up, and a whirlpool suddenly manifested above, from which a colossal Lugia emerged, its stature rivaling that of Lufeng's Lugia. Human boy, you possess a pair of remarkably unique eyes, said the Lugia, its voice resonating with the gravitas of an ancient elder. Presumably, you are the leader of the Lugia clan. I am Lufeng, a junior, Lufeng slightly bowed. Indeed, I am the leader of the Lugia, named Adam. Young human, your eyes are truly exceptional. Even I cannot discern their depths. Moreover, the Lugia over there, your birth eluded my senses entirely, as if summoned by an entity that transcends the laws of this world. Yet Arceus, that being, cannot remain indifferent. Though it slumbers, it should have perceived this, Adam continued, not only seeing through Lufeng's eyes, but also unveiling the origins of the Lugia. You possess remarkable insight. However, while Arceus reigns supreme in this world, the entity that summoned Lugia surpasses it, Lufeng replied. No one in this world can rival Arceus. It wields all attributes and is immune to any attack. Even I could not inflict the slightest harm upon it, Adam stated. Though Arceus is formidable, the Pokémon world is not devoid of beings of equal strength, such as the creation deity Necrozma from the Ultra Space, and the Eternatus in its Gigantamax form from the Galar region. Moreover, if those two unite their powers, they could contend with Eternatus, while they may not necessarily match Arceus. Their ultimate forms could reach that caliber, Lu Feng articulated, naming several powerful beings that could rival the creation deity. To know of them is quite impressive. Adam expressed with surprise. Now, I shall attempt to restore its sanity. Will you lend me your strength? Lu Feng proposed. I have come for this very matter. Years ago, in my quest for enlightenment, I sought to breach the threshold of the super divine beast, only to discover the immense suffering it endured during my absence. Upon my emergence, I encountered it in a state of rage, and out of duty to my kin, I was compelled to engage in battle with it. Yet, its resilience was formidable, rendering conventional methods ineffectual. Ultimately, I resorted to sealing it, risking my own descent in power, which quelled the turmoil. Adam sighed. From your tone, it seems you share a bond with it, Lu Feng inquired. The clan leader is indeed the father of Ale. Eileen interjected. Yet, I feel unworthy of such a title. Adam gazed at Ale, who was thrashing in captivity, lamenting, though it was for the sake of my people, I have imprisoned my own child for so many years. What right do I have to hear it call me father again? My only hope is for it to regain its sanity and perceive the world anew. Very well, young human. I wish to hear your proposal, Adam inquired. To awaken its consciousness, one must first revive its heart. Yet we must eliminate the excess malevolent energy and negative emotions it harbors. Leave that to me. Lu Feng's eyes subtly transformed as the dark aura surrounding the dark Lugia was drawn towards him, slowly seeping into his gaze. Chapter 103. Purification of the Dark Lugia. Your eyes can absorb this darkness, but proceed with caution. Should your spirit falter, you might end up like Ale, Adam cautioned. I am aware. Yet I cannot halt this process. Lu Feng attempted to cease the absorption, but his Sharingan and Rinnegan were uncontrollable, making retraction impossible. Do not concern yourselves with me. Focus on hypnotizing it, as it is currently resisting, Lu Feng urged. Adam nodded and, alongside Lugia, began to hypnotize the Dark Lugia. Even though the Dark Lugia was a super divine beast, it was powerless before two others of greater strength. What is this sensation? Lu Feng felt a sharp pain in his eyes, clearly reaching his limit, yet he could not bring himself to stop. Damn it! Lu Feng had no choice but to channel all available energy within him to refine this dark essence. Your master appears to be in peril. Will you not assist him? Adam remarked. It should not be necessary. My master possesses a uniquely potent force, though he cannot wield it actively. However, that energy is indeed formidable. Lugia hesitated before speaking. If even you recognize its uniqueness, I am intrigued to witness it, Adam replied with interest. At that moment, within the confines of the system space, waves of dark energy rampaged. This darkness is quite beneficial for my master's eyes. Even they have begun to self-absorb. However, the pace of his refinement cannot keep up with the absorption rate, as it emanates from a super divine beast. Just then, unbeknownst to anyone, Xiaoming awakened and condensed the dark energy within the system space into a single orb. Master, can you hear my voice? In the external world, Lu Feng was fervently refining the malevolent energy. Though he heard Xiaoming's voice, he could not spare the focus to respond. Master, this energy can only be refined using your previous powers, which you can now access. Hurry, Xiaoming urged anxiously. Lu Feng felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, forcefully expelling the other energies within him, which were powerless to resist and subdued without any protest. It was undeniably domineering. However, it proved remarkably effective, effortlessly refining the dark energy in an instant. Lu Feng gazed in astonishment at the radiance emanating from his hand. Master, there is also this, Xiaoming said, as she split the orb in her hand into two, sending one half into Lu Feng's eyes. He felt a pure force flooding into them. This is the malevolent aura that intruded upon the system space. I have refined it to leave only the most pristine power, which will greatly benefit your eyes, she explained. Truly, the refined energy was astonishingly potent. Lu Feng could distinctly feel his vision enhancing. He then turned to face the dark Lugia and the astounded Adam, who was staring at him in disbelief. What kind of power is this? Adam thought to himself, as Lu Feng now exuded a presence akin to that of Arceus. I have no idea. I can't actively wield it, Lu Feng shrugged, placing a hand atop Dark Lugia's head. Unexpectedly, Dark Lugia was jolted awake, bursting forth with a wave of black energy. That startled me. Calm down for a moment, Lu Feng commanded, waving his hand, which caused the space around Dark Lugia to solidify, rendering it immobile while its emitted black aura lingered in the air. Lu Feng was momentarily bewildered when Xiaoming's voice chimed in. Master, your power allows you to solidify space or halt time at will, so you need to exercise caution. It would be unfortunate if you inadvertently caused a disturbance. I'm that formidable. Lu Feng found it hard to believe. Indeed, even Dialga and Palkia can manipulate time and space. As the Lord of the World, such feats are merely a thought away for you, Xiaoming explained. It seems there are numerous advantages to being the Lord of the World. Yet, let's resolve this matter first, Lu Feng declared, channeling the world's power into Dark Lugia, purifying the myriad negative emotions accumulating within. To think even something as elusive as emotions could be controlled, Truly remarkable. Lu Feng exerted additional effort, completely purifying it. Dark Lugia collapsed to the ground, yet no more black energy emerged from its form. Master, why not revert it back to its ordinary Lugia form? It could be accomplished effortlessly with the world's power, Xiao Ming inquired, puzzled. I had that thought as well, but upon inspection, while it possesses a few psychic-type abilities, it is far more adept with dark-type moves. Transforming it into an ordinary Lugia would diminish its strength significantly, potentially reducing its power back to that of a first-tier deity. Lu Feng explained. Such a hassle. However, Master, your time limit is approaching. I must reclaim my power, Xiao Ming stated. In an instant, the world's power dissipated from Lu Feng, and this time he did not succumb to dizziness, though he felt somewhat drained. Are you all right, Master? Lugia inquired, hastily supporting Lu Feng with its wings. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Allow me a moment to rest, Lu Feng waved dismissively, leaning against a rock and promptly drifting into slumber. Upon awakening, Lu Feng stretched lazily and discovered Lugia gazing intently at him. He inquired, Good morning. Why do you all look at me so? Ah, good morning. However, Master, it is your eyes, replied Lugia. What is wrong with my eyes? Lu Feng questioned, somewhat perplexed. For Lugia was already aware of the changes in his eyes, so such surprise seemed unwarranted. Master, perhaps you should see for yourself, Lugia suggested, conjuring a watery mirror. Lu Feng stepped forward and, upon seeing his own reflection, recoiled in shock. Nine Tomo. He gasped. As the eyes in the mirror exhibited the characteristics of both the Rinnegan and the Sharingan, featuring the ripple pattern of the Rinnegan along with the crimson hue and tomo of the Sharingan. Most astonishingly, there were 9 tomo. 9 tomo Sharingan. This is impossible. Such eyes can only be awakened by the fruit of the divine tree. Lu Feng murmured to himself. The 9 tomo Sharingan, known as the Rinne Sharingan, represents the pinnacle of evolution for the Sharingan, originating from the divine tree, and can only be obtained by consuming its fruit. This ocular prowess grants the abilities of infinite Tsukuyomi and Amenominaka. Amenominaka allows one to transport others into alternate dimensions, while infinite Tsukuyomi is an exceedingly terrifying Jinjutsu, one that Kagaya once employed to ensnare all in an illusion. It is indeed a fearsome technique. Master, this is the grand gift I present to you. Although I lack the divine tree's fruit to awaken the eye within your forehead, I have condensed the malevolent aura from the system space into a black orb. I divided it and infused it into both of your eyes, transforming them into Rinne Sharingan, with effects surpassing even that of the divine tree's fruit, Xiao Ming explained. I must admit, Xiao Ming, this gift is indeed monumental, Lu Feng remarked, gazing at his reflection with an excitement that was unmistakable. However, in this world, he scarcely had need of such power, as battles predominantly involved Pokémon. It felt somewhat extravagant to wield such might. Chapter 104. Departing from the Abyss. Lu Feng could distinctly sense the enhancement of his ocular power. The abilities of both the Sharingan and Rinnegan were preserved and further augmented. After observing for a while, he retracted his gaze and turned to the rather quiet Dark Lugia, stating, It seems to have recovered. Indeed, Dark Lugia nodded. Ailing hastily added, I apologize. It has had this temperament since childhood, so please do not take offense. It is no matter. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Lu Feng declared, leaping onto Lugia's back. Wait a moment, Adam suddenly called out to him. Lu Feng, puzzled, asked, Is there something else? After a moment's hesitation, Adam looked toward the ailing family and finally spoke. I wish for you to take the ailing family to Kalos. What? Lu Feng nearly lost his balance atop Lugia, quickly steadying himself. I cannot. My heart is weak. Please do not jest with me. I am not jesting, Adam replied resolutely. In truth, even if Ailing were to regain his senses, he would not be able to return to the Lugia clan. Are you implying? Lu Feng began to realize the gravity of the situation. Yes, Adam nodded, recalling the chaos of years past when it had gone berserk, injuring and nearly killing other Lugia, leaving a profound psychological scar on its kin. Even now, that trauma lingers, and the tribe would undoubtedly oppose its return. Even if I, as the chieftain, were to quell such discord, there will always be those who cannot restrain their emotions. I fear that Ariel might again spiral into madness and commit irreparable acts. Moreover, I have no desire to seal it away again. Humph. It was they who instigated the conflict. My sparing of that creature was an act of mercy on my part, Ariel remarked coldly. Sighing, Adam stated, Since sealing you away, I have stripped that Lugia of the title of Sea God. From this moment forth, it is merely an ordinary Lugia. Ariel scoffed, I shall not be anyone's Pokémon. A surge of dark energy enveloped Ailing and Little Silver as Ariel forcefully broke past Adam, fleeing with family in tow. Chieftain Adam, you are undoubtedly a commendable leader, yet not a good father, Lu Feng said, a note of resignation in his voice. Adam, too, felt helpless. As the leader, the tribe's welfare must take precedence. However, he had come to terms with the situation. Even if Ariel were to break free from its seal, it should pose no significant threat. provided other Lugia stayed clear to avoid disturbing their family. Lu Feng concurred, it must be so. Since I am of no further concern here, I shall take my leave. Lu Feng announced as he prepared to depart. Thank you for your assistance. Should you require aid, do not hesitate to seek our tribe's support. We shall do our utmost to assist you, Adam intoned earnestly. Yes, thank you, Lu Feng replied, not wishing to refuse. As one could never predict when they might need the Lugia tribe's help in the future. Upon ascending above the ocean's surface, Lugia inquired, Master, your eyes, after their evolution, exude a sense of danger. Yet, I cannot recall such eyes existing in our world. What exactly are they? You are perceptive, indeed. My eyes do not belong to this realm. My dual orbs were originally two distinct kinds. The red pattern ones are known as the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, while the purple ones with Tomo are called the Sixth Tomo Rinnegan. After absorbing that being's essence, they underwent a transformation, evolving into the Rinne Sharingan. However, I too did not anticipate such an evolution, Lu Feng explained. Master, have you traveled to other worlds? Lugia exclaimed in astonishment. I might have. Lu Feng offered a vague response. It was a journey taken before my reincarnation, but I am not currently traversing other realms. Lugia swiftly returned to Shallow Blue City in a matter of minutes. Lu Feng utilized teleportation to appear in an alley, and Lugia returned to its Pokeball. Concerned that Kona and the others might be anxious, he hurried to the Shallow Blue Gym. Upon entering, he found Kona and Ami present. Greeting them with an apology, I assumed I would return swiftly, yet I did not foresee such delays. Kona stood there, momentarily stunned, as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Suddenly, she leapt into Lu Feng's embrace, sobbing, Where have you been? You suddenly vanished for an entire month. Do you have any idea how worried I was? A month? Lu Feng was taken aback, feeling as though only a few days had passed. Master, it seems you have altered the flow of time. The passage of time beneath the sea has halted at your command, while the time outside may have inadvertently accelerated, Xiaoming remarked. Goodness. It appears that such power should not be wielded carelessly. What if one day I unintentionally accelerate time to several centuries in the future? That would be quite amusing. Lu Feng replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. I apologize for causing you concern, Lu Feng admitted, finding himself at a loss for words to comfort anyone, thus allowing Kona to vent her feelings. After a while, Kona's emotions began to settle, and she released Lu Feng, taking hold of Ami's hand. During this time, Ami was also very worried about you. Ami's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she cast a playful glare at Kona. Lu Feng couldn't help but ruffle his hair. Although he felt a certain fondness for Ami, it was merely the affection shared among friends. Yet, Ami's feelings for him appeared to be more profound. Ami, I'm not quite sure what to say, she stammered. Would you like to travel with us? Lu Feng blurted out unexpectedly. Ami was momentarily taken aback. If you can set aside your gym responsibilities, I hope you will join me on this journey, Lu Feng suggested, somewhat apprehensive about the possibility of rejection. Is that all right? He asked timidly when Ami remained silent. Yes, of course, Ami finally responded. Eager to agree. When shall we depart? Kona inquired with a smile. If all goes well, I plan to leave tomorrow, Ami. Is that acceptable? Lu Feng asked. Kona rolled her eyes in exasperation. After all, Ami was a gym leader, and it was unreasonable to expect her to leave without properly arranging her gym affairs. She sighed. How on earth did your harem come to be, and how did I end up in it? Xiaofeng, since we have come all this way, why not spend tomorrow enjoying ourselves in Shallow Green City? Kona suggested. Very well, it will be nice to unwind, Lu Feng agreed after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 105, Time-Labby. The group spent several days in Shallow Green City. Once Ami had addressed all her matters, they departed. Initially, Ami was somewhat hesitant, but thankfully Lu Feng had Kona by his side. Thanks to Kona's exceptional social skills, Ami successfully integrated into their little group. And Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been left to him, he wondered how long it would have taken for Ami to feel comfortable. By the way, Ami, did a boy named Xiaoji visit while I was away? Lu Feng recalled that Xiaoji and his companions should have arrived in Shallow Green City by now. Xiaoji. Oh, is he the boy wearing a hat? I remember 2 others accompanied him. Are they your friends? Ami pondered aloud. Kind of. It seems he has already been here. By the way, you must have battled him. What was your impression? Lu Feng inquired. He's quite impressive. Although he lacks some combat awareness, he always devises unexpected strategies. Even though I didn't fight at full strength, I still lost to him, Ami responded. That fellow is quite formidable, isn't. However, it seems we are destined to encounter him once more, Lu Feng remarked with a smile. Ami and Kona were taken aback, and Kona could not help but inquire. Xiaofeng, has your superpower reached the level of foreseeing the future? How could that be? Lu Feng sighed and waved his hand. My abilities are not even comparable to Nasi's. How could I possibly predict the future? It is Nasi who might possess such a capability, albeit only for fleeting glimpses. And the toll it would take would undoubtedly be substantial. Is Nasi truly that formidable? Kona pondered, envisioning Nasi as the virtuous and devoted wife, unable to perceive any semblance of strength. Otherwise, do you think the title of Psychic Queen was bestowed upon her for no reason? Lu Feng replied with a chuckle. I feel that if Nasi were to participate in the King's challenge, Sheba might as well start mining coal, Kona jested, unable to contain his humor. That seems a bit excessive, Lu Feng countered. Even if Sheba is the weakest among the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, he shouldn't be that unfortunate. Who can say? Kona mused, imagining Sheba's defeat, which made him chuckle uncontrollably. Suddenly, Lu Feng halted, and Kona nearly collided with him from behind. Someone is traversing time. Has it already begun? It appeared that due to previous alterations in the timeline, Lu Feng had become acutely sensitive to the fluctuations of time and space. The only entities capable of wielding the power of time, aside from the creator god Arceus, were Dialga, the god of time from Sinnoh, and Celebi. The forest deity, also known as Shirabai, depending on one's preference. Ding. The master has triggered the Celebi mission. Rescue Celebi. Reward: 100,000 coins and a vial of life spring. It seems something is amiss in that forest, Lu Feng stated. But we haven't sensed anything at all. Ami and Kona exchanged glances, puzzled by Lu Feng's words. I can sense someone has traversed through time. It could be Celebi, Lu Feng clarified. You mean the forest deity Celebi? Ami exclaimed in astonishment. It should be, but it is prudent to confirm with our own eyes. Lu Feng suggested as they quickened their pace towards the forest. Lu Feng crouched down, clenching a handful of soil. Some machine has passed through here. Could it be that Celebi is in danger? Kona's expression shifted. Most likely. We must hurry, Lu Feng urged, increasing his speed. Besides, release Celebi. In the heart of the forest, Ash and his companions confronted a masked figure standing atop a colossal machine. Beside him floated a verdant Pokémon, the forest deity Celebi. However, its eyes betrayed a frenzied darkness. Release it? What a joke. I have finally found a Pokémon worthy of my prowess. How could I possibly relinquish it? This has taunted. You scoundrel. Celebi, awaken, shouted the young boy beside Ash. Don't waste your breath. Celebi has long forgotten you. Celebi, show them your might. This has commanded. The aura of Celebi, a legendary creature, surged forth, sending Ash and his companions flying. Haha, such a potent presence. It is no wonder Celebi is revered, this has remarked. Somewhat astonished by Celebi's strength. Previously, while hunting Celebi, he had failed to perceive its true power. He had not anticipated such an overwhelming aura. What Bixias remains unaware of is that should Celebi wish to contend with him, it would indeed pose a challenge, yet it is not insurmountable. Although Celebi possesses the might of a divine beast, his timid nature renders him inept in combat. Furthermore, the endeavor of traversing through time and space has drained much of his energy, leaving him vulnerable to Bixias' schemes. Celebi, allow me to witness your true prowess, Bixias commands. Celebi channels his energy, summoning the withered leaves and branches from the forest, along with the splintered trunks, all coalescing into a colossal beast. Annihilate them, Celebi, Bixias instructs. The massive creature conjured by Celebi delivers a fist towards Ash and his companions, and should it connect, the outcome would surely be disastrous. Damn it, there's no escaping. Ash and his friends lament in despair. Fireball. Lu Feng teleports in front of Ash and unleashes a torrent of flame, enveloping the beast's fist in fire, charring the wooden appendage. Let us go. Lu Feng grasps several of them and teleports them to a small hill, where Kona and Ami have been waiting. Thank you. Lu Feng, we owe you our lives, Ash gasps, breathless from their narrow escape. Let us hold off on gratitude for now. What is going on with Celebi? Lu Feng inquires. Ash recounts the events leading up to their predicament. I am familiar with the Dark Ball, a voice interjects. Lu Feng responds, perplexed. The capabilities of the Dark Ball surpass what you referred to as the Master Ball. However, while Pokémon captured by such a ball gain immense power, this strength is extracted at the cost of their vitality and potential, rendering them ferocious. Initially, there may be no issues, but over time, these Pokémon devolve into relentless monsters driven solely by the urge to kill. Thus, even among Team Rocket, few are willing to employ such a device. How does the Dream Ball you created compare to this one? Lu Feng queries. Can this inferior object be likened to what I have crafted? I would much prefer your so-called Master Ball. While its performance may be lacking, at least it bears no adverse effects, Dream scornfully replies. Is there any way to rescue Celebi? Lu Feng asks. If Celebi possesses sufficient willpower, he may withstand the Dark Ball's detrimental effects, possibly rendering it ineffective. He could also destroy the Dark Ball, thereby breaking its control over him. Understood. I shall take charge of the ensuing matters. Chapter 106, The Fiery Behemoth. Xiaofeng, what are your plans? Kona inquires. We must save Celebi, otherwise, Xueqing cannot return to its rightful timeline. Lu Feng reflects, casting a glance at Xueqing, pondering how Ash remains oblivious to the fact that Xueqing is, in truth, the present-day Professor Oak. Let us subdue it first. Go, Charizard. Lu Feng calls forth his Charizard. We shall assist you, Kona declares, summoning his Blastoise, while Ami brings forth her Steelix. You are the champion, Kona. And the gym leader Ami from the Aoi gym as well. I can hardly believe you are both here. Misty exclaims, finally noticing the two figures standing beside Lu Feng. Wow. Miss Kona, Miss Ami, my name is Xiao Gang. I wonder if I may. Before Xiao Gang could finish his words, Lu Feng, unable to bear it any longer, cast him away with his extraordinary powers, propelling him 100,000 miles away. Very well, let us commence. Charizard Mega Evolve. Lu Feng replaced Charizard's Evolution Stone with the Mega Evolution Stone, as Celebi possesses grass and psychic attributes, while Mega Charizard embodies fire and flying attributes, both of which are effective against Celebi. Pokémon, Mega Charizard. Type, Fire, Flying. Potential, Elite. Strength, Champion Stage 1. Ability, Drought. Meanwhile, Kona and Ami also completed their Mega Evolutions. Charizard, Unleash Flamethrower. Steelix, Utilize Hyper Beam. Blastoise, Employ Ice Beam. The Drought ability of Charizard activated, dispersing the clouds above and allowing the sun to shine brightly in the sky. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, its firepower amplified by the Drought ability, incinerating the colossal creature's entire arm. Steelix's Hyper Beam shattered the beast's leg, causing it to stumble and crash to the ground, its remaining arm propping itself up in a futile attempt to rise. Blastoise's Ice Beam fortuitously froze that very arm, causing the beast to collapse completely. Cursed Celebi, let them witness your might. Pixius bellowed. A tremendous force emanated from Celebi, drawing in the surrounding trees and reconstructing the beast's limbs. At that moment, an ice beam encased the beast's feet, and a blue figure lunged towards the creature to attack Pixius. However, the beast's body sprouted wooden spikes, repelling the blue Pokémon. Is that the embodiment of the North Wind, Suicune? Kona exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it was Suicune. Lu Feng nodded in affirmation. Suicune, humph, I shall claim you as well. Go, Bankira. Pixius summoned forth another Pokémon, Bankira. Bankira, unleash Oblivion Ray. Bankira fired an Oblivion Ray, which Suicune effortlessly evaded. Yet, Bankira's attack seemed devoid of repercussions. Launching another beam forth. Steelix, use Iron Tail. Steelix surged forward, delivering a powerful Iron Tail that dispersed the Oblivion Ray. Quite impressive, Steelix. Bankira, seize that Steelix as well. Pixius commanded. Dream on. Steelix, use Iron Head. Steelix's enormous head collided with Bankira, driving it forcefully into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Suicune unleashed a powerful water gun attack on Bankira, which attempted to counter with Oblivion Ray but was overwhelmed by Suicune's assault. Steelix, use Stomp. Steelix ensnared Bankira with its tail and forcefully slammed it into the ground, leaving Bankira dazed and disoriented. Let us deal with Bankira first, Lu Feng declared. Alright, Steelix, employ Rock Slide. Steelix summoned rocks to assault Bankira, hindering its speed. Charizard, use Steel Wing. Charizard's wings morphed into steel blades, slicing through Bankira's body with lethal precision. Bankira gradually sank to its knees, having lost the will to continue the battle. Once you have dealt with that fellow, could you lend me a hand? Kona said with a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Sister Kona, replied Lu Feng. Steel Serpent, unleash Dragon Pulse. The Steel Serpent expelled a dragon-shaped shockwave to assail the behemoth, alleviating some of the pressure on Kona. Finally, she let out a sigh of relief. Celebi possessed mid-tier strength equivalent to level 3 divine beings, surpassing her Super Blastoise, and its attributes were disadvantageous to the water-type Pokémon, causing her considerable trouble. Blastoise return. Go, Articuno. Seizing the opportunity, Kona switched out her Blastoise for Articuno. Articuno, use Air Slash. Articuno sliced through the air, unleashing two blades of wind that severed one of the behemoth's arms. But the surrounding trees were quickly drawn in to replenish it. Charizard, utilize Flamethrower. Charizard unleashed a conflagration in the shape of a large character, engulfing the behemoth in darkness. Yet the trees swiftly returned to restore its form. What should we do, Xiao Feng? Its endurance is too formidable. Although our attacks are effective, it merely replenishes itself with the trees, Kona lamented. I have a technique we could attempt, though I'm uncertain of its efficacy. Lu Feng hesitated before responding. Then let's give it a try. If it fails, we shall devise another plan, Kona encouraged. Very well. Lu Feng's eyes swiftly transformed into the Rinnegan. Amaterasu. The behemoth ignited in black flames, and no matter how it absorbed the trees, the fire could not be extinguished. What is this? Beaches shouted, Celebi, jump into that lake. Celebi commanded the behemoth to leap into the water, yet the black flames clung to it like a parasite, refusing to be extinguished even upon immersion. Truly the mightiest of fire techniques, impressive indeed, Lu Feng murmured. After the evolution of his eyes, his previous abilities remained intact and were significantly amplified. Techniques such as Chidori or Fireball remained at their original strength, as they did not derive from his ocular power. Xiao Feng, what technique was that? Kona inquired in astonishment. This technique is called Amaterasu, a power bestowed by my eyes, Lu Feng explained. Incredible. But Lu Feng, why is your eye bleeding? Ami exclaimed, quickly producing a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. Xiao Feng, are you alright? Kona asked with concern. I'm fine. This technique has some side effects, Lu Feng replied, rubbing his eyes. Suddenly, he recalled something, startling the two. What is it? They asked in unison. We must rescue Shalabi first. The flames of Amaterasu will not extinguish until they have incinerated the object they engulf, Lu Feng urged, promptly using his psychic powers to release Shalabi from the behemoth's interior. With Shalabi's strength gone, the behemoth swiftly collapsed. Chapter 107. The Attired Maiden. Shalabi had sustained considerable burns, with a remnant of Amaterasu's flame lingering on its form. Lu Feng hurriedly extinguished the black fire, allowing Shalabi to land before him. Such severe burns, Ami remarked, unable to contain her concern. This is my fault. I rarely use Amaterasu and forgot its properties, Lu Feng lamented. Even if the Shalabi from the original story were to arrive now, I fear it may be beyond salvation. Ding. The system's notification resonated at the perfect moment. Master has successfully rescued Shalabi. Reward of 100,000 gold coins and a bottle of the Life Spring. The Life Spring? Lu Feng hastily retrieved the vial. Item, Life Spring. Effect, consuming it replenishes a substantial amount of vitality and swiftly heals injuries. In the absence of vitality loss or injuries, it may significantly extend lifespan. However, it is ineffective on those who have already perished. Splendid. This is precisely what I require. Lu Feng cautiously pried open Shalabi's mouth and slowly administered the Life Spring. Lu Feng, how is Shalabi? Ash and his companions, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle in Snow City, rushed over. It should be fine. The effects of the potion have already begun to take hold, Lu Feng replied. Recalling how the waters of the lake in the original narrative also possessed healing properties, though those waters had been ravaged by the colossal beast, with Amaterasu's flames still raging atop them. By the way, what about Chikorita? Ash inquired. Reduced to mere ashes, Lu Feng gestured slightly. Suicune, can you purify this lake water? Lu Feng turned to the legendary Pokémon after retracting the flames from the lake's surface. Suicune nodded and leaped onto the water, sending ripples cascading outward. The ripples spread, and the lake's waters regained their clarity, with all impurities washed away. Truly remarkable, Suicune, Lu Feng marveled. Xiaofeng, is there something special about this lake water? Kona inquired. Curiosity piqued. Indeed, this lake harbors an immense reservoir of life energy, exhibiting excellent healing effects, Lu Feng explained. The lake's restorative properties were indeed impressive, for Shalabi soon recovered and awoke. Wonderful Shalabi, Snow City exclaimed, relieved to see the Pokémon rejuvenated. Shalabi emerged from the waters, hovering before Lu Feng to express its gratitude. Although it had been under the control of the Dark Ball, its memories remained intact, and it naturally recognized the individual who had saved it. No need for thanks. However, while you possess the ability to traverse time, you do not truly belong to this era, and thus cannot linger here for long. Moreover, that lad over there, you must ensure he returns to his rightful time, Lu Feng cautioned. Shalabi nodded, fully aware that its presence in this timeline could alter numerous events. Snow City, now that Shalabi has recovered, it is time for you to return to your own era, Lu Feng stated. I can go back now. Thank you, Lu Feng. Ash, I hope we can meet again. Snow City replied. Indeed. Perhaps in the future, we may cross paths again, Ash said, shaking hands with Snow City in farewell. Shalabi emanated a brilliant light, and Lu Feng sensed a profound temporal disturbance as a time-traveling portal materialized. Snow City waved goodbye to everyone and departed with Shalabi, returning to the world of 40 years prior. Lu Feng, why didn't you capture Shalabi? Kona asked, unable to contain her curiosity after bidding farewell to Ash and the others. Yes, it seems you never intended to do so from the outset, Ami added. Sighing, Lu Feng replied, it's not that I do not wish to capture Shalabi. Rather, I cannot. Why is that? Both women questioned, puzzled. Although Shalabi can traverse time, this particular Shalabi does not belong to this era. A temporal anomaly caused by a being not native to this era existing in our world for an extended period could result in a profound disruption of time. Lu Feng elucidated. A disruption of time? Is it serious? The two women were perplexed by the gravity of the term. It is far more than serious. If time were to become disordered, it would allow individuals from 40 years ago to overlap with our current time. In other words, people from that era would materialize in our world. By the way, do you know who Xueqing is? He is quite renowned at present, Lu Feng teased, withholding information. I cannot quite recall, Ami admitted, while Kona furrowed her brow, feeling a strange familiarity with the name, but unable to pinpoint it. It is Professor Ohm, Lu Feng revealed. What? Kona exclaimed, taken aback. Professor Ohm's full name is Ohm Xueqing. No wonder, she realized with sudden clarity. What about Shui Jun? Ami inquired abruptly. Lu Feng froze momentarily before responding. I had forgotten. Where is Shui Jun? She has long departed, Ami replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Lu Feng, filled with a sense of regret, traversed through Yuanzhou City. As the group journeyed towards their next destination, Kaji Town, they arrived at a mountain shrouded in thick fog. This place is peculiar. My aura is being disrupted, Lu Feng noted, his brow creased. The mist was unusually dense, limiting his perception to a mere 100 meters, and even that was vague. This fog is quite substantial. It may not be safe to proceed. Shall we camp here for the night? Kona suggested. Wait, someone is approaching. Ami pointed ahead. A woman in ancient attire, carrying a lantern, approached, accompanied by a nine-tailed fox. Greetings, I am Luoku. Who might you be? She inquired. We are travelers passing through, hindered by the thick fog. Do you know a way out? Kona stepped forward to ask. Due to the terrain, this area gathers vast amounts of fog at night. It is already evening, and continuing onward could be perilous. If you do not mind, would you care to stay at my home for the night? Luoku offered. Really? That would be splendid. Lu Feng exclaimed, pulling Ami aside and exchanging a knowing glance. Although Ami felt puzzled, she took a step back. No, we intend to head back. We wouldn't want to impose, Lu Feng declined. My home is quite close. There is no need to return, Luoku insisted. We are truly grateful. But we have made up our minds to return, Lu Feng reiterated. Very well, my home is just ahead. Should you change your mind, feel free to come by. Luoku nodded and turned back towards the fog. Lu Feng, do you sense anything off about Luoku? Ami asked, noticing Lu Feng's eyes had once again changed. Yes, she is not human. She is merely an illusion. An illusion? A trick of ghost-type Pokémon. Kona pondered. However, the nine-tailed fox beside her did not exude the chilling aura typical of ghost types, suggesting it was not a transformed ghost-type Pokémon. Indeed, the nine-tailed fox is genuine. But Luoku is a manifestation created by it, Lu Feng clarified, shaking his head. For reasons unknown, that nine-tailed fox possesses psychic abilities. It is essential to understand that. Despite the nine-tails possessing certain psychic abilities, its inherent attribute is solely that of fire, making the notion of a psychic nine-tails rather perplexing. Why didn't you capture it earlier? Ami inquired. For some reason, it appears that there is a restriction in this area that limits the movement of that nine-tails. Even attempting to capture it would not allow me to take it with me, Lu Feng replied with a hint of resignation. However, there is no real regret, as the potential of that nine-tails is not particularly formidable and would not greatly assist Lu Feng. He recalled that in the original narrative, this nine-tails was effortlessly captured by Team Rocket. Had it not been for Ash and his companions, it would have likely been taken away long ago. Thus, Lu Feng decided to leave this troublesome matter for Ash. Chapter 108. Mewtwo takes action. Xiao Feng, this is the Lake of Wrath. A few days ago, Dato from the Coordination Department contacted me regarding the lake, saying there was something that required her assistance, but the call was abruptly cut off, Kona expressed with concern. After discussing it with Lu Feng, he felt it prudent to visit, in case Dato encountered any difficulties. However, everything seemed perfectly ordinary. Ami paced along the lakeside, when suddenly, a massive crimson figure emerged, opening its gaping maw to lunge at her. Ami gasped in horror, as her ordinary human form was unable to evade the attack. Yet, in the next instant, she found herself beside Kona, while Lu Feng unleashed Amaterasu, transforming it into a shield to deflect the assault. It was then that Lu Feng discerned the enormous red figure was, in fact, a red Gyarados. Humph! Lu Feng's hand crackled with blue electricity, resembling the cacophony of 1,000 birds, electrifying Gyarados, causing its body to convulse. You are courting death. Lu Feng effortlessly tossed Gyarados aside with a swift motion. Lu Feng, are you alright? Once she regained her composure, Ami examined Lu Feng from left to right, only exhaling in relief after confirming he was unharmed. Xiao Feng, that Gyarados seems quite unusual. It appears to be in distress, Kona remarked, her brow furrowing. Indeed, but it also irritates me. Lu Feng's voice, tinged with anger, conveyed a chill. Pokémon Gyarados. Type, water, flying. Potential, champion. Strength, early champion tier. Ability, intimidate. Hidden ability, overconfidence. Note, the crimson hue of its body is not due to a shiny variant, but rather a result of forced evolution from Team Rocket's electromagnetic waves, which have also pushed its strength beyond its natural potential. This was indeed the red Gyarados from the original story, which later became a key player for Dato. Initially, I intended to capture you. However, since you have endangered someone dear to me, even if you have your reasons, I cannot allow you to escape unscathed. Lu Feng shuddered at the thought. Had he not possessed the ability of the Celestial Hand, he might not have been able to save Ami in time. Go, Dragonite. Lu Feng released his Dragonite without hesitation. Dragonite, use Thunder. Dragonite's antennae radiated with immense lightning, enveloping Gyarados, which, being submerged in water, could not evade the onslaught. Dragonite. Unleash Draco Meteor. Dragonite expelled a sphere of light into the sky, which, upon reaching a certain altitude, erupted in a dazzling explosion, raining down like shooting stars upon Gyarados. The Gyarados sensed imminent danger and unleashed a tempest towards the Dragon Star Cluster. However, the vast disparity in their levels became glaringly apparent. The storm conjured by Gyarados was effortlessly torn apart by the Dragon Star Cluster, leaving Gyarados battered and bruised, while the entirety of Fury Lake churned violently. Gyarados appeared to be in a frenzied state, and after being struck by the Dragon Star Cluster, it surprisingly retaliated with a water tail directed at Dragonite. Dragonite, in turn, executed a Thunder Punch. With a deft sidestep, Dragonite evaded the water tail, delivering a powerful thunder punch to Gyarados' face, causing it to roar in pain and collapse into the lake. Dragonite was eager to pursue further, but another Dragonite emerged unexpectedly, blocking Lu Feng's Dragonite. Lu Feng, wait. As the newly arrived Dragonite landed, the trio noticed that Datu was perched upon its back. Datu, is that a Team Rocket outfit you're wearing? It was no wonder Lu Feng failed to recognize him. Datu was clad in Team Rocket attire instead of his signature cape. Yes, I am currently infiltrating Team Rocket. They have been emitting a peculiar electromagnetic wave capable of forcibly evolving Pokémon, and that Gyarados was affected by it. However, I fear I may have been discovered. Data glanced back at the forest behind him. I wondered why the headquarters was so anxious for us to capture Gyarados. It turns out the renowned Dragon Master Datu has arrived. Numerous Team Rocket members emerged from the woods surrounding the four. Leading them was a burly man alongside a bespectacled researcher. To think the Ice Master has also arrived. Yet, even with the two of you and your two burdens, you cannot possibly contend with our numbers. Subdue them. The researcher commanded with a wave of his hand, and Team Rocket members unleashed a multitude of Pokémon, encircling the four. Do you truly believe this rabble can overpower us? Dragonite, unleash a hurricane. Data scoffed, commanding Dragonite to conjure a tremendous tempest that swept up the surrounding Team Rocket Pokémon. Dragonite, use Thunder. Lu Feng's Dragonite launched a thunder attack at all the levitating Pokémon, incapacitating them. It seems you have underestimated us, Data remarked. Indeed. You are worthy of your title as a master, and I did not expect you to be such a formidable character as well. However, I have prepared some tricks. Brace yourselves. Cheng-Ji. Understood. The burly man named Cheng-Ji produced a remote control and pressed a button, unleashing a cacophony from the surrounding woods as enormous machines emerged slowly. Do you believe you can withstand the assault of so many machines? At Cheng-Ji's command, the machine's cannons fired an array of lasers and artillery shells. Watch out, Data cautioned. Do not worry, I shall handle this. At that moment, the typically reticent Mewtwo suddenly became agitated, unleashing a psychic blast that knocked Data unconscious and hurled him into the lake. Wait, you actually took action? This is unprecedented, Lu Feng exclaimed, taken aback. Team Rocket is my enemy. Naturally, I must intervene, Mewtwo retorted coldly. You are Mewtwo? Impossible. How could you have been captured by a trainer? The researcher gasped in astonishment. Solano, it has been quite a while. The armor you crafted for me alongside those fellows has proven remarkably useful. Mewtwo rarely exhibited a smile, yet this particular expression was particularly striking in Solano's eyes. Attack. Everyone. Engage. Solano, well aware of Mewtwo's formidable prowess, promptly commanded all machines to initiate their assault. It appears I have underestimated you, chuckled Mewtwo, with a powerful psychic blast. He seized control of all incoming attacks and subsequently shattered them. Back to the same old trash, he remarked. Waves of energy emanated from Mewtwo as he unleashed a psychic blade, cleaving the nearest machines in two. Attack. I said attack. Solano's voice was strained to the point of breaking. Cease the attacks. Everyone explode. Mewtwo bellowed impatiently, unleashing a surge of psychic energy that rendered all machines into mere scrap metal. He then immobilized the members of Team Rocket and turned to Lu Feng, saying, I shall handle them momentarily. I will return shortly. Before Lu Feng could respond, Mewtwo vanished in an instant. Xiao Feng, Mewtwo harbors a deep resentment towards Team Rocket. Should we be concerned? Fear not. Although Mewtwo despises Team Rocket, it subconsciously perceives humanity as its progenitors. It will merely torment them for a time before depositing them at the nearest precinct, Lu Feng reassured, waving his hand dismissively. He approached the lakeside, but first, let us retrieve DUI. We wouldn't want him to drown. Chapter 109. The Challenge of Lu Bo DUI Wong. DUI Wong. Hey, wake up. Lu Feng repeatedly slapped DUI's face, growing increasingly frustrated at his inability to rouse him. Were it not for the faint pulse of life he sensed, Lu Feng would have deemed it unnecessary to drag him from the water. Perhaps a more stimulating approach is in order? Kina suggested, crouching down to poke DUI. What sort of stimulation? Lu Feng inquired earnestly. Humph. Kina grinned mischievously as he summoned a lip service Pokémon. Leaning in, he whispered something in its ear. The Pokémon nodded, conjuring a block of ice and transforming it into water, which it splashed onto DUI's face. The poor DUI Wong jolted upright as if propelled from the ground, nearly tumbling back into the lake. Your reaction is rather exaggerated, Kina laughed heartily. Lu Feng silently commended Kina with a thumbs up. Anyone not deceased would surely react to a splash of ice water. Goodness, that is quite cold. Kina, do you possess no humanity? You drenched me with ice water. DUI roared in fury. But it was quite a gentle splash. Considering you still have the strength to yell at me, Kina replied, prompting the lip service Pokémon to douse DUI once more. DUI, now shivering, could muster no further complaints. Very well, can you both endure here for the night? I am utterly exhausted and can scarcely move. As evening approached, the temperature began to drop, and DUI, clad in wet garments and having been splashed twice, felt himself curling up against the cold. To prevent DUI from freezing, Lu Feng resolved to set up camp right there, kindling a fire in advance to warm DUI. By the way, what of Team Rocket? DUI finally recalled that the members seemed to have vanished. Lufeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. My Mewtwo has been back for quite some time, and only now do you remember. I must say, Champion Datu, your reflexes are indeed of a legendary caliber, as if they could circle the earth 10 times. Not just 3. Perhaps you should pay a visit to the prison at the Kijiji Town police station, Lufeng casually remarked, suddenly turning his gaze towards the red Gyarados in the lake. Champion Datu, you must have captured that creature, right? Why is that? This magnificent beast possesses considerable strength, capable of being a pivotal ally even for someone of our caliber. Are you truly willing to part with it? Datu inquired. This creature vexes me. Its mere presence is somewhat irritating. Moreover, its mental state seems amiss. As a champion, your influence within the league is substantial, and you should be able to arrange for specialized treatment for it. Of course, this is not without cost. I seek to expand my roster, and we can consider it an exchange of Pokémon, Lufeng replied. This creature is not merely an ordinary Pokémon. However, I am prepared for a substantial sacrifice. Speak, what Pokémon do you desire? A Gengar. I wish for a Gengar, Lufeng stated without hesitation. Among all types, Psychic and Ghost types are the most troublesome. If I had to choose the most bothersome, I would unreservedly select the Ghost type. While Psychic types can be challenging, the elusive nature of Ghost types is truly exasperating. When outmatched, they simply vanish, striking unexpectedly, which is infuriating. Very well, young man. I shall find time to visit Granny Josie and procure one for you. Alas, it seems I will incur significant costs once more, Datu sighed, rubbing his forehead. Enough of that. Do not act as if you are being wronged. This creature's power is indeed formidable, Lufeng retorted with an eye roll. The following morning, the group packed their belongings and set off for Kijiji Town. Datu departed on his Dragonite to arrange for the Gengar. Time was of the essence, for Granny Josie's Pokémon were not easily obtained. By the way, Xiaofeng, the gym leader of Kijiji Town, Lu Bo, is a master of Ice-type Pokémon, much like myself. Do exercise caution. He is, after all, an experienced trainer, Kona advised. I understand. Rest assured, Lufeng replied casually. At that moment, he was engaged in conversation with Mewtwo, who initially showed no interest but later changed its mind and teleported away in an instant. Here we are, this is the gym, Lufeng announced as he pushed the door open. To his surprise, the interior was quite cold, causing him to shiver. While Kona seemed to find the environment quite comfortable, a true ice master indeed. Champion Kona and gym leader Ami from Shallow Green City. What brings you both to my humble abode? An elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, emerged from within the gym. Greetings, Lu Bo. I am Lufeng, here to challenge you. I kindly ask for your guidance, Lufeng stated respectfully. Given that you are brought here by Champion Kona, I presume you are no novice. The referee is absent today, so I shall announce the rules of the match. It will be a 2-on-2 battle, and the contest concludes when all Pokémon on one side are unable to continue fighting, Lu Bo declared. Very well, let the battle commence, Lufeng nodded in agreement. This is my first White Sea Lion. Upon its appearance, Lu Bo's White Sea Lion leapt into the pool on the field. The arena itself presented a challenge. Lufeng furrowed his brow, for the combination of ice and water restricted the mobility of fire-type Pokémon. Nevertheless, he decided to send forth his fiery companion, the Fire Rock Mouse. Indeed, a fire type was dispatched. The White Sea Lion submerged itself in the water, with its position indeterminate. Lufeng could only remain vigilant against potential attacks. White Sea Lion, use Aurora Beam. The White Sea Lion emerged from the depths, unleashing a beam of light reminiscent of the aurora. Caught off guard, the Fire Rock Mouse was struck, though the attack's effectiveness was diminished due to its ice-type nature. Fire Rock Mouse, unleash Flamethrower. The Fire Rock Mouse retaliated with a surge of flames aimed at the White Sea Lion, which adeptly evaded the assault by diving back into the pool. White Sea Lion, execute Iron Head. The White Sea Lion reappeared from behind the Fire Rock Mouse, delivering a powerful Iron Head that sent it sprawling. Fire Rock Mouse, use Swift. The Fire Rock Mouse, disregarding its balance, launched a rapid swift attack, striking the White Sea Lion while it was momentarily immobilized against the floating ice. Now's the time. Use Volt Tackle. The Fire Rock Mouse enveloped itself in electric energy and charged towards the White Sea Lion. Electric type move. White Sea Lion, use Water Tail. Lu Bo was taken aback. Being hit by that move would be perilous. The White Sea Lion's tail summoned a massive column of water, but the Fire Rock Mouse had already initiated its attack, landing a direct hit with Volt Tackle. Gritting its teeth, the White Sea Lion retaliated with Water Tail, forcefully knocking the Fire Rock Mouse into the water, rendering it unable to continue. Simultaneously, the White Sea Lion collided with an ice pillar, also losing its capacity to battle. Chapter 110, Obtaining the Frozen Badge. Lufeng exhaled in relief. Had it not been for that electric move, he might have faced disaster. Although the Fire Rock Mouse had been incapacitated, the outcome was still relatively favorable. I didn't expect your Fire Rock Mouse to wield an electric move. It seems I underestimated you, Lu Bo remarked. This is my second Pokémon. Go Kingdra. Pokémon, Kingdra. Type, Water, Ice. Potential, Champion. Strength, Early Champion Stage. Ability, Swift Swim. Hidden ability, Rain Dish. Kingdra's strength is commendable, Lu Feng continued. Now go Nidoqueen. Lu Feng summoned Nidoqueen. Wait, when did Xiaofeng retrieve Nidoqueen? Kona exclaimed, surprised. Perhaps during our visit to the Pokémon Center, Amy suggested. However, in this arena, Nidoqueen might face numerous limitations. Hee, one can never be too certain. Xiaofeng is full of tricks, Kona chuckled. Kingdra, dive into the water. Kingdra swiftly took advantage of the advantageous terrain. Just waiting for you to submerge, Lu Feng grinned wickedly. Nidoqueen, unleash toxic towards the pool. Nidoqueen sprayed a copious amount of toxic substance, turning the pool's water a visible shade of purple at an alarming rate. Kingdra, get out quickly, Lubo shouted. Kingdra emerged just before the toxins could fully spread, fortunately avoiding a poisoned state. What a clever move, to spray venom into the pool. You seem to have forgotten, but the speed of Dragonair on ice is no less than that in water, Lubo remarked. I am aware. Yet if you do not address the toxins in the water soon, we may find ourselves in grave trouble, Lu Feng pointed out, gesturing towards the arena. Lubo paused momentarily before glancing at the pool. The Nidoqueen had sprayed a substantial amount of venom, which diffused through the water, causing the ice on the field to begin eroding. This is not good. Dragonair, unleash Blizzard. Dragonair summoned a fierce blizzard that enveloped the entire arena, not directly targeting Nidoqueen, but rather freezing the entire area to halt the spread of the toxins. Nidoqueen, employ Protect. Although this move was intended for the field, it inadvertently shielded Nidoqueen as well. The powerful blizzard transformed the entire arena into a formidable ice terrain, reinforcing its structure. At last, we can engage in earnest. Lu Feng expressed his satisfaction with the current battlefield. Previously, while there were areas stable enough to stand upon, he hesitated to let Nidoqueen use ground-type moves for fear of shattering the ice and plunging into the water. Now, however, the ice was sufficiently thick, granting him the freedom to act decisively. I see now. The initial toxins were merely a bait to lure Dragonair out of the water, compelling it to use Blizzard to freeze the entire area. Yet, such a powerful blizzard would undoubtedly drain considerable stamina from Dragonair, allowing Nidoqueen to fight with abandon. The most crucial aspect is that while I can predict his every move, I am still ensnared by each step he takes. Lu Bo, a seasoned trainer, had discerned Lu Feng's strategy, but mere conjecture was not enough. The intricacy of the trap was inescapable. Young man, I must commend you on your series of ploys. But acquiring a badge from me will not be so simple. Dragonair, glide forth. Dragonair glided effortlessly across the ice, its speed startling Lu Feng. Although Nidoqueen could now fight freely, it was not particularly adept at speed. Dragonair, use Hydro Pump. As Dragonair slid across the surface, it unleashed Hydro Pump. Nidoqueen attempted to catch Dragonair or evade the assault, but it proved futile, leaving it to endure the onslaught. This won't do. Nidoqueen, initiate Earthquake. Nidoqueen stomped the ground with force, causing the arena to tremble, disrupting Dragonair's control as it collided with a nearby ice pillar. Now's the time, Nidoqueen, deliver a poison jab. Seizing the opportunity, Nidoqueen struck Dragonair with a precise poison jab. Humph! Dragonair, utilize Aqua Ring. Waves emanated from Dragonair, targeting Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, use Detect. Nidoqueen employed Detect to evade the attack. This technique allowed Pokémon to foresee and avoid incoming moves, but it could not be used consecutively. Nidoqueen, unleash Dynamic Punch. With a powerful Dynamic Punch, Nidoqueen sent Dragonair flying across half the arena before it finally came to a halt. Dragonair succumbed to confusion, and after regaining composure, began to attack erratically. Nidoqueen, finished with a final Earth Throw. King Nido seized the rampaging Dragonite, executing a powerful Earth Throw that sent it crashing to the ground, shattering even the reinforced arena beneath it. Dragonite was rendered incapable of battle from the force of the impact. I have lost, Lu Bo said bitterly. Throughout the match, he had been led by the nose, ultimately deprived of any opportunity to strike back. Moreover, the opponent's strength surpassed that of Dragonite. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily defeated. Phew. Thankfully King Nido has advanced to mid-level champion. Otherwise, those few water guns would have been quite troublesome, Lu Bo acknowledged. He was right to feel this way, for King Nido's prowess indeed eclipsed that of Dragonite, which explained the ferocity of the final blows. This is the frozen badge from the Kaji Gym. Accept it, Lu Bo said, presenting the badge. After Lu Feng received it, he departed the gym with Kina and Ami. Shortly after stepping outside, Lu Feng sensed a familiar energy and couldn't help but smile. What is the matter? Kina and Ami inquired, noticing Lu Feng's grin. Lu Bo must be feeling quite pleased right now, Lu Feng remarked. What do you mean? Oh right, you probably don't know the backstory. Lu Feng proceeded to explain. In his youth, Lu Bo had battled a trainer who used fire-type Pokémon while he relied on an ice-type Mamoswine, resulting in a crushing defeat. Lu Bo sustained severe burns while trying to protect Mamoswine. Later, on a snowy night, Mamoswine sought out herbs to alleviate Lu Bo's burns. but tragically fell off a cliff and was encased in ice. It had been decades since that incident. Lufeng had initially consulted Mewtwo, requesting its assistance in rescuing Mamoswine. Otherwise, it might not have agreed to rescue a human, but Pokémon were another matter. After obtaining the frozen badge, Lufeng continued his journey towards the next gym located in Yanmok City. Xiaofeng, the gym leader of Yanmok, Xiaochun, is a master of dragon-type Pokémon and is also a cousin of Du. She will be quite a formidable opponent, Kina stated. Dragon-type, huh? Lufeng paused thoughtfully. Indeed, you possess dragon-type Pokémon yourself. So you should be aware that their might lies not only in their formidable stamina, but also in their ability to wield a variety of other type moves. This implies a multitude of strategies in battle, so you must exercise caution, Kina advised. The stronger the opponent, the more interesting the challenge, Lufeng declared. This is the last gym I will challenge in Chengdu. I hope it ignites my competitive spirit. Lufeng, your words are quite audacious, Ami remarked with a laugh. Indeed. A bit brash. Allow me to temper your enthusiasm, little brother, Kina teased, beckoning Lufeng. Lufeng was taken aback. Sister Kina, are you serious? Absolutely. Not only have you not taken things seriously in a while, but I also feel myself becoming somewhat stagnant. It's the perfect opportunity for us to test our skills against each other. Kina stretched lazily as she moved to face Lufeng. Very well. What shall be the format? Lufeng inquired. How about a 3-on-3 battle? A 1-on-1 lacks excitement, while a 6-on-6 would be too time-consuming. Kina suggested after a moment of consideration. All right, let us do this. Lufeng agreed without hesitation. I shall first unleash my Pokémon. Go forth, Cloyster. Connor summoned Cloyster to the battlefield. Pokémon, Cloyster. Type, Water, Ice. Potential, Champion. Strength, High Champion. Ability, Skill Link. Hidden ability, Shell Armor. Cloyster, go forth, Charizard. Lufeng called upon Charizard. Xiaofeng, although your Charizard has nearly reached the upper echelon of the champion tier, it may still struggle against my Cloyster, Connor warned. Shaking his finger at Lufeng. Humph, that remains to be seen. Charizard, unleash Thunder Punch. Charizard launched a Thunder Punch towards Cloyster, who did not counter with any move, but instead simply closed its shell. The Thunder Punch struck Cloyster, producing merely a shower of sparks, inflicting no tangible damage. What a resilient shell, Lufeng remarked, dumbfounded that such an effective electric-type move yielded no significant impact. Cloyster, utilize Aurora Beam. Cloyster's shell opened, emitting a beam of light akin to the Aurora. Charizard spread its wings and soared into the air, evading the Aurora Beam. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Charizard expelled a torrent of searing flames directed at Cloyster. Cloyster, counter with Hydro Pump. Cloyster discharged a powerful Hydro Pump to meet the Flamethrower, the collision generating a dense cloud of steam. The Flamethrower faltered and was soon overwhelmed. Charizard, employ Steel Wing to shield yourself. Charizard transformed its wings into steel, positioning them defensively to block the remnants of the Hydro Pump. Your technique of using Steel Wing to deflect attacks is indeed effective, remarked Connor. Cloyster, use Ice Breath. Cloyster released a chilling breath towards Charizard, but Charizard's Steel Wing once again intercepted the assault, though frost began to accumulate upon its wings. Lufeng expressed surprise. Indeed, this tactic had been overused, and Connor had discerned its flaw. Cloyster, initiate Icicle Crash. Cloyster summoned a colossal icicle to strike Charizard. The frost on Charizard's wings hindered its speed, leading to a direct hit. Cloyster, unleash Spike Cannon. Cloyster released a barrage of spiky projectiles, sending Charizard tumbling from the sky. Charizard, use Heat Wave. Charizard conjured a scorching gust of wind, striking Cloyster, which was caught in a moment of vulnerability. Charizard, execute Overheat. Charizard unleashed a fiery blast in the shape of a large letter, engulfing Cloyster, who had not even the time to close its shell before being hit. Indeed, there are weaknesses after all, Lufeng realized. It seems you have come to that conclusion, Connor smiled. Cloyster possesses remarkable defensive capabilities, yet its special defense is relatively weaker, making it susceptible to special attacks. Charizard, summon Fire Spin. Charizard enveloped Cloyster in a vortex of flames, but Connor appeared to intentionally allow Cloyster to endure this strike. Cloyster, use Avalanche. A massive snowstorm descended upon Charizard, burying it beneath the flurry. It became clear why Cloyster would deliberately absorb the attack. It was to amplify the power of Avalanche. If struck prior to using Avalanche, its potency would be significantly enhanced. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Shelter, execute Surf. Charizard expelled a torrent of searing flames, while Shelter summoned Towering Waves. The Flamethrower was swiftly engulfed by the deluge, consuming Charizard in the process. Charizard, employ Overheat. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of fire erupted from within the colossal wave, shattering the Surf's grip, and Shelter was also caught in the aftermath. You are at your wit's end, Shelter. Unleash Spike Cannon. Shelter released a barrage of spiky beams, striking Charizard, who, incapacitated by the explosion's aftereffects, fell to the ground. Charizard rise. Utilize Smokescreen. Unsteadily, Charizard regained its footing and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the arena. You've managed to hide. Shelter, close your shell. Shelter sealed itself within its shell, providing Charizard the opportunity to execute a body slam, slamming it into the ground. Though the damage was minimal, it created a jarring impact within Shelter's shell. Charizard, unleash overheat. Charizard's overheat struck Shelter. At this moment, Kona dared not allow Shelter to open its shell. I refuse to believe I cannot cook you through and through. Charizard, employ explosion. Charizard's explosion struck Shelter, leaving Kona helpless. Even with its shell closed, Shelter's defense against special attacks would not significantly increase. Shelter, use self-destruct. It's over. A sinking feeling gripped Lu Feng's heart, but the explosion had already erupted. As the smoke cleared, both Pokémon lay incapacitated. Chapter 112, Battle Against Kona, Part 2. Kona. We truly didn't need to resort to this, Lu Feng lamented as he reluctantly recalled Charizard. Had I not used self-destruct, your Charizard could have easily roasted my Shelter. Kona retorted irritably. This is my second Pokémon. Go, Blastoise. She sent forth Blastoise, with the final Pokémon likely to be Articuno. Even if you know my third Pokémon, it changes nothing. My Blastoise, upon Mega Evolution, boasts the power of a level 3 deity, and Articuno possesses the same strength. Your true powerhouse remains with Karuna. What you have left are mere Elite 4 members, or that level 3 deity, Dragonite. Do you truly believe you can contend with my 2 level 3 deities? Kona stated confidently. That remains to be seen. Go, Dragonite. Indeed, it was Dragonite. Blastoise, Mega Evolve. On the other side, Blastoise rapidly completed its Mega Evolution. Dragonite, use Thunder Punch. Dragonite's fist crackled with electricity, landing a powerful blow on Blastoise. Blastoise's shell was formidable. While not as absurd as Shelter's, it was still exceptionally tough, repelling the electric charge of Thunder Punch. In terms of speed, I cannot rival you, yet you will find it difficult to breach Blastoise's defenses. Blastoise, unleash Water Pulse. Blastoise extended 2 cannon-like arms, launching Water Pulse alongside its massive back-mounted cannon. Thanks to its ability, Torrent, the Water Pulse was amplified, delivering a strike of such potency that it could reach level 3 deity strength. This ability is indeed troublesome. Dragonite, use Thunder. Dragonite unleashed Thunder, and upon collision, it was obliterated alongside the Water Pulse. What formidable power! Dragonite, execute Dragon Claw. Blastoise, summon Ice Wind. As Dragonite surged forward with its Dragon Claw, it was compelled to retreat under the onslaught of the Ice Wind. Blastoise, unleash Water Cannon. Blastoise fired 3 powerful water cannons. Dragonite evaded 2, yet was struck by the final blast. Dragonite, utilize Dragon Claw. Blastoise, employ Ice Punch. The clash between Dragonite's Dragon Claw and Blastoise's Ice Punch was fierce. Though Dragonite possessed greater strength, the Ice-type move's effectiveness left it at a disadvantage. Blastoise, activate Water Pulse. In yet another encounter, Blastoise extended its left arm, delivering a Water Pulse that sent Dragonite flying. Blastoise, execute Ice Beam. Seizing the advantage, Blastoise unleashed 3 Ice Beams. Dragonite, dance with Dragon Dance and amplify with Hurricane. Dragonite spun gracefully, enhancing its attack and speed through Dragon Dance, while simultaneously conjuring a Hurricane to form a protective barrier against the Ice Beams. Dragonite, unleash Thunder Punch. With its speed heightened, Dragonite struck so swiftly that Blastoise struggled to respond, sending it sprawling with a Thunder Punch. Quick, Blastoise, employ Iron Defense. Knowing that Blastoise could never match Dragonite's speed, Kona opted to bolster its defenses, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Dragonite, execute Dragon Dive. Transforming into a shadow of a dragon, Dragonite charged at Blastoise. Even with Iron Defense activated, this maneuver would be formidable. Blastoise, utilize Dragon Pulse. Blastoise's 3 cannons emitted dragon-shaped shockwaves that struck Dragonite. Enhanced by the Super Launcher and Type Advantage, this attack was indeed potent. Dragon Pulse. Lu Feng gasped in surprise. Kona truly had a trick up his sleeve. Dragonite sustained significant damage, its movements hindered. Blastoise, employ Water Tail. A massive column of water erupted from Blastoise's tail, forcefully sending Dragonite flying. Slowed in its actions, Dragonite, execute Aerial Ace. Dragonite performed Aerial Ace to strike Blastoise. Though this move inflicted minimal damage due to Iron Defense, it at least forced Blastoise back. Blastoise, deploy Euro Ball. Retreating into its shell, Blastoise spun rapidly towards Dragonite. Dragonite, undeterred by the damage from Euro Ball, retaliated with Thunder Punch, seizing Blastoise. Sparks ignited from the friction of Euro Ball against Thunder Punch, but Dragonite pressed on. Blastoise's spinning body gradually decelerated, prompting Dragonite to unleash Thunder, sending Blastoise reeling. Blastoise, summon Blizzard. Blastoise conjured a fierce blizzard, leaving Dragonite with no means of evasion, and it succumbed to the storm's onslaught. The endurance of a dragon type is indeed formidable, but how will it withstand this? Blastoise, utilize Dragon Pulse. Dragonite, activate Protect. Blastoise unleashed 3 more Dragon Pulses, yet Dragonite employed Protect to absorb the impact of the attacks. Let us see how long you can withstand this. Blastoise, unleash Ice Beam. Dragonite, employ Dragon Dance to amplify your hurricane. Blastoise emitted an icy blue ice beam, while Dragonite adeptly blocked the attack as before. Once again, Blastoise utilize Hydro Pump to disrupt the hurricane. Blastoise unleashed 3 Hydro Pumps, 2 of which curiously curved and pierced through from above and below, interrupting Dragonite's hurricane. The third Hydro Pump, slightly slower than the first 2, struck Dragonite just as the hurricane dissipated. Dragonite. Lufoam was taken aback. This was the first time his strategy had been thwarted, leaving him momentarily flustered. Blastoise, execute Dragon Pulse. Seizing the opportunity, Blastoise launched 3 Dragon Pulses, inflicting significant damage upon Dragonite. Blastoise, use Ice Punch. An Ice Punch connected with Dragonite, gradually encasing its body in ice. Dragonite, retaliate with Zap Cannon. Dragonite fired a powerful beam enveloped in electric energy, catching Blastoise off guard and striking it directly. Zap Cannon. This is bad. Kona observed Blastoise, witnessing the electric energy coiling around it, a pained expression crossing its face. The Zap Cannon was immensely powerful, and upon impact, it could induce paralysis unless the opponent was immune to negative states. However, its accuracy was notably low, necessitating exceptional predictive skills for effective use. Dragonite, execute Draco Meteor. Dragonite capitalized on the moment, diving towards Blastoise with a Draco Meteor. Given Blastoise's naturally sluggish speed and its current paralyzed state, evasion was impossible. Blastoise, counter with Head Charge. Kona prepared for a final push. Blastoise coiled its hind legs slightly, then launched forward like a cannonball, colliding with Dragonite's Draco Meteor. A fearsome shockwave erupted, forcing both Kona and Lufoam to retreat hastily, their gazes fixed on the battlefield. Blastoise had reverted from its Mega Evolution, collapsing softly onto the ground, while Dragonite was not much better off, half kneeling. I've lost the second round, Kona admitted. Although Dragonite was in poor condition, it had yet to fall. However, my third Pokémon is Articuno, while you no longer possess any level 3 Pokémon. Kona released Articuno. That is indeed a precarious situation, Lufoam remarked, recalling Dragonite. Kona was momentarily stunned. While Dragonite had not lost its fighting spirit, it could barely muster the strength to stand, unable to even take flight. Lufang's Pokémon, Kona realized, indeed lacked any level 3 creatures. Go, Bankisha. To his surprise, Lufoam summoned Bankisha, which was supposed to be stored at Karuna's place. Bankisha. How did you bring Bankisha here? Kona gasped. I actually had it sent over after defeating Lubo. Since I am to challenge the final gym, it seemed prudent to have a champion-level Pokémon in my corner, Lufoam replied with a smile. However, your Bankisha is merely at the mid-champion level, no? It has already reached the high champion level. It has ascended a small tier. Kona expressed astonishment. It was well known that once a Pokémon attained the elite level, the rate of improvement would noticeably decline. As one ascends to the champion level, it becomes imperative to comprehend the essence. Otherwise, one risks stagnating at the initial stage of championship without further advancement. Let us begin. Bankira, unleash Dark Pulse. Bankira emitted a beam of deep purple light, while the Ice Bird conjured ice blocks in front to deflect the Dark Pulse, subsequently hurling the ice blocks back at Bankira. Indeed, the disparity of a significant tier is evident. However, I truly loathe to resort to it, as it is rather expensive, Lufoam murmured with a twinge of regret. He then tossed forth a radiant object. Kina was astonished to discover that it was a Mega Evolution Stone, specifically for Bankira. But when did Lufoam acquire a Mega Evolution Stone for Bankira? Lufoam also produced his own Evolution Keystone. Kina had an inkling of the truth a moment ago. Lufoam had no Mega Evolution Stone for Bankira, but he possessed a system. The Mega Evolution Stone for Bankira, exchanged from the system, materialized before him. Yet, the Mega Evolution Stone for Bankira was indeed exorbitant, costing a staggering 200,000 gold coins. Bankira Mega Evolve. A dazzling light enveloped Bankira, and as it dissipated, 6 pairs of robust bone spines sprouted from its back, its tail elongated significantly, and the tip of its tail bore spikes, rendering its appearance more formidable. Pokémon, Mega Bankira. Attributes, Rock, Dark. Potential, Tier 3 Deity. Strength, High Tier 3 Deity. Ability, Sandstream. Essence, Rock Essence, Dark Essence. To be classified as a High Tier 3 Deity is truly befitting of Bankira. Nevertheless, given the innate talents of the Ice Bird deity, this battle would not be easily won. Lufoam mused. Xiaofeng, you have concealed so many trump cards from me, Sister Kina remarked with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Initially, she had intended to temper Lufeng's exuberance, making him aware of his need for further refinement. However, she now realized that she might be on the verge of defeat. And should she suffer a loss, her dignity as both a 4 heavenly king and sister would likely be cast into Siberia. I shall teach you a lesson. Ice Bird, unleash hail. The Ice Bird circled in the sky, summoning a massive dark cloud, from which a barrage of hailstones descended, suppressing the Sandstream ability that Mega Bankira intended to activate. After all, The ice bird boasted the strength of a high-tier 3 deity, and its innate abilities far surpassed those of Bankira. Amy, nearby, truly bore the brunt of the attack. Being struck by hailstones was indeed painful. Lu Feng swiftly conjured a protective barrier of light around Amy, shielding her from harm. He then cast another barrier over Kona, as this was the wilderness, not an official competition arena, lacking the necessary protective measures. Bankira, employ Rock Slide. Rocks materialized above the ice bird, plummeting downwards. The ice bird reacted swiftly, evading each strike with grace. Lu Feng observed the ice bird's ethereal movements as it glided like a specter amidst the hail. Was it the snow cloak ability? This trait enhances evasion during hail conditions. Already possessing an aerial advantage, its agility was now augmented. However, both of the ice bird's attributes were vulnerable to Bankira's rock-type moves, implying that a single successful hit could inflict severe damage. Bankira unleashed Dark Pulse. As Banjira unleashed its Dark Wave attack upon Articuno, the latter's snow cloak ability, though troublesome, fundamentally relied on evasion. To evade, one must be in motion, and Lu Feng's strategy was to compel Articuno to descend in altitude. Articuno, use Ice Beam. Articuno emitted a cerulean beam of ice, colliding with the Dark Wave in a clash that yielded no advantage to either combatant. Articuno, use Air Slash. Articuno executed 2 precise air slashes, leaving deep gashes upon Banjira's form. Banjira, utilize Aura Sphere. Banjira concentrated its energy to launch a formidable sphere of light towards Articuno. Articuno, deploy Reflect. Articuno conjured a barrier that absorbed the Aura Sphere. The sphere rebounded with greater velocity, striking Banjira with a significant impact. Articuno, summon Blizzard. Articuno conjured a tremendous blizzard, enhanced by the accompanying hail. Banjira, bury itself with Rock Slide. Banjira employed Rock Slide to completely entomb itself, effectively shielding against the ferocious blizzard. Although the external debris was encased in ice, the interior residing Banjira remained unscathed. Articuno, utilize Steel Wing. Articuno transformed its wings into steel and charged at Banjira. Banjira, counter with Iron Tail. Banjira retaliated with a powerful Iron Tail, shattering the surrounding ice and rock. The debris struck Articuno, severing its steel wings, and with a swift Iron Tail, sent Articuno crashing to the ground. Now, unleash Spike Cannon. Banjira forcefully struck the ground, causing sharp stone pillars to thrust upward, inflicting considerable damage upon Articuno. Articuno, use Water Pulse to repel Banjira. Articuno retaliated with Water Pulse, delivering a notable blow, particularly effective against Banjira due to its type disadvantage. Articuno, deploy Ice Shard. Articuno summoned massive ice shards that hurled towards Banjira. Banjira, roar mightily. Banjira emitted a tremendous roar, shattering the incoming ice shards. However, unbeknownst to it, Articuno had closed the distance, delivering a devastating steel wing strike that knocked Banjira to the ground. Articuno, invoke Absolute Zero. Articuno unleashed an intense chill, freezing the moisture in the air into ice particles. Lu Feng was momentarily stunned. This move would incapacitate an opponent entirely, albeit with a notoriously low accuracy. Yet, at such a close range, hitting the target was nearly guaranteed. The frigid air enveloped Banjira, instantly encasing it in ice, preventing its transformation into its Mega Evolution form. It was only when Articuno voluntarily released Banjira from its frozen state that the creature slumped to the ground, reverting from its Mega form. I have lost. Lu Feng had not anticipated such a swift conclusion to the third match. Articuno's ice shards had merely served as a deceptive lure, setting the stage for the decisive steel wing that led to the subsequent execution of Absolute Zero. Chapter 114, Arrival at Smoke Ink City. Lu Feng remained silent for an extended period, causing concern for Kona and Ami. Kona, in particular, felt quite anxious, wondering if perhaps she had been too harsh. What is the matter with you two? Lu Feng finally asked, looking at them in bewilderment. Losing a battle is nothing to be ashamed of, especially against Sister Kona, one of the 4 kings, Ami reassured him. Lu Feng was perplexed by Ami's words. Little Feng, your defeat simply stems from your lack of experience compared to me. You must acknowledge that you have already accomplished something remarkable. After all, who at such a young age could force the 4 kings to such an extent? You are truly impressive. Surpassing me is merely a matter of time, so do not dwell on it, Kona gently remarked, ruffling Lu Feng's hair. Lu Feng felt genuinely confused, realizing he was troubled without even understanding why. Suddenly, Kona had an idea, blushing as she leaned closer to Lu Feng and lightly brushed her lips against his, asking, "Is this acceptable?" Lu Feng was utterly taken aback, yet he sensed a potential benefit in this unexpected gesture. Consequently, his expression softened slightly, showing a faint improvement due to the earlier incident. Kona sighed in relief, noticing Lu Feng's demeanor had brightened a bit, yet she wondered what to do if this was still insufficient. The thought of facing him left her flustered, her cheeks burning crimson. It was evident that Kona became flustered whenever Lu Feng appeared upset. Ordinarily, a casual remark would send him rushing to comfort her. illustrating how love can render one's intellect nearly non-existent. Kona pondered for a moment. Despite having already accepted this young man, she realized he was still quite young. Although he had experienced parenthood, it was under extraordinary circumstances. Just then, her gaze fell upon the blushing Ami, and she mischievously proposed. What if Ami and I accompany you together? Lu Feng nearly choked, taken aback by such audacious words. Ami, startled, playfully protested, Sister Kona, what are you saying? Kona chuckled. Well, we will eventually be his, so what's wrong with accompanying him together? Don't tell me you have no feelings for him. Ami rolled her eyes in exasperation. Sister Kona, you're the one who upset Lu Feng in the first place. Why should I be dragged into this? If you want to accompany him, do it yourself. But remember, Lu Feng is still a child, so be moderate. Lu Feng felt a pang of annoyance at being labeled a child. Indeed, compared to his partners, excluding Sunday, he was still quite juvenile. Even Mei, Toko, and Shalina were older than him, despite them being the same age. He was the youngest by mere months. In a moment of boldness, Lu Feng swept Kona and Ami into his arms and carried them into the tent. Of course, nothing inappropriate transpired. They simply shared the night together until they reached Smoking City. After a long journey, upon arriving in Yinma City, Lu Feng encountered a dilemma while reserving a room at the Pokémon Center, as he was informed that only one room remained. In response, Kona and Ami casually remarked, Then we shall share the room, won't we? Do you have any objections? Lu Feng was taken aback and replied, What objections could there be? After all, the three of us have been sleeping together for several days now. We are quite accustomed to it. Kona and Ami continued, and Lu Feng obediently proceeded to arrange for the room. That night, he once again enjoyed the comforts of being embraced on both sides. Xiaofeng, this is the Yinma Gym. The final gym you will challenge in the Chengdu region, Kona said. In my opinion, the gyms in the Chengdu region possess slightly greater strength than those in Kanto. With the exception of Nashi and Shaba, Sakaki doesn't count, Lu Feng replied. Indeed, after all, Kanto only has the four of us, while Chengdu has its champion, Du. Moreover, our amiable Ami, should a battle ensue, even the Elite Four would hesitate to claim victory, Kona chuckled. Hee, there's nothing one can do. The primary purpose of establishing a gym is to fulfill the tasks assigned by the league, even if one conceals their Mega Evolution trump card. Sometimes they cannot unleash their full potential. However, now that I have set my gym aside, I feel considerably freer, Ami giggled. Haha, let us head into the gym. Lu Feng said as he pushed open the grand doors, revealing a magnificent swimming pool area. Lu Feng casually surveyed the gym when a woman's voice rang out from across the room. Champion Kona, you have graced us with your presence. Lu Feng turned to see a woman clad in a cloak approaching, bowing slightly to Kona with utmost respect. Ami, why is the master of this Yinma gym so respectful towards Sister Kona? Even if she is a member of the Elite Four, it seems excessive, Lu Feng whispered. Oh, I forgot you are from Kalos, Ami responded. When Sister Kona first became the Ice-type champion, many powerful Dragon-type trainers came to challenge her, especially from the Dragon clan. Among them Champion Du those days nearly turned Kanto and Chengdu upside down. Sister Kona single-handedly defeated all challengers, including Champion Du. This battle established her fame, and her position as champion was no longer in doubt. However, it's worth noting that Sister Kona triumphed over Champion Du due to type advantages, and there remains a gap in their true abilities. Nevertheless, in this world, aside from Sister Karuna, Sister Kona and Champion Bonnie from Hoenn are the most formidable trainers wielding Dragon-type Pokémon. Wow, I had no idea Sister Kona was so powerful back then, Lu Feng exclaimed, truly astonished. It was evident that these champions and elite trainers were not to be underestimated. Hello, Xiaochun. I'm here to accompany my friend's younger brother for a challenge, Kona said, her smile masking an aura of resolute determination, reminiscent of a solitary yet proud plum blossom in full bloom. After all, Kona was not particularly fond of battling Dragon-type experts, as Du had persistently sought to defeat her to claim the title of champion, often challenging her. Despite Kona's continual dominance, Du's persistence had become quite irksome. Had Kona not struggled against Qcon, she would have long been crowned the champion of Kanto. Xiaochun took a couple of hesitant steps back and forced a smile, saying, Very well, Lord King. However, I am curious as to who has summoned you to accompany me. It is the fairy champion, Carlos, Karuna replied with a smile. Xiaochun's expression stiffened. The presence before her was already suffocating, and she had not anticipated that this extraordinarily handsome youth would be accompanied by a nightmare for all Dragon-type masters. It seemed that today's gym battle would prove to be quite challenging. Chapter 115. The Fairy Princess and the Dragon King. The Yinma Gym hosted a 3-on-3 battle, wherein only the challenger could substitute their Pokémon. The battle concluded when all of one side's Pokémon were rendered unable to fight. Is there an issue? Xiaochun inquired. No, please proceed, Lu Feng replied. Very well, this is my first Pokémon. Go, Dragon King. Xiaochun called forth her Dragon King. Pokémon, Dragon King type, Water. Dragon potential, Champion strength, Early Champion ability, Swift hidden ability, Moisture and Early Champion. Dragon King indeed posed a formidable opponent. Go, Fairy Princess. Lufeng summoned his fairy princess. Xiaochun's face paled. The Dragon King's dragon-type abilities had been effectively sealed, diminishing its potential by at least half. The vexing fairy type. Fairy princess, strike first. Use fairy wind. The ribbons of the fairy princess danced as a gust of fairy wind erupted forth, catching the Dragon King off guard and landing a solid hit. Dragon King, use rain dance. The Dragon King summoned rain, dark clouds enveloping the arena as droplets began to fall. The fairy princess shivered uncomfortably, while the rain posed little harm. Maneuvering her delicate ribbons under such conditions would prove troublesome. Fairy princess, use shadow ball. The fairy princess conjured a dark purple shadow ball. But the Dragon King swiftly dove into the water, causing the shadow ball to explode harmlessly on the surface. With the swift ability, it is indeed rapid, Xiaochun mused. That rain dance was quite exquisite. It not only enhanced the Dragon King's water-type capabilities, but also its speed. Fairy princess, unleash a barrage of shadow balls. The fairy princess launched 6 consecutive shadow balls, which detonated in the water, yet the Dragon King, under the moisture ability, evaded all attacks effortlessly. Dragon King, use bubble beam. The Dragon King emerged from the water, unleashing a bubble beam aimed at the fairy princess. Fairy princess, erect a light screen. The fairy princess conjured a shimmering light barrier, significantly reducing the damage. After its assault, the Dragon King submerged once more, disappearing from sight. I refuse to believe I cannot draw you out, Xiaochun declared. Fairy princess, extend your ribbons into the water. The fairy princess complied, her ribbons dipping into the depths. Xiaochun felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet refrained from attacking recklessly. Mindful that she was not targeting the Dragon King's true form. Stir the water with fairy wind. The ribbons of the fairy princess began to whirl violently, and the fairy wind erupted beneath the surface, transforming into a watery vortex as the ribbons twirled. The Dragon King could not evade this onslaught, being thrust upward from the water's embrace. Dragon King, use water pulse. Fairy princess, deploy swift. The fairy Pokémon unleashed a swift star attack that collided with the water pulse of the Dragon King, yet the disparity in strength became apparent. Compounded by the augmentation from the rain dance, the water pulse swiftly broke through the swift star, striking the fairy Pokémon. Though the protective light wall mitigated some of the damage, the Dragon King then executed a cannon beam. As an adept user of dragon-type moves, Xiaochun understood that employing steel-type attacks against fairy types was the most effective strategy. The Dragon King released a white cannon beam, and before the fairy Pokémon could react to the impact of the water pulse, it was struck by the cannon beam. Fortunately, the light wall absorbed a portion of the damage. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. The fairy Pokémon initiated a hyper voice attack, producing a deafening sound. Thanks to the fairy-type characteristic of the Pokémon, the hyper voice transformed into a fairy attribute, making it exceedingly difficult for the Dragon King to evade, rendering any attempt to hide in the water futile. Now was the moment to employ Dazzling Gleam. The fairy Pokémon submerged its ribbon into the water, casting Dazzling Gleam beneath the surface, illuminating the entire pool with a vibrant pink hue. As the light faded, the Dragon King slowly surfaced, rendered unable to continue the battle. Return, Dragon King, Xiaochun murmured as she recalled her Pokémon. She was acutely aware that the Dragon King had only managed to exhibit half of its potential. Had it not been for its water attribute, the situation could have been far worse. My second Pokémon is this one. Go, Gyarados. Xiaochun summoned Gyarados. Fairy Pokémon, are you still capable? Although the fairy Pokémon held a type advantage over the Dragon King, it was merely a semi-elite and had already expended considerable energy in defeating it. However, battling against such formidable opponents at the elite level was immensely beneficial for its progression. The fairy Pokémon nodded, wrapping its ribbon around Lufeng's wrist, conveying a sense of readiness. Alright, fairy Pokémon, use Misty Terrain. The fairy Pokémon conjured a misty terrain, enveloping the arena in a thick fog. Gyarados, unleash a whirlwind. Gyarados summoned a whirlwind that swept away the fog, dispelling the misty terrain effortlessly. The misty terrain offers no advantage, Xiaochun remarked. Fairy Pokémon, use quick attack. The fairy Pokémon darted forward with a quick attack. Gyarados attempted another whirlwind, but the fairy Pokémon's speed allowed it to strike first, interrupting Gyarados' attack. Fairy Pokémon, use Moonblast. The fairy Pokémon executed a quick attack, landing on Gyarados and delivering a powerful Moonblast to its back. Gyarados winced, shaking violently from the impact. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail to knock it off. A massive water column appeared on Gyarados' tail as it deftly swung to dislodge the fairy Pokémon from its back. Since Aqua Tail was a physical attack, the light wall could not absorb the damage. Gyarados, use Crunch. Gyarados lunged forward, opening its jaws wide to perform Crunch. Fairy Pokémon, use Substitute. Just as Gyarados clamped down with Crunch, an astonishing transformation occurred. The fairy Pokémon's body became ethereal, ultimately dissolving into shimmering light particles. Suddenly, the fairy Pokémon appeared atop a floating board in the water. The move Substitute sacrifices 1/4 of the user's health to create a decoy that can withstand any attack. However, This decoy can only absorb a single strike before dissipating, making its usage quite strategic. The fairy Pokémon unleashed Moonblast, striking the Gyarados thrice, leaving even this mid-tier elite Pokémon wounded. In retaliation, Gyarados launched Hydro Pump, sending a powerful torrent of water that caught the fairy Pokémon off guard, sending it crashing heavily against the wall, sustaining severe damage. Following this, Gyarados executed Surf, summoning a colossal wave that surged toward the fairy Pokémon on the shore. With no room to evade, the fairy Pokémon resorted to Magical Shine. In truth, opting for Substitute or a defensive move would have been the wisest course of action. However, the fairy Pokémon lacked the requisite 1/4 health to employ Substitute, and it had yet to master any defensive techniques. Thus, it could only counter with an offensive maneuver. A brilliant pink radiance enveloped the fairy Pokémon as it braced against the enormous wave. In a fleeting moment, the Magical Shine was overshadowed by the surf, and while the pink glow indicated the fairy Pokémon's persistence in maintaining the move, the brilliance began to dim. Determined, the fairy Pokémon gritted its teeth and forcefully expanded the glow of Magical Shine to encompass the entire pool. Gyarados was caught off guard by this sudden burst of energy. The surf dissipated, and it plummeted to the water's depths. Chapter 116, Battle with Haxorus. The intense eruption of Magical Shine, which lasted a mere 3 seconds, signified the fairy Pokémon's loss of combat capability. Return, fairy Pokémon, Lugia called back, surprised by its decisive commitment to unleash a full-powered Magical Shine against Gyarados. Go Charizard. Lugia summoned his Charizard. Charizard, use Dragon Pulse. Charizard released a dragon-shaped shockwave, but Gyarados countered by creating waves with its tail, causing the Dragon Pulse to pass through harmlessly, leaving Gyarados elusive. Gyarados, use Stealth Rock. Massive, jagged stone pillars erupted from the pool, startling Charizard, who hastily attempted to evade. Yet more pillars followed, and with no escape, Charizard was struck by the Stealth Rock, suffering considerable damage. Stealth Rock, Lugia exclaimed, taken aback. While Gyarados could use Stealth Rock, it was notoriously difficult to learn. His own Gyarados had yet to master it. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Lugia harnessed the power of Aura to sense Gyarados' position beneath the water. Charizard unleashed a stream of flames into the water. Though somewhat diminished by the liquid, the attack retained enough potency to harm Gyarados. As anticipated, Gyarados emerged to the surface, wounded from the Flamethrower. Charizard, use Thunder Punch. Seizing the opportunity, Charizard landed a Thunder Punch squarely on Gyarados' head, avenging the earlier Stealth Rock attack. Gyarados unleashed a powerful water cannon, directing a torrent of water towards Charizard. In a swift maneuver, Charizard spun around and cleaved through the water cannon, sending the water spray soaring past him. Gyarados, undeterred, employed Aqua Tail. Although unable to fly, Gyarados propelled itself upwards with an explosive leap, reaching a height greater than Charizard's, and swung its tail with tremendous force. Charizard responded with Steel Wing, transforming its wings into metallic shields to absorb the impact. The collision sent Charizard hurtling like a cannonball, yet it managed to steady itself with vigorous flaps of its wings, sustaining minimal damage. Gyarados pursued, executing Crunch. In a fierce struggle, Charizard grasped Gyarados' jaws, preventing them from closing. Charizard then unleashed a powerful Hyper Beam, while Gyarados retaliated with another water cannon. The close-range collision resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, propelling both Pokémon away. Charizard, in particular, was flung against the wall, as the water type had a definitive advantage over the fire type. Despite having consumed a flame fruit, Charizard could not alter the elemental disparity. Gyarados continued with Aqua Tail, while Charizard countered with Steel Wing. The two attacks collided, generating shockwaves that compelled Lugia and Shao Chun to step back, clearly witnessing a fierce battle. Charizard shifted tactics, delivering a Thunder Punch that caught Gyarados off guard, leaving it momentarily dazed. Charizard then executed Dragon Tail, striking Gyarados and sending it crashing into the water. Following this, Charizard unleashed its signature move, Blast Burn, creating an explosive inferno that vaporized the water around it, sending Gyarados soaring into the sky. However, the recoil from Blast Burn prevented Charizard from pursuing. Seizing the opportunity, Gyarados employed Spike Cannon, hitting Charizard and causing it to plummet into the water. Gyarados dove in after it, delivering another Aqua Tail with ferocity. With a resolute determination, Charizard countered with Thunder Punch. Though Charizard was relatively strong, being submerged in water against an aggressive Gyarados was a perilous situation. Escape was futile, and it was better to fight back. The pool erupted as Charizard was forcefully propelled out of the water, crashing back down before ultimately sinking. Gyarados remained submerged, unable to resurface. It was only when Shao Chun drained the water that Gyarados could be retrieved. After refilling the pool and opening the ceiling, the battle could continue. Now, I hold an advantage in the third round, as my third Pokémon excels in both aquatic and aerial combat. Of course, it would only be fair if your third Pokémon possesses similar capabilities. Go forth, Dragonair. Shao Chun summoned Dragonair. Lugia was momentarily taken aback. In the original narrative, Xiaochun's Hakuren had only evolved upon the arrival of Ash, suggesting that those three navigationally challenged individuals were somehow faster than him, despite his own lack of direction, aided by two companions. Truly baffling. Next came this fellow's debut battle. Go Gungue. Lu Feng summoned the Gungue he had obtained from Johto. Pokémon, Gungue. Type, Ghost, Poison. Potential, Champion. Strength, High-level Champion. Ability, Levitate. Hidden ability, Cursed Body. Initially, Johto intended to procure a champion-level Gungue for Lu Feng. Yet due to the limited availability of such Pokémon from Granny Kiku, acquiring that particular Gungue would have incited her wrath upon Johto. Ultimately, Johto was left with no choice but to settle for the high-level champion Gungue. Lu Feng proposed a compromise. He would accept this champion-level Gungue while requesting Johto to send a high-level Qixi Qingyao to Xiaoxue, who resided far away in the Sinnoh region. After all, revealing a Zapdos would attract undue attention, potentially drawing the focus of those with ulterior motives. Although an average individual would hardly stand a chance against Zapdos, one could never be too cautious. Possessing a Qixi Qingyao would certainly mitigate many complications and improve the overall situation significantly. Gungue was indeed a formidable opponent. Hakuren, let us probe the depths of its capabilities. Use Bubble Beam. Hakuren unleashed a Bubble Beam towards Gungue. To Lu Feng's astonishment, Gungue's body suddenly opened a gap, allowing the Bubble Beam to pass through unscathed. As expected, it is quite the nuisance, Lu Feng mused. Xiaochun refrained from further assault, realizing that continuing might provide Gungue an opening to exploit. Caution was prudent. Gungue unleashed Night Curse. Gungue's eyes emitted two beams of light that targeted Hakuren, who nimbly evaded the attack and charged towards Gungue. Hakuren, employ Dragon Pulse. Hakuren released a dragon-shaped shockwave aimed at Gungue, which countered with its own Night Curse. The two powerful moves collided, with Night Curse overpowering Dragon Pulse and subsequently striking Hakuren. After all, Hakuren was only at mid-level champion strength, rendering it somewhat inferior in this confrontation. Chapter 117. The Acquisition of the Rising Dragon Badge. Gungue utilized Shadow Ball. Gungue hurled a dark purple sphere, causing Hakuren to plummet rapidly into the water, disappearing from sight. Hakuren used Surf. Hakuren created a massive wave. Such a widespread assault would be impossible for Gungue to evade, even with its previous tactic. Gungue employ Psychic. Gungue used Psychic to forcibly halt the wave and push it back into the water. Hakuren, summon a tornado. Hakuren conjured a whirlwind to attack Gungue. Xiaochun noticed that the larger the attack, the more difficult it was for Gungue to evade. However, this time, it was unexpected. Gungue slowly melded into the wall, or rather, merged with the shadows. The tornado struck nothing but air. Gungue, invoke Will-O-Wisp. Gungue extended its form, conjuring a sphere of blue flames in its grasp. Strangely, it did not radiate intense heat. Instead, it exuded an eerie chill. Hakuren, unleash Water Pulse. Hakuren cast a Water Pulse to dissipate the Will-O-Wisp. Gungue, execute Shadow Punch. Suddenly, a fist formed from shadowy energy materialized beside Dragonite, striking it forcefully and sending it flying. Dragonite, using Aqua Tail, swung its tail, shattering the pursuing shadowy fist, and then sent Gengar soaring with a swift swipe. Dragonite closed the distance, unleashing Dragon Dive, transforming into a spectral dragon and charging towards Gengar. In a panic, Gengar retaliated with Shadow Punch, but the clash was brief, and it was swiftly overwhelmed as Dragonite's attack sent Gengar crashing into the water. The Ghost type is notorious for its trickiness, yet when it comes to a straightforward confrontation, it is Gengar who finds itself at a disadvantage, remarked Xiaochun. I see, Lu Feng replied, feeling a bit helpless. This is my first time using a Ghost-type Pokémon. Gengar, use Psyshock. Gengar emerged from the water, unleashing a Psyshock that forcibly restrained Dragonite before hurling it into the pool. Now toxic. Gengar projected the poison into the water, which visibly transformed into a hue of purple. Dragonite, use Mystical Shield. Beneath the surface, Dragonite enveloped itself in a protective aura and burst forth from the water. Strange. Even if Mystical Shield grants immunity to status conditions, it shouldn't apply here since Gengar initiated the toxic first, Lu Feng pondered with confusion. Hehe. You must not be aware of Dragonite's ability, Xiaochun chuckled. Dragonite's ability, Shed Skin, gives it a 1 in 3 chance to be immune to status conditions, which is why it wasn't poisoned. I used Mystical Shield because Shed Skin doesn't guarantee immunity, but Mystical Shield does. Lu Feng was taken aback. Indeed. How could I forget Dragonite's Shed Skin ability? I suppose my recent travels have kept me from reviewing the data for too long. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Gengar launched 3 dark purple Shadow Balls at Dragonite. However, Dragonite nimbly evaded the attack. Dragonite, use Dragon Tail. Dragonite charged at Gengar, landing a powerful tail strike that sent Gengar tumbling through the air. Struggling to regain stability, Gengar was quickly met with another attack, Dragon Pulse. At such close range, Gengar had no chance to evade and was struck directly. Although Gengar can fly, it lacks the agility needed to dodge effectively. Gengar, use Sludge Bomb. A multitude of purple orbs surrounded Gengar, launching at Dragonite. No matter how agile Dragonite was, it couldn't withstand such a barrage, with numerous Sludge Bombs hitting. It was fortunate for Dragonite to have the protection of Mystical Shield, otherwise, it would have faced poisoning. Even without the poison, the sheer volume of the attacks was overwhelming. Dragonite, use Outrage. After being relentlessly bombarded by Sludge Bombs, Dragonite was filled with rage. The move Outrage grows stronger the more anger is harnessed, making this attack quite formidable. Gengar, use Venoshock. Gengar retaliated with Venoshock, dissipating the outrage. If the opponent were poisoned, this move would have been even more potent. In addition, this move possesses immense impact. Even a direct collision with an opponent's attack would not result in disadvantage. Haxorus, employ Dragon Dance. Haxorus executed Dragon Dance, enhancing its own attack and speed. Haxorus, unleash Dragon Rush. The Dragon Shadow conjured by Haxorus, empowered by Dragon Dance, became more substantial and swifter, propelling itself towards Gengar in an instant, nearly outpacing Lu Feng's aura. Gengar, utilize Psychic to halt it. Gengar unleashed Psychic, yet Haxorus's speed was overwhelmingly swift, rendering the Psychic attack ineffective. Although Gengar was not slow, even it could not contend with Haxorus after the latter's enhancement. Haxorus, finish it, use Dragon Rush. Haxorus once more manifested a Dragon Shadow, charging at Gengar, who was unable to react in time. Gengar, beware of the rear, deploy Sludge Bomb. Upon hearing Lu Feng's voice, Gengar turned and released numerous Sludge Bombs. Despite the might of Haxorus's Dragon Rush, it could not withstand the barrage of Sludge Bombs, becoming coated in a toxic purple residue. Spared from poisoning only due to its mysterious guardian. How is it possible? Can you truly keep up with Haxorus's speed? Xiao Chun exclaimed in astonishment. This is quite troublesome. Haxorus, use Surf. Haxorus returned to the water, creating a colossal wave, while Gengar dove into the shadows to evade the strike, re-emerging from Haxorus's shadow. Gengar, employ Shadow Claw. Gengar landed a Shadow Claw upon Haxorus, who recoiled in pain, violently swinging its tail, yet Gengar vanished once more. Curse it, are you not a man? Have the courage for a direct duel. Xiao Chun shouted in frustration. My lady, in comparison to you, I am but a child. I am merely 11 years of age. And manhood is still far from me. Lu Feng replied helplessly, silently adding in his heart, though I do have a daughter already. 11? Xiao Chun suddenly recalled that the strikingly handsome youth before her was merely a child of tender years, at a loss for words. She could only instruct Haxorus to continue the assault. Haxorus, use Dragon Tail. A fierce wave of energy erupted from Haxorus, its eyes turning crimson, charging at Gengar with a frenzied determination. This Dragon Tail can be sustained for 2 to 3 turns, but cannot be forcibly interrupted, and upon conclusion, it will leave the user in a state of confusion. I have been anticipating this moment. Gengar, employ Dazzling Gleam. Gengar radiated a brilliant light, astonishingly. Haxorus in its Dragon Tail state was rendered powerless against this brilliance, instantly dispelling the Dragon Tail and sustaining severe damage. The final strike, Sludge Bomb. Gengar unleashed a multitude of Sludge Bombs upon Haxorus, who, overwhelmed by the numerous attacks, could no longer endure, crashing into the pool and losing its fighting capability. I concede. This is proof of my defeat. The Rising Dragon Badge. Take it. Chapter 118. The Scarlet Phoenix, Snow Phoenix Bracelet. Thank you. Lu Feng received the badge, which was his final one in Chengdu. With this badge, he could participate in the Chengdu Alliance. Haha, congratulations. This is your last badge. And soon you will be part of the Chengdu Alliance, Kona remarked. This time, the Chengdu Alliance will be extraordinary. Anyone who encounters Lu Feng is bound to be quite disheartened. Ami chuckled, already envisioning the dismay on the faces of those unfortunate enough to cross paths with him. Xiao Feng, you all must set off first. I will attend the Chengdu Alliance as a special guest, and I have some matters to attend to, Kona said, glancing subtly at the nearby Xiao Chun. Haha, once my little man departs, you should brace yourself. I plan to stay here until the competition begins. Xiao Chun suddenly felt a chill creep up her spine, causing her to break out in goosebumps. Kona, aren't you coming with us? Ami asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Unfortunately, I must stay here for a while. However, I shall return to Guangdong in the final month to secure my champion title. Kona replied confidently. Kona, are you ready? Lu Feng asked in surprise. Indeed, with the ice bird by her side, Kona had considerable confidence in her pursuit of becoming the Guangdong champion. Yes, by the time we meet again, I may not just be the Ice-type master but the reigning Ice-type champion of Guangdong, Kona said, ruffling Lu Feng's hair with a smile. But when will you become the Kalos champion? Never mind that. The Kalos championship belongs to my sister. I prefer to remain an ordinary trainer. It's time to play and travel without so many constraints, Lu Feng replied, expressing his disinterest in the title of champion. Indeed, being a champion is no easy feat. The reason we, the elite champions, have maintained our positions for so long is not merely due to the Alliance's various incentives to keep us, but more so a sense of responsibility and belonging. Kona sighed softly, acknowledging that such a role is not easily relinquished. With approximately 3 months remaining until the Johto Alliance Silver Tournament, set to take place in Silver Town, Ami pulled out a map. Lu Feng, if you're not in a hurry to return home, could we visit this place? She inquired. Where's this? Lu Feng asked as he took the map. Odoma Ray, also known as the Water Capital, is a fantastic place for recreation. I heard there are legends about the mythical Pokémon Latios and Latias, along with their statues. What do you think? Should we go? Ami asked eagerly. Water Capital, Lu Feng recalled a storyline from the original work that involved Latios and Latias, which indeed took place in Water Capital. Of course, but it is a bit far. Let us do this, after we leave Smoke City. We'll inform my sister and the others that we won to be returning, and they can meet us in Silver Town 3 months later, Lu Feng suggested thoughtfully. Is that really okay? But I'm afraid my sister and the others might dislike me. Ami expressed her concerns. Don't worry, Lu Feng reassured her, playfully pinching Ami's cheek. While they may occasionally be a bit jealous, they are truly wonderful people. Amy felt her cheeks flush at Lu Feng's intimate gesture and retorted fiercely. Do not pinch my face casually. You must remember that you are younger than I am. Lu Feng found himself at a loss for words, as his age had always been a sensitive topic for him. Xiaofeng, if you plan to go to Autumn you must hurry. There is a boat departing for Autumn from Yinma City in less than 20 minutes. Kona hurriedly interjected. 20 minutes? Oh no, we need to move quickly, Lu Feng exclaimed. And he and Amy bid farewell to Kona in haste. After a flurry of activity, and with Lu Feng utilizing his teleportation ability twice, they finally caught up with the boat. Phew, while teleportation is incredibly convenient, it tends to make one feel dizzy. Amy sighed as she leaned against Lu Feng. Her brow furrowed. There's little that can be done. The abrupt shift in spatial dimensions can have a significant impact on one's psyche. Those with stronger mental fortitude are less affected by this issue. However, once accustomed to it, the discomfort diminishes considerably, Lu Feng replied, feeling somewhat helpless. His powers were not particularly formidable, and when he miscalculated his teleportation, he had no choice but to attempt it again. I can't take it anymore. I need to rest for a bit. I'm truly exhausted, Amy said with a wry smile. Lu Feng promptly escorted her back to her room before making his way to the poolside on the boat. It was nighttime, and the area was relatively deserted. Lu Feng casually found a seat, and suddenly, a familiar voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have collected enough badges. Badge accumulation reward released, 1 million gold coins. 5 strength enhancement fruits, 3 realm breakthrough fruits, 3 opportunities for item lottery. Quite a bounty this time, Lu Feng mused. However, he immediately directed his attention to the item lottery interface. System, commenced the first lottery. The colossal wheel of fortune began to spin rapidly, containing an array of items from all the worlds Lu Feng had traversed before his reincarnation, an overwhelming number that he could scarcely count. Stop. The immense wheel gradually came to a halt, and the pointer illuminated the item it had landed on. Congratulations, Master. You have drawn a pair of Crimson Phoenix and Snow Phoenix bracelets. Item, Crimson Phoenix and Snow Phoenix bracelets. Type, protective, offensive items. Crafted for the previous master using the true feathers of the Crimson Phoenix and Snow Phoenix as primary materials, with both Phoenix souls infused within, and ultimately nurtured with their blood. Due to the incompatible attributes of the Crimson Phoenix and Snow Phoenix, the bracelet split into 2, the Crimson Bracelet and the Snow Bracelet, each holding half the original bracelet's power. They may be worn by 2 individuals, yet to unleash the ultimate essence of the Crimson Phoenix and Snow Phoenix bracelets, their powers must be combined, and the duration must not exceed 1 hour, lest one suffers backlash. What a remarkable treasure. These bracelets would be perfect for Toko and Mei. They are inseparable companions, making them the ideal recipients. Lu Feng thought, reassured that Kalu and Kino were safe under the protection of her grandfather, and Selena was in Carlos, where Kalu and Nasi also posed no threat. Far away in Sinnoh, Xiaoxue was safeguarded by the Thunderbird and the Chishi Bluebird, with few able to pose a threat to her. Meanwhile, in the Unova region, Mei and Toko had yet to acquire their initial Pokémon, which left Lu Feng feeling uneasy. Now, with this pair of bracelets, their safety was assured. Lu Feng eagerly examined the capabilities of these bracelets. Skills. Crimson Phoenix Bracelet. Crimson Phoenix Guardian activates the protective spirit of the Crimson Phoenix, enveloping the user in searing flames. Those who come into contact will suffer varying degrees of burns, depending on their strength. Crimson Phoenix Dance of the Heavens, an offensive skill that unleashes the fierce flames of the Crimson Phoenix at enemies ahead, with the attack range determined by the energy expended. Blazing Firestorm, an offensive skill that releases flames spanning from 50 to 300 meters, slightly less powerful than the Crimson Phoenix Dance, but capable of continuous assault. Snow Phoenix Bracelet. Snow Phoenix Guardian activates the protective spirit of the Snow Phoenix, encasing the user in chilling ice crystals. Those who come into contact will suffer varying degrees of frostbite, depending on their strength. Snow Phoenix Extreme Freeze attacks enemies ahead with a frigid current summoned by the Snow Phoenix spirit, with the attack range determined by the energy expended. Snow Phoenix Meteor Fall, an offensive skill that summons colossal icy meteors to strike enemies, possessing immense power but consuming considerable energy. Ultimate Secret Art, Phoenix Yang in the Frozen Sky, harnessing the combined power of the Crimson and Snow Phoenix bracelets to annihilate all life within a 500-meter radius for 10 seconds. Every second, life within this range is subjected to the dual forces of burning flames and freezing ice from the Phoenix spirits, while the power of other skills is significantly enhanced during fusion. Indomitable. This is the only word Lu Feng could use to summarize the bracelets. They are truly a remarkable gain. Chapter 119, the first encounter with Latias. Yet, this item requires energy. By the way, system, can this item store energy? And can it be used by ordinary people? Lu Feng inquired. Master, the Crimson Snow Phoenix bracelet can store energy and can be utilized by ordinary individuals. But once depleted, you must replenish its energy, the system responded. Oh, what is its strength? Lu Feng pressed further. Replying to the master, a single bracelet possesses the power equivalent to a level 3 deity. When fused and using the ultimate secret art, it can unleash a force that even level 2 deities would avoid, the system explained. Lu Feng nodded, temporarily closing the system interface, and continued to examine other rewards. Item, Power Breakthrough Fruit. It allows a Pokémon to transcend a minor boundary, but it is ineffective for champion-level Pokémon and those poised to break through. Item, Boundary Breakthrough Fruit. It enables Pokémon on the brink of a breakthrough to succeed. However, for champion-level Pokémon, it only allows them to break through their boundary. Their essence must be comprehended independently, and it is ineffective for Pokémon attempting to transcend to level 3 deities. Although there are some limitations, it is still a commendable item. Now, let us proceed to the next draw. Lu Feng shook off his distraction and initiated the second draw. Stop. The wheel slowly came to a halt, and a brilliant light shot into the sky, startling Lu Feng. Could it be that he had drawn something extraordinary? Master, your luck is not particularly favorable. Please try again next time. As the brilliance faded, Lu Feng saw the glittering words "Thank you for participating" in golden letters. Such a dazzling light. And I imagined I had won something remarkable. Instead, you offer me a mere thank you for participating? Lu Feng was flabbergasted. Never mind, never mind. It's not a big deal. Lu Feng composed himself and began his third draw. Stop. Congratulations, esteemed master, on winning the opportunity to forge a magical item. The crafting of such items resembles the method employed to create those exquisite bracelets. However, might I reserve this chance for a moment? I have yet to decide on what to forge, Lu Feng inquired. Certainly, master. Your crafting opportunity has been duly reserved, the system replied. Excellent. Next, it is time to infuse energy into those bracelets. Lu Feng retrieved the bracelets from the system's space. Infusing energy is a straightforward task. Although I am uncertain of their origin, energy ultimately converges despite variations in attributes and qualities. Within Lu Feng resides chakra that rivals even the mightiest divine beasts. Admittedly, he has only reached a sufficient quantity. In a contest with formidable divine creatures, he might find himself lacking. Nonetheless, these bracelets merely require a substantial amount of energy, placing no significant burden upon him. Half an hour later, the bracelets reached their maximum capacity. Lu Feng ceased the infusion, examined the bracelets with a sense of satisfaction, and then stored them away. I am utterly exhausted. While the bracelets posed no real strain, the process was somewhat taxing. Lu Feng hastily took a shower and retired for the night. Hey, Lu Feng, are you still asleep? The following morning, Ami stood at the door of Lu Feng's room, calling out several times without receiving a response. No choice, Lu Feng, I am coming in. After boarding the ship, they had exchanged spare keys to their rooms. Ami opened the door and stepped inside, discovering Lu Feng still deep in slumber. It was quite rare to witness Lu Feng indulging in such laziness, but he had indeed been quite fatigued lately. Very well, I shall allow him a bit more rest. Ami gently closed the door and stepped back outside. When Lu Feng finally rose, it was already past 10 in the morning. He emerged from his room and found Ami waiting for him. You certainly can sleep. Managing to slumber until past 10, Ami remarked with a hint of annoyance. I apologize. I was a bit worn out yesterday. Have we arrived at Odoma Ray? Lu Feng inquired. It is already in sight. We should be docking by noon, Ami replied. An hour later, they finally arrived at Odoma Ray. Lu Feng and Ami first located their accommodation, resolving their lodging concerns. Subsequently, they visited a restaurant for a meal. By the way, Lu Feng, do Latios and Latias truly exist? Although there are legends surrounding them here, no one has ever actually seen them, Ami questioned. They do exist. In fact, I have encountered them, Lu Feng affirmed. You have seen them? Where? Ami asked, astonished. When I was 7, I caught a fleeting glimpse of one in Kalos. Although it was brief, I am quite certain it was either Latios or Latias, Lu Feng recounted. How wonderful. I wish to see them too, Ami exclaimed. Haha, you will surely have the opportunity, Lu Feng assured her. After lunch, Lu Feng noticed a girl with crimson hair strolling by the waterway, her eyes wandering curiously around her surroundings. Have you seen enough? Ami's voice interrupted his reverie. Lu Feng snapped back to reality, noticing Ami's smirk directed at him, causing him to feel flustered. She is indeed quite lovely. Perhaps you should consider pursuing her? Ami suggested. Lu Feng shook his head vigorously. Are you joking? If I were to pursue her now, I wouldn't even know how it would end. What are you thinking? I sense that the girl is no ordinary individual. Lu Feng explained. Oh, what makes her so extraordinary? Ami inquired with a mocking smile. That girl is not human at all. She is likely Latias. One of the infinite Pokémon, Lu Feng responded. Impossible. How could Latias transform into a human? Ami exclaimed in shock. Have you forgotten the legend surrounding them? According to the tale, Latios and Latias were injured and transformed into a pair of siblings. An elderly couple took the wounded siblings home to care for them. And after some time, they gradually recovered. However, soon after, Autumn was besieged by evil monsters. Before the elderly couple, the siblings transformed back into Latios and Latias, summoning their companions and bringing forth a gem known as the Tear of the Heart, a force capable of dispelling evil. Before their departure, Latios and Latias left the Tear of the Heart in Autumn. Since then, this small island has never experienced another monster invasion and has often been visited by Latios and Latias. Lu Feng recounted the legend of Autumn. Ami grasped the crux of Lu Feng's words. So, those two infinite Pokémon can indeed take on human forms? Precisely. However, even in human form, they would possess many differences, such as a significantly higher body temperature than that of ordinary humans, and they cannot speak, Lu Feng explained. Should we go greet her? Ami asked eagerly. Of course, Lu Feng replied with a smile. Chapter 120. The Water City plot unfolds. Lu Feng and Ami quickened their pace, approaching Latias. Latias paused for a moment, subtly shifting to the left, attempting to bypass the two. May we get to know you, Latias? Lu Feng gently asked. Latias immediately displayed a look of panic, retreating a few steps before darting into a narrow alley. Hey, Lu Feng, taken aback by Latias' strong reaction, had no choice but to follow Ami. I'll chase from behind. You use teleport to cut her off, Ami declared. Latias had evidently lived here for quite some time and was far more familiar with the surroundings than the two of them, without employing some strategy. Ami's attempt to corner Latias with Lu Feng, who was directionally challenged, was simply a jest. Lu Feng nodded and repeatedly used teleport to position himself before Latias. But she fled into another alley. After several attempts, he finally reunited with Ami to block Latias' path. Latias, please calm down. We mean you no harm. Lu Feng signaled Ami to step back, mirroring her actions, and waited until Latias relaxed slightly before stopping. Who are you? Why are you chasing me? Although Latias could not speak, she was capable of telepathy. I merely wish to make your acquaintance. I harbor no ill intentions. I also want to caution you that wandering about carelessly can be perilous, Lu Feng stated. I do not comprehend your meaning, but I can sense that you bear no malice. However, there are several dangerous auras surrounding you, and you are not an ordinary individual, particularly your eyes, Latias remarked. Indeed, the infinite Pokémon possess an extraordinary sensitivity, Lu Feng could not help but exclaim. My eyes are indeed somewhat unique, allowing me to effortlessly perceive your true essence. However, some humans, aided by peculiar machines, can achieve similar feats. To my knowledge, there are individuals who have set their sights on you and your sibling. So it would be wise to exercise caution, Lu Feng advised. Why are you sharing this information with me? Latias inquired. According to the legends here, the gem known as the Heart's Water Drop seems to be suppressing something. Be vigilant, as someone is after it. Ami, let us depart. Lu Feng walked past Latias, taking Ami's hand as they ventured into the street. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Feng turned to Latias and said, By the way, should you encounter a boy wearing a hat accompanied by a Pikachu, there is no need for such wariness. That individual is not a villain. If you encounter insurmountable troubles, you may seek him out or allow him to reach out to me. I shall assist to the best of my abilities. Upon exiting the alley, Ami asked Lu Feng, How did you know that someone is after the so-called Heart's Water Drop? Lu Feng smiled slightly. While aboard the ship, I overheard individuals in the adjacent room discussing it. Though they seemed skeptical about the existence of infinite Pokémon and the Heart's Water Drop, and they did not delve into specifics. I see. But it appears that Latias is following us, Ami subtly indicated with her gaze. Lu Feng discreetly glanced back and indeed saw Latias, transformed into human form, silently trailing behind them. Lu Feng turned around, startling Latias, and laughed. Would you care to join us? Latias hesitated for a moment before nodding. Ami approached and took Latias' hand, walking alongside Lu Feng. Throughout their journey, the trio shared laughter and conversation, gradually allowing Latias to open up, at least sharing her telepathic abilities with Ami. As dusk fell, after reiterating his warnings to Latias, Lu Feng returned to the inn with Ami. They enjoyed 3 days of exploration, during which they forged a strong friendship with Latias. Yet, there was a tinge of regret for not having met Latios. Moreover, having arrived in Autumn, the absence of Ash and his companions left Lu Feng feeling particularly disheartened. It was perplexing that despite Ash being the first to depart from Yin City, he now found himself waiting for them. About a week after Lu Feng's arrival in Otamare, Ash and his companions finally made their entrance. Lu Feng refrained from approaching them. It was not yet his moment to make an appearance. Xiaofeng, when are we leaving? I've grown weary of this place, Ami asked. Although she had enjoyed her time with Latias, remaining in one location indefinitely was not ideal. We will not linger much longer. It seems someone is becoming restless, Lu Feng replied solemnly. What is it? Ami quickly turned her gaze toward the window. Witnessing two women commanding Pokémon to capture Latias, just as Ash arrived on the scene to rescue her, the narrative of water began. With a task promising 300,000 gold coins, a mega evolution stone for Latias, and a heart's water drop. The system's task notification chimed. I shall proceed ahead. You follow behind. In an instant, Lu Feng vanished from the room and reappeared on the street, unleashing a magnificent fireball to intercept those pursuing Ash and Latias. Lu Feng, you are here too, Ash exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing him. I will hold them off. You too must flee. Latias, quickly find your brother and inform him that those who seek the heart's water drop have arrived, Lu Feng instructed. Latias nodded and pulled Ash into a nearby alley. Another little brat. How annoying, scoffed the younger sister of the Phantom Thieves, her elder sister, Sana, with golden hair, and she, with silver locks, named Lien. You should leave, Lu Feng said, unwilling to engage in further banter. You think we will just leave because you say so? Lien retorted. Wait a moment. This little one is quite charming. Let us give this handsome young man some face, Sana interjected, tugging at her sister. We're off, handsome. Sana winked at Lu Feng as they boarded their ship and departed. What is happening? Why are those people pursuing you? Ash inquired as he followed Latias to the hidden garden that housed the heart's water drop. Latias merely shook her head, and then a voice questioned from behind. Who are you, and who brought you to this place? Are you a thief? Turning around, Ash saw a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Latias, differing only by her hat. He couldn't help but glance between the two. Canon, he is not a thief, Lu Feng announced as he entered alongside an elderly man with a white beard. Grandfather, what do you mean? Canon asked. Thanks to these two young ones. Latias was spared from danger this time, the old man explained, recounting the events briefly. Fortunately, Lu Feng called for me. Otherwise, Latios may have had to take action. The elder continued. It turned out that after Lu Feng had driven off the sisters, he felt that his direct arrival might lead to misunderstandings. So he sought out the old man to accompany him. Mr. Ben Gray, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Those individuals may return, Lu Feng warned. I understand, Latios, Mr. Ben Gray replied. At that moment, a blue figure materialized before them. Perhaps owing to Lu Feng and Ash's rescue of its sister, it bore no hostility towards them. Latios, you have heard. You must not venture out for the time being, Mr. Ben Gray advised. Latios nodded, feeling that his presence was no longer required. Lu Feng bid farewell to Mr. Ben Gray. Latias, reluctant to part, tugged at Lu Feng's sleeve. With a sigh, Lu Feng obliged. Spending some time playing with Ash and Latias before teleporting to meet up with Amy. Lu Feng, where have you been? I searched everywhere for you, Amy exclaimed. Genuine concern etched on her face. Lu Feng had vanished after catching up, and despite knowing his strength, she could not help but feel anxious. I'm fine. I found where Latias resides, but it is quite secretive, which is why you couldn't locate me, Lu Feng reassured her. Is Latias alright? She wasn't captured by those people, was she? Amy asked. She is safe, but those individuals will likely not relent, so be cautious tonight, Lu Feng advised. Amy nodded. That evening, Lu Feng utilized his aura to scan the vicinity. Yet he was oblivious as to whether they were simply beyond his detection range or if some other factor was at play, as he could not locate them at all. With no other recourse, Lu Feng retired for the night. In the dead of night, the entire city suddenly resonated with a deep hum, startling both Lu Feng and Amy from their slumber. They hastily donned their garments and rushed out of their room. Suddenly, the street barriers morphed into sharp spikes. Lu Feng scooped up Amy and evaded, but the barriers then transformed into a cage that ensnared them both. What a predicament! Lu Feng unleashed a fiery ball, melting the barriers away, and together with Amy, they made their way to the cathedral. What was that just now? Amy inquired. It seems those two have activated some mechanism. Let us proceed to the cathedral. They should be there, Lu Feng replied. At that moment, a fossilized pterodactyl swooped down upon them. Amy summoned a self-destructing magneton to counter the pterodactyl's assault. Is that a fossilized pterodactyl? Yet it appears devoid of consciousness, driven solely by instinct, Amy pondered, observing the creature's vacant gaze, reminiscent of a living corpse. It must be the influence of the heart's water droplet. I recall that the cathedral houses fossils of Scyther and the pterodactyl. They likely revived from said fossils, yet they seem to have been given mere physical forms, resulting in their instinctual behavior, Lu Feng surmised. Regardless, we must deal with it first. Magneton, unleashed the cannon beam. The magneton released its beam, and the instinct-driven pterodactyl, unable to dodge, took the hit head-on. Lu Feng. At that moment, Ash and Latias came rushing across the water on a vessel, pursued by a Scyther that, like the pterodactyl, was also driven solely by instinct. Fairy Pokémon, Intercept Scyther, Lu Feng commanded, summoning the fairy Pokémon. It extended its ribbons, ensnaring Scyther before tossing it aside. Lu Feng, Latios, and Mr. Benga have been captured, and the Heart's water droplet has been taken as well. They are at the cathedral. The anomalous phenomena here are a result of their actions with the Heart's water droplet, Ash hurriedly explained. I understand. Ash, Latias, proceed via the water route. We will defeat these two first. Hurry, Lu Feng instructed. All right, we are counting on you, Ash replied, promptly setting off with Latias toward the cathedral. Scyther attempted to pursue, but was repelled by a shadow ball from the fairy Pokémon. To reach them, you must first defeat us. Fairy Pokémon, use Magical Shine. The fairy Pokémon emitted a radiant light, striking Scyther and even affecting the pterodactyl nearby. Now's our chance. Magneton, use Euro Ball. The Magneton spun rapidly, sending the pterodactyl flying before striking Scyther with the same force. Together, Lu Feng, Magneton, unleash Thunderbolt. Amy called out. Right. Fairy Pokémon, execute Moonblast. As Magneton unleashed its Thunderbolt, the fairy Pokémon cast Moonblast, intertwining their energies and resulting in a tremendous surge that obliterated both the fossilized pterodactyl and Scyther into mere points of light. Phew. These two individuals proved to be considerably more manageable. They were incapable of evading attacks, though they exhibited a reckless disregard for their own safety. Sometimes, such audacity can psychologically overwhelm an opponent, Amy remarked. As the saying goes, the timid fear the bold, and the bold fear the reckless. Very well, let us make haste, Lu Feng responded, as he and Amy proceeded towards the cathedral. Along the way, they encountered no further assaults from the fossilized Pteranodon or the Scythe helmet, and they ultimately arrived at the cathedral unscathed. Ash and Latias had already reached the location ahead of them. Upon entering, Lu Feng and Amy were confronted with the alarming sight of the cathedral's mechanisms spiraling out of control. The heart of water had shattered, and the surrounding waters of Odoma Ray had vanished, revealing the ocean floor beneath. Lu Feng, we have successfully rescued Latios, Ash began. But Lu Feng raised his hand to halt him. I am already aware. Our immediate priority is to prevent the impending tsunami. What shall we do? Ash inquired. Latios and Latias exchanged a meaningful glance before soaring into the sky to confront the tsunami. Wait, Lu Feng called out too late. Latios and Latias had already darted forth. Lu Feng, what is the matter? Amy asked, supporting Mr. Ben Gray and Canon as they approached Lu Feng. Ash's companions had finally arrived as well, having narrowly escaped confinement by the distorted railings. With the heart of water lost, Odoma Ray had consequently forfeited its protective power, necessitating the creation of a new heart of water. However, the conditions required for its formation demanded the life force of either Latios or Latias, Lu Feng stated. What? The group gasped in shock. Lu Feng disregarded the shocked expressions around him and summoned Charizard to pursue the two legendary Pokémon. Yet, even among deities, the speed of Latios and Latias was unparalleled, and by the time Lu Feng caught up, they were prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Latias, quickly stop Latios. It intends to sacrifice itself, Lu Feng shouted. Upon hearing his voice, Latias turned in horror towards Latios. Recognizing the desperate expression on Latios's face, she comprehended his intentions. Latios's countenance shifted, and in a sudden turn, he used his psychic abilities to immobilize Latias. Caught off guard and lacking the strength to resist, she could only watch helplessly as Latios charged towards the tsunami. Lu Feng, please, save my brother. If you can bring him back, I will follow you for all eternity. Latias pleaded, her mental bond still intact despite her immobilization. I understand, Lu Feng replied. Latios, return to me. Summoning Lugia, he commanded, Lugia, quell this tsunami. Lu Feng's eyes flared with urgency as he called forth Lugia. Leave it to me, Lugia responded, using its wings to redirect Latios back and forcefully suppress the tumultuous sea. The colossal tsunami gradually subsided, flowing back into Odoma Ray's waterways and replenishing the exposed ocean floor. Although Lugia did not possess water attributes, as the deity of the sea, it inherently wielded the power to command the oceans. Ah, this should conclude our ordeal, Lu Feng mused. Having summoned Lugia to subdue the ocean without any casualties, the mission ought to be accomplished. Master, be cautious, for something appears to be approaching, remarked Lugia. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback as he observed the waters of the Odoma Ray seabed gradually receding, leading to a sudden collapse of the ocean floor. A dense, dark purple mist began to emanate, while a veil of golden light obstructed its expansion, albeit slowly fading as well. Lu Feng was perplexed. He could not discern the nature of either the mist or the golden light, yet he could differentiate between the two as being good and evil. He instructed Lugia to create an illusion to shield the people of Odoma Ray from the external situation. This seemed to be a form of sealing, though it appeared to be on the verge of failing, likely due to the previous tsunami disrupting the balance of the seal. Remarkably, the level of this seal was akin to that of his Rinnesh Sharingan. Was it the power of Arceus? But why would Arceus leave a seal here? This was not mentioned in the original narrative. Lu Feng was startled. For the first time, he encountered a power that rivaled his Rinne Sharingan. Yet he pondered why Arceus would deliberately leave a seal in this place, and what entity necessitated such a seal. Master, retreat. That thing is about to emerge, Lugia warned. The dark purple mist compressed, and then erupted violently, shattering the golden light. A volcanic eruption from the ocean floor heralded the emergence of a creature never before seen. Its body was covered in black scales, exuding a foul liquid through its pores. It stood on 4 legs, resembling a tiger, yet bore a head akin to that of a lizard, complete with a singular horn and 3 serpentine tails, each resembling that of a python. What on earth is that? Lu Feng exclaimed, hastily employing his detection technique. Pokémon. Type: Poison, Dark Potential. Strength, Ability, Hidden Ability. What is this creature? Apart from its type, nothing else could be discerned. Lu Feng's expression darkened. The origin of this creature was shrouded in mystery. Master, this being is not of this planet. It must have come from the cosmos, Lugia asserted. The cosmos? Yet, the guardians of the sky, the Dialga tribe, would never permit extraterrestrial entities to enter this world. How did it manage to breach our defenses? Lu Feng questioned. It is possible it evaded the pursuit of the Dialga tribe. After all, they cannot protect every corner of the universe, and perhaps it was fortunate enough to gain entry. Alternatively, it might have defeated or even slain the Dialga that attempted to intercept it, Lugia speculated. Master, since a creature from the cosmos has entered, allow me to handle it, Dialga declared. Very well. Lu Feng released Dialga. Without hesitation, Dialga unleashed a dragon pulse, which the unknown creature sensed as a threat. It retaliated with waves of malevolence, dispersing Dialga's attack. Dialga, employ Dragon Claw, commanded Lu Feng. Dialga surged forward, executing a Dragon Claw, only for the creature's 3 serpentine tails to intercept and block the attack. To be able to contend with Dialga, I too wish to test this creature's capabilities. Lugia stated. Proceed with caution, your strength is somewhat inferior to Dialga's, Lu Feng advised. Lugia nodded, unleashing a powerful hydro pump, while Rayquaza retaliated with a dragon tail. The unknown creature managed to deflect Rayquaza's attack with its serpentine tail, yet was sent flying by Lugia's water assault. Was this effective? Could it be? Rayquaza's strike was thwarted, yet the comparatively weaker Lugia's attack bore fruit. What could this possibly mean? Lu Feng found himself utterly perplexed. Master, this entity is far from ordinary. Exercise caution. Just then, the long-dormant Mewtwo suddenly awakened. Mewtwo, you're awake? What on earth is this creature? Lu Feng inquired. Master, you have not misjudged. This being indeed hails from the cosmos. After vanquishing Rayquaza, it descended upon this planet. To call it a Pokémon would be misleading, as it possesses neither conventional strength nor potential. Yet, to deny its status as a Pokémon would be equally erroneous, for it embodies the attributes and moves of one, making it a truly unique entity even within the vast universe. After all, to claim it lacks definitive power or potential is rather far-fetched. Mewtwo expressed its astonishment, never having anticipated the existence of such a being in the Water City. Furthermore, Master, this entity's lack of specificity beyond its attributes renders it susceptible to any form of attack. However, the complication lies in the fact that its own assaults are not constrained by power levels, effectively transcending the hierarchy of strength. Mewtwo cautioned. Thus, it was not that Rayquaza's attack was ineffective, rather, it had merely been blocked. Lu Feng realized, so that's why Lugia's attack proved effective. It truly must strike this creature to have an impact. I understand now, yet engaging here risks collateral damage to Odomar. It seems prudent to relocate our battle. I have yet to unleash this technique. Lu Feng's Rinnegan manifested, and a vast black rift opened beside the unknown creature, consuming it whole. Lu Feng recalled Charizard and leaped onto Rayquaza's back, joining Lugia as they entered the rift. As Lu Feng surged through the rift, he entered an alternate realm. It resembled a volcanic crater, with searing magma and rocks strewn about. Such was the nature of this environment. Chapter 123, Vanquishing the Unknown Creature. Master, where are we? Rayquaza asked, curiously surveying the surroundings. This realm is distinct from our original world. It belongs to another space altogether. My eyes possess 2 evolved techniques, Infinite Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Infinite Tsukuyomi is the most formidable illusion, albeit quite troublesome. Frankly, I doubt I will need to employ it. Amaterasu, on the other hand, allows for instantaneous relocation of oneself and others to different spaces. The possible spaces include magma, ice, supergravity, sand, acid, and the realm of the origin ball, though it does come with significant energy expenditure. And this is indeed the magma realm, Lu Feng explained. That creature is over there, Lugia pointed out. The unknown entity had landed in the magma, its outer scales glowing red-hot. Clearly uncomfortable, the creature floated upwards, its feet resting atop the molten surface. So this being can fly, Lu Feng remarked, momentarily taken aback, but then quickly reassured. After all, how could it have traversed from the cosmos to this planet without the ability to fly? Here I can truly unleash my combat prowess. Great white bird. You need not intervene. I shall handle this. The majestic Rayquaza exuded an overwhelming pressure that even forced Lugia to retreat. With extraordinary swiftness, Rayquaza executed a quick attack, sending the unknown creature hurtling away. Even Lugia, with his keen eyesight, failed to discern precisely when Rayquaza struck. Following this, Rayquaza unleashed a Dragon Pulse, releasing a massive dragon-shaped shockwave that struck the unknown entity. The formidable force of the attack caused the surrounding molten lava to tremble, creating a clear space of land. The unknown creature shook its head and rose, launching a Dark Pulse. Rayquaza had intended to follow up with another Dragon Pulse, but the incoming Dark Pulse compelled it to defend itself instead. Seizing this opportunity, the unknown creature rushed towards Rayquaza, which retaliated with a powerful dragon tail. However, the creature cleverly evaded the strike, countering by thrusting Rayquaza into the molten magma. Alas, Rayquaza found itself at a disadvantage, eliciting laughter from its master. Quickly, record this moment. It will amuse me for months, chuckled Lugia, struggling to maintain its flight as laughter consumed it, yet managing to steady itself and Lugia with psychic abilities. Nevertheless, the unknown creature proved formidable, capable of injuring Rayquaza despite its immense strength. Without its elemental attributes, it would scarcely qualify as a Pokémon. Rayquaza, give it your all. Mega Evolve. The magma erupted violently, a brilliant light soaring skyward, as two long dragon-like tendrils extended, surpassing Rayquaza's own length. Its markings shimmered a vibrant crimson, and the sky above the molten landscape became a chaotic swirl of turbulent energies entwined around Rayquaza, whose overwhelming pressure even stifled the unknown being, which was impervious to conventional power. Pokémon, Mega Rayquaza. Type, Dragon, Flying. Potential, Legendary Pokémon. Power, near the level of a creator deity. Ability, Delta Stream. To Lugia's astonishment, Rayquaza's prowess had transcended that of a legendary Pokémon, breaching the threshold of a quasi-creator deity, drawing infinitely closer to the creator itself. As long as it isn't facing an entity like Arceus, capable of immunity to attacks, it can contend even with foes of true creator deity caliber. Exclaimed Xiaoming in surprise. Indeed, remarkable, Lugia acknowledged. Rayquaza, reveal the might of your Mega Evolution. Use Air Slash. Rayquaza unleashed two devastating air slashes that cleaved through the sky, while the unknown creature countered with a Dark Pulse. Yet, the power of the air slash was terrifyingly potent, slicing through the Dark Pulse with ease. The creature hastily attempted to evade, but ultimately failed to escape entirely, losing two of its serpentine tails in the process. Impressive. Lugia swallowed hard, realizing that even the residual force from the severed attack was enough to incapacitate the creature. The might of Mega Rayquaza was unparalleled. The unknown being howled in agony, its ability to float becoming unstable as it plummeted into the magma. Rayquaza, use your signature move. Rayquaza radiated a brilliant light, its patterns and tendrils aglow, as it surged towards the unknown creature with incredible speed, cleaving the molten surface in its wake. The creature, sensing immense pressure, enveloped itself in an aura of dark power, manifesting a larger version of itself to confront Rayquaza's finishing move. The skill that had never been seen before must be its exclusive move. However, it proved useless, Lugia remarked. Indeed, although the unknown creature's technique was peculiar, it could not withstand the decisive strike of Rayquaza, which shattered it in an instant. The unknown being fell into the magma, sustaining severe injuries, unable to resist the intense heat, with its scales slowly melting away. Humph, is my Rayquaza a mere plaything for you to slay at will? You brought this upon yourself. Rayquaza then unleashed a Dragon Pulse, rendering it incapable of struggling, as it gradually sank into the magma, disappearing from sight. Alright, Rayquaza, revert from Mega Evolution. My magma chamber has been turned into chaos, Lugia said with a wry smile. The Delta Stream characteristic stirred the molten lava, causing the entire chamber to become uninhabitable. My apologies, Master. I became too engrossed in the battle, Rayquaza chuckled. Now let us return. A black rift appeared once more, and Lugia, accompanied by Lugia and Rayquaza, stepped through it, re-emerging back in autumn air. Congratulations, Master, for exceeding the mission. You are awarded 300,000 gold coins, 1 Latia's Megastone, and 1 Heart Water Drop. Additionally, for surpassing the mission, you receive 1 Latios Megastone. Master, I recall you previously drew a chance to craft an item, but I neglected to inform you that you lack the necessary materials for crafting. Before I enter my slumber, I shall prepare some materials for you. Please use them wisely, as certain materials may conflict with one another, Dream said before resuming its slumber. Thank you, Dream, Lugia replied, though this time, there was no echo. As Lugia pondered, a red figure dashed into his embrace, nearly knocking him over. Latias, you startled me. By the way, how is your brother? He is fine. I have already returned him to autumn air. Thank you. I shall keep my promise and follow you for a lifetime. Latias communicated through telepathy. I believe your brother would not agree and would surely fight me fiercely, Lugia asserted with certainty. Once Latios learned that Lu Feng intended to take his sister away, he would likely unleash a clean light upon him. I will discuss it with my brother. Regardless, I will uphold my promise. He will understand, Latias replied. Chapter 124, Capturing Latios and Latias. Lu Feng and Latias returned to Automare, while Lugia and Rayquaza returned to their Pokeballs to avoid causing Lu Feng any trouble. At that moment, everyone was in the secret garden where the heart water drop was stored. Latios's injuries had slightly improved. Upon seeing Latias return safely, he disregarded his wounds and swiftly flew to greet her. Lu Feng, it's wonderful. You have returned safely, Amy sighed in relief. The prior tsunami had nearly submerged Automare, and even Amy, who had great confidence in Lu Feng, couldn't help but worry. It is splendid that Lu Feng and Latias have returned safely. Ash also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the heart water drop had shattered. Even though the tsunami had receded, there would be no power left to protect Automare in the future, Ben Gray lamented. Mr. Gray, is there truly no way to recreate a heart's drop? Ash inquired. I am uncertain. According to legend, the heart's drop was bestowed by Latios and Latias, and there are no other accounts, Mr. Gray replied. Do not worry, for I possess a new heart's drop, Lu Feng declared as he retrieved the drop from his system space. Latios's gaze shifted instantly, subtly betraying a hint of hostility. Even Latias regarded Lu Feng with disbelief. Latias, what troubles you? Canon and Mr. Gray hastily attempted to soothe them, but to no avail. Rest assured, this heart's drop was discovered amidst the remnants of a previous tsunami, although I am uncertain how it came to be there. I surmise it may have been carried from the depths where a member of your kin perished long ago. Moreover, had I desired the heart's drop, I could have easily seized the one that vanished, Lu Feng elucidated. Latios and Latias, possessing intellect rivaling that of humans, comprehended Lu Feng's words and gradually retracted their hostility. Mr. Gray and Canon sighed in relief when they observed Latios and Latias calming down. Mr. Gray inquired, what transpired? Why did they react so fervently upon seeing the heart's drop? Creating a heart's drop necessitates the sacrifice of one of their lives. Had I not fortuitously obtained another, one of them would have had to make that sacrifice, Lu Feng explained, placing the heart's drop into the pool designed for its preservation, thereby enveloping the entirety of Automare in its protective aura. There, that should suffice, Lu Feng said, stretching leisurely. Canon approached and asked, is this truly acceptable? The heart's drop is invaluable. You simply leave it here in Automare? Lu Feng smiled. I would not say I am gifting it, for Latias has chosen to accompany me and is currently persuading her brother. Really? Canon exclaimed, astonished. I never imagined Latias would willingly follow a human. As they conversed, Latias joyfully dashed into Lu Feng's embrace, communicating telepathically. Brother has agreed, and he says he wishes to accompany you as well, to repay you for saving him and for the heart's drop. Lu Feng gazed at Latios in astonishment, who merely nodded. With a new heart's drop safeguarding Automare, Latios felt a weight lifted, leaving only the desire to remain by his sister's side. Thank you both for your willingness to accompany me. Now please come forth, Lu Feng said, producing 2 Master Balls to capture Latios and Latias. By the way, Ash, have you gathered enough badges? Lu Feng inquired. Of course, Ash replied, displaying the badges he had collected. You must have gathered enough as well. Shall we battle? Not today, we are quite fatigued. Perhaps during the tournament, Lu Feng smiled. I see. When that time comes, I shall defeat you and claim victory, Ash declared. Lu Feng smiled and nodded, bidding farewell to Ben Gray and Canon before returning to his abode with Ami to rest. On the vast ocean, at the site where the unknown creature had once been sealed, Lu Feng instructed Mewtwo to bring him to the water's surface. Mewtwo, with a puzzled expression, asked, why do you want to return here? That entity has already been vanquished. Indeed, but I wish to examine if anything was overlooked. After all, it originated from the cosmos. Who knows what peculiar abilities it possessed? Lu Feng replied, diligently probing the lingering essence left by the unknown beast. I'm not particularly concerned about that creature. My greater interest lies in the master who established this seal. The residual power of this seal exudes an overwhelming sense of oppression, Mewtwo remarked. That would be Arceus, the deity of creation in the Pokémon realm. It is said to embody all attributes, rendering it immune to any elemental attack, possessing unfathomable strength, Lu Feng elucidated. If Arceus is so formidable, why not simply eradicate that being instead of merely sealing it away? Mewtwo inquired. Arceus resides in a different dimension, not within this world. Influencing this realm from beyond its barriers necessitates immense power, and naturally, the consumption of such power is substantial. Additionally, due to certain circumstances, it has encountered some issues and should currently be in a state of slumber, Lu Feng pondered aloud. Have you made any discoveries? Mewtwo asked after a brief silence. Lu Feng shook his head after a thorough search. I found nothing substantial, but I did collect some golden orbs of light, remnants of Arceus's power. What do you intend to do with those? They are merely traces of power, hardly comparable to my own, Mewtwo questioned. You must have seen my previous Fiery Phoenix and Snow Phoenix bracelets. What do you think of them? Lu Feng asked. Quite impressive. An artifact imbued with divine power could undoubtedly be regarded as a divine instrument, Mewtwo replied solemnly. Even you deem it a divine instrument. It appears my bracelets are indeed remarkable. However, I yearn to personally forge an artifact that belongs to me, Lu Feng said, his eyes shimmering with aspiration. Having contemplated this for quite some time, why go to the trouble of forging such items when you need not engage in battle? You would be better off focusing on training your Pokémon, Mewtwo remarked. I understand your perspective, yet for reasons I cannot articulate. I have a strong desire to create a divine instrument of my own. Allow me this indulgence, Lu Feng admitted, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. Mewtwo gazed at Lu Feng in astonishment. He had always exhibited a mature disposition, rarely displaying such childlike enthusiasm. Deciding to refrain from further commentary, Mewtwo allowed Lu Feng to pursue his endeavor. Chapter 125. The birth of the divine instrument here shall suffice. Lu Feng discovered a deserted island amidst the ocean. A place seldom trodden by human feet and devoid of Pokémon habitation, thus tranquil and serene. I shall commence now. You all stay outside the island to guard me, Lu Feng instructed, producing the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza, Lugia, and the Latios and Latias siblings. The divine beasts nodded and soared into the surrounding skies. Subsequently, Lu Feng entered the forging space. A colossal cauldron stood majestically, adorned with intricate carvings of various mythical beasts. Shrouded in a haze that imparted an unusual sensation to Lu Feng. Suddenly, a radiant light coalesced in the air, and a sheet of paper materialized, landing in Lu Feng's hand. Upon examining the contents of the paper, he was taken aback. Master, if you are prepared to forge, you will certainly come here. This cauldron, known as the Absolute Boundary Cauldron, harbors the essence of countless beasts' flames, and is classified as a Grade 1 divine artifact. Oh, I almost neglected to inform you of the classification among divine artifacts. Generally, any artifact capable of exhibiting powers equivalent to the divine level of Pokémon can be deemed a Grade 3 artifact. Ascending further, those artifacts that rival Grade 2 deities are categorized as Grade 2 artifacts. For instance, your Crimson Phoenix Snow Phoenix bracelet, when separated, is a Grade 3 artifact. Yet when its powers are fused, it becomes a Grade 2 artifact. However, due to its lack of longevity, its ranking among Grade 2 artifacts is not particularly high. Beyond that, we have Grade 1 artifacts and super artifacts. I shall refrain from elaborating further, as I trust you comprehend. Finally, there exists the creation artifact corresponding to the creator god, though you, Master, are currently incapable of utilizing it. The Absolute Boundary Cauldron is exceptionally suited for forging. Naturally, this artifact can also engage in combat, yet its primary abilities lie in suppression and domain control. As for the materials, you may communicate with the space through your consciousness to discern their uses. The remainder is for you to deliberate. Grade 1 artifact. Were it not for Xiaoming's gift, I would likely have to toil excessively for it. Lu Feng murmured to himself with a wry smile, before connecting with the space to examine the materials left by Xiaoming. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes in astonishment at the sheer quantity of materials, pondering what to forge. After much contemplation, Lu Feng exited the system space and summoned the Latios siblings. Upon receiving his call, they swiftly arrived by his side. Lu Feng stated, Latios, Latias, I need to forge something of great significance here. Please inform Amina and have her proceed to Silver Town. I entrust her safety to you during the journey. Latios and Latias exchanged a glance, nodded, and then soared towards Otamare. Very well, I shall commence, Lu Feng declared as he retrieved the Absolute Boundary Cauldron from the system space. The myriad beast flames ignited within the cauldron, yet not a trace of heat was emitted, remaining completely contained. Given the abundance of materials, I shall leave it to fate and see what divine artifact emerges, Lu Feng mused as he cast a silvery liquid into the beast flames. After 2 minutes, the liquid was reduced to nothingness, leaving behind a multitude of shimmering silver specks. This so-called star flame liquid, after being burned and refined, was said to permeate the forged artifact, imparting a layer of flowing light that not only preserved the artifact's quality, but also endowed it with commendable defensive capabilities. Lu Feng was equally astonished, and then proceeded to incorporate various precious materials of elemental attributes. Next came the infusion of materials focused on offense, such as the Destruction Flowing Light, Blood Moon Sword, Azura Blood, Purgatory Stone, and 9 Nether Demon Flame. As a result, the Absolute Boundary Cauldron emanated a terrifying aura of malevolence, simultaneously evoking a myriad of negative emotions within Lu Feng. This is not good. In my fervent pursuit of aggression, I unwittingly transformed it into a formidable weapon, necessitating restraint. Lu Feng steadied his mind, infusing the artifact with elements of indomitable divine leaves, radiant holy light, the celestial wheel of a myriad of Buddhas, and the primordial feathers of seraphs, materials renowned for their radiant, imperishable might and ability to suppress malevolence. This amalgamation significantly mitigated the artifact's sinister aura while simultaneously bestowing it with traits of immortality and protection against evil. though this approach proved formidable. Fully dissipating the malevolence would render the artifact's offensive capacity inadequate. Thus, maintaining a delicate equilibrium was imperative. Reluctantly, Lu Feng incorporated various materials to counteract the weapon's sinister nature. He then made a small incision on his wrist, allowing his own blood to nourish the artifact. For nothing could awaken its capabilities more effectively than the lifeblood of its wielder. After losing a third of his blood, Lu Feng could no longer sustain the infusion. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Such a loss would have posed a grave danger to an ordinary individual. A wave of dizziness overcame him, and the world around him blurred. He channeled the diverse energies within his body through his meridians, gradually regaining composure. For the next few days, Lu Feng dedicated himself to the crafting of the artifact, with the Absolute Realm Cauldron alleviating much of his burden. Had it not been for this, the malevolence's eruption would have been enough to overwhelm him. The artifact's primitive form had been successfully forged, now enriched with various extraordinary attributes from nature. Lu Feng retrieved the golden light points he had previously gathered, and, utilizing the power of the beast fire, he refined them, producing a faint black mist. This black mist was a remnant of an unknown entity that had eroded the seal, with the residual power of Arceus unable to expel it, but rather entwining itself within. Begone, Lu Feng commanded, merging these two forces into the artifact's embryonic form. The black light points enhanced the artifact's corrosive properties, though they could not introduce toxins. This was not due to Lu Feng's reluctance to add poison, but rather because the artifact's embryonic essence contained the force of immortality and protection against evil. The bane of all malign entities. The golden light points, remnants of Arceus's power, though feeble, possessed a high essence, capable of elevating the artifact's tier. Lu Feng was curious about the changes that would ensue from integrating Arceus's power into his creation. 10 days later, the beast fire within the Absolute Realm Cauldron suddenly surged with fervor, even erupting from the cauldron itself. A radiant light blossomed amidst the flames. At last, the artifact was complete. Chapter 126, Arrival at Silvertown. The resplendent light gradually absorbed the surrounding beast fire, gently descending to the ground. As the brilliance faded, it revealed a throne of pure white. Flanking the throne were 18 different gemstones, each corresponding to one of the 18 attributes of this world. The back of the throne was intricately carved with a blood-red azure motif, while the backrest bore the golden circular emblem of Arceus. 6 angelic wing patterns adorned each side, reminiscent of a seraph's descent. At the apex of the throne, a halo appeared to float, interwoven with 18 colors that flickered and shimmered, embodying the essence of chaos and encompassing all. A throne? What a remarkable artifact this is. Let us first examine its capabilities. Unknown name, Level 2 Divine Artifact. Crafted by Lu Feng himself, this artifact was forged using various fierce demonic entities and immortal exorcising objects, encapsulating 2 opposing forces. It embodies the 18 attributes found within the Pokémon universe and can transform into different weapon forms. The chaotic divine ring embedded within contains a fragment of Arceus's primordial creative power, allowing mastery over all earthly laws. A Level 2 divine artifact, indeed, with extraordinary abilities. It may be possible to refine it further in the future to enhance its strength. However, it requires a name. It cannot remain nameless indefinitely. I shall call you Domination, for you shall command all attributes and laws. Lu Feng named this artifact Domination. With a thought, Domination transformed from its throne form into 2 pairs of wings. As Lu Feng attempted to flap them, he was suddenly propelled into the sky. Astonished, Lu Feng realized he was still unaccustomed to controlling it during his initial usage. After half an hour, he became more adept, at least no longer startled by sudden ascents. Now, to Silvertown. After summoning all his divine beasts, Lu Feng soared towards Silvertown, the venue for the Johto Alliance Silver Conference. However, his time spent crafting the artifact had caused significant delays, and even with his utmost effort in flight, he barely made it just in time for the registration deadline. Upon stowing away Domination, he hurriedly presented his badge for registration, successfully completing it at the last moment. This entire ordeal left Lu Feng quite fatigued, prompting him to collapse into a chair. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning around, he discovered that Kona had appeared behind him. No, wait, you are Latias. Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by Latias's impressive transformation abilities, which went unnoticed without careful observation. Latias nodded, explaining that although she could assume human form, communication still relied on telepathy. You have finally arrived. Sister Ame has been here for quite some time, and the alliance competition you mentioned is about to commence. By the way, your girlfriends are also here, she added. They're here? Let us go. Take me to them, Lu Feng urged, rising to his feet. Latias nodded and led Lu Feng to a small room. Upon opening the door, he found everyone present except for Kona. Brother Feng, it has been far too long, Shengdai exclaimed eagerly, rushing towards him. It has indeed been a while, Shengdai. How is your studies progressing? Lu Feng inquired. Wah, there's still a long way to go, but I can stay here for now. Do your best in the competition. Xingdai replied. Leave it to me, Lu Feng said, affectionately ruffling Xingdai's hair. Lu Feng, it has been ages. By the way, we adore the bracelets you gifted us. Tuko and Mei approached, showcasing the bracelets they wore, drawing envious glances from the others. They had heard from Ame that these bracelets were meant to protect Tuko and Mei. That is wonderful. Please ensure you do not remove them carelessly, Lu Feng chuckled. Of course. They replied in unison. By the way, Lu Feng, hurry and come see little Xingwu. She is absolutely adorable. Mei, filled with excitement, pulled Lu Feng into the inner room. At that moment, Karuna, Selena, and Nasi were playfully teasing little Xingwu. Upon seeing Lu Feng, Selena exclaimed, Lu Feng, you have finally returned. You have no idea how long we have waited for you. I apologize. I was delayed by some matters. Lu Feng scratched his head. Come over and see Xingwu. It has been a while since you two have met. I wonder if she remembers you. Nasi handed Xingwu to Lu Feng. As he gently received her, the usually composed Lu Feng felt a twinge of nervousness. Fortunately, although Xingwu was not particularly clingy, she nestled into Lu Feng's embrace. Wonderful. Xingwu still recognizes you. Nasi sighed in relief. Although children often forget, Xingwu was no ordinary child. Lu Feng, please hand Xingwu to me. Selena gestured discreetly toward Karuna, and Lu Feng understood, passing Xingwu to Selena. Nasi, too, comprehended the situation, and the two of them left the inner room, allowing space for the others. Karuna stood there awkwardly, since the announcement of their engagement. Their relationship had taken on a new dimension, yet they had yet to adapt to this new identity. Sister, it has been quite a while, Lu Feng broke the silence. Indeed, Karuna's gaze dimmed momentarily, realizing that he still perceived her as his sister. Suddenly, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Sister, do not forget that although we have acquired new identities, it does not mean our previous ones have been cast aside, Lu Feng said slowly. Now, I am not only your brother, but also your fiancé. Tears finally streamed down Karuna's cheeks as she embraced Lu Feng tightly. The women eavesdropping outside finally felt relief. This matter had caused both Lu Feng and Karuna much distress, and they too had been anxious without a chance to communicate properly. At last, there was a resolution. The following day, with his heart unburdened, Lu Feng strode confidently toward the venue. Due to the large number of participants, some would need to be eliminated, prompting the league to establish numerous battle arenas adjacent to the main venue. After a considerable search, Lu Feng finally found a trainer wielding a Crocona. Crocona, the final evolution of the water-type starter from Chengdu. Let's go Heracross. Lu Feng called forth his Heracross to engage. Crocona, use water gun. Crocona unleashed a powerful jet of water at Heracross, who countered with its enormous horn. Although pushed back repeatedly, Heracross managed to withstand the onslaught. Crocona, employ Dragon Claw. Despite Crocona lacking the Dragon type, it could still utilize some Dragon type moves. Heracross, use Brick Break. Crocona charged at Heracross with Dragon Claw, but Heracross, unwilling to back down, responded with Brick Break, and the two engaged fiercely in the center of the arena. The shockwaves from their clash reverberated so powerfully that competitors in surrounding arenas turned to watch in awe. Crocona, use Water Gun to create distance. Crocona opened its mouth, preparing to unleash another Water Gun attack. However, Heracross discerned the intentions of the mighty Crocona and swiftly employed its robust horn to pin the creature's jaw shut. Crocona found itself in considerable discomfort as it struggled to release a powerful Water Gun attack, which was forcefully repressed. Heracross unleashed a Super Horn attack, swiftly rendering Crocona incapacitated. It is noteworthy that Heracross showed restraint, avoiding a strike to Crocona's throat. Had it not, the outcome would have been far more dire. Chapter 127. The Silver Conference commences. Subsequently, Lu Feng engaged in several battles, though these encounters were not part of the official competition and his opponents were relatively weak. At long last, he was granted entry into the Grand Assembly for the competition. After a cliché opening address from the audience, the event reached its exhilarating crescendo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome 3 champions to preside over the Chengdu League's Silver Conference. First, let us introduce our formidable champion from Chengdu, the Dragon-type champion, the Dragon Master. Du waved to the crowd, who responded with enthusiastic applause. Once seated, Du turned to the other 2 esteemed champions with a smile, remarking, "Did you see that? This is my home turf." The 2 champions exchanged disdainful glances, scoffing, "You? Who could you possibly defeat?" Next, we present the newly crowned champion from Kanto, who even triumphed over Dragon Master Du, the Ice-type champion, Kona. A round of applause erupted, even more fervent than before, causing Du to grimace and cast a fierce glare at the commentator. What a way to put me on the spot. Just wait until the competition concludes, he thought, seething. Finally, we introduce the nightmare of Dragon Master Du and all Dragon-type trainers across the land, the legendary fairy champion from the distant Kalos region, Karuna. The applause was thunderous. Meanwhile, Dragon Master Du's expression darkened, while Kona and Karuna exchanged sly, amused glances in Du's direction. Du was well aware of their superiority. After all, Both were formidable opponents he could not afford to offend. Now, let us welcome our first contestant, the tyrant Lu Feng from the Kalos region. He previously participated in the last Kanto League, securing the Champions Trophy. I had the privilege of serving as a commentator for that event, and it is with great trepidation that I once again lay eyes upon the tyrant. A friendly reminder to all competitors, when facing this formidable tyrant, be acutely aware of your mental fortitude. Showing any sign of weakness will leave you no chance whatsoever. Damn you, tyrant. Your entire family is filled with tyrants. Why must it be you, this scoundrel? As the commentator again. I can't escape. Lu Feng vented silently for a while before finally calming himself. Listening to the referee announce the standard rule of utilizing only 3 Pokémon, he summoned his first Pokémon, step forth, Nidoking. Opposing him was a Golduck, a Pokémon that held an advantage over Nidoking. Pokémon, Golduck. Type, Water. Potential, Champion. Strength, Near Champion. Ability, Damp. Hidden ability, Oblivious. Your strategy against my Nidoking is quite targeted. It appears you have done your homework. However, to think you can defeat me with such tactics is rather presumptuous. Nidoking. Unleash the power of the earth. With a powerful stomp, Nidoking caused a massive fissure to spread across the ground. The opposing Psyduck sensed the impending danger and leaped back to evade the attack. Yet, before it could catch its breath, Nidoking charged forward. Nidoking utilized Poison Jab. The force of Nidoking's Poison Jab sent the still airborne Psyduck flying, though regrettably, it did not inflict the poison effect. Psyduck regained its footing and invoked Rain Dance. A vast expanse of dark clouds gathered above, and gentle raindrops began to fall. Psyduck run. Psyduck dashed around Nidoking, exhibiting a speed that left Nidoking in the dust. Thanks to its ability, Keen Eye, now is the moment. Unleash Hydro Pump. Psyduck abruptly halted behind Nidoking and unleashed a Hydro Pump, amplified by the Rain Dance, sending Nidoking sprawling to the ground. Nidoking rose and lunged at Psyduck, but the latter's speed was simply too great for Nidoking to lay a finger on. Psyduck, continue to use Hydro Pump. Nidoking, employ Protect. Psyduck launched Hydro Pump from Nidoking's blind spot, but Nidoking timely activated Protect to shield itself from the assault. With a swift counter, it attempted a Mega Punch, yet it too missed its mark. Psyduck, use your speed to continue disrupting it, and execute Confusion. Psyduck circled around Nidoking once more, forcing the latter to remain on the defensive. Suddenly, Psyduck halted to the left of Nidoking and unleashed a Confusion attack. Now, use Stomp. Nidoking stomped the ground fiercely, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward, which sent Psyduck flying and rolling multiple times before coming to a stop. While Stomp ordinarily possesses decent power, its effectiveness doubles if the previous attack missed. If not for the Water-type S inherent resistance to this move, it might have been outright defeated. Damn, its power is astonishing. Yet I am prepared. As long as your next attack fails to connect, victory will still be mine. Psyduck, execute Ice Punch. Psyduck charged towards Nidoking once again. But just then, the rain ceased. Nidoking, use Energy Ball. The now slowed Psyduck could no longer display its exceptional speed and was struck directly by Nidoking's Energy Ball, losing the ability to continue fighting. The opposing trainer silently recalled Psyduck and sent forth a second Pokémon, Raichu. Oh, Lu Feng seems intrigued now for Raichu. The evolved form of Pikachu is indeed formidable. Pokémon, Raichu. Type, Electric. Potential, Champion. Strength, Early Champion. Ability, Static. Hidden ability, Lightning Rod. Nidoking, continue. Use Earthquake. Not so fast. Raichu utilized Charge Beam. Nidoking intended to unleash Earthquake, but was interrupted by Raichu's Charge Beam, sustaining considerable damage. Fighting-type move, however, since it aims to interrupt my ground-type moves, it indicates that it cannot employ the levitation technique, which would indeed pose a significant challenge. Nidoking, unleash Mud Bomb. Nidoking expelled a vast wave of sludge to assail Raichu. Raichu hastily retreated, as falling into a poisoned state would be troublesome. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Raichu unleashed a Thunderbolt to counter the Mud Bomb, halting its further spread. Raichu, employ Iron Tail. The elongated tail of Raichu glimmered with a white radiance as it swung fiercely at Nidoking. Nidoking retaliated with a powerful Mega Punch. Initially, neither side gained an advantage, but as time elapsed, Nidoking gradually overpowered Raichu, ultimately sending it flying with a single punch. Engaging with my Nidoking can indeed become quite troublesome, Lu Feng remarked suddenly. The opponent across seemed momentarily stunned, then their expression shifted dramatically. Raichu exhibited a tinge of purple, clearly indicative of poisoning. Nidoking's ability, Poison Point, has a chance to inflict poison upon contact. Raichu had been poisoned for a while, thus Nidoking, execute Earthquake. Nidoking delivered a perfectly executed Earthquake, sealing Raichu's fate. Chapter 128, The Collapse of the Crossing. In a certain sense, while Raichu was marginally stronger than the previous Psyduck, its strength was significantly curtailed when faced with Nidoking, making it far easier to handle than Psyduck. Go, Fearow. The opponent dispatched their final Pokémon, Fearow. Pokémon, Fearow. Type, Normal, Flying. Potential, Champion. Strength, Early Champion. Ability, Keen Eye. Hidden ability, Sniper. These two abilities are indeed a perfect match, Lu Feng mused, somewhat speechless. The Keen Eye ability enhances the accuracy of its attacks, rendering it challenging for the opponent to evade. Though it poses a slight inconvenience, it is not insurmountable. However, when paired with the Sniper ability, it becomes particularly formidable. The Sniper ability increases the likelihood of landing critical hits, and these two abilities complement each other. A single successful hit could result in a potentially lethal strike. Nidoking, return. Having fought 2 battles, Nidoking had sustained considerable injuries and may not withstand this encounter. Go Gengar. Gengar is immune to Fearo's normal-type moves, while Fearo is likewise immune to Gengar's ghost-type attacks, thus each is restricted in one aspect. Fearo use Peck. Fearo's body spun rapidly, its sharp beak darting towards Gengar like a drill. Gengar, unleash Sludge Bomb. Gengar spewed forth a mouthful of venom. Upon noticing this, Fearo quickly ascended, halting its peck. Fearo, employ Air Slash. After evading the Sludge Bomb, Fearo launched 2 blades of air to strike Gengar. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Gengar conjured 2 Shadow Balls to defend itself. Although Ghost-type moves are ineffective against normal types, they can still be utilized to counter Flying-type skills. Fearo, execute Brave Bird. Brave Bird, one of the Flying-type signature moves, possesses tremendous power but also inflicts some damage upon itself. Enveloped in a white glow, Fearo charged towards Gengar. Gengar, use Ice Punch. Suddenly, a luminous ice-blue glow emanated from Gungue's fist, delivering a powerful blow to the body of the large-mouthed sparrow. The courageous assault of the sparrow was instantly shattered, and the area struck by the ice punch became engulfed in a vast expanse of ice, gradually encasing the sparrow entirely, causing it to plummet to the ground, incapacitated. Truly, the tyrant displayed his might. With a single ice punch, he decisively concluded the battle against a formidable foe, demonstrating his unwavering strength, exclaimed the commentator with excitement. The other competitors in the audience wore solemn expressions, recognizing that this tyrant had effortlessly defeated a contender who was likely to reach the top 8. Anyone encountering him would need to exercise extreme caution. This opponent who fought Lu Feng possesses commendable strength, yet unfortunately crossed paths with Lu Feng. What terrible luck, remarked Du. Having battled Lu Feng, he fully understood the latter's capabilities, which were formidable enough to challenge even the champion. Indeed, by the way, that formidable individual from the Hoenn region, Yu, might be capable of standing against Lu Feng, Du suddenly provocatively suggested to the other 2 champions. The 2 champions cast a cold glance at Du, then exchanged looks before replying. It seems our champion Du has become even more audacious, daring to provoke us. Let us go, esteemed champion of Chengdu. The 2 champions escorted Du toward the battleground, also summoning Lu Feng along the way. Upon learning of this, Lu Feng discreetly gave Du a thumbs up, exclaiming, Champion Du. Brother Du, you are truly remarkable. How do you muster the courage to challenge the 2 champions who counter you so effectively? Yet, let us set aside these trivialities for now. Champion Du, should you fail to return today, I assure you I will come each year on this date to honor your memory. Truly, rest assured. Ultimately, Lu Feng, feeling unsatisfied with merely observing, gathered a large entourage and, cradling Xiao Xingwu, watched as Du faced the torment inflicted by the 2 champions, leading to a spectacle that was both heart-wrenching and tear-jerking. Observing Du's despondent expression, devoid of light, Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder if Du might succumb to despair. Suddenly, Du erupted into a boisterous laugh, startling everyone around him, and then staggered out as though intoxicated. Fearing for the esteemed champion of Chengdu's state of mind, Lu Feng hastily pursued him. The following day, Lu Feng's opponent was a contestant named Zhen Yi. To his astonishment, he noticed that the tyrant appeared to be in a rather poor condition, sporting 2 panda eyes. What on earth is wrong with the tyrant's eyes? Did he not sleep well? No, even if he had a restless night, his entire eye sockets shouldn't be so dark. The commentator remarked, observing the peculiarity. Lu Feng's lips twitched. He struggled to suppress the urge to pin the commentator down. Last night, after Du staggered out, he had spotted a lake and exclaimed his desire to jump in. Lu Feng had rushed forward, grabbing him and forcefully pinning him to the ground. In his struggle, Du had unexpectedly landed 2 punches on Lu Feng, striking just above his eyes. After Lu Feng's eyes were struck, he instinctively resisted with his reincarnated Sharingan. A powerful shockwave propelled Du into the lake, and by the time Lu Feng regained his composure, Du had already been submerged for quite some time. The state of the tyrant player was not particularly good, yet this undoubtedly favored the player Jinya. Perhaps today, the tyrant player might meet his downfall at the hands of Jinya. The commentator's words heightened the atmosphere for the majority of the audience. Witnessing the once dominant Lu Feng's defeat was quite exhilarating. Go Arcanine. Jinya was the first to send out Arcanine into battle. Pokémon, Arcanine. Type, Fire. Potential, King. Strength, Mid-level King. Ability, Intimidate. Hidden ability, Justified. Lu Feng had long wished to capture an Arcanine, yet he had never encountered one with King-level potential, reluctantly resigning himself to that fact. However, Encountering this particular one was indeed unfortunate. Lufoam cast a sympathetic glance at Arcanine before retrieving his long-awaited Tyranitar. Desert Tyrant Tyranitar? This is a near deity, the commentator exclaimed. Lufang's title as tyrant was indeed forged through his battles with Tyranitar. With a mighty roar, Tyranitar activated its Sandstream ability, summoning a sandstorm that obscured Arcanine's vision and inflicted continuous damage upon it. Jinya was momentarily intimidated by Tyranitar's imposing presence. Realizing his slim chances of victory, but conceding defeat felt too humiliating. Gritting his teeth, he managed to regain his composure. Arcanine, although the opponent is powerful, its speed cannot compare to yours. Use Quick Attack. Arcanine nodded and dashed towards Tyranitar with Quick Attack. Tyranitar roared again, throwing a punch, but it failed to connect with Arcanine. Arcanine, employing Quick Attack, struck Tyranitar but caused little damage in return. Arcanine, use Flamethrower. Jinya commanded without hesitation, clearly aiming to catch Tyranitar off guard. However, it was unfortunately in vain. Tyranitar, use Dark Pulse. Tyranitar unleashed a dark purple beam that shattered the Flamethrower, maintaining its momentum as it sent Arcanine flying, crashing into several rocks before finally coming to a halt. Once stabilized, Arcanine let out a fierce roar, a powerful aura enveloping it, enhancing its presence. Is that justified? Lufang's eyes brightened as he observed Arcanine. The Justified ability allows its wielder to boost their attack power after being struck by Dark-type moves, proving to be quite advantageous under specific circumstances. Let Arcanine maintain this momentum. Use Flare Blitz. With flames engulfing its body, Arcanine surged forward, its fiery intensity amplified by the Justified ability, resembling a flaming meteor as it charged towards Tyranitar. Tyranitar, use Rock Slide. Tyranitar responded with a Rock Slide, meeting Arcanine head-on. The flames of Arcanine spread, but the Flare Blitz was forcibly neutralized, and Arcanine fell beneath the weight of Tyranitar's Rock Slide. Chapter 129, Little Mo's Defeat. Everyone remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the formidable figure in the arena, while Jinya's expression darkened. Merely 2 moves, just 2 moves. After successfully countering an attack, Wind Speed Dog had managed to enhance its offensive capabilities, seizing the momentum to unleash its fiery signature move, Flare Blitz. Yet it was still vanquished by the opponent's unyielding assault. Such was the harsh reality. Jinya withdrew Wind Speed Dog and summoned the Grass-type Pokémon, Bellossom. Pokémon, Bellossom type, Grass Potential, Champion Strength, Mid-tier Champion Ability, Chlorophyll Hidden Ability, Leaf Guard Ah. Bellossom seemed to be his initial Pokémon. Lufoam watched with keen interest, for it was these untested adversaries that truly piqued his curiosity. Bellossom, use Sunny Day. With that command, Bellossom conjured forth a radiant sun, banishing the clouds from the sky. Lufoam did not intervene. In truth, he could not. The sandstorm summoned by Garchomp was still in effect, and even if he were to use the sandstorm move, a moment's respite was necessary. Moreover, Lufoam was eager to witness the full extent of Bellossom's capabilities. Bellossom, unleash Solar Beam. Jinya exhaled with relief after invoking Sunny Day. Not only did this enhance the speed of Solar Beam's execution, but Bellossom's Leaf Guard ability also rendered it immune to status conditions in such sunny weather. The Solar Beam, bolstered by the effects of Sunny Day, reached nearly instantaneous levels, and a brilliant beam of light traversed the arena, striking Garchomp and resulting in a spectacular explosion. Success! Jinya jubilantly pumped his fist, only to be struck with astonishment as he beheld Garchomp still standing resolutely in the arena, its chest singed and clearly wounded. After all, Solar Beam was one of the Grass-type's powerful moves, and its effectiveness against Garchomp was to be expected. Garchomp, use Stone Edge. With a powerful stomp, sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground. Although Bellossom attempted to evade, its size made it a target, and it was struck directly by the attack. Bellossom, use Fake Out. Bellossom executed Fake Out, causing Garchomp to stagger momentarily, then succumb to a state of confusion. Lufoam raised an eyebrow. This was a gamble, hoping Garchomp would not retaliate while dazed. Fake Out could induce confusion in the opponent, but also significantly amplify their attack power. If Bellossom managed to strike the foe, it would be advantageous. However, the thought of it striking itself was chilling. Bellossom, use Giga Drain. Bellossom extended its massive vines to ensnare Garchomp. Green particles flowing from the vines into Bellossom, replenishing its vitality. Garchomp, use Rage. With a surge of energy, Garchomp burst forth, breaking free from the grasp of Giga Drain and charging towards Bellossom. Bellossom, quickly stop it with Petal Dance. Petal Dance, one of the most formidable moves in the Grass-type arsenal, resembles the move Dragon Tail in that it often leaves the user in a state of confusion. The large petals emanating from the gloom launched an assault on Banjira, who charged forward heedlessly. True to its reputation as a powerful Grass-type move, Petal Dance held a distinct advantage, and even in its Dragon Tail state, Banjira was left battered and bruised. With a fierce roar, Banjira suddenly evaded the Petal Dance by colliding its head forcefully against the rocky ground, managing to shake off the confusion. Gloom, seizing the moment, unleashed its Petal Dance with all its might to finish off Banjira. True, elated, quickly issued commands. Once again, Gloom's petal dance enveloped Banjira. True had to conclude the battle before Gloom succumbed to confusion, otherwise, victory would slip beyond reach. Banjira dodged. Banjira sidestepped the petal dance and lunged fiercely at Gloom. The feigned strength, coupled with the lingering effects of Dragon Tail, struck Gloom with tremendous force, sending it crashing out of the arena and leaving a large dent in the wall, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Is Banjira not confused? True inquired. It is. But you've forgotten that Banjira's headbutt against the rocks was intended to bring itself back to clarity, Lu Feng explained. True nodded silently and sent forth his third Pokémon. However, his earlier feigned strength now appeared to backfire, as a single stone spike from Banjira swiftly dispatched the opponent. The following day, after Lu Feng triumphed over his opponent, he returned to the hall to examine the data on his next adversary, only to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He discovered that Ash and Gary had already encountered one another. As anticipated, Gary fell to Ash in this battle, halting his advancement at the round of 16. That evening, Lu Feng observed Ash and Gary conversing by the lakeside, their laughter echoing in the air. Shortly after, they turned to bid farewell. It seems your conversation has concluded, Lu Feng remarked, leaning against a tree with a smile. Gary, startled, finally noticed Lu Feng's amused gaze. Letting out a sigh of relief, he said, "You startled me." "Feng, did you lose to Ash?" Lu Feng inquired. Gary appeared somewhat dejected, and after a moment of silence, he nodded without uttering a word. "Care to take a stroll with me?" Lu Feng suggested suddenly, disregarding whether Gary responded, and began walking. Gary hesitated briefly but decided to follow Lu Feng. The two walked around the small lake in silence, each lost in thought. "I don't understand," Gary finally spoke up, prompting Lu Feng to stop and turn to him. "In every aspect, I believed I was superior to Ash. Even though his Pokémon are formidable, I never believed he could defeat me, yet I still lost. Are you not convinced?" Lu Feng asked. "It's not that I am unconvinced. Rather, I feel a sense of regret." "In a way, I anticipated this outcome," Gary replied, waving his hand dismissively. "I have always regarded Ash as my most formidable rival. His fighting style is peculiar, and some of his unconventional tactics leave me at a loss. His combat awareness often astonishes others, a quality I do not possess." "You seem rather unconcerned." Lu Feng expressed his surprise. Initially, he feared that Xiao Mao might harbor negative feelings after losing to Xiao Ji, while Lu Feng believed Xiao Mao would come to terms with it. He had not anticipated such a swift resolution. It appears he underestimated the bond between the two. "Thank you, Brother Feng," Xiao Mao acknowledged, fully aware of Lu Feng's intentions. He would hardly engage in such dialogue if he did not consider him a friend. "Since you can comprehend this, I can certainly save myself a great deal of trouble. Especially since I was contemplating giving you a good thrashing if we couldn't reach an understanding." Lu Feng stretched lazily. Brother Feng, you're joking, right?" Xiao Mao retreated a couple of steps hastily. "You'll find out if you dare to try." Lu Feng cracked his neck, producing a series of audible pops. "I'll take my leave then. Wishing you success in tomorrow's match." Xiao Mao fled in haste. Chapter 130, Evolution of the Fire Rock Mouse. In the round of 16, Xiao Mao was defeated by Xiao Ji. Subsequently, in the quarterfinals, Xiao Ji fell to the formidable Yiyu from the Hoenn region. It must be said that his Blaziken possesses remarkable strength. Although it suffered significant injuries in its battle against Xiao Ji's Charizard, it was certainly not incapacitated to the extent depicted in the original narrative. Had it not been for the fierce battle with Xiao Ji's Charizard, the championship of the Silver Conference might indeed have been within his grasp. I recall that Yiyu should have engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Ji, resulting in mutual exhaustion. Could my involvement have led to deviations from the original storyline? Lu Feng mused, scratching his head in frustration. However, it was not a grave concern. In fact, it filled him with a sense of anticipation. In the subsequent quarterfinals, Lu Feng predominantly relied on his Aerodactyl and Tyranitar to dominate his matches, ultimately reaching the semifinals when his opponent was so intimidated that they forfeited, propelling him directly into the finals. Yiyu also showcased impressive strength to secure his place in the final round, becoming Lu Feng's ultimate adversary. "Lu Feng, I've heard Xiao Ji speak of you. He claims you are the strongest individual he has encountered. For that reason, during my battle with him, I did my utmost to minimize the damage to my Pokémon. Otherwise, I might not have made it this far," Yiyu stated calmly. "I have observed your battles as well. Indeed, you are the strongest opponent I have faced in this Silver Conference. However, it seems you are concealing something. During your battle with Xiao Ji, I noticed you hesitated. Yet you fought fiercely without revealing your trump card. It appears you were saving it for me." Lu Feng smiled. "You noticed?" Yiyu chuckled wryly. "Indeed. If even the formidable Xiao Ji acknowledges he is not your match, I must prepare additional strategies." "Very well, let us begin," Lu Feng replied with a grin. As the referee announced the rules, Yiyu sent forth a Sneasel. Pokémon, Sneasel. Type, Dark Ice. Potential, Champion. Strength, Elite Peak. Ability, Inner Focus. Hidden ability, Pickpocket. Go. Fire Rock Mouse. Lu Feng summoned his Fire Rock Mouse. Sneasel, use Quick Attack to strike first. Niala unleashed a dazzling quick strike towards the fire mouse, catching it off guard before it had time to react. The speed was indeed remarkable. The fire mouse, in turn, employed a charged flame attack. As it charged toward Niala, the latter deftly sidestepped, evading the fiery onslaught. The fire mouse then executed a flamethrower, turning to unleash a torrent of flames that struck Niala directly, achieving devastating effect. The flames burned with fierce intensity. Niala retaliated with a critical hit, landing a precise blow to the fire mouse's abdomen, sending it flying. Despite the pain, the fire mouse managed to launch another flamethrower to push Niala back. Niala responded with an icy wind, conjuring a chilling gust that struck the fire mouse. Although the impact was minimal, it served to diminish the opponent's speed, proving to be quite functional. The fire mouse ignited in flames, initiating another charged flame attack. Encased in fire, it surged forward against the icy wind, hitting Niala directly and restoring its diminished speed. Seizing the moment, the fire mouse unleashed another flamethrower. In defense, Niala employed its rending claw, its claws glowing as they tore through the flames effortlessly. The fire mouse then transformed into a fiery wheel, charging towards Niala. Niala leaped deftly to evade, but the fire mouse abruptly changed direction, executing a sharp turn back towards it. With no way to escape, Niala activated double return, countering the fiery wheel and sending the fire mouse sprawling. Lugia was taken aback by this unexpected maneuver. "My Niala is remarkably strong," he declared. "Niala, use Shard Strike." Niala darted forward, delivering a powerful strike. The fire mouse retaliated with smokescreen, releasing a thick, flame-infused smoke that engulfed Niala, causing severe burns. For the final blow, the fire mouse unleashed a fiery display in the shape of a large character, enveloping Niala and rendering it unable to continue the battle. "Return, Niala. That fire mouse is truly formidable. But can this next opponent handle it? Go, Chameleon Dragon." Pokémon, Chameleon Dragon type, normal potential, champion strength, semi-champion ability, color change hidden ability, transformable Chameleon Dragon. This opponent's type will continuously shift in response to my attacks and skills, presenting quite the challenge. The fire mouse initiated another charged flame attack, enhancing its speed as it charged forward. Chameleon Dragon did not evade. Instead, it crossed its arms to absorb the attack, its body morphing into a vibrant red, symbolizing the fire type. Did transforming into a fire type reduce the damage from the charged flame attack? The fire mouse then executed a quick attack, maintaining the pressure and reverting Chameleon Dragon back to its normal type. With remarkable speed and strength, the fire mouse pressed on, but my Chameleon Dragon possesses semi-champion prowess. Chameleon Dragon, unleash Rock Smash. The transformed hidden dragon unleashed a rock smash upon the fire mouse, consequently adopting a rock-type status itself. In response, the fire mouse executed a charged flame rush, igniting its entire body in a fierce blaze as it charged towards the hidden dragon. Caught off guard, the hidden dragon was struck directly by the charged flame rush. However, due to its rock transformation, the impact was less than devastating. Yet, upon this collision, it reverted back to its fire type. Seizing the advantage, the fire mouse launched a high-speed star attack, releasing numerous star-shaped beams toward the hidden dragon. The hidden dragon hastily attempted to evade, but the high-speed stars were notoriously difficult to dodge, even for an invisible target. With no option to escape, the hidden dragon unleashed a flamethrower, dispersing the barrage of stars. Subsequently, it transformed into an electric type and unleashed a swift thunderbolt that enveloped the fire mouse, causing it to tremble violently. The fire mouse, undeterred, initiated another charged flame rush, its body ablaze with fierce flames as it struggled against the thunderbolt, which pressed down upon it. "Your fire mouse cannot withstand this. It is time to concede," Yi remarked. "Indeed, but if it can complete that final step, there remains a glimmer of hope. And now, under the pressure of your hidden dragon, that step has been achieved," Lugia retorted with a smile. Yi's attention was drawn by a sudden burst of radiant light. The fire mouse's form began to swell amidst the brilliance, gradually evolving into an Infernape as the light subsided. Pokémon, Infernape type, fire potential, champion strength, early champion ability, blaze hidden ability, flame body chapter 131, fierce battle with dreaming mirage. Lugia's fire mouse successfully evolved into Infernape. He had invested considerable effort into facilitating its evolution, but as Lugia encountered increasingly formidable opponents, there were battles in which it could not participate, thus lacking the necessary pressure to awaken its true potential. However, the overwhelming presence of the hidden dragon compelled it to recognize its inadequacies, leading to a desperate awakening of its latent abilities, culminating in this moment of final evolution. Although it had evolved, the preceding battles had drained much of Infernape's stamina, necessitating a swift conclusion. "You utilized my hidden dragon's assault to force the evolution of the fire mouse, but how much stamina does your evolved Infernape possess?" Yi queried. The hidden dragon, aware of Infernape's precarious state, resolved to employ ranged attacks to deplete its energy, transforming into a psychic type with the aid of its versatile ability. The hidden dragon unleashed an illusion ray, In response, Infernape let out a thunderous roar, its flames erupting like a volcano, spreading outwards. The illusion ray was obliterated, and even the hidden dragon was not spared, being thrown back by the explosive flames. Is that flamethrower? Lufeng exclaimed in astonishment. Flamethrower is indeed one of the prominent fire-type moves. The former Fire Mouse had not been able to wield it, yet it had surprisingly acquired this skill upon evolution. Nonetheless, the potency of this move fluctuated with its stamina. The higher its vitality, the more formidable the attack became. Had it not been for the dwindling stamina of the fire, this maneuver would have decisively crippled the... What a formidable display of flames. Unleash Rock Lock. He employed Rock Lock to assail the fire, and the effectiveness of this attack was undeniable. Should the fire sustain another injury, it would be in dire peril. Employ Rock Lock once more. As they executed the Rock Lock again, the fire darted across the arena to evade. However, the Rock Lock suddenly descended before it, leaving no time for escape. Fire. Channel all your might into a flare blitz. Enveloped in fierce flames, the fire surged forth like a comet, shattering the Rock Lock and, with unyielding momentum, sent the hurtling through the air. Fire, deliver the final strike. Utilize Incinerate. Incinerate, one of the most fearsome fire-type moves, wields immense power but at the cost of depleting its own fire attribute. The flames of the fire engulfed the arena, causing the very ground to begin melting. Though was not spared, emitting a savory aroma as it succumbed, thus losing its ability to battle. Return. Arise, also known as, depending on personal preference. Pokémon. Type, Psychic. Potential, Champion. Strength, Early Champion level. Ability, Insomnia. Hidden ability, Levitate. Referee, I concede on behalf of the fire, Lufeng suddenly declared to the referee. The referee paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement, declaring the fire defeated. Indeed, Yi was not surprised by Lufeng's concession. He understood that the fire had undergone significant exhaustion after 2 battles. In truth, had they continued to wear down the fire, it would have been unable to endure any further. Fire, return to rest. Go forth, Fairy Pokémon. Lufeng summoned the Fairy Pokémon. The Fairy Pokémon had now ascended to champion level, thanks to the recent reward of a breakthrough fruit. Otherwise, achieving this milestone would have required considerable time and effort. In a battle of equal strength, the outcome would hinge on each combatant's experience and mastery of their moves. Fairy Pokémon, invoke Misty Terrain. The Fairy Pokémon initiated the Misty Terrain, enveloping the battlefield in a thick fog that rendered both sides immune to abnormal states and severely obstructed visibility. A fairy type. Indeed, cast Hypnosis. Utilizing the pendant in its grasp, unleashed Hypnosis, yet the Fairy Pokémon remained unaffected. Do not waste your efforts. As long as the Misty Terrain persists, the Fairy Pokémon will remain immune to abnormal states, Lufeng elucidated. The Fairy type proves to be a formidable adversary. Employ Psyshock. Wielded Psyshock to seize control of the Fairy Pokémon, hurling it against the wall. If we speak of difficulty, it is your who poses the greater challenge. Fairy Pokémon, unleash Swift. The Fairy Pokémon emitted numerous star-shaped beams of light, assaulting, who, while lacking in speed, possessed commendable special defense, and thus sustained only minor injuries. Use Light of Illusion. Fairy Pokémon, erect a light screen. The Dream Eater unleashed a beam of illusionary light to assault the fairy sprite, who adeptly conjured a wall of light, mitigating a portion of the damage. Thanks to the Misty Terrain, even if struck, the fairy sprite remained unperturbed by the threat of confusion. The fairy sprite then summoned the winds of the Fae. With a flourish, she directed the enchanting breeze toward the Dream Eater, who merely retreated a couple of steps before bracing himself against the onslaught. Now it is my turn to strike, declared the Dream Eater as he executed Shadow Ball. A dark violet orb was hurled toward the fairy sprite, but she once again invoked the winds of the Fae to counter the attack. The Dream Eater then employed Future Sight, launching several psychic orbs that vanished into the spatial void of the battlefield. This technique, a precursor to a surprise offensive, would soon re-emerge from the ether to strike the opponent, rendering them defenseless. Such an annoyance, thought the fairy sprite as she prepared her next move. Lunar Burst. A pink sphere of energy was unleashed, and due to the Dream Eater's momentary delay from using Future Sight, he failed to evade this blow. A fairy-type move, is it? Quite potent, yet it falls short of defeating me, he mused. The Dream Eater retaliated with Signal Beam, but the fairy sprite swiftly interrupted with Quick Attack, darting forward and causing him to stumble backward. Is it truly so effective? Lufeng pondered, surprised. Although Quick Attack was a physical maneuver with modest power, its efficacy indicated the Dream Eater's defenses were not particularly robust. The Dream Eater then executed Psyblade, delivering a psychic slash that inflicted notable damage upon the fairy sprite. Is your defense also lacking? He remarked, proceeding to use Brick Break. In response, the fairy sprite launched herself at him with a reckless body slam. Their attacks collided, generating a shockwave that sent both Pokémon sprawling. Remarkably, the Dream Eater sustained minimal harm, while the fairy sprite, suffering from the backlash of her own reckless move, incurred injury, and her protective wall was shattered. After all, Brick Break was specifically designed to dismantle barriers. The Dream Eater then unleashed Mind Hammer. But the fairy sprite countered with Shadow Clone, creating numerous duplicates of herself. The Mind Hammer struck one of the clones, passing harmlessly through it. The fairy sprite, in unison with her clones, unleashed a deafening hyper voice, a spectacle that startled Lu Feng into silencing the external clamor. The Dream Eater, overwhelmed by the cacophony, was left dazed. Seizing the opportunity, the fairy sprite executed Ultimate Impact, crashing into the Dream Eater. The prior onslaught of hyper voice had left him unable to defend himself, leading to his swift defeat. The Dream Eater was rendered incapable of battle, and the fairy sprite emerged victorious. As Yiu's Pokémon have already succumbed to defeat, we now enter the intermission. Chapter 132, a more intense battle. After the break, the arena transforms into a grassy terrain. Yiu's demeanor has notably shifted, as he appears to have harnessed his state to its zenith during the respite. Go, fairy Pokémon. Lu Feng intends to capitalize on his recent victory and continues to command his fairy Pokémon into battle. Go, Steelix. Yi responds by summoning Steelix. Observing this, Lu Feng's expression darkens. Pokémon, Steelix. Type, Steel Ground. Potential, Elite. Strength, Mid-Elite. Ability, Sturdy. Hidden ability, Intimidate. Steelix, use Cannon Beam. Steelix unleashes a white beam of energy, striking the fairy Pokémon directly. Fortunately, the fairy Pokémon possesses high special defense. Otherwise, it would have been gravely affected. Fairy Pokémon, use Shadow Ball. Steelix, employ Iron Tail. The fairy Pokémon conjures 3 dark purple orbs, yet Steelix's Iron Tail shatters all 3 Shadow Balls. Fairy Pokémon, utilize Illusion Ray. The fairy Pokémon's Illusion Ray connects with Steelix, causing it to stagger backward, but regrettably, it does not induce confusion. Steelix, unleash Spikes. Steelix drives its tail into the ground, causing sharp stone pillars to erupt, extending toward the fairy Pokémon. Fairy Pokémon, execute Moonblast. The fairy Pokémon fires a pink orb, obliterating the stone pillars and successfully countering the attack. Steelix, use Bind. Steelix ensnares the fairy Pokémon with its robust tail, tightening its grip inexorably. Fairy Pokémon, perform Hyper Voice. The fairy Pokémon attempts to unleash Hyper Voice, but Steelix's constriction is too formidable, rendering the fairy Pokémon unable to execute its move. Steelix, now deliver a slam. Steelix slams the entrapped fairy Pokémon forcefully into the ground, dealing significant damage. For the final blow, Steelix, use Iron Tail. A radiant glow envelopes Steelix's tail, which then strikes the fairy Pokémon with tremendous force, sending it sprawling out of the arena. The fairy Pokémon, unable to withstand such a potent Iron Tail, loses its combat ability. Return, fairy Pokémon. Go, Charizard. Lu Feng calls forth Charizard. Charizard, Steelix, use Spikes. Steelix unleashes Spikes, with sharp pillars surging toward Charizard. The fiery creature ascends into the sky to evade. Yet the spikes relentlessly pursue. Charizard, employ Dragon Claw. Charizard manifests a green spectral claw, striking down the pursuing spikes. Is that a Dragon-type move? Then let us counter with a Dragon-type move. Steelix, use Dragon Pulse. Steelix releases a dragon-shaped shockwave directed at Charizard, who retaliates with Dragon Claw. The 2 Dragon-type moves collide, resulting in a stalemate. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Charizard unleashed its signature Fire-type move, Flamethrower, prompting Steelix to evade rather than confront it head-on. Steelix sought to close the distance, executing Rock Slide. With a powerful swing of its tail, it sent a multitude of rocks soaring into the air, using them as projectiles against Charizard. Charizard countered with Slash, deftly dodging while cleaving through the rocks, inadvertently finding itself pushed back into the air. Steelix then employed Dragon Tail to bring Charizard crashing down. With a fierce strike of its tail against the ground, the recoil propelled Steelix into the air, where it spun and unleashed a Dragon Tail aimed squarely at Charizard. In response, Charizard invoked Steel Wing, transforming its wings into a formidable barrier. The moment Dragon Tail struck the Steel Wing, Charizard plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Steelix followed up with Earthquake. Normally ineffective against flying-type Pokémon, this ground-type move found its mark now that Charizard was grounded, unleashing its full potential. The arena trembled, with the grassy terrain on the verge of devastation, strewn with debris, and Charizard sustained considerable damage. Cunning move, Charizard mused. Thankfully, I employed Steel Wing, otherwise I could have been in quite the predicament. However, since you forced my Charizard down to the ground, I shall utilize a newly learned skill. Charizard called upon Fire Pledge, striking the ground with a powerful fist, sending columns of fire soaring skyward. The flames engulfed Steelix, inflicting significant harm while igniting the entire grassy field into a sea of flames. While Fire Pledge in itself may not exhibit overwhelming power, it serves as a combination move. When paired with Water Pledge, a rainbow would manifest, doubling the likelihood of additional effects for its moves. Alternatively, when combined with Grass Pledge, the field transforms into a blazing inferno, causing continuous damage to the opponent's Pokémon. Although Lu Feng had not summoned a Pokémon capable of Grass Pledge, the battlefield was indeed a grassy terrain, allowing for the combination to manifest. Trouble looms, Steelix's trainer urged. Swiftly conclude this, Steelix. Use Thunderfang. Electric energy crackled in Steelix's mouth as it struck the ground with its tail to accelerate, launching a fierce bite towards Charizard. Charizard retaliated with Flame Charge, enveloping itself in flames and charging forth. Upon colliding with Steelix's Thunderfang, an enormous explosion erupted, dispersing the sea of flames and utterly annihilating the arena. As the smoke cleared, both Pokémon lay on the ground, incapacitated. Return, Steelix. Return, Charizard. Go, Houndoom. Ye summon Houndoom. Go, Nidoking. Lu Feng called forth Nidoking. Pokémon, Houndoom. Type, Dark, Fire. Potential, Champion. Strength, Early Champion. Ability, Flash Fire. Hidden ability, Intimidate. Houndoom unleashed Flamethrower, striking Nidoking, who was not renowned for its speed, directly in the face of the fiery onslaught. Nidoking, unleash Poison Jab. As Nidoking disperses the flames with a swift Poison Jab, it charges towards Houndoom. Houndoom, execute Flamethrower. A stream of fiery letters erupts from Houndoom, aimed at Nidoking, who once again withstands the onslaught with Poison Jab. However, the force of this flamethrower is overwhelming, and Nidoking pays a price to barely fend it off. Houndoom, utilize Fire Fang. Flames entwine around Houndoom's jaws as it fixates on Nidoking, suddenly dashing forward. Nidoking, counter with Revenge. Houndoom's Fire Fang connects, but is swiftly met with Nidoking's retaliatory punch, sending it flying. Houndoom, unleash Dark Pulse. A beam of dark purple energy surges from Houndoom towards Nidoking, causing it to stagger back. Nidoking, employ Earth Power. With a fierce stomp, Nidoking rends the ground, a fissure stretching towards Houndoom. Houndoom leaps to evade and prepares to use Crunch. As Houndoom deftly dodges the Earth Power, it lunges to attack Nidoking with Crunch. But Nidoking is already upon it. Now is the moment. Unleash Aura Sphere. Gathering all its energy, Nidoking delivers a devastating Aura Sphere to Houndoom, inflicting significant damage. The Aura Sphere is one of the mightiest moves within the fighting type, its power magnified by type advantage. Yet, it has a drawback. The need to concentrate energy beforehand necessitates a brief pause, albeit training can significantly reduce this delay. Rising to its feet, Houndoom, execute Hellish Rush. Struggling to stand, Houndoom becomes enveloped in a violet glow, charging fiercely toward Nidoking and sending it hurtling away. Lu Feng finds himself at a loss. Despite Nidoking's type advantage, Houndoom's speed surpasses that of Nidoking. Once Houndoom strikes, Nidoking can only endure, awaiting an opportunity to counter. Nidoking, unleash Poison Jab once more. Nidoking employs Poison Jab again, but Houndoom, opting not to engage directly, maneuvers behind Nidoking. Now is the moment. Houndoom, execute Crunch. Nidoking, respond with Poison Tail. As Houndoom lunges from behind with Crunch, Nidoking, heeding Lu Feng's command, remains steadfast and delivers a fierce Poison Tail, striking Houndoom before it can evade. Houndoom, steady yourself, unleash Flamethrower. Houndoom retaliates with Flamethrower, mitigating the impact of its landing. Nevertheless, it skids across the ground, leaving a long trail. Already gravely injured, Houndoom's stamina plummets. Houndoom, use Dark Pulse. A beam of dark energy shoots towards Nidoking. Realizing evasion is futile, Nidoking seizes a large boulder and hurls it forward. Dark Pulse shatters the rock, yet the boulder successfully intercepts the attack. Nidoking, now, unleash Destruction Beam. Taking advantage of the momentary shield provided by the rock, Nidoking begins to gather energy for Destruction Beam, and by the time Houndoom realizes the threat, it is too late to intervene. A devastating beam of destructive energy surged forth with astonishing speed, leaving Black Lugia no time to employ any skills in defense. Struck directly by the obliterating light, a tremendous explosion ensued, rendering Black Lugia utterly incapacitated. Chapter 133, The Semi-Bonded Blaze Chicken and the Greninja. Yi remained silent as he withdrew Black Lugia, sending forth his final Pokémon, Blaze Chicken. Pokémon, Blaze Chicken. Type, Fire, Fighting. Potential, Champion. Strength, Mid-Tier Champion. Ability, Blaze. Hidden ability, Speed Boost. Source, Source of Fire, 1/3 Fighting Source. Lu Feng furrowed his brow and decisively declared, Referee, Nidoking concedes. Given Nidoking's capabilities, it could barely endure, and rather than prolong the inevitable, conceding was the wiser choice. The referee nodded in agreement, declaring Nidoking's defeat. Lu Feng subsequently withdrew Nidoking and summoned Greninja. Blaze Chicken, use Flame Punch. Blaze Chicken's hands ignited with searing flames, enveloping them entirely. With a powerful thrust of its legs, it leapt across half the arena, delivering a fierce flame punch to Greninja. Greninja lowered its stance and retaliated with a whip-like kick, striking Blaze Chicken in the abdomen and sending it soaring. Blaze Chicken, use Bulk Up. Blaze Chicken enhanced its attack and defense through Bulk Up. Greninja, use Water Shuriken. Greninja unleashed 3 Water Shurikens toward Blaze Chicken, which retaliated with successive punches, shattering the shurikens. However, the flames enveloping its fists were noticeably diminished, indicating a toll had been taken. Blaze Chicken, use Power-Up Punch. Greninja, use Aerial Ace. Blaze Chicken executed Power-Up Punch against Greninja, who countered with Aerial Ace. As the two collided repeatedly, Blaze Chicken's fist grew increasingly powerful due to the effects of Power-Up Punch, and its speed accelerated, momentarily putting Greninja at a disadvantage. With the continuous enhancement of its attack power through Power-Up Punch, and utilizing its hidden ability, Speed Boost, to elevate its speed, Blaze Chicken adopted a high-attack, high-speed combat style. Greninja, use Water Pulse to create distance. A water sphere formed in Greninja's hands, and after deflecting Blaze Chicken's Power-Up Punch with Aerial Ace, it seized the opportunity to strike Blaze Chicken with Water Pulse, an attack that proved highly effective, even for Blaze Chicken. Greninja, use Hydro Pump. Greninja unleashed a powerful Hydro Pump. Blaze Chicken repeatedly swung its Power-Up Punch to disperse the water attack. Yet, as water lacks a fixed form, it relied on the pressure from its punches to create an effect akin to an air cannon to block the Hydro Pump. However, this tactic would not enhance the power of Power-Up Punch, as contact with the opponent was essential. Impressive, Greninja. Let us see how we fare against each other. Use Quick Draw. Greninja executed a swift Quick Draw, sending an invisible blade of air slicing through the air and striking Blaze Chicken. While Blaze Chicken felt the impact, it sustained only minor damage. Indeed, this maneuver can be employed to counter certain difficult-to-defend techniques. However, its efficacy diminishes considerably when used offensively. Lufeng suddenly comprehended. Blaziken, utilize Sky Uppercut. Blaziken harnessed its power, leaping into the air, delivering a soaring knee strike towards Greninja. Thanks to its speed-enhancing ability, even Greninja found it impossible to evade. Greninja, unleash Hydro Cannon. Greninja executed the most formidable water-type move, Hydro Cannon. The clash between Blaziken's Sky Uppercut and Hydro Cannon resulted in a colossal explosion, sending Blaziken hurtling away. Blaziken's power paled in comparison to Greninja's, and Hydro Cannon, being the strongest water-type move, proved insurmountable against Blaziken's attack. Such an impressive Greninja, Lufeng remarked. You hail from Kalos, correct? Yiyu inquired unexpectedly. Indeed, and what of it? Lufeng replied. Oh, I once heard from Professor Oak in the town of Mew White that the Kalos region is home to a phenomenon known as Mega Evolution, allowing Pokémon to temporarily evolve further. Recently, I heard Ash mention that you are from Kalos, and I believe your Pokémon can Mega Evolve as well. Thus, I requested Professor Oak to procure this for me from Kalos. As Yiyu spoke, he raised his hand, revealing a Mega Stone affixed to his wrist. Lufeng's gaze shifted back to Blaziken, noticing that it too possessed a Mega Stone nestled among its feathers. Blaziken Mega Evolve. The Mega Stone reacted with Yiyu's, enveloping Blaziken in a radiant glow as its form underwent a transformation. Pokémon, Mega Blaziken. Type, Fire, Fighting. Potential, Champion. Strength, Pseudo-Grade 3 Deity. Ability, Speed Boost. Origin, 1/3 Fire Origin, 1/3 Fighting Origin. This is my ultimate trump card. Blaziken, unleash Sky Uppercut. With a powerful uppercut, Blaziken sent Greninja flying. Thanks to the enhancements from its boosted attack and speed, it stood resolutely against the true Grade 3 deity. Impressive indeed. Greninja, let us proceed. Greninja was enveloped in a towering column of water, gradually condensing around itself, yet the colossal water shuriken did not materialize. This state I refer to as the semi-bonded form, characterized by Greninja being surrounded by flowing water. Meanwhile, Ash, observing from the stands, was rendered speechless. He exchanged a wry smile with his companions, Gary and Brock, saying, I once thought Yiyu, even if stronger than me, would not surpass me by much. However, witnessing his battle with Lufeng has made me realize how much I lag behind them. Gary nodded in agreement. Can the semi-bonded form only reach the pseudo-grade 3 deity level? Yet, that is sufficient. Greninja, use Aerial Ace. Greninja darted towards Blaziken with Aerial Ace, but Blaziken was undeterred. Retaliating with Sky Uppercut, the two Pokémon clashed repeatedly, and the venue bore the scars of their battle, pocked with numerous craters. Blaziken, execute Flying Knee. The fiery creature, known as Blaziken, altered its tactics, delivering a flying knee strike that collided with the Greninja, sending it hurtling through the air like a cannonball, creating yet another crater in the arena. Blaziken unleashed a torrent of flames, enveloping the newly formed pit in a searing blaze. The flames, infused with the essence of fire, reached such temperatures that they melted the surrounding soil and stones. In a moment of urgency, Greninja expanded the water columns encircling it, summoning the essence of water to counteract the flames. The clash of these two primal forces filled the arena with steam, shrouding even Yiyu and Lufeng in a thick mist. Greninja, employ Hydro Pump towards your left front. Greninja released a powerful jet of water directed at the designated target. However, within the dense fog, Blaziken, unable to discern its opponent, stood vigilant. Suddenly, a Hydro Pump surged through the mist, striking Blaziken squarely, causing it to tumble across the ground several times before coming to a halt. Blaziken, are you alright? Though Yu could see nothing, he sensed a fierce gust of wind had swept through the arena, indicating that Greninja had launched an assault. Blaziken responded affirmatively, allowing Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. However, they needed to dispel the steam, otherwise, the battle could not proceed. Chapter 134, The Mighty Super Blaziken. Now Blaziken. Use Heatwave. Blaziken exhaled a scorching gust that permeated the arena, causing the steam to dissipate like snow melting under the sun, gradually revealing the battleground once more. Blaziken. Execute Flame Kick. Flames enveloped Blaziken's leg as it launched a fierce flame kick towards Greninja. Greninja, employ Aerial Ace. Greninja countered with Aerial Ace. Yet as the two attacks met, Greninja found itself exposed to Blaziken's onslaught, resulting in a powerful flame kick that sent it spiraling away. What a formidable flame kick. Greninja. Utilize Water Shuriken. Greninja hurled a Water Shuriken at Blaziken, but Blaziken effortlessly struck it down with a flame kick, sustaining no damage. I must devise a strategy to counter that flame kick. Greninja, summon Shadow Clone. Greninja conjured multiple clones that charged towards Blaziken. Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. Blaziken swept its flamethrower from left to right, annihilating all the clones, yet the true Greninja remained elusive. Greninja, employ Aerial Ace. At an unexpected moment, Greninja leaped atop Blaziken, executing Aerial Ace, aiming directly for its target. When did that happen? Blaziken, use Sky Uppercut. Blaziken retaliated with a Sky Uppercut, the resulting shockwave forcing it to step back. Meanwhile, Greninja, caught in midair, was compelled to perform a backflip due to the force of the impact. Blaziken, unleash Flame Kick. Seizing the opportunity, Blaziken delivered a decisive flame kick that sent Greninja soaring out of the arena. Blaziken, do not grant it a moment's respite. Use Aura Sphere. Blaziken gathered its energy, forming a luminous sphere radiating immense power, and hurled it towards Greninja. Greninja, perform Quick Draw. Greninja materialized two blades of light, crossing them in a swift motion to slice through the Aura Sphere. The Fiery Chicken unleashed a jet of flames. The Fiery Chicken directed its fiery assault towards the Gardevoir, who deftly swung its blade, cleaving through the oncoming flames. The Gardevoir then executed a Water Shuriken, launching it at the Fiery Chicken. The Fiery Chicken took off, darting across the arena with remarkable speed, as the Gardevoir persistently hurled Water Shurikens, which the Fiery Chicken skillfully evaded or deflected, gradually closing the distance between them. The Fiery Chicken executed a flame kick, striking at the Gardevoir, who crossed its blade in a protective stance. The force of the flame kick shattered the blade, sending the Gardevoir crashing against the wall. This Yue's prowess was now comparable to that of the Elite Four, remarked Duz with a furrowed brow. Indeed, particularly with this super Fiery Chicken, even we must treat it with utmost seriousness. However, the overall strength of his other Pokémon leaves much to be desired. This is certainly his Achilles heel, Kona concurred. The super Fiery Chicken, Karuna, mused. The might of the super Fiery Chicken lies in its acceleration ability, combined with its fiery powers and combat techniques. I once encountered a super Fiery Chicken that had ascended to legendary status. Its strength was formidable. I was nearly overwhelmed in close combat after it closed the distance, and only by leveraging type advantage was I able to triumph over it. Does this imply that Lu Feng might falter this time? Duz inquired. Haha, you underestimate Xiaofeng too much. Did you not notice how he prevented the Gardevoir from exerting its full strength? Xiaofeng, not only among his peers, but even against us champions, is not easily defeated. He has always sought to challenge himself to unlock his potential, something we cannot provide, as our experience and strength far surpass his current capabilities. Had you not underestimated him last time, he might have won against you. Now, at last, he has encountered someone like Yue, whom he regards as worthy, and he wishes to conquer the opponent under equal circumstances, seeking the thrill of having a rival, Karuna explained. While they conversed in the stands, the two Pokémon in the arena had already engaged in countless exchanges. The Fiery Chicken unleashed another jet of flames, which struck the Gardevoir, though its watery aura mitigated some of the damage, leaving it not severely harmed. The Gardevoir retaliated with a blade strike, marking the Fiery Chicken with two deep gashes, prompting it to retreat and create distance. The Gardevoir then launched another Water Shuriken in pursuit. The Fiery Chicken managed to knock down two of them with its fiery punches, but one landed unexpectedly on its chest, causing injury. The Fiery Chicken, undeterred, executed a Sky Uppercut, charging towards the Gardevoir, which quickly backpedaled to evade the attack. Seizing the moment, the Fiery Chicken delivered a low kick, striking the Gardevoir's leg and sending it tumbling to the ground. This maneuver not only caught the opponent off guard, but also diminished their speed. The Fiery Chicken readied itself for another flame kick. The Fiery Chicken executed a half-turn, delivering a powerful flame kick that sent the Koga Ninja Frog sprawling. This time, the Koga Ninja Frog sustained significant injuries. The earlier Rising Fist was merely a decoy, while the subsequent low kick combined with the flame kick constituted the real performance. The Koga Ninja Frog, employing acrobatics, leapt high into the air, harnessing the momentum of its descent to strike the fiery chicken. The force of this move was such that even the fiery chicken struggled to withstand it, suffering considerable damage. Although the acrobatic move was of the flying type and inherently effective against the fiery chicken, its power was not particularly formidable. However, if the user lacked any accompanying items, the move's potency would double, resulting in a truly terrifying impact. The fiery chicken unleashed a flying knee strike. The Koga Ninja Frog, undeterred, attempted another acrobatic maneuver. The collision between the fiery chicken's flying knee strike and the Koga Ninja Frog's acrobatics yielded no advantage to either side, as both were repelled by the force of the impact. The fiery chicken, propelled backward, landed against the wall beneath the audience, accelerating its charge with a fierce flame kick. In a moment of urgency, the Koga Ninja Frog executed a counter, the flying return. With a swift bend, it allowed the fiery chicken to soar over, only to rise and deliver a retaliatory strike from behind, sending the fiery chicken flying. The fiery chicken, regaining its balance, emitted a jet of flame, which the Koga Ninja Frog countered by expanding the water currents surrounding it, successfully mitigating the fiery onslaught. Yet, the fiery chicken pursued, intent on striking again with another flying knee. At this proximity, the Koga Ninja Frog could not evade the attack. In a clever maneuver, it summoned numerous shadow clones. The fiery chicken's flying knee struck through the clones, landing on the ground and inadvertently inflicting harm upon itself. The Koga Ninja Frog then unleashed a barrage of water shurikens, which found their mark on the fiery chicken, now hindered by the recoil from its previous attack, resulting in a significant blow. Realizing the peril, the fiery chicken retaliated with a large flame burst, expelling a fiery wave that swept away all the clones and even affected the Koga Ninja Frog. Following this, the fiery chicken gathered its strength, launching itself like a cannonball with another flame kick, delivering a devastating blow to the Koga Ninja Frog. Both Pokémon had reached their limits. The next move would determine the victor. The Koga Ninja Frog prepared to execute another acrobatic maneuver, while the fiery chicken, nearing exhaustion, readied its own flame kick. As the two formidable techniques clashed, a shockwave enveloped the arena. Lu Feng, with a wry smile, shook his head, pondering if this could be counted as a victory. As the shockwave dissipated, both Pokémon lay incapacitated. Chapter 135, Journey to the Hoenn region. Unexpectedly, the Koga Ninja Frog and the fiery chicken had perished together. However, as the tyrant contestant still had an unutilized Pokémon remaining, the battle was declared a victory for the tyrant contestant. In other words, the tyrant contender has emerged as the champion of this Johto Alliance Silver Conference. Indeed, whenever Lu Feng participates in a competition, it can almost be said that victory is assured, Du remarked with a smile. Don't celebrate too soon. It seems Xiao Feng is not quite himself, Kona retorted curtly. Du paused, and indeed noticed that Lu Feng appeared somewhat dejected. What is the matter? He couldn't help but inquire. Unfortunately, Xiao Feng was unable to succeed in his own right, so while he won the competition, he did not overcome his personal challenges. Ka Lunai said with a sigh. Congratulations to the master for winning the championship at the Johto Alliance Silver Conference. With a reward of 400,000 gold coins and a chance for a Pokémon lottery, the system's prompt echoed, snapping Lu Feng back to reality as he hurriedly completed the award acceptance process and returned to his room in silence. Lu Feng, what troubles you? Nazi asked after lulling Xing Wu to sleep and sitting beside him. Due to her responsibilities for Xing Wu, she had missed the final match. Sigh. I encountered a particularly formidable opponent at the Silver Conference. His Mega Blaziken was extraordinarily powerful. At my level, I could only achieve a mutual knockout with him. Especially his move, Blaze Kick, which I could not overcome until the very end, Lu Feng lamented. Is there a move you cannot conquer? Nazi expressed her astonishment. An opponent who could thwart Lu Feng was indeed impressive. If you cannot conquer it, then find a way to overcome it. Does wallowing in despair here change anything? Ka Lunai declared as she abruptly opened the door. Sister, don't worry. I'm fine, Lu Feng replied, lifting his gaze to Ka Lunai with a smile. Aside from feeling a bit dejected, I am actually more excited. Sister, I have decided. I want to go to the Hoenn region. Going to Hoenn is also a fine choice. You aim to meet that Yu, who hails from Hoenn, correct? Ka Lunai inquired. Yes. I wish to see the place where that fellow grew up, to understand what kind of environment could produce such a strong individual, Lu Feng replied. Truthfully, if you exert your full strength, that Yu is no match for you, Ka Lunai asserted. But that is not what I desire. I want to defeat him at the same level. Regrettably, although I did not lose, I did not win either, Lu Feng said with a smile. Moreover, I aspire to grow stronger. With the Johto Alliance concluded, I plan to challenge the gyms in Hoenn and advance towards the Hoenn League. Well, since you've made up your mind, shouldn't you stay home for a while? We all know you wish to grow stronger. But you also need to spend time with us and your daughter. If you were someone else's child, you would have been forgotten by now. Ka Lunai remarked with some annoyance. My apologies, Lu Feng quickly responded. Humph. First, spend some quality time with Nazi. The room is yours. Ka Lunai said, closing the door behind her with a knowing smile. Lu Feng felt a bit embarrassed, and Nazi's face turned slightly red. They both understood what Ka Lu Nai implied. Although they had Xing Wu, it was still a singular occasion, and it had been in Lu Feng's unconscious state. Ahem. Perhaps I should step out, Lu Feng stammered, unsure of what to do. Lu Feng, come sit here, Nazi beckoned. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly sat beside Nazi, sitting upright with a serious demeanor. In a posture that exuded innocence, with a straightened back, legs neatly together, and hands resting on his knees, Lu Feng resembled a well-behaved child. Nazi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Lu Feng, feeling a wave of embarrassment, scratched his head, at a loss for words. Why are you so reserved? Do not forget, I am already your wife, and we have a child together, Nazi remarked as she leaned against Lu Feng's shoulder. She understood that if she did not take the initiative, he would never dare to touch her. I wish I could accompany you to Hoenn, but Xing Wu cannot leave me, Nazi said with a hint of frustration. Lu Feng paused for a moment, contemplating, before suddenly suggesting, why not bring Xing Wu along? We can travel to Hoenn together. What are you talking about? Nazi exclaimed, playfully hitting Lu Feng. Xing Wu is still so small, her body cannot endure such a journey. Actually, you need not worry about that, Lu Feng quickly reassured her. Due to inheriting our abilities, Xing Wu not only possesses superior cognitive development compared to other children, but also enjoys much better physical health. If we go to Hoenn, aside from the minor inconvenience of caring for Xing Wu, there should be no significant issues. I still feel uneasy, Nazi shook her head. And even if I were to agree, do you think that Sister Karuna and the others would consent? I will handle the situation with my sister and the others. I merely wish to seek your opinion, Lu Feng responded. After concluding his business in the Johto Alliance, Lu Feng returned to Kalos. During this period, he persistently troubled Karuna, hoping to persuade her to allow Nazi to travel with Xing Wu. Initially, upon hearing Lu Feng's request, Karuna scolded him soundly. Even far-off friends such as Kina and Shengdai, as well as Mei and Yutoko from Unova, and even Xiao Shui from Sinnoh nearly bombarded Lu Feng's phone in outrage upon learning the news. Despite the barrage of reprimands, Lu Feng had to endure and continue his pleas. Fortunately, he found solace in the fact that Selena was engaged in training for the ironclad rhinoceros race, and that Xiao Shui needed to return home due to some lingering issues with her onyx during training. Otherwise, he would have faced even more scolding. At long last, after much persuasion, Lu Feng humbly offered his seemingly worthless knees, and after considerable negotiation, Karuna and others reluctantly agreed, albeit with the stipulation that Lu Feng must provide constant updates on Xing Wu's condition. Any lapse would result in dire consequences. Lu Feng spent a month at home, dedicating that time solely to his family. 2 months later, accompanied by Nazi and Xing Wu, he set off for Hoenn. In the Hoenn region, at the town of Wubai, a man and woman strolled leisurely along the road, the man cradling a delicately crafted infant in his arms. Lu Feng, why have you come here? It seems there are no gyms, the woman inquired. This is the hometown of Yiyu, and Dr. Oda-san, a researcher in the Hoenn region, resides here as well. Since we are in Hoenn, it would be prudent to pay him a visit, Lu Feng explained. The two were none other than Lu Feng and Nazi, traveling with Xing Wu, who had just disembarked from their flight and arrived at Wubai town, where they sought out Dr. Oda-san's research facility. Chapter 136, Dr. Oda-san. As Lu Feng and Nazi arrived at Dr. Oda's research facility, they were informed by the staff that Dr. Oda was currently unavailable. Moments ago, a trainer wearing a hat had come in with ailing Pikachu, which seemed disoriented and was surging with uncontrollable electrical energy before it fled. Dr. Oda and the trainer had set off in pursuit, the researchers explained. A trainer with a hat, and Pikachu. Nazi, take care of Xing Wu for me. I must hurry, Lu Feng said, passing Xing Wu to Nazi. Confused, Nazi inquired what was happening. There's no time to explain. I need to go now, Lu Feng replied, dashing out before Nazi could respond. Utilizing the power of aura, he located Dr. Oda. Surrounding Dr. Oda was Ash's aura, confirming his presence. Indeed, but it appears this situation is perilous. It's quite troubling, Lu Feng thought, shaking his head. The phantom of the throne emerged behind him, and he slipped into the spatial realm, reappearing in the thicket near Dr. Oda. He spotted Ash and Pikachu precariously perched on the edge of a cliff. Dr. Oda, alongside a girl, had thrown down a rope to rescue Ash. But Pikachu's condition was dire. Not only was it enveloped in sparks of electric flames, but its internal energy was volatile, akin to a ticking bomb, at risk of explosion at any moment. This is a grave situation for Pikachu, Lu Feng remarked as he emerged from the bushes, grasping the rope and pulling upwards with determination. Upon seeing Lu Feng, Dr. Oda inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Lu Feng, a friend of Ash." "Let us focus on getting him up first," Lu Feng replied. Dr. Oda nodded, and although the girl was curious, she understood that now was not the time for questions. Together, they managed to pull Ash to safety. Gasping for breath, Ash finally recognized Lu Feng and, after rubbing his eyes in disbelief, exclaimed, "You Lu Feng, you've come to Hoenn." "Yes, this is Yiyue's homeland. I aim to challenge the league here and duel with more skilled trainers," Lu Feng replied. "It seems we share similar goals. By the way, Lu Feng, I recall you being a researcher as well. Can you save Pikachu? Ash asked urgently. Do not worry. Let me assess the situation, Lu Feng said, kneeling to lay Pikachu gently on the ground. Dr. Oda approached, stating, the electricity within it cannot be released, putting it in a precarious state, akin to a bomb that could explode at any moment. We need to get to my research facility. Suddenly, a mechanical arm lunged forward, seizing Pikachu. Who goes there? Ash shouted. A massive robot burst through the trees, revealing the notorious Team Rocket trio. I heard someone call out. But they didn't get to finish their sentence, Lu Feng declared, unable to contain himself. He summoned his Blaziken. Blaziken, use flamethrower. Blaziken unleashed a torrent of flames, severing the mechanical arm. Quick as lightning, Lu Feng caught Pikachu as it fell. Mewtwo, overwhelmed, shouted, Hey, let me finish my sentence. I have no interest in listening. Lu Feng retorted. Blaziken, use burn up. The fiery beast erupted in a fierce blaze, assaulting Team Rocket, whose robotic contraptions could not withstand such extreme temperatures, leading to their explosive demise. What an annoying feeling, echoed the voices of the trio into the sky. How bothersome, Lu Feng lamented. He couldn't help but admire the relentless pursuit of these three, who had followed him from Kanto to Chengdu, and then from Chengdu to Hoenn. Oh no, Pikachu's condition is unstable. We must return to my research facility immediately, Dr. Otamaki said as he took Pikachu from Lu Feng's arms. Lu Feng nodded, and the four hurried back to Dr. Otamaki's laboratory. The doctor and his assistant employed instruments to extract the excess electricity from Pikachu, ultimately saving it from the brink of danger. Wonderful, Pikachu, Ash exclaimed, collapsing into a chair in relief. Your Pikachu is safe now. Take good care of it, Lu Feng said, patting Ash on the shoulder. Ash nodded eagerly, though his gaze drifted towards Natsum, or rather, the infant cradled in her arms. Lu Feng playfully tapped Ash on the forehead, exclaiming, What are you staring at? Heh, Lu Feng, that baby in Natsum's arms must be your child, Ash teased. The girl who had assisted Ash gasped, How old is he? Her name is Hashimai, Lu Feng replied as he took Hashimai from Natsum, proudly presenting her to Ash. Ash, intrigued, reached out to touch Hashimai, who, unperturbed, grasped his fingers and giggled adorably. Lu Feng, this little one is truly delightful, Ash exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new world, playfully engaging Hashimai. All right, you take care of Pikachu. We shall take our rest, Lu Feng said, preparing to return to their room with Natsum. However, Dr. Otamaki suddenly appeared before Lu Feng, startling him. Do you require anything, doctor? Lu Feng inquired. You are Lu Feng from Kalos, the young scholar who discovered the fairy type, Dr. Otamaki said, brimming with excitement. Indeed, that is I. What is it? Lu Feng asked. Just as I suspected. No wonder your name sounded so familiar. Not long ago, you sought my assistance in finding the Mega Evolution Stone for Blaziken to battle you. I watched that match. It was spectacular, Dr. Otamaki explained. Thank you, doctor. May I choose a starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region? Lu Feng requested. Of course. Let us do so tomorrow. I have a research project that requires your assistance. Is that agreeable? Dr. Otamaki proposed. Lu Feng couldn't suppress a grimace. His first night in Hoenn would be spent awake. Resigned, he handed Hashimai back to Natsum. You all should return to rest. I must collaborate with Dr. Otamaki on research. Natsum nodded, saying, All right, come back soon. Lu Feng chuckled softly, suspecting he would not be returning anytime soon. The next morning, Lu Feng and Dr. Otamaki emerged from the laboratory, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, looking utterly exhausted. Ash and the girl were already waiting in the living room. By the way, I nearly forgot about the starter Pokémon. Dr. Oda rolled up his sleeves and retrieved 3 Pokeballs for Xiaoyao, the initial Pokémon for novice trainers, Trico, Mudkip, and Torchic. Lu Feng glanced at the girl named Xiaoyao, realizing she was indeed Xiaoyao. As expected, she chose Torchic. Dr. Oda turned to Lu Feng and encouraged him. It's your turn to select one as well. Lu Feng expressed his gratitude and pondered over the remaining 2 Pokémon for a while before finally deciding. Doctor, I choose Trico. Very well, here is Trico's Pokeball, Dr. Oda said as he presented Lu Feng with the items designated for novice trainers. Although Lu Feng regarded these items with indifference, he felt it was impolite to refuse them and accepted them nonetheless. Chapter 137, The Onslaught of Team Magma. Pokémon, Trico. Type, Grass. Potential, Champion. Strength, High Ordinary. Ability, Overgrow. Hidden ability, Unburden. I noticed you hesitated for quite some time. Does Trico possess any special qualities? Nasi inquired. Lu Feng paused momentarily before replying. Not particularly. I thought your prolonged selection indicated that Trico was formidable, Nasi remarked. Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Don't say that. If trained properly, it will effectively compensate for my current shortcomings. I lack a grass-type Pokémon, but with Trico, that will change. Moreover, it boasts the fastest speed among these 3 Pokémon, even outpacing Torchic, which has the speed boost ability. From that perspective, it seems quite powerful, Nasi commented. Lu Feng nodded with a smile. In truth, most Pokémon possess similar capabilities. What matters most is how much potential the trainer can harness. By the way, Lu Feng, You must also be here to challenge the Hoenn League, Dr. Oda said. Oh, indeed. I almost forgot. Dr. Oda, could you assist me with the necessary procedures? Lu Feng hurriedly produced his Pokédex and handed it to Dr. Oda. However, Dr. Oda shook his head repeatedly, stating, I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. The League has regulations. Only the Pokémon centers in various locations can issue challenge passes for trainers. However, there is no Pokémon center in nearby town. I see. Do you know where the nearest Pokémon center is located? Lu Feng inquired. The closest Pokémon center is in Guqing Town. Xiaoji, if I recall correctly. You are also here to challenge the Hoenn League, so you can travel together. Oh, and Xiaoyao, your father called, asking you to return to Changhua City. Conveniently. You will pass through Guqing Town, so you can accompany each other for safety, Dr. Oda explained. Lu Feng, we can travel together this time, Xiaoji said. Lu Feng nodded with a smile. Yes, Xiaoji, Miss Xiaoyao, I look forward to your guidance on this journey. Xiaoyao waved her hands in modesty. Not at all. I am the one who should seek your guidance. After bidding farewell to Dr. Oda, the four of them set off towards Guqing Town. 2 days later, they arrived at a forest not far from Guqing Town. Along the way, Xiaoyao and Nasi had grown quite familiar with each other, with even Xingwu occasionally jumping into Xiaoyao's arms, leaving the two men feeling rather bemused. What is going on here? As Xiaoji hurriedly took a few steps forward, Lu Feng swiftly followed. Before them stood several colossal rocks, their surfaces etched with the passage of time. This appeared to be an ancient relic, judging by the rocks. It must have considerable age. Lu Feng approached to examine it closely, yet his limited knowledge of archaeological studies rendered him unable to discern anything further. Quite the keen eye you possess, a voice emerged from behind, belonging to a figure laden with a large backpack. Who are you? Lu Feng inquired. I am Professor Miai's, a scholar researching this ancient relic. I look forward to your guidance, the professor replied. Greetings. Is there anything noteworthy about this ancient relic? Xiaoji asked with curiosity. Professor Miai's elaborated. This ancient relic may be home to Pokémon that have existed since antiquity. I have discovered a method to unlock the relic, but I lack the 4 gemstones that serve as keys. Ancient Pokémon that have endured through the ages sound fascinating, Naji remarked, displaying little interest, while Xiaoyao, the naive one, seemed particularly intrigued. However, I currently do not possess the keys, and the day has darkened. I must return to Guqing Town for the time being. You must be heading there as well, correct? Professor Miai's inquired. Indeed, we need to stop by the Pokémon Center first, Lu Feng responded. Splendid. My temporary research facility is located at the Pokémon Center, so it's a fortuitous coincidence, the professor said, leading Lu Feng and the others to the Pokémon Center in Guqing Town, where Lu Feng and Xiaoji processed their Hoenn Alliance passes. Please rest for now. If you have time tomorrow, do come to the ancient relic to seek me out. I might have other means to unlock it, Professor Miai suggested. After expressing their gratitude, Lu Feng and his companions engaged in light conversation before retreating to their respective quarters to rest. How is it? Is Xingwu asleep? Lu Feng quietly opened the door, almost floating in with his psychic abilities, communicating solely through telepathy. Naji couldn't help but roll her eyes, remarking, You needn't be so cautious. One might think you're escaping some great calamity. Suddenly, a piercing cry erupted, awakening Xingwu. The two hurriedly attempted to soothe her, and after a lengthy struggle, she finally drifted back to sleep. Breathing a sigh of relief, the two teleported back to their own room, collapsing onto the bed. Lu Feng remarked, Caring for a child is truly exhausting. I appreciate your efforts in my absence. Naji shifted closer, nestling into Lu Feng's embrace. I understand you have your aspirations, and I cannot assist you much. The only thing I can do is take good care of Xingwu. Moreover, being able to travel with you and Xingwu brings me immense joy. Lu Feng held Naji tightly, and the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. In the dead of night, a thunderous explosion jolted them awake. They hastily teleported to Xingwu's room, where they found her crying in distress from the noise. Naji quickly gathered Xingwu into her arms, but despite their efforts, she continued to wail incessantly. Lu Feng's expression darkened. Naji, keep Xingwu safe here. I shall investigate who is causing such a ruckus at this late hour. Lu Feng had not been angry for quite some time. Well, take care of yourself, he said. Although Naz was also quite furious, she had to ensure the safety of Xingwu, leaving Lu Feng to vent his frustrations. Lu Feng nodded and, in an instant, teleported outside to assess the situation. He opened the doors of others' rooms, but found them empty and in disarray. Strange, where are the people from the Pokémon Center? Lu Feng pondered as he made his way to the lobby, only to discover that even Miss Joy was absent. Instead, a group of individuals clad in red uniforms roamed the hall. Upon spotting Lu Feng, the leader furrowed his brow and remarked, What is going on? Why is there still a trainer here? Are you the one causing trouble? Lu Feng replied coolly, And if I am, what do you intend to do? The individual retorted mockingly. Lu Feng decided against further banter, summoning Charizard and Blaziken. You think one person can take on all of us? How amusing. Houndoom, use Flamethrower. The leader commanded, and 6 Houndoom emerged, unleashing a torrent of flames. Blaziken stepped forward, absorbing all the flamethrowers, its blaze ability enhancing its power to an extraordinary degree. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Some of the Houndoom possessed the Flash Fire ability, rendering Fire-type moves ineffective. Blaziken transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly dispatched 3 of the Houndoom, while Charizard eliminated the remaining trio with Dragon Claw. Damn it, why is there such a strong trainer here? The leader began to retreat, seemingly contemplating escape. Lufeng positioned Blaziken and Charizard to block their exit. Given your uniforms, you must be members of Team Magma, under the command of Maxi. Lufeng stated nonchalantly as he took a seat, a hint of amusement in his tone. The leader froze momentarily. You know our boss? Lufeng shook his head. I do not, but I have heard of him. Your Team Magma has been wreaking havoc alongside Team Aqua and Hoenn. Initially, I had little desire to intervene. But now that you've crossed my path, how do you propose I punish you? What do you want? The leader asked, attempting to negotiate with promises of benefits if he could find a way out. Lufeng dismissed him with a wave. How dull, resorting to such tactics. Blaziken, Charizard. Incapacitate them. The 2 Pokémon swiftly knocked out several members, whom Lufeng carelessly tossed into a room, locking the door behind them. Upon stepping outside, Lufeng encountered more Team Magma members. He felt no inclination for idle chatter as the phantom of the Throne of Control materialized behind him. Bind. Vines suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring all Team Magma members like dumplings. Lufeng released all the captured trainers, but noticed that Ash and the others were missing. Chapter 138, Repelling Team Magma. Lufeng searched every room, but still found no trace of them. Are you perhaps looking for Professor Miai's? Miss Joy approached and inquired. Strangely enough, when Lufeng found her, the room where she had been held captive had been breached. Yes, and also our friends who came with us. Lufeng responded hastily. Miss Joy remarked, the members of Team Magma have coerced Professor Mez into unlocking the ancient ruins of Guchen, threatening all trainers at the Pokémon Center. With no other option, Professor Mez complied. We were also imprisoned by Team Magma, but fortunately, your friends displayed remarkable ingenuity, breaking open the door to escape, presumably to rescue Professor Mez. Team Magma is truly insufferable. Without further delay, Lufeng made his way to the Guchen ruins. Damn it. This cursed ruin is devoid of anything significant, only a collection of dilapidated murals. Within the ancient site, Professor Mez had indeed opened the ruins, but it appeared that nothing of value to Team Magma was present, leaving their leader in a state of exasperation. Retreat. We have discovered new ruins elsewhere, he commanded, gesturing for all Team Magma members to withdraw, neglecting even Professor Mez, who was left behind as he turned to leave. Even Ash and his companions, who had arrived earlier, failed to catch sight of Team Magma, let alone Lufeng, who arrived later. So what about Team Magma? Lufeng inquired breathlessly. Ash shook his head. I don't know. They had already left by the time we arrived. I see. Professor Mez, how are you? Lufeng asked. I am unharmed. It seems this ancient ruin was not their objective. Otherwise, they would not have let me go so easily, Professor Mez replied. Lufeng curiously surveyed the ruins. But aside from the murals, he discerned little else. Wait, Lufeng exclaimed, tapping on a stone pillar embedded with 4 gemstone keys. This does not seem like an ordinary stone. In the original text, it appears to be a mechanism activated by sunlight. Fairy Pokémon, use Flash. Lufeng summoned his Fairy Pokémon to unleash a brilliant light. Although dawn was approaching, he was unwilling to wait, directly commanding the Fairy Pokémon to shine. Professor Mez and Ash were startled by Lufeng's actions, yet the stone pillar, adorned with the keys, began to shift slowly, revealing a passage. The trio hurriedly gathered around. Indeed, this mechanism required intense light to be triggered. The illumination from a flashlight was insufficient. Lufeng shook his flashlight in dismay. You knew all along? Professor Mez inquired. Not at all. I merely sensed something unusual about this stone pillar when I first saw it, as if it operated on the principle of light refraction. I don't fully understand it, but fortunately, it has opened, Lufeng explained, stepping into the passage, prompting the others to follow closely behind. Upon exiting the passage, Lufeng was astonished to discover an underground water vein, inhabited by ancient Pokémon, the ancient Love Disc, with more than one in sight. An ancient Pokémon. The eternal Love Disc, exclaimed Professor Mez, brimming with excitement. Lufeng stealthily retrieved a Pokéball to capture one. Although the ancient Love Disc was indeed a remarkable Pokémon, its age rendered it unsuitable for battle. However, it could be given to Professor Bretano for research on the Love Disc's behavioral patterns. After exploring the ancient ruins of Guchen, Lufeng and his companions returned to the Pokémon Center. At this moment, the members of Team Magma had already been apprehended. Lufeng hurriedly sought out Nasi, finding her using her psychic abilities to control several members of Team Magma, compelling them to perform a series of comical dances that elicited hearty laughter from the Starmie in her arms. Have those oddly dressed individuals gone mad? Why are they still dancing? A police officer, involved in the apprehension of Team Magma, could not help but inquire of a colleague nearby. To his surprise, the colleague responded with a face full of terror, pulling him away towards a corner. You mustn't provoke that deity. It seems that lady possesses psychic powers. These individuals previously invaded her room and were unceremoniously ejected, only to be made to dance under her control ever since. Is she truly that formidable? The officer, who had initially dared to steal glances at Nasi's beauty, now refrained from looking, fearing he might suffer the same fate as those unfortunate dancers, whose expressions reflected a longing for death. Lu Feng's lips twitched. He was certain that Nasi had no interest in such frivolous dancing, though the starmie in her arms might differ. He approached her teasingly, saying, "Oh, great one, have you not yet allowed them to cease?" With Nasi's perceptive abilities, she could not possibly be oblivious to their words. She simply chose to ignore them. The two police officers wore expressions of disbelief, thinking, "Goodness, where does this beautiful youth find the audacity to speak so freely to that deity? Does he not fear becoming like them?" Unexpectedly, the deity retorted with irritation. "What else should I do? So many intruded upon my room. As a fragile woman with a child, should I not teach them a lesson?" The two officers were nearly speechless, utterly baffled by the turn of events. "Let us depart. We are bound for Changhua City," Lu Feng announced. However, Nasi regarded him with skepticism, prompting Lu Feng to ask, "Is something the matter?" She pointed at his attire. "Are you truly going out dressed in your pajamas?" Lu Feng had hurriedly left in his sleepwear, which wasn't particularly noticeable among the many trainers in similar attire, but venturing outside in such garb was another matter. "Oh, I completely forgot. I shall return to change." Lu Feng hastily went back to his room to change his clothes. By the time he emerged, Ash and the others had already returned. "You're back. Perfect timing. Let us head to Changhua City," Lu Feng said. Ash naturally had no objections, but Xiaoyao appeared somewhat hesitant, asking, "Must we go to Changhua City?" Ash paused for a moment. "Indeed, the nearest gym is in Changhua City. Is there any other place we could possibly go?" Xiaoyao found it difficult to argue against this point, as their destination had already been decided. After bidding farewell to Professor Miai's, the group set off once again. Guchen Town was not too far from Changhua City, and with their pace, Lu Feng and his companions could reach it by the following morning. Chapter 139, Ash battles Qianli. The next morning, Lu Feng and his companions arrived in Changhua City. Ash, brimming with excitement, dashed straight towards the gym, while Xiaoyao seemed to have wandered off elsewhere. Lu Feng, however, took his time to locate their lodging. Upon returning to his room, Mew could no longer contain its excitement and burst forth from its Pokeball. Ever since Lu Feng had captured Mew, he entrusted it to Nasi, who, not needing it for battles at home, allowed Mew to keep Starmie company. Unexpectedly, Dream and Star Dance began to play together, taking Star Dance on adventures daily. One day, when Nasi could not find Star Dance, she initially thought Dream had taken her out for fun. However, by nightfall, the entire family was in a state of panic, having turned the villa upside down in search of her. Eventually, Nasi utilized her psychic abilities to sense Star Dance's whereabouts, a revelation that nearly caused her to faint. It turned out that Dream had flown Star Dance to an altitude of over 1,000 meters without anyone realizing. While Dream joyfully protected Star Dance in the air, their playful escapade came to a sudden halt when they returned, prompting Nasi to unleash her fury, causing Star Dance to cry uncontrollably and nearly sending Dream flying out the door. "Dream, you must protect Star Dance properly, or I shall throw you out," Nasi calmly stated. Dream shivered at her words, instinctively standing at attention and nodding. Since the last incident, a deep-seated fear of Nasi had taken root within it. "Lu Feng, let us head to the dojo," Nasi suggested. Lu Feng nodded, and together they arrived at the Changhua dojo. Upon entering, they found Ash engaged in a fierce battle with the dojo's master, having already fought for quite some time. "Primeape, use Cross Chop. Pikachu, use Quick Attack." Pikachu executed a quick attack to evade Primeape's Cross Chop, causing Primeape to miss and instead stumble backward from the impact. Primeape, use Taunt to hinder Pikachu's movements. The loud disruption from Primeape momentarily halted Pikachu's actions. Primeape, execute Cross Chop. With a decisive strike, Primeape knocked Pikachu to the ground, but suddenly, its expression changed as it sensed something was amiss. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Pikachu launched a Thunderbolt, and although Primeape attempted to evade, a subtle electric charge coursed through its body, impairing its movements and resulting in it absorbing the full force of the Thunderbolt. Pikachu, follow up with Iron Tail. Pikachu leapt onto Primeape, landing a powerful blow with its iron tail, sending Primeape crashing to the ground. "How strange, my father's Primeape's movements have become so sluggish. It used to evade attacks effortlessly, but now it's vulnerable," Xiaoyao remarked, puzzled. Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing her inexperience. He explained, "Pikachu's ability is static, which has a chance to paralyze opponents that come into contact with it. Primeape's Cross Chop triggered Pikachu's static ability after striking it." "Ah, so that's how it works." Pokémon knowledge is truly vast, Xiaoyao realized, but was then startled to see Lu Feng and Nasi. "Lu Feng and Nasi, what brings you here? By the way, where is Star Dance?" Lu Feng sighed. "Did you forget? Ash and I came to Changhua City specifically to challenge the Changhua Dojo. As for Star Dance, she fell asleep on the way and had to be left at the hotel." He then added, and you, the daughter of the dojo master, certainly surprised me. Xiao Yao felt a bit embarrassed, but Lu Feng chose not to press the matter further. After all, everyone has their own secrets when away from home. That must be Mr. Qianli, the dojo master. He is quite formidable, so be cautious in your approach, Nasi advised as she stepped closer to Lu Feng. After all, as gym leaders, they can easily discern that Qianli's active monkey, though impressive in its strength, is not yet among his primary Pokémon. Indeed, the bespectacled boy beside Xiao Yao proudly declared, my father is exceptionally strong. Lu Feng cast a puzzled glance at him, prompting Xiao Yao to introduce, I forgot to mention. This is my younger brother, Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng, this is Lu Feng, the champion of the Silver Conference who defeated EU's Blaziken. Am I right? I watched this year's Silver Conference. Xiaosheng exclaimed excitedly. That is correct, but I didn't actually defeat EU's Blaziken. We both suffered significant damage. And my victory was merely due to having an additional Pokémon at my disposal, Lu Feng clarified. Xiaosheng paused, clearly perplexed, but you can only use 6 Pokémon. So wouldn't having one more mean you're stronger than EU? Your reasoning isn't entirely inaccurate, but the nuance of that statement eludes you for now. Lu Feng replied, as Xiaosheng nodded, half understanding. Pikachu, deliver another Iron Tail. Pikachu leaped onto the active monkey, its tail glowing with radiant light as it swung forcefully. Active monkey. Use Endure. The active monkey unleashed a powerful gust of energy, sending Pikachu hurtling backward, heavily injured. Endure is a normal type move with moderate power, but if the user is afflicted by poison, burn, or paralysis, its effectiveness is doubled. Pikachu, get up and use Thunderbolt. Active monkey, catch it. Pikachu struggled to rise, its body crackling with electricity once more. Yet, the active monkey swiftly shattered the electrical attack with a single claw and seized Pikachu. Active monkey, use Brick Break. The active monkey hurled Pikachu high into the air and followed suit, delivering a brick break that sent Pikachu crashing to the ground. This blow was too much for even Pikachu to withstand, rendering it unable to continue fighting. That concludes the match. Qianli withdrew the active monkey and approached Ash, saying, your Pikachu is quite formidable. It truly deserves its place among the top 16 in the Silver Conference. Thank you for your guidance, Qianli. I will definitely return to challenge you again, and next time I shall earn the badge here, Ash declared. Qianli chuckled heartily. I await your return for another challenge. However, it seems I must first deal with another young challenger, correct? Qianli remarked, having noticed Lu Feng all along. Indeed, Qianli. The gym leader is quite powerful, Lu Feng acknowledged. Ash stepped forward to introduce, Qianli, this is my friend Lu Feng, who also participated in this Silver Conference and is its champion. Qianli's eyes sparkled, although he had not observed the Silver Conference. Anyone who could emerge victorious as champion must possess considerable strength. It appeared that this opponent would not be easily trifled with. Lu Feng. The rules of the Changhua Gym dictate that battles are conducted in a 3-on-3 format, where the battle concludes once all of one side's Pokémon are unable to continue. And only the challenger may substitute their Pokémon. The gym leader cannot. Do you understand? Lu Feng nodded in affirmation. Chapter 140, Rampardos charges forth. Then, this shall be my first Pokémon. Go, Rampardos. Pokémon, Charge Bear. Type, Normal. Potential, Champion. Strength, Early Champion level. Ability, Gluttony. Hidden ability, Quick Feet. A champion-level Pokémon indeed, so let us proceed, Blaziken. Lu Feng summoned Blaziken. With a commendable aura, Charge Bear initiated Belly Drum. Suddenly, Charge Bear's abdomen inflated as if filled with air, its expression reflecting a hint of pain. After a brief moment, it returned to normal, yet its aura multiplied, instilling a sense of danger in Blaziken. Starting off with Belly Drum, does it not fear depleting its stamina afterward? Lu Feng pondered aloud. Belly Drum is a technique that maximizes the user's attack power, but at the cost of half its stamina. However, in the next moment, Lu Feng comprehended the situation as a berry appeared on Charge Bear, the citrus berry, known for its remarkable restorative properties, effectively negating the drawback of Belly Drum. Charge Bear. Use Headbutt. Charge Bear propelled itself with its hind legs, traversing half the arena before crashing into Blaziken with tremendous force. Blaziken. Use Overheat. Blaziken cloaked itself in flames, launching an overheat attack in response. However, Charge Bear's sheer power was overwhelming. The flames of overheat were dispersed upon impact, sending Blaziken flying. Charge Bear. Use Split. Charge Bear's foreclaws shimmered with light as it unleashed a split attack towards Blaziken. Blaziken. Use Flamethrower. Blaziken erupted in a blaze of intense flames, sending a column of fire skyward. The scorching flames were so potent that they overwhelmed Charge Bear's split attack, inflicting considerable damage. Charge Bear. Use Tackle. Charge Bear circled Blaziken with all its might, leaving Blaziken hesitant to make a move. Suddenly, Charge Bear halted beside Blaziken, delivering a powerful tackle that sent Blaziken out of the arena. This creature's offensive capabilities are truly fearsome. However, once Charge Bear gains momentum, it becomes difficult to change direction. And even when it manages to halt, its movements become rigid. Blaziken. Use Flamethrower. Blaziken expelled a torrent of searing flames, while Charge Bear dodged left and right. True to its name, altering its path required immense effort, narrowly evading each time. Charge Bear, use Charge Beam. Charge Bear unleashed a beam of energy entwined with electricity, countering the flamethrower. Blaziken, use Fire Blast. Charge Bear, use Surf. Blaziken unleashed a fiery attack in the shape of a large character, but suddenly, a massive wave surged beneath Charge Bear, confronting the Fire Blast. Yet, the intense heat of Fire Blast evaporated the wave. Water-type move. Lufoam gasped, recalling that he had previously consumed a flame fruit to enhance his fire attacks. Otherwise, this surf would indeed have posed a significant challenge. But the action was far from over. Charge Bear, use Hell Spike. Charge Bear enveloped itself in a dark purple glow, launching itself like a spear. Dark-type move. Blaziken, use Flame Wheel. The fiery beast transformed into a blazing wheel of flames, charging forward, as the deep violet and fiery red faced off in the center of the arena. Yet, it was evident that the fiery red was at a disadvantage, being suppressed at a visibly rapid pace. The bear, in a relentless assault, executed its hellish stab with all its might. The brilliance of the violet intensified, swiftly engulfing the fiery red. The fiery beast was sent flying by the hellish stab, and all sound-based moves became unusable. The most notable characteristic of normal-type Pokémon lies in their favorable compatibility with various elemental attributes, enabling them to wield a plethora of moves. Chinli, with a grin, commanded, "Bear, use Shadow Claw." A spectral claw appeared on one of the bear's front paws, darting behind the fiery beast before striking with ferocity. Fiery Beast, unleash Inferno. The fiery beast turned, spewing forth a torrent of flames, only to be struck by the Shadow Claw, which sent it hurtling away. The bear, too, found itself enveloped in the flames of Inferno, suffering significant damage and succumbing to a burn status. Inferno, a move of great power, possesses a low accuracy, yet when it connects, it invariably inflicts a burn. Impressive Bear. Endure. The bear erupted in a fierce wave of energy, charging toward the fiery beast. Lu Feng's expression darkened. Indeed, the bear could endure. Fiery Beast, use Flamethrower. The fiery beast unleashed a stream of flames at the bear, who, undeterred, charged headlong through the flames, dispersing them and subsequently delivering a heavy blow to the fiery beast. The burn status would continue to inflict harm while also diminishing the opponent's physical attack strength. However, there was no time to linger. The outcome must be determined swiftly. Fiery Beast, harness Energy Flame. The fiery beast enveloped itself in flames, hurtling toward the bear, who boldly met the challenge with endurance. Fiery Beast, halt and use Burnout. The fiery beast suddenly stopped, gliding past the bear, which could not halt its momentum and left a long mark on the ground. A conflagration that threatened to engulf the entire arena then consumed the bear, delivering a devastating blow. Burnout, how careless of me. Bear, use Surf. A tumultuous wave emerged beneath the bear, surging toward the fiery beast. Fiery Beast, launch Energy Ball. The fiery beast concentrated its energy to form an energy ball, hurling it forth to shatter the wave. The energy ball continued its trajectory, striking the bear with remarkable effect, overwhelming it and rendering it unable to continue fighting. Return, Bear. You were truly formidable, but now you must exercise caution. Go, Kangaskhan. Pokémon, Kangaskhan type, normal potential, champion strength, high champion ability, intimidate hidden ability. Inner focus. A high-ranking champion like Kangaskhan is not to be trifled with. Fiery Beast. Unleash Explosion. Lu Feng wasted no time, calling forth a powerful move right from the start. Yet, Kangaskhan, swifter than the fiery beast, countered. Kangaskhan, use Clap Attack. The sound of its hands clapping together startled the fiery beast, disrupting its ability to execute Explosion. The Clap Attack, guaranteed to instill fear in the opponent for a turn, could only be employed at the outset. Seizing the moment, the Bag Dragon unleashed its million-ton punch, striking the blazing beast down to the ground. Observing that the blazing beast still possessed fighting spirit, it followed up with another million-ton punch, determined to achieve victory. Return, Blazing Beast, go forth, Charizard. Chapter 141, The Epic Battle of Super Charizard and Super Bag Dragon. Charizard, you are indeed a trainer specializing in fire types, Qianli remarked. Lu Feng paused momentarily, realizing that he had indeed been leaning towards fire types lately, even in combat, favoring a fierce and aggressive style. Qianli's words inadvertently revealed some of Lu Feng's shortcomings. Perhaps so, but thanks to you, Mr. Qianli, I have recognized my own deficiencies. Is that so? Qianli responded nonchalantly. It was not surprising to him. Even gym leaders often share insights during battles, and a casual remark can illuminate a trainer's understanding. Be cautious, my Bag Dragon is quite formidable. Bag Dragon, employ Continuous Punch. The Bag Dragon executed a series of relentless punches, leaving Charizard somewhat flustered in defense. Although it sustained no injuries, it appeared rather disheveled. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. The ethereal image of Dragon Claw manifested upon Charizard's claws, interrupting Bag Dragon's assault and forcing it back. Bag Dragon, unleash Thunderbolt. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Bag Dragon released a swift Thunderbolt, while Charizard countered with a searing Flamethrower. The two powerful moves collided, igniting a spectacular display of flames and sparks. The enhancement from the Flame Fruit was proving less impactful against a Pokémon of the champion level. Lugia furrowed his brow. The Flame Fruit had worked well against Pokémon below the champion tier, but its effects were diminished against someone as powerful as Charizard, which was nearing the pinnacle of the champion level. The temperature of this flame is astonishing. Lugia complained about the inadequacy of the Flame Fruit, unaware that Qianli was genuinely surprised. Typically, Charizards did not wield flames of such intensity. It was a clear indication of a significant difference in power. Bag Dragon, use Body Slam. Bag Dragon concentrated all its strength and charged towards Charizard. Charizard responded with another Flamethrower, yet Bag Dragon surged forward, undeterred by the flames. Charizard, use Steel Wing. Charizard quickly protected itself with its Steel Wing as Bag Dragon collided with it. The force generated a powerful shockwave that shook the arena, sending Charizard flying back. However, due to the Steel Wing's defense, the damage was not severe. Remarkably, it sustained minimal damage, Qianli noted in astonishment. The recoil from Bag Dragon's Body Slam had inflicted slightly more harm on it than on Charizard. This was quite unexpected. It seems I will need to employ more tactics to handle you. Qianli, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration, revealed the bracelet on his wrist, showcasing a unique bead, an evolution stone. Bag Dragon, Mega Evolve. The Mega Stone resonated with the evolution stone, enveloping Bag Dragon in a radiant light as its form transformed. Pokémon, Super Bag Dragon. Type, Normal. Potential, Champion. Strength, Early Champion. Ability, Parental Bond. The Super Bag Dragon indeed proves to be formidable, living up to its reputation as a gym leader comparable to the Elite Four. Lugia was taken aback. How is it that things have deviated from the original narrative? In the original story, could Qianli utilize Mega Evolution? That seems improbable. Yet, I am no novice in this arena. Lugia brandished his own evolution keystone, Charizard, Mega Evolve. Charizard was enveloped in radiant light, its form transforming magnificently. This must be the Mega Charizard, truly impressive, Qianli remarked. As the Super Bag Dragon is inclined towards physical attacks, the Mega Charizard's form maximizes its special attack capabilities, although it becomes somewhat weaker in other aspects. The attributes of this form are relatively well-rounded, and thanks to its abilities, it excels in close combat. While its special attack may not rival that of other forms, it remains undeniably potent, presenting a balanced array of attributes overall. Let us test the might of Mega Charizard. Charizard, unleash a Flamethrower to greet our opponent. A torrent of blue flames erupted from Charizard, which the Bag Dragon blocked with its arms. The temperature of the flames intensified. Bag Dragon, use Dynamic Punch. The Bag Dragon delivered a powerful punch towards Charizard, who grasped the Bag Dragon's arm, deflecting the blow. However, the little Bag Dragon appeared behind Charizard, landing a formidable enhanced punch that staggered it. Charizard, employ Dragon Tail. Charizard swung its tail, sending the little Bag Dragon flying. Observing this, the mother Bag Dragon broke free from Charizard's grip and hastily caught the little Bag Dragon. This exemplifies the parent-child love ability, which is both intriguing and impressive. With this ability, Pokémon can use the same attack twice in one turn. However, the second attack is executed by the little Bag Dragon, thus its power is merely half of the mother's. Very well. Let me demonstrate the prowess of this parent-child love ability. Bag Dragon, execute Meteor Mash. The Bag Dragon and little Bag Dragon simultaneously unleashed Meteor Mash, charging toward Charizard. Charizard, counter with Dragon Claw. Charizard met the mother Bag Dragon's advance with its claws, while the little Bag Dragon seized the opportunity to deliver a solid punch, only for Charizard to retaliate with its other claw, knocking the little Bag Dragon to the ground. In a sudden surge of strength, the mother Bag Dragon forcefully repelled Charizard. The little Bag Dragon, having successfully escaped, struck Charizard directly in the face with a Meteor Mash, bringing the formidable creature to the ground. Charizard, employ Heat Wave. Charizard flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing a scorching gust infused with flames that engulfed both the mother Bag Dragon and the little Bag Dragon. Now's our chance. Use Dragon Claw. Charizard seized the moment, delivering two swift Dragon Claws that sent them flying. Such power. Bag Dragon, utilize Surf. The mother Bag Dragon summoned a formidable wave to assault Charizard. Charizard, counter with Flamethrower. Charizard unleashed Flamethrower to neutralize the Surf attack, yet the little Bag Dragon's wave followed closely behind, forcing Charizard back significantly. How curious. Even if the little Bag Dragon's attack power is considerably diminished, it should not be so feeble, Qianli murmured to himself. It is little wonder that Qianli is unaware, as the phenomenon of Mega Evolution is not widespread in other regions, resulting in his rare encounters with opponents capable of such evolution. Charizard, unleash Fire Spin. The Charizard unleashed a swirling inferno, enveloping the Bag Dragon, rendering it temporarily immobile and subjecting it to continuous damage from the flames. Charizard, charge in and use Dragon Claw. The Charizard surged into the fiery vortex, swinging its claws fiercely, yet it found no target as the bag dragon inexplicably vanished. Not good, Lu Feng exclaimed urgently. But it was already too late. Qianli chuckled. Bag dragon, use dig. Suddenly, the bag dragon emerged from the ground, landing a powerful punch on Charizard, followed by a swift strike from the little bag dragon, inflicting severe damage on Charizard. Chapter 142, The Formidable King of Leaf. I've been outmaneuvered, Lu Feng lamented, raking his fingers through his hair. Although his fear of water-type moves had waned due to his dragon attribute, the absence of flying-type made ground-type attacks effective. Moreover, Qianli was well aware of this fact. His earlier actions had merely been a ruse. Mr. Qianli, your acting skills are truly remarkable, Lu Feng couldn't help but remark. Qianli replied with a smile. Indeed, I seldom encounter opponents capable of mega evolution, but I possess some knowledge on the matter. Haha, however, I can still continue fighting. And so can Charizard. Use Dragon Dance. Charizard executed Dragon Dance, enhancing its attack and speed, its aura intensifying rather than diminishing. Qianli's expression grew serious. The Bag Dragon's assault had ignited their fighting spirit. Bag Dragon, use Comet Punch. Charizard, unleash Fire Punch. The Mother Bag Dragon and the Little Bag Dragon struck in unison against Charizard, which countered with Fire Punch, engaging in a fierce clash. Empowered by Dragon Dance, Charizard held its ground against both the Mother and Little Bag Dragon. But that's not all. My Charizard possesses the ability Hard Claw. It will never falter in close combat against you. Charizard, use Fire Punch, Steel Wing, and Dragon Tail. Flames enveloped Charizard's fists, its wings transformed into steel, and its tail shimmered with brilliance. The combined assault overwhelmed both the Mother and Little Bag Dragon. 3 moves simultaneously. Qianli was left astounded. Executing 3 techniques at once required an extraordinary level of skill. Seizing the moment, Charizard struck the Little Bag Dragon down with a powerful Steel Wing, prompting the Mother Bag Dragon to rush forward. Charizard retaliated with a Dragon Tail, tripping the Bag Dragon, and seized the opportunity to deliver a fiery punch, sending the Bag Dragon flying. Bag Dragon, use Ice Beam. The Bag Dragon unleashed an Ice Beam that struck Charizard, freezing its wings, while the Little Bag Dragon followed suit with a smaller Ice Beam, encasing Charizard's lower body in frost. Bag Dragon, use Heavy Slam. The Mother and Child Bag Dragons charged at Charizard, with the Mother executing Heavy Slam, pinning Charizard to the ground, soon followed by the little one. My goodness, Charizard. Use Flare Blitz. Charizard ignited with ferocious flames, melting the ice that bound it, while the Mother and Little Bag Dragon were severely injured by the fiery onslaught. Charizard, use Dragon Pulse. The mighty Charizard unleashed a colossal dragon-shaped shockwave, enveloping the Kangaskhan and her offspring. Within the tremendous explosion, the duo suffered grievous injuries once more. However, the Mother Kangaskhan clutched her little one tightly in her embrace, mitigating the damage inflicted upon the young one. Kangaskhan executed a move known as Brick Break. With great effort, she managed to rise, charging forward with the attack. The young Kangaskhan, gritting its teeth, followed suit, initiating the same move towards Charizard. Due to the relentless barrage of attacks, Charizard needed a moment to catch its breath, and the little Kangaskhan's Brick Break staggered it. The Mother Kangaskhan soon arrived on the scene, delivering a powerful Brick Break that sent Charizard flying. We can still continue the fight. Charizard, use Blast Burn. Charizard expelled a torrent of blue flames in the shape of a large letter, targeting the Kangaskhan. The Mother had already sustained severe injuries, and upon witnessing the attack, the little Kangaskhan rushed towards the oncoming flames, only to be engulfed by the Blast Burn. In a desperate bid, the Mother Kangaskhan dashed forward, dispersing the flames and cradling her offspring in her arms. At that moment, the young Kangaskhan was rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Overwhelmed with despair and fury, the Mother Kangaskhan delivered a powerful punch towards Charizard, which raised a hand to block the assault. However, the Mother was relentless, striking Charizard repeatedly with fierce blows. Charizard, use Steel Wing. Charizard employed its Steel Wing to shield itself, but Kangaskhan's fists met the metallic appendage with resounding clangs. Gradually, the sounds diminished, and after one final punch, Kangaskhan reverted from her mega evolution, remaining frozen in a pose with her fist extended. Return, Kangaskhan. Qianli slowly recalled her Pokémon. Lu Feng couldn't help but scratch his head. I'm sorry, I can't hold back. Qianli shook her head. No need for apologies. This is a battle. In circumstances like those of the little Kangaskhan, no one could refrain from fighting. However, while I understand, I still must ensure my Kangaskhan has a chance to vent her frustrations. This is my last Pokémon. Go forth, Slaking. Pokémon, Slaking. Type, Normal. Potential, Champion. Strength, High Champion. Ability, Truant. Lu Feng's expression turned grave. Slaking possessed the highest base stats among non-legendary Pokémon, but its Truant ability severely hampered its effectiveness. Nevertheless, should Slaking choose to engage, Even legendary Pokémon would be compelled to retreat. Charizard continue. Use Flamethrower. Charizard unleashed blue flames towards Slaking, who lay lazily, unfazed even as the flames licked at its face. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Charizard attacked with Dragon Claw, yet Slaking remained unmoved. The claws struck Slaking, generating sparks upon impact. Slaking used Counter. Suddenly, Slaking sprang to life, delivering a powerful punch that shattered Charizard's Dragon Claw, the force of the counterattack striking Charizard with tremendous impact. Such formidable power. Lugia wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The strength displayed had reached a godly level. If not for Slaking's laziness preventing consecutive attacks, Charizard would have already been defeated. Charizard, this creature cannot strike consecutively. Attack it while it's incapacitated. Use Fire Punch. Charizard charged forward, unleashing a fiery punch that struck the Sloth King, inflicting continuous damage. Yet, the Sloth King remained utterly unperturbed, even yawning lazily as the fiery blows rained down upon its face. Sloth King, unleash your ultimate impact. Charizard swiftly retreated and prepared to use Steel Wing. As Charizard flapped its wings to ascend off the ground, to everyone's astonishment, the Sloth King leapt into the air, executing its ultimate impact against Charizard. Charizard quickly raised its Steel Wing as a shield, yet the formidable defense was forcibly breached, and the Sloth King collided with Charizard, sending it crashing to the ground, fracturing the earth beneath in numerous cracks, as if the arena itself could scarcely withstand the force. Charizard, despite still possessing fighting spirit, Charizard was now relying solely on sheer will to continue. I must inflict as much damage as possible on the Sloth King. Charizard, unleash explosive flames. Charizard summoned its powerful fire-type move to attack the Sloth King, continuously releasing flames. Though the Sloth King remained unfazed, it was nearly impossible for it to escape injury in such a situation. It merely could not be bothered to change its expression. I acknowledge your strength, but this is where your Charizard's journey ends. Sloth King, break free from the flames and use Vital Force Punch. The Sloth King concentrated its entire might into a wave of energy, deflecting the explosive flames, and then delivered a devastating punch that sent Charizard flying. Lugia hurriedly caught Charizard, yet the overwhelming force propelled him backward as well. Only by harnessing a fraction of the power from the Throne of Control could he stabilize himself. However, Charizard had already reverted from its Mega Evolution state, losing its combat capability. Return, Charizard. Lugia withdrew Charizard and gazed at the Sloth King, who remained poised with a fist extended, not out of reluctance to return, but sheer laziness. Go, Bankira. Lugia summoned his final Pokémon, Bankira. Now, Bankira had reached the pinnacle of champion-level strength. Although it had just recently attained this power, it was more than capable of battling. Come forth, this is the final showdown. Chapter 143, Bankira vs. Sloth King. Bankira, this truly presents a challenge. Sloth King, use Hammer Arm. The Sloth King swung its massive arm, generating a gale force that left Lugia astounded. Bankira, use 100,000 horsepower. Bankira surged forward with tremendous force, but the Sloth King's Hammer Arm met it head-on, creating a shockwave that shattered all the glass in the dojo. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded before Lugia's eyes. The Sloth King's Hammer Arm shattered Bankira's 100,000 horsepower, and Bankira's substantial form was sent soaring through the air. Could Bankira's strength truly falter against the Sloth King? Bankira, use Spike Attack. Bankira stomped the ground fiercely, causing sharp stone pillars to rise. The Sloth King's ability activated, and it remained completely unaffected by the direct hits from the Spike Attack. Bankira, use Rock Slide. Bankira's Rock Slide struck the Sloth King yet again. Although the Sloth King undeniably sustained damage, it was too lethargic to even display a grimace of pain. Sloth King, use Rest. The act of slumber plunges the user into a dual-phase sleep state, allowing for a complete restoration of vitality. However, the downside is that during these two phases, the user is incapable of mounting any resistance. The Sloth King yawned lazily before closing its eyes. Sleeping. Bankira, seize the moment and unleash Rock Slide. Bankira lifted the stones from the ground and hurled them at the Sloth King in rapid succession. Although the Sloth King sustained injuries, its condition was significantly better than before. Bankira, do not falter, employ Volt Tackle. Bankira relentlessly bombarded the Sloth King with Volt Tackle until the Sloth King's slumber finally dissipated. Sloth King, utilized Double-Edged. The Sloth King broke free from Bankira's grasp and delivered a powerful counterattack that sent Bankira sprawling. The force of that punch generated a pressure wave that left Lugia's face stinging, a testament to its immense power. Bankira, execute Dragon Dance. Bankira performed Dragon Dance, enhancing its attack and speed, making it a formidable opponent against the Sloth King. Bankira, unleashed Dark Pulse. After Bankira attacked the Sloth King with Dark Pulse, a violent explosion ensued, inflicting significant damage on the Sloth King. Sloth King, employ Aura Sphere. Bankira, use Aura Sphere. Both the Sloth King and Bankira concentrated their energies simultaneously, their auras completely contained and imperceptible. In the next moment, they charged at each other, their aura spheres colliding. A powerful shockwave swept across the arena, disrupting the sandstorm generated by Banjira's ability, causing it to dissipate, and even extending outward. Nazi, we're in trouble, Lu Feng shouted urgently. Nazi nodded and replied, don't worry, Hoodie. Create a barrier. Nazi instructed Hoodie to form a protective shield that enveloped the entire arena, containing the ferocious shockwave within. If allowed to spread unchecked, that shockwave would have rendered the gym inoperable. However, the contained energy wave sent Qianli and Lu Feng tumbling, leaving both in a rather disheveled state, exchanging wry smiles. Banjira, use Brick Break. Banjira struck the Sloth King with a Brick Break, but due to its lazy ability, the Sloth King was rendered immobile, forced to endure the assault passively. Banjira, unleash Aura Ball. Banjira gathered its strength and launched an Aura Ball that sent the Sloth King flying. The Sloth King suffered considerable damage. The efficacy of the Aura Ball was undeniable. Sloth King, execute Hammer Arm. Now, Banjira, use Foul Play. The Sloth King swung its massive arm to deliver a Hammer Arm. But Banjira surprisingly seized its arm, using the Sloth King's own strength to hurl it away. Foul Play, being a Dark-type move, allows one to retaliate using the opponent's power, amplifying its damage in accordance with the opponent's attack strength. Given the Sloth King's formidable power, the damage inflicted was substantial. Banjira, unleash Fury Swipes. Taking advantage of the Sloth King's inability to move, Banjira relentlessly attacked with Fury Swipes, leaving the Sloth King to endure the onslaught. Sloth King, use Heavy Slam. The Sloth King's enormous form descended upon Banjira with crushing force. Banjira employed Deception, utilizing the power of the Leaf King to cast it aside once more. An impressive display of trickery indeed. Qianli felt a sense of urgency. This tactic was particularly effective against the Leaf King. As soon as the Leaf King launched an attack, Banjira could harness its strength to retaliate. Furthermore, in terms of special attacks, the Leaf King possessed no advantage. It could not hope to compete. On Lu Feng's side, he too was beset by concerns. The Leaf King's offensive capabilities were absurdly potent, yet its endurance was even more extraordinary, despite sustaining numerous blows. It showed no signs of weakening, while Banjira was already starting to exhibit signs of fatigue. Banjira, use Tackle. Banjira lunged, forcefully bringing the Leaf King to the ground, raining down powerful punches upon its face. Tackle, a move belonging to the fighting type, bore some resemblance to Deception. However, its damage increased with higher defense. Leaf King, this is bad, Qianli exclaimed. After the combination of Deception and Tackle, even the Leaf King appeared to struggle, especially under the effects of Tackle, which proved devastatingly effective. Leaf King, use Rest, Qianli commanded. Banjira, interrupt it with Growl. If the Leaf King truly managed to employ Rest, Lu Feng would have no choice but to concede. Yet, Banjira emitted a cacophonous sound, startling the Leaf King awake, rendering it incapable of slumber. What a predicament, its Growl, Qianli lamented. Banjira, utilize Sand Tomb. The ground beneath the Leaf King transformed into a swirling vortex of sand, ensnaring it and inflicting continuous damage. Banjira, unleash Earthquake. Banjira stomped forcefully on the ground, causing the Leaf King trapped within the sand tomb to suffer a direct hit from the earthquake, sustaining considerable harm. Leaf King, quickly escape and use Hammer Arm. The Leaf King pushed against the ground, channeling its strength to extricate itself from the sand tomb, swinging its arms to send Banjira flying. Still have stamina. Lu Feng was left speechless. The Leaf King displayed signs of exhaustion, yet still possessed such formidable strength. Banjira, unleash Aura Sphere. A concentrated blast of energy erupted from Banjira, propelling the Leaf King away, finally revealing a pained expression. Banjira, employ Dark Pulse. Banjira unleashed Dark Pulse once more, inflicting significant damage upon the Leaf King. It must be noted that if the Leaf King's trait were not Sloth, it could likely withstand even some legendary Pokémon. Unfortunately, its negative trait held profound consequences. Leaf King, utilize Aura Punch to determine the victor. Qianli resolved to have the Leaf King wager all its remaining strength to settle the outcome. The Leaf King gathered all its remaining power, the resulting gust of energy forcing Banjira back. Banjira, use Stone Edge. Banjira stomped the ground, causing sharp stone pillars to extend towards the Leaf King, shattering its energy field. With the field disrupted, the Leaf King could no longer accumulate power. Although it could not interrupt the Aura Punch, it prevented the punch from reaching its zenith. Banjira, employ Raw Power. Banjira unleashed its full power, colliding with the True Chi Fist using sheer brute force. The formidable shockwave even fractured the barrier erected by Hoodie. In haste, Hoodie reinforced the barrier, stabilizing it. Amidst the fray, Banjira let out a mighty roar, shattering the True Chi Fist and sending the Slacking King flying. The Slacking King broke through Hoodie's newly established barrier, crashing violently into the dojo's wall, breaching it completely and landing in the courtyard outside. Slacking King. Qianli rushed out to assist the Slacking King, only to find it incapacitated. Meanwhile, Banjira had collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This move, brute force, could harness all its strength, even at the cost of overexertion, which explained its tremendous power. However, the side effects were significant, diminishing both the user's offense and defense. My father actually lost. This slacking king is supposed to be his strongest, Xiao Yao exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Numerous challengers had come before, yet none had ever forced her father's slacking king into a corner, let alone defeated it. Chapter 144, Obtaining Swampert. Has Lu Feng truly become that powerful? Pikachu, we must strive harder, Ash remarked to Pikachu, who responded with enthusiasm, showing no signs of having just faced defeat. Well done. Banjira, you deserve a good rest, Lu Feng said as he recalled Banjira into its Pokeball. Banjira's performance had surpassed Lu Feng's expectations, firmly establishing its championship-level prowess after this battle. Mr. Qianli, your slacking king is remarkable. It hasn't even utilized its origin yet, and is already this strong, Lu Feng commented. Qianli paused, a wry smile crossing his face. My slacking king is incapable of tapping into its origin. Really? Lu Feng was taken aback. It was quite extraordinary for a champion-level Pokémon to not be able to use its origin. There's nothing to be done. Slacking king is simply too lazy. Although there have been numerous opportunities to comprehend its origin, it has shown no inclination to do so, which is why it remains unable to utilize it. Qianli shrugged helplessly. Lu Feng could only shake his head in disbelief. Such laziness was indeed rare. Regardless, you have defeated me. Thus you are entitled to this badge, Qianli declared, producing the balance badge. Thank you, Lu Feng said as he received the badge, only for the system's prompt to suddenly sound. Congratulations, Master. On obtaining your first badge in the Hoenn region, you are awarded 100,000 coins and one opportunity for a prize draw. I sincerely apologize, Master, for the delay in rewards due to the magnetic field effects in the Hoenn region. The system has now restored, and all previously unclaimed task rewards are being returned to you. Congratulations, Master, for arriving in the Hoenn region. You are awarded 200,000 coins and one opportunity for a prize draw. Congratulations, Master, for capturing your first Pokémon in the Hoenn region. You are awarded 50,000 coins and one opportunity for a prize draw. Lu Feng checked his coin count. Combined with the previous rewards, he now possessed nearly 1.5 million coins. Furthermore, he had 3 chances for prize draws and an unused opportunity for a Pokémon draw, leaving Lu Feng eager to make use of them. Mr. Qianli, I shall take my leave now. Lu Feng returned to his residence with Naz, who was preoccupied with coaxing Xing Wu to sleep. She promptly ushered Lu Feng out of the room to prevent him from being a hindrance. Disheartened, Lu Feng settled onto the sofa in the living room. System. Utilize the Pokémon lottery opportunity. Lu Feng's consciousness entered the system space to employ his lottery chance. A colossal will spun rapidly, so fast that even Lu Feng's keen eyes could not discern its motion. It was purely a matter of luck. Stop, he thought, initially hoping to find a flaw in the wheel, but it seemed he had been overly naive. Gradually, the wheel came to a halt, and a voice announced, Congratulations. Master, you have obtained Swampert. Pokémon, Swampert type, water, ground potential, champion strength, mid-elite ability, torrent hidden ability, damp with this. I now possess 2 of Hoenn's starter Pokémon, Lu Feng mused, and Swampert is quite formidable. It merely requires nurturing. Lu Feng remained optimistic, especially considering that its evolved form, Mega Swampert, was exceptionally powerful. System, initiate a triple draw for items. The system's item will begin to spin rapidly, and after a 2-minute wait, Lu Feng called for it to stop. 3 beams of light shot towards the sky, one of which was adorned with the sparkling words, Thank you for participating. The other 2 draws yielded items. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the Sandstorm Rock. Sandstorm Rock, when held by a Pokémon, it prolongs the duration of Sandstorm. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Miracle Seed. Miracle Seed, when held by a Pokémon, it enhances the power of Grass-type moves. These 2 items were quite valuable. The Sandstorm Rock could be given to Jengar, as it was still effective before its Mega Evolution. The Miracle Seed was perfect for Trico, whose current strength was still lacking, and this would serve to bolster its capabilities. Although he did not draw anything particularly precious, these 2 items were indeed useful to Lu Feng, leaving him quite satisfied. Lu Feng, are you there? At that moment, a sudden knocking echoed from outside. Lu Feng hurried to the door and was taken aback upon seeing the visitor, Mr. Qianli, the gym leader of the Orange League. I came here primarily to ask you for a favor, Qianli stated. Lu Feng invited him into the living room, where Naz emerged from the inner room, having prepared tea for both men before they even reached the sitting area. Thank you. But I did not expect to find the former gym leader of Jinhuang City among those spectating at the gym battle. It is quite an honor, Lu Feng remarked. In the realm of gym leaders, their status was akin to that of officials, and Qianli's failure to greet Naz was indeed somewhat disrespectful, despite her no longer holding the title of gym leader. Not at all, Mr. Qianli. Have you encountered any troubles? Naz inquired. Not exactly. Qianli paused before continuing. I would like to request that you both take my daughter on a journey. Lu Feng and Naz exchanged puzzled glances. Though they did not harbor any ill feelings toward Xiaoyao, it was undeniably peculiar for a parent to come and request that someone else take their daughter on an adventure. Although it may seem somewhat presumptuous, you are aware of Xiaoyao's situation. She lacks the essential knowledge that every trainer should possess, unable even to articulate the moves of Pokémon correctly. And she has yet to establish a clear objective. Therefore, I wish to entrust my daughter to both of you, as you embody numerous qualities from which she could greatly benefit, Qianli stated earnestly. Lu Feng glanced at Nashi. He was not particularly familiar with Xiaoyao, but had grown quite close to Nashi while assisting her in caring for Xingwu. We have no objections. However, I am curious as to why you chose us over that trainer, Xiaoji, who travels with us. Although his abilities may not match Lu Feng's, he is still a formidable trainer, Nashi inquired, somewhat perplexed by Qianli's intentions. I have already approached him, Qianli replied. I entrusted my son, Xiaosheng, who is Xiaoyao's younger brother, to him. Though Xiaosheng is merely a child, his understanding of Pokémon far exceeds that of Xiaoyao. However, when it comes to practical combat, his theoretical knowledge is merely academic. Xiaoji possesses a remarkable combat aptitude, surpassing even both of you in this regard, thus making him the ideal companion for Xiaosheng's growth. I concur, Nashi suddenly interjected. Lu Feng looked at her in surprise, and Nashi offered no further explanation. Qianli expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you both. I will bring Xiaoyao tomorrow. I apologize for the intrusion today. I shall take my leave. With another apology, Qianli departed. Once Qianli was gone, Lu Feng turned to Nashi. Astonished. Why did you agree so readily? Nashi, seated beside Lu Feng, responded, Qianli harbors no ill intentions. He merely wishes for his children to flourish, which is why he sought us in Xiaoji. You and Xiaoji each possess unique strengths, but we are simply more suited to Xiaoyao's needs. Moreover, I have noticed that Xiaoyao has been looking at you with a somewhat intense gaze these past few days. While it may not yet be romantic, it certainly hints at a budding fondness. Additionally, your own gaze towards her has been quite peculiar, often lingering. Speaking of which, Nashi reached to Lu Feng's waist and pinched a bit of flesh, twisting it painfully, causing Lu Feng to grimace. He chuckled despite the discomfort. Knowing he harbored no such thoughts, his prolonged stares were merely rooted in disbelief that this girl, who lacked even the most fundamental knowledge, could one day evolve into a renowned performer in the Hoenn region. Chapter 145. Arrival at Orange Blossom Forest. The following morning, Qianli arrived with Xiaoyao, prompting Lu Feng and the others to take their leave, bidding farewell to Qianli as they departed from Orange Blossom City. However, Lu Feng chose not to head directly to their next destination, but opted to linger in the nearby Orange Blossom Forest for a few days. Lu Feng, do you intend to capture any Pokémon in Orange Blossom Forest? Xiaoyao inquired. Over the past few days, Lu Feng had been diligently imparting foundational knowledge to Xiaoyao. While her understanding remained somewhat theoretical, she was no longer entirely ignorant. Indeed, I wish to see if there are any suitable Pokémon here, Lu Feng nodded. Then suddenly asked, by the way, do you know what kinds of Pokémon typically inhabit this area? Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before responding. There are numerous Pokémon in Orange Blossom Forest, but most are bug type. There are fewer grass types. Indeed, the avian Pokémon of the flying type are likely to undergo numerous migrations. Among the most renowned of Hoenn's flying-type Pokémon is Swellow, which can be found in abundance within the Orange Forest. If one seeks to capture a Pokémon, I would suggest considering Swellow. Lu Feng contemplated this. Swellow, while classified as a normal and flying type, may not boast particularly impressive base stats, yet he appreciated its indomitable spirit and tenacious nature. Let us tentatively decide on Swellow. We shall see if we encounter something better, he declared. Subsequently, he sought a pristine spot in the Orange Forest to set up his tent. However, his peculiar affinity for summoning rain soon manifested, as the once clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, signaling an impending downpour. Lu Feng deliberately chose a location surrounded by dense trees, which would provide substantial cover from the rain unless thunder compelled him to relocate. Lu Feng, why are you pitching your tent beneath the trees? While it does shield you from much of the rain, it poses a danger if lightning strikes, Xiaoyao remarked. Despite her limited experience outdoors, she was still equipped with basic life knowledge, aware that a thunderbolt could spell disaster for those beneath. Ignore him. He simply harbors some disbelief. Naza chuckled from nearby, having traveled through Kanto and being well acquainted with Lu Feng's rain conjuring abilities. Although not entirely reliable, they hovered around 70% efficacy. However, this 70% propensity for rain was accompanied by an unsettling 50% likelihood of attracting lightning, which was quite absurd. In the afternoon, Lu Feng explored the surroundings but found no particularly promising Pokémon, and he nearly ended up drenched himself. You're back, Nazo exclaimed as Lu Feng returned, having caught a few fish with Xiaoyao in the river. Unfortunately, neither of them possessed culinary skills, leaving them to stare helplessly at their catch. Oh, you actually caught fish. That means we can enhance our meal tonight, Lu Feng said, utilizing the powers bestowed by the grass-type rule of the throne to manipulate the branches and leaves overhead, entwining them into a makeshift pavilion that would facilitate his cooking. This display left Xiaoyao astounded. Lu Feng, are you human? Lu Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Of course, I am human, merely an esper. And the individual beside you is also an esper. Naza discreetly rolled her eyes. Lu Feng's abilities were peculiar, and even she found this latest feat inscrutable. Please help me gather some twigs, swiftly. We shall have our meal in no time. Lu Feng seized a fish and deftly removed its scales and entrails with a few swift strokes. He then made incisions along the body and tail of the fish, tapping its sides to reveal a fine white line. This was the fish's bloodline, 2 on each side, which, when removed, significantly diminished the fishy odor. In no time, Lu Feng had cleaned all the fish meticulously. In preparing the fish, one must also eliminate the dark membrane and blood from within the belly, as these two are quite pungent, along with the slimy coating that must be thoroughly cleansed. At last, there was the fish's bone, which not only appeared repulsive but also emitted a foul stench that necessitated its removal. Lu Feng muttered to himself, a habit of his to verbalize each step while cooking. He fashioned a rudimentary barbecue grill from numerous twigs and placed the fish upon it to commence roasting. Subsequently, Lu Feng retrieved a large pot from his backpack, set it over the fire, and began to heat it. Shall we have grilled fish and fish soup? He pondered aloud. Na Zi and Xiao Yao, lacking culinary skills, could only assist to a limited extent, particularly not in the procurement of ingredients. Indeed, he affirmed. Lu Feng generously sprinkled seasonings over the fish before entrusting Xiao Yao with the task of turning it frequently. With his hands freed, he lowered the fish into the pot and added mushrooms and wild vegetables he had foraged from the forest. All set, dinner is served, Lu Feng declared after a final sprinkling of seasoning. The two assistants could hardly contain their anticipation. Once the announcement was made, Xiao Yao eagerly lunged forward, while Nazi took a moment to sip the fish soup and then scooped a bit to feed the little Xing Wu in her arms. The little one was now able to consume simple foods, while solid fare was still beyond her. Softened morsels were manageable. Wow, this is so fresh, Xiao Yao exclaimed, unable to restrain her delight. Given the scarcity of good provisions while traveling, this moment of culinary improvement felt particularly exquisite. Hee, I prepared quite a bit. So do take your time, Lu Feng said, his appetite modest. Before long, he finished his meal, exchanged a few words with the two, and ventured out again in search of the Starly. Oh dear, it's raining now. You might as well wait for the rain to stop, Xiao Yao hastily called out to him, noticing the downpour intensifying outside, which could easily leave one drenched, though this was merely a concern for an ordinary person. Hee, it's fine. With the rain, the Starly should be less likely to fly about. It should be much easier to find them now. Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively and dashed into the rain without any form of protection, instantly becoming soaked. Yet, this did not harm him. Rather, it felt refreshing. He sprinted through the forest and leaped onto a tall tree. This is a place I had scouted previously. If I venture a bit further, I should reach the heart of the orange blossom forest. With such heavy rainfall, even the Starly must seek shelter. Utilizing his psychic abilities, Lu Feng detected the presence of Starly. However, the sheer number was daunting. Considering their numbers, I might be able to capture a few, he thought. Remembering that Starly were social Pokémon, often found in flocks of at least 100, which was indeed a formidable sight. Chapter 146. Capturing Starly. Lu Feng swiftly navigated through the trees, soon arriving at a small clearing in the heart of the orange blossom forest. This area was ideal for a battle against Starly, but the overwhelming quantity made it wise to retreat in search of a suitable target. Otherwise, he could easily be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Come forth, Heracross, Swampert, and Grookey. Lu Feng summoned forth 3 Pokémon. First, drive them out. Heracross unleashed its pin missile, while Swampert employed Mudshot, and Trico activated Seed Bomb. The trio of Pokémon launched a barrage of long-range attacks, successfully dispersing the flock of Pidgey that had been peacefully slumbering, now startled awake and retaliating with their own moves. Evading this wave of attacks, Lu Feng urged his Pokémon to seek refuge within the woods, utilizing the trees as shields against the onslaught. The Pidgey pursued relentlessly, yet their wings, now heavy with rainwater, hindered their flight speed, and the dense foliage further impeded their chase. Trico swiftly maneuvered through the trees, seizing the opportunity to deliver a quick strike, incapacitating 3 Pidgey. Seeing their comrades fall, the remaining Pidgey charged forward, but Trico's agility in the forest outmatched theirs, allowing it to vanish from sight after deftly darting between the trees. Heracross then unleashed another round of pin missile, striking down a significant number of Pidgey, as its power, despite being less effective, was formidable due to Heracross's near-legendary strength. Swampert followed suit with Surf, which, enhanced by the rain, proved even more effective than Heracross's previous attack. However, this relentless assault incited the Pidgey into a furious onslaught, as those previously knocked down but still capable of fighting rallied to join the fray. Run! The sight sent shivers down Lu Feng's spine. True to their nature, Pidgey would not relent until their foes were vanquished. Perched upon Heracross's back, Lu Feng directed Trico to clear the obstructive branches ahead, while Swampert burrowed into the soft, rain-soaked earth, moving with the swiftness comparable to swimming. Heracross, draw them away. Do not linger. Lu Feng leapt from Heracross's back onto a tree, using the dense foliage to conceal his presence. Heracross stared blankly at Lu Feng's retreating figure, bewildered by its trainer's apparent abandonment during such a critical moment. Yet there was no time for contemplation. The pursuing Pidgey had closed in, and it had already suffered several cuts from the air slash due to distraction. Engaging with these creatures was ill-advised. Capture one and flee swiftly. Lu Feng assessed several Pidgey for their potential. There were indeed suitable candidates, but the sheer density of the flock made capturing one nearly impossible. Wait a moment. This one seems promising. Pokémon, Pidgey type, flying, normal potential, elite strength, peak ordinary ability, guts hidden ability. Intimidate. This particular Pidgey was relatively isolated, with elite potential, though its current strength was unimpressive. Nevertheless, as long as it possessed elite potential, it would suffice. Lu Feng focused on his target, striving to remain concealed as he trailed from the shadows. Swampert, no need to hide, come out and assist. Lu Feng utilized his extraordinary abilities to extract the buried swamp fish from the earth, conveying his intentions to the creature through telepathy. Understanding the cue, the swamp fish stealthily began to track its target from below. Let us see where you think you can escape, he declared, invoking the illusion of the throne of control behind him. Branches sprouted rapidly, ensnaring the proud bone sparrow in a binding embrace. Observing this, the other bone sparrows hastily unleashed their attacks to dismantle the vines. Though reinforced by the throne of control, the vines could not withstand such relentless bombardment. Swamp fish unleashed the turbid flow. Seizing the opportunity, the swamp fish conjured a massive torrent of murky water to assault the other bone sparrows, sending them crashing to the ground. Now, it's just you left. After I defeat you, you shall become my companion. The bone sparrow retaliated with a wing attack, managing to break free from the cracked vines, then surged towards Lu Feng with a flash of electricity. Startled, Lu Feng leapt from the tree just in time to evade the strike. Though he landed in a puddle of mud, swamp fish, encircle it with a water gun. The swamp fish unleashed a fine jet of water to confront the bone sparrow, which, unable to evade, resorted to its steel wing to deflect the attack. So you possess steel wing. I underestimated you. Swamp fish, release scalding water. The swamp fish sprayed boiling water at the bone sparrow, which again defended with its steel wing. Yet, the heat intensified, causing the bone sparrow to flail its wings in discomfort. If it's so hot, allow me to cool you down. Swamp fish, employ water gun. The swamp fish struck the bone sparrow's wings, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground. Swamp fish, unleash turbid flow. The swamp fish summoned another wave to engulf the grounded bone sparrow, only for it to burst forth from the murky torrent, undeterred, and launched another winged assault. Swamp fish, execute a body slam. The swamp fish's charge repelled the bone sparrow, but after sustaining damage, the bone sparrow retaliated with a flash of electricity, knocking the swamp fish flat. To unleash such a move in that state is impressive. I must capture you. Swamp fish, utilize ice punch. An azure glow enveloped the swamp fish's fist as it delivered a powerful blow to the bone sparrow. At the opportune moment, Lu Feng tossed a great ball, capturing the bone sparrow within. The ball rolled twice upon the ground before flashing, indicating a successful capture. At last, I have succeeded. That took considerable effort. Swamp fish, let us proceed to rescue Heracross and Trico. When Lu Feng and the swamp fish arrived, they found Heracross and Trico on the verge of being overwhelmed by the swarm of bone sparrows. Heracross, though stronger than Trico, had taken the brunt of the attacks, while Trico, leveraging its nimble form, had evaded many strikes and even knocked a few bone sparrows to the ground, but was now nearing its limit. Come forth, fairy Pokémon, and use hyper voice. The fairy Pokémon unleashed a deafening sound, prompting Lu Feng to swiftly recall Heracross, Trico, and the swamp fish to avoid any unintended harm. However, the bone-wing swallows were far less fortunate. Sound-based attacks spared no one, indiscriminately affecting friend and foe alike. And as the powerful blast echoed, hundreds of bone-wing swallows plummeted from the sky. Yet those who remained unscathed quickly regained their footing, emerging even more ferocious. My heavens! Lu Feng exclaimed, his face drained of color. How could this happen? Chapter 147. The Misfortunes of Lu Feng. The evening in the orange blossom forest was typically tranquil. Yet tonight rain fell in a rhythmic patter upon the leaves and earth, resembling a symphony. Alas, this serene ambience was shattered by a frantic soul being pursued. He darted through the woods with agility, a horde of bone-wing swallows madly in pursuit. A glance over his shoulder sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to quicken his pace, leaving behind mere afterimages. Help! Lu Feng silently screamed, initially intent on unleashing his strongest summon to subdue them. However, upon turning back, he realized that there were only a few hundred bone-wing swallows, many of which he had already defeated. Yet, a cursory glance revealed that there were now nearly 1,000, with the numbers swelling alarmingly. What hope did he have? Capturing one had drawn forth a legion. It felt as though he had stirred a hornet's nest. If only a couple of flocks had come after him, he might have mustered the resolve to confront them. But now, Over 70% of the bone-wing swallows in the forest had converged. Upon hearing that their brethren were being bullied, the others rallied. What are we waiting for? Let us go, gather the rest, and teach them a lesson. Thus, the current predicament unfolded. Oh dear heavens, must I endure this? Spare me, Lu Feng lamented. Yet the bone-wing swallows remained relentless, launching a barrage of aerial assaults that left him scrambling for escape. Since his arrival in this world, he had traversed deep ocean trenches and ventured through dimensional rifts, but never had he faced such relentless pursuit. I'll fight you. Lu Feng suddenly turned to charge back, startling the bone-wing swallows momentarily. But soon, a multitude of attacks rained down upon him. If you run back, we'll conserve our strength. Accept your fate. I shan't entertain you any longer. Summoning his throne of control, Lu Feng deflected the strikes, and the throne transformed into wings, allowing him to soar into the sky. Ice spikes. The wings emanated a brilliant azure light, and the pelting raindrops morphed into sharp ice spikes, wreaking havoc among the bone-wing swallows. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng slipped into a spatial escape, returning to a pre-established node near his tent. Inside the tent, as Naz and Xiao Yao chatted, Naz suddenly sensed a disturbance. Though lacking spatial powers, her heightened abilities allowed her to perceive things beyond the ordinary. Someone approaches, and they seem formidable. I didn't sense their presence until they were within 20 meters of us, and it feels ominous, Naz stated gravely. Xiao Yao, feeling a twinge of fear, asked, what should we do? Naz carefully wrapped the sleeping Xingwu in a blanket and placed her in a corner of the tent, pulling Xiao Yao out of the tent. He pointed towards the grand tree ahead. He approached from this direction. Search for any suitable weapon and stand behind this tree. Once he arrives, strike him. I will remain here to ensure he sees at least one person. Xiao Yao nodded, returning to the tent to retrieve a folding chair, while also handing Nazi an umbrella to avoid raising suspicions. After all, it was odd to be out in the rain at such an hour without an umbrella. Anyone could sense something amiss. Moments later, a shadow gradually emerged. Nazi exchanged a glance with Xiao Yao, who understood the cue and readied himself for action. The shadow seemed to have noticed Nazi, waving as it approached. When it came alongside Xiao Yao, he struck suddenly, bringing the folding chair down forcefully upon the shadow's head. Simultaneously, Nazi utilized her powers to restrain the shadow, hurling it away with considerable force. The shadow let out a bone-chilling scream, which startled both of them. What are you doing? I've been chased all night. You attack me upon my return? The voice was unmistakable, causing both women to exclaim in unison, Lu Feng. They hurriedly assisted him back to the tent. Regret was not even worth mentioning. Nazi had been somewhat restrained, but Xiao Yao had struck with all his might. Although the chair remained intact, it was now deflated, and a sizable bump had formed on Lu Feng's head, nearly occupying half of his skull. This is it. Tomorrow will surely be disastrous. The two women exchanged glances, and Xiao Yao even entertained the dangerous thought of burying him before he regained consciousness. When Lu Feng awoke the next day, he was besieged by a throbbing headache. Struggling to rise, he could barely walk and stumbled out of the tent, collapsing onto the ground. Startled, Nazi and Xiao Yao, who were busy cleaning up the remnants of the previous night, rushed over to help him up. Good morning. By the way, why does my head hurt so much? I can hardly walk, Lu Feng managed to ask, his mind foggy, as if the universe had exploded within it. Nazi and Xiao Yao suddenly stiffened, chuckling awkwardly. We don't know either. Last night, we found you in the forest, unconscious, as if you had been attacked. Lu Feng paused, recalling how he had provoked a flock of proud swallows, leading to a night of relentless pursuit. I can't remember. It's all a blur, he said, patting his forehead, which landed directly on the painful bump, making him jump in agony. In his current state, Lu Feng was utterly incapable of cooking, leaving the task to Nazi. Although her cooking could not compare to his, it was still quite satisfactory. Lu Feng reclined in a makeshift armchair crafted from the grass element of the control throne, cradling the curious Xingwu, who was inquisitively observing the large bump on his head. Ya, hurt, little Xingwu, now able to speak simple words, exclaimed, though she could not articulate a complete sentence. Yet, Lu Feng understood her sentiment and felt a swell of emotion. Indeed, daughters are like a soft cotton-padded jacket for their fathers, aware of their pain. He gently ruffled Xingwu's hair, reassuring her, don't worry, I am fine. With my recovery speed, I shall soon be well. Xingwu gazed intently before suddenly climbing onto Lu Feng's shoulder, her small hand gently kneading the sizable bump. The pain nearly caused Lu Feng to spring up, but in the next moment, he felt as if his eyes might pop out in astonishment. A soft glow unexpectedly emanated from Xingwu's tiny hand, stirring all the latent power within Lu Feng. Before he could contain it, the gentle radiance from Xingwu's hand suppressed him. And astonishingly, the swelling on his head began to diminish at a visibly rapid pace, disappearing entirely within 2 minutes. The power of the world. Chapter 148, The Anomaly of Xingwu. Lu Feng sat in a daze, aware that Xingwu possessed the power of the world, yet it had been sealed away by him. How could this be? He hastily employed his reincarnation Sharingan to inspect the seals within Xingwu's body. If the seal were to loosen, Her current physique would be utterly incapable of bearing such power, not to mention the several other forces residing within her. Although the reincarnation Sharingan may not rival the world's power on a fundamental level, it posed no issue for mere observation. Within the meridians of Xingwu flowed a small amount of world power, which bore no harm, and instead continually nourished her internal channels. The seals of the other powers showed no signs of loosening, yet during his examination of the world power seal, a sudden backlash of energy surged back at Lu Feng. Though he sustained no actual injury, the unexpected assault left his eyes stinging. "Master, do not probe any further. This situation poses no detriment to the young master," came a voice from the sleeping system space. Xiaoming, who also wielded the power of the world, awakened suddenly. Naturally, she utilized the power from Lu Feng's past life, making her exceptionally sensitive to such energy. "What do you mean?" Lu Feng inquired. At this point, even he could not wield the power of the world, relying instead on borrowing a bit each time Xiaoming awakened, with considerable side effects following each use. Yet, Xingwu seemed to wield it effortlessly, seemingly without any adverse consequences, which deeply troubled Lu Feng as he pondered potential hidden dangers. As the young master grows, her capacity to bear such power will also increase, and a portion of the sealed energy will gradually return to her body. While it may not be substantial, every type of power will return in small amounts, including the highest tier, the power of the world. These energies can continuously enhance the young master's physical strength, while there is no harm. If they merely accumulate within her body, she will feel excessively fatigued. Thus, it is imperative for the young master to learn how to manipulate and disperse these energies. Xiaoming elucidated. But how should she proceed? "I can freely control these powers due to my physical strength, but Xingwu can only endure. These energies must not be recklessly invoked." Lu Feng hurriedly replied. The circumstances surrounding Xingwu differed from his own. Lu Feng's physical fortitude allowed him to manage the burden of power, whereas Xingwu could withstand the energy but could not bear the strain of using it or the accumulation within her. Although convoluted, that was the essence of the situation. Therefore, dispersion is vital, master. You must allocate the different energies across various locations. The chakra is dispersed throughout the body. The Sharingan operates in the ocular region. Superpowers manifest in the mental realm, and the power of the wave is applied to the senses. The force of the world remains still. Neither you nor I can act upon it, lamented Xiaoming. The world power within Xingwu is inherited from Lu Feng, and it must be wielded by Lu Feng himself. The strength within the system is somewhat inferior to that of Xingwu. Thus, even with the system, Lu Feng is currently unable to utilize it effectively. "All right, I understand," Lu Feng said as he guided the power within Xingwu's body with his own strength, dispersing it as Xiaoming instructed. This would alleviate Xingwu of the burden of power. Naturally, Xingwu felt nothing, merely sensing warm currents flowing within her. "That should suffice," Lu Feng remarked, astonished to discover that Xingwu's eyes were gradually turning red, with a black tomo materializing, appearing quite sinister. "The Sharingan!" Lu Feng exclaimed, taken aback. He had long been aware of Xingwu's potential to wield the Sharingan, but it had never manifested and had been sealed away by him. Yet now, Xingwu had unexpectedly awakened the Sharingan, a feat that typically requires intense emotional stimulation to occur. Is she a natural-born Sharingan user? Lu Feng pondered, uncertain if he was asking Xiaoming or himself. It seems so. Previously, it was likely because the seal was placed too early, preventing the Sharingan from manifesting. Xiaoming replied, equally startled. The Sharingan is not an ordinary ability. Even a single tomo in this world signifies a notable power. Let's leave it be for now. A force seal may do more harm than good. Besides, the little master cannot yet utilize the Sharingan, and it will revert to her original eyes shortly, Xiaoming added. Indeed, the tomo dissipated, and the red hue gradually faded, returning to normal scara. That is a relief. Xingwu is still too young. Such power could easily harm both herself and others. It is best that she does not use it at this moment, Lu Feng sighed. Great power comes with significant risks. Regardless of her extraordinary talent, such a young child cannot possibly control such potent forces. After breakfast, Lu Feng suddenly declared, I intend to go directly to Kona City. The two women were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his sudden urgency. There may be an issue with Xingwu's body, although it is not yet apparent. I fear there may be hidden dangers, Lu Feng said gravely. Nazi immediately tensed, rising to inquire, what is happening? I have been with Xingwu and have noticed nothing unusual. The power within Xingwu is beginning to awaken. I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse, but her body is too frail, and I fear she may not withstand such a force. Lu Feng reassured Nazi, urging her to sit before continuing. In truth, after Xingwu was born, I sealed her innate talent. Firstly, I feared she could not control her power and might harm others. Secondly, the collision of various powers within her nascent body would inevitably lead to backlash, which her fragile form could not endure. But Xingwu does possess some unusual abilities. Though not strong, they genuinely exist, Nazi remarked. Lu Feng shook his head, explaining. What I sealed was the source of her power, the The remnants are merely offshoots. As she matured, her powers began to awaken in earnest. With the most striking change being the transformation of Xingwu's eyes. Lu Feng embraced Xingwu and gently inquired, "Xingwu, could you show your eyes to your mother?" The way they appeared before. Xingwu nodded, her thoughts coalescing as the Sharingan manifested in her gaze. Naji stood transfixed, her eyes wide as she beheld Xingwu's mesmerizing crimson orbs, adorned with a tomo, her mouth opening in silent astonishment. After a prolonged moment, Naji finally managed to suppress the tumult within her heart and stammered, "They resemble your eyes, yet they are distinctly different. My eyes and Xingwu's belong to the same category. Hers, however, have yet to evolve. Yet, being a natural awakener, her evolutionary pace could be exceptionally swift, which is my greatest concern," Lu Feng lamented. "Is it due to Xingwu being unable to endure it?" Naji asked anxiously. Lu Feng, distressed, tugged at his hair, pausing for nearly half a minute before he elaborated. "It is not merely a matter of endurance. Although the Sharingan can continue to evolve, reaching a certain threshold of power will result in severe side effects during usage. Most gravely, over time, the eyes may gradually succumb to blindness." Chapter 149, Lu Feng as a teacher? In Kona City, Lu Feng and his companions suddenly materialized in a hidden alley, having requested Luokia to utilize teleportation, instantly transporting them from Chunghua Forest to Kona City. Without further ado, they hastened towards the hospital. Once they navigated through the myriad of troublesome formalities, Lu Feng swiftly produced a stack of bills, ensuring that the finest doctors and the most sophisticated equipment in the hospital were at their disposal. This prompted Lu Feng to reflect that, indeed, regardless of the world, financial power remains the most formidable asset. The young lady's health was generally sound, indeed remarkably so, yet certain aspects exhibited considerable anomalies. The doctor's initial remarks eased Lu Feng and Naji's concerns, but the subsequent statements raised their apprehensions, prompting them to ask anxiously, "Is there something amiss?" The doctor handed Lu Feng the report, stating, "We conducted a comprehensive examination of the young lady. Firstly, regarding her eyesight, we performed 3 rounds of tests, and astonishingly, she could perceive objects at a distance of around 20 meters, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary individual. This is the most peculiar aspect of her condition. Additionally, we extracted a small sample of her blood, and strangely, it emitted a red mist upon extraction. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, we hastily analyzed its composition. However, before the results could be determined, the blood inexplicably evaporated. Given the state of the young lady's health, we were hesitant to extract more blood. Other parameters displayed slightly elevated readings, yet they remain within normal limits. Doctor, is this situation favorable or unfavorable? Naji inquired anxiously. The doctor, unable to provide a definitive answer, replied, "We are uncertain, as we have never encountered such a condition. However, if we solely consider the data, the young lady's health is significantly superior to that of ordinary children." Naji wished to voice her concerns further, but was restrained by Lu Feng, who then said, "We understand. Thank you, doctor." The doctor rose, feeling somewhat ashamed for receiving such a sum without having discerned a clear explanation, and a sense of unease settled within him. Lu Feng discerned the doctor's embarrassment and offered words of comfort. "You need not feel guilty. I believe you have done your utmost. Is it permissible for us to take the child home?" "Certainly. Should any issues arise with the child later, feel free to bring them to me, and I will exert every effort to provide care," the doctor responded promptly. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Feng departed from the hospital. At this moment, Xiao Yao had already secured accommodations for them. Upon seeing Lu Feng return with Xingwu in his arms, she eagerly inquired, "How did it go?" "Everything all right. Nothing serious." "Rest assured," Lu Feng reassured her as he settled Xingwu into the room. Nazi seemed poised to speak, but Lu Feng raised a hand to halt her. "I understand your concerns. Have no worry, Xingwu is fine, just as I anticipated." "But didn't you say that once Xingwu's eyes evolved to a certain extent, she would go blind?" Nazi pressed, her brow furrowing. Lu Feng felt a pang of frustration. How had he let that slip? He needed to navigate this situation deftly, his mind racing as he responded vaguely, "Well, yes. It is true that blindness is inevitable after a certain point of evolution. However, look at me. I am perfectly fine. As long as one employs the right training methods, the side effects can be mitigated, and one can even become stronger, reverting to the state before my eyes evolved." "Really?" Nazi's skepticism lingered. But Lu Feng's assertions seemed plausible enough. Besides, his eyes had not suffered blindness, and Sister Karenai had never mentioned anything of the sort. "Indeed," Lu Feng replied, feeling the fabric of his shirt clinging to his back, soaked with cold sweat. He needed to maintain composure, otherwise, Nazi would surely unleash her fury upon him. Nazi scrutinized Lu Feng with doubt, yet unable to discern any flaws in his words. She reluctantly let the matter drop. "All right, it's time to rest. You've had a long day," Lu Feng remarked, feeling himself on the brink of exhaustion. He hurriedly ushered Nazi and Xiao Yao into the house before retreating to his own room. There, he collapsed onto the bed, his body drenched in perspiration. However, he lacked the energy for a shower and succumbed to sleep, paying the price of waking the next day feeling sticky and uncomfortable. After breakfast, Lu Feng accompanied Na Zi and Xiao Yao to the Kanaz gym, only to find it empty. Pokémon School. A teacher. Lu Feng then made his way to the Pokémon School, a place dedicated to the study of Pokémon knowledge. The gym leader, Duan, served as a teacher there, instructing children under 10. With no other recourse, Lu Feng sought out Duan's classroom. At that moment, Duan was engaged in a lesson, and Lu Feng hesitated to interrupt, but his attention was captured by the figure on the teaching screen. Is that Professor Oak? On the screen, Professor Oak was elucidating the attributes of Pokémon. After waiting for over 20 minutes, he finally noticed Lu Feng and greeted him with delight. Lu Feng? Haha. I heard from Xiaotian one that you had ventured to the Hoenn region. I never expected to see you here. Duan and the students in the classroom turned their gazes toward Lu Feng, making him feel somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny. He returned the greeting to Professor Oak, saying, Professor Oak, it has been a long time. I apologize for interrupting your lesson. Hello, may I ask who you are? A woman beside them inquired. Professor Oak chuckled heartily. Duan, this is Lu Feng, whose research on Pokémon is on par with us old-timers. However, his aspirations lie elsewhere. He has chosen to become a Pokémon trainer and has come to Kanaz City, presumably to obtain the rock badge from you. Greetings, my apologies for the abruptness. Please take a seat. Cuckoo hastily vacated her chair, and Lu Feng awkwardly waved his hand, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Professor Oak's exuberance. Lu Feng, since you are here, why not take the opportunity to instruct these children? Professor Oak suddenly proposed. Lu Feng was taken aback and quickly shook his head. Do not jest. I am hardly fit to teach. I have faith in your abilities. Moreover, today Cuckoo has a class to attend. Any challenges can be postponed until tomorrow. Consider this my request. Surely, you wouldn't refuse? Professor Oak continued. Lu Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. How could he decline such a request from one so esteemed? I shall give it a try then. My apologies, Cuckoo, Lu Feng conceded. Cuckoo promptly relinquished the podium, while Professor Oak prepared a cup of tea, eager to witness Lu Feng's capabilities. Greetings everyone. I am Lu Feng, and today I shall be your teacher. I look forward to your guidance, he announced. Lu Feng had never undertaken the role of a teacher before, and he appeared somewhat flustered, but fortunately, the children were cooperative. Chapter 150, Challenging the Kanaz Gym. Now, let us continue with the topic Professor Oak was discussing. Who can tell me how many types of Pokémon there are? Lu Feng inquired. A young child eagerly raised their hand. I know. There are 17 types of Pokémon, and with the newly discovered fairy type, there are a total of 18. Correct. There are indeed 18 types of Pokémon, each with distinct interactions. For instance, fire-type Pokémon have an advantage over grass types against water types, and water types against fire types. Lu Feng illustrated these relationships on the blackboard for the students' comprehension. Moreover, amongst the 18 types, there are certain absolute counters. For example, ground-type moves are ineffective against flying types. Fighting-type moves do not affect ghost types, and dragon-type moves are futile against fairy types. It is noteworthy to mention the normal and ghost types, as they are particularly intriguing due to their mutual ineffectiveness in dealing damage to one another. Lu Feng cited a few classic examples. Admittedly, he did not possess a natural aptitude for teaching, but he endeavored to distill the essential points while omitting superfluous information. Now, does anyone have questions for the teacher? Lu Feng asked. The children clamored to raise their hands. Teacher, are you very strong? Teacher, which region do you hail from? Teacher, may we see your Pokémon? All right, let us have some order. I will answer each question one at a time. First, my name is Lu Feng, and I am from the Kalos region, currently challenging the Hoenn League. As for my strength and Pokémon, come forth, Sylveon. What a beautiful Pokémon. The students rushed toward Sylveon, who gently brushed against their heads with its ribbons, heightening their excitement. This is Sylveon, a fairy-type Pokémon. The students were utterly captivated by the fairy spirit, completely disregarding Lu Feng's words. By the time Lu Feng finally concluded the lesson, the fairy spirit's hair was nearly in tatters. I apologize. The children have been a bit excessive. Duan approached with a hint of regret, unable to overlook the state of the fairy spirit. It's all right. I will help the fairy spirit recover later. Lu Feng waved his hand, preparing to depart. Seeing him about to leave, Duan hastily called out, Lu Feng, if you have time this evening, would you like to come to the gym for a challenge? Lu Feng paused, uncertain, but don't you have to teach these children? Not at all. You've alleviated much of my workload, so I should be able to make time for the gym battle tonight, Duan replied. Eager for the opportunity to engage in a gym battle, Lu Feng readily agreed. That evening, Lu Feng arrived alone at the Kanaz gym. It wasn't that Nasi and Xiao Yao were unwilling to come. Rather, they were concerned about Xing Wu's condition. Although Lu Feng knew that Xing Wu was not in serious trouble, he too felt a twinge of worry, thus opting to go alone. Welcome, Lu Feng. This is the Kanaz gym. He was greeted as he approached the entrance, just as Duan finished her evening class and joined him. By the way, Lu Feng, may I record our battle? I would like to use it for teaching purposes at school. Of course, I have no objections, as it's not for any frivolous purposes. Thank you so much. Please, follow me into the gym. Duan guided him inside. Upon entering, a staff member greeted Duan. Good evening, teacher. Is this the challenger for today? Lu Feng was surprised to learn. Are they also your students? Indeed, they are all students from the Pokémon Academy. But they belong to the intermediate and advanced levels. They are here primarily to gain experience as Pokémon trainers, Duan explained. Now, the Kanaz gym permits only 2 Pokémon to battle, and only the challenger has the right to substitute Pokémon. The gym trainers cannot do so. Are there any questions? Duan outlined the rules of the gym. Lu Feng shook his head in agreement. All right, I will summon my first Pokémon. Come forth, Geodude. Duan released her Geodude. Geodude, you shall lead the charge in this first match. Go, Trico. Lu Feng sent forth his Trico, which, following training, had barely achieved the early elite level of strength. In contrast, Geodude was nearing the elite high level, indicating a notable disparity in power. Trico, this is for you. Lu Feng tossed the miracle seed to Trico. Although this would not activate its chlorophyll ability, Trico's speed already far surpassed Geodude's, rendering the ability somewhat redundant. Coupled with Trico's type advantage and the effects of the miracle seed, it might compensate for the difference in strength. Trico is indeed a commendable choice. But my Geodude is formidable as well. Geodude, use rollout. Geodude began to spin rapidly like a top. The move rollout was unique in that its power increased the slower the opponent was. If the lightness characteristic can still be utilized, this move could determine the victor. Trico, do not confront it head-on, evade quickly. Trico deftly navigated through the rocky terrain, while Geodude pursued from behind, with the obstructing stones shattered by the spinning ball. Trico, bring it to a halt and employ a pound attack on the rocks. With its tail, Trico sent the rocks flying back at Geodude, striking its base and disrupting the balance of the spinning ball, causing Geodude to lose control and crash violently to the ground. Trico, unleash another pound. Trico surged forward, delivering a powerful pound that sent Geodude crashing into a pile of rubble. Success. As Lu Feng celebrated with a raised fist, his opponent, Tsui, wore a knowing smile. Lu Feng, you underestimate Geodude's defenses. Geodude, execute Rock Blast. Geodude emerged from the debris, hurling surrounding stones outward. Trico leaped and dodged, ultimately seeking refuge behind a rock to escape the Rock Blast. Don't even think about escaping. Geodude, roll. Geodude rolled swiftly across the ground, gaining speed and momentum. Trico was forced to jump continuously, wary of lingering on the battlefield. Trico, unleash Seed Bomb. Trico unleashed a barrage of seed bombs, yet Geodude's rolling deflected each projectile. Lu Feng found himself in a quandary. Even with a 4x advantage and the Miracle Seed, he could not counter Geodude's rolling maneuver. Chapter 151, Battle against North Nose. So, even with Trico's type advantage over Geodude, it appears helpless in this predicament, Tsui remarked. Lu Feng was at a loss. Trico had too few moves available. Seed Bomb was the sole grass-type attack it could employ, yet it proved ineffective against the opponent's rolling technique. What's wrong? Aren't you going to attack? Then I shall strike. Geodude, roll. Geodude's rolling speed escalated once more. Lu Feng dared not let Trico endure even a single hit. Yet if it continued to accelerate, it would inevitably be caught. He needed to devise a plan to halt it. That's it. Trico, charge at Geodude. Trico complied with Lu Feng's command, dashing straight towards Geodude. This directive surprised Tsui. I do not know your intentions, but you are clearly walking into a trap. Geodude, maintain your rolling charge. Geodude continued its roll, preparing to collide with Trico. Trico, use pound to strike the ground. Trico executed a pound, creating a crater in the earth, and due to the recoil, was propelled into the air, successfully evading Geodude's rolling assault, while Geodude tumbled into the pit created by Trico. Now is the moment. Use pound to shatter the surrounding rocks. Trico used pound to break the nearby stones into rubble, burying Geodude beneath the debris. Quite the strategy. But this alone won't be enough to defeat me. Geodude, use magnitude. The small rockruff unleashed a tremor that shook the entire arena, leaving the wood leech unable to leap away in time. Fortunately, the intensity of the tremor was not severe, and the injuries sustained were relatively minor. However, the rockruff managed to shake off the debris that had piled upon it. Though it had freed itself, the pressing question remained. Could it withstand the forthcoming assault? Wood leech, unleash seed machine gun, commanded the trainer. The wood leech responded with fervor, firing a relentless barrage of seeds at the rockruff, quickly leaving its body marred with wounds. Despite the rockruff's formidable defenses, it was unable to rebound from the seed machine gun without utilizing rollout. This cannot continue. Rockruff, use rock slide. The rockruff summoned a multitude of small stones to intercept the seed machine gun, successfully halting its advance through sheer force. Rockruff, engage with Euroball. The rockruff propelled itself towards the wood leech with remarkable speed. The wood leech, relying on its agility, evaded the attack but was unable to muster a counterstrike. Wood leech, use detect. As the rockruff closed in, the wood leech executed an astonishing maneuver to evade the Euroball. The detect technique allowed it to completely dodge the opponent's attack, albeit with the limitation of not being able to use it consecutively. Now is the moment. Wood Leech. Use Pound. The Wood Leech struck the Rockruff into the ground, rendering it immobile as if it were embedded within the earth. It truly is over now. Wood Leech. Unleash the final Seed Machine Gun. The Wood Leech delivered a furious barrage, ultimately defeating the Rockruff. Having navigated this challenge, caution was advised for the next battle. Go forth. Nosepass. Pokémon. Nosepass. Type, Rock. Potential, Elite. Strength, Near Elite. Ability, Magnet Pull. Hidden ability, Sand Force. This Near Elite Nosepass possessed even greater defensive capabilities than the Rockruff. Wood Leech, return for now. It's time for you to take the stage, Heracross. For the sake of prudence, Lufeng summoned Heracross, who also boasted elite power. Heracross. Nosepass, use Power Gem. Nosepass emitted a brilliant beam of light toward Heracross, who met it head-on with its robust horn, resulting in an explosive clash that propelled Heracross backward. Remarkably, it did not block the attack. Heracross, find a way to close in and use Pin Missile. Heracross launched a flurry of sharp pin missiles. But rather than targeting Nosepass, they struck the ground around it, kicking up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, Nosepass lost sight of its opponent, and in the ensuing chaos, the opportunity presented itself. Now, use Brick Break. Heracross charged through the smoke, landing a decisive Brick Break on Nosepass. Even the resilient Nosepass found it challenging to withstand the effectiveness of such a fighting-type move. Nosepass, retaliate with Stomp. Nosepass stomped fiercely upon the ground, sending a shockwave that sent Heracross flying. The Stomp move affected all surrounding Pokémon and decreased their speed. Nosepass, employ Rock Tomb. Nosepass summoned rocks that encased Heracross, who struggled valiantly but was thwarted by Nosepass's relentless assault. Nosepass, unleash Power Gem. The Force Gem launched towards Heracross, who found himself trapped and restrained by the rocks, unable to evade the onslaught. The impact of the Force Gem sent him flying. Ciao baby, use Lock On. With that command, a crimson mark appeared on Heracross, though it inflicted no damage. Ciao baby, employ Electromagnetic Cannon. A pulsating orb of electric energy formed before Ciao baby, unstable as if it might explode at any moment. Yet it shot forth directly at Heracross. Heracross, evade quickly. Heracross took to the skies in an attempt to dodge, but the electromagnetic cannon followed suit, refusing to be shaken off despite all efforts. Indeed, evasion seems futile, Lufeng lamented. The electromagnetic cannon possessed immense power, capable of paralyzing its target upon impact, yet its accuracy was notoriously low, making successful hits a rarity. However, the lock-on technique ensured that the next attack would strike true. If evasion is not an option, let us mitigate the damage. Heracross, use Super Horn Attack. Heracross charged towards the electromagnetic cannon, utilizing the Super Horn Attack to absorb some of the damage. Nonetheless, he was still left battered and paralyzed by the explosion. Your Heracross is impressive, particularly with that formidable strength. Even my Ciao baby hesitates to confront it directly. Yet, it struggles with long-range assaults, particularly against Ciao baby's electromagnetic cannon, which you find quite challenging, Duwan remarked, succinctly pinpointing Heracross's vulnerabilities. That may be so, but I have my strategies. Heracross, perform Swords Dance. Heracross enhanced his offensive capabilities through the dance. Duwan shook her head, stating, is your strategy merely to bolster your attack? If that is all, you stand no chance against me. Ciao baby, unleash the Force Gem. Once again, Ciao baby fired the Force Gem, striking Heracross, whose situation was dire. Yet, it was not the end. Heracross, engage in close combat. Heracross swiftly closed the distance to Ciao baby, unleashing a flurry of close-range strikes. Even Ciao baby's defenses faltered under the onslaught, culminating in a final punch that sent it reeling. Such power from Ciao baby, though your opponent's strength is formidable, it falters in long-range combat. Use Discharge. A surge of electricity enveloped Ciao baby, rapidly expanding outward. Heracross attempted to dodge, but the paralysis struck at the worst moment, leaving him vulnerable as the electric currents engulfed him, resulting in severe damage and singeing his body. Heracross has sustained grave injuries. Your chances of victory are now non-existent. Duwan declared, convinced that the outcome was already decided. Lufeng chuckled softly and replied, it seems I was merely a step away. I took a gamble, and it appears to have paid off. Duwan paused, taken aback, as Heracross began to rise slowly, a faint glow inexplicably emanating from his form. Is this the bug's instinct? Du Jiao paused for a moment before inquiring, surely you don't believe that the bug-type intuition can outmatch my Nosepass, do you? How could that be possible? Lufeng, with a resigned gesture, replied, the bug-type intuition merely enhances attack power. The remainder relies on Heracross's strength. Then I am eager to witness how you will triumph over me. Nosepass, unleash the Power Gem. Heracross, in response, executed a barrage of pin missiles. The radiant beam of the Power Gem from Nosepass collided with the sharp projectiles, surprisingly halting the latter's advance. Heracross, on the brink of exhaustion, recognized the necessity of decisive action. Heracross, employ Revival. With a surge of intense energy, Heracross propelled itself through the haze created by the earlier attacks and struck Nosepass forcefully against the gym wall. The move Revival grows more potent as Heracross's stamina wanes. And at this moment, it was barely holding on, amplifying the move's dreadfulness. Is that Revival? Nosepass, push it back with Rock Blast. Heracross countered, use Pin Missiles. Though the Pin Missiles once more proved effective, they failed to strike Nosepass, while the Rock Blast was successfully thwarted. Dujiao, astonished by the enhancement of the Pin Missiles due to the Bug-type intuition, realized that Heracross possessed only 2 ranged attacks, the Energy Ball, which required full concentration to execute, and the Pin Missiles, which lacked substantial threat. However, with the boost from Bug-type intuition, the Pin Missiles, while still modest in impact, now held the capacity to obstruct the opponent's assault. Heracross, unleashed Super Horn Attack. The horns of Heracross gleamed brightly as it delivered a Super Horn Attack, cracking the surface of Nosepass. Nosepass utilized Thunderbolt. In a final flourish, Nosepass released a surge of electric energy, enveloping Heracross instantaneously. When the sparks subsided, both Heracross and Nosepass were rendered unable to continue the battle. Nosepass and Heracross have both lost their fighting capabilities. As the challenger has 1 Pokémon remaining, the victory belongs to the challenger, the referee announced. Both Dujiao and Lu Feng stood momentarily stunned. Truth be told, Lu Feng had been bewildered at the last juncture. Had it not been for the remaining ability of his Trico, the battle would have concluded in a stalemate. Alas, I did not foresee your comeback, Dujiao remarked as she recalled Nosepass. Lu Feng exhaled with relief, saying, that final Thunderbolt was indeed formidable. Without Trico, I would have been in dire straits. Nevertheless, you have bested me. Thus you are entitled to this rock badge, Dujiao stated, handing the badge to Lu Feng. He accepted the badge, and after a brief exchange with the gym staff, Dujiao departed the gym with Lu Feng, carrying the recorded video of their battle. Are you not the leader of the Carnaz gym? Why must you return to Pokémon School? As the 2 individuals engaged in casual conversation on the road, Lu Feng posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. Being a teacher already required a substantial investment of energy. How could one possibly manage the demands of running a dojo as well? In truth, I was not the head of the Kanaz dojo originally. I was merely a graduate of the school. Initially, I served as a practice teacher. But later the Alliance sought me out and entrusted me with the role of dojo master. At first, I struggled to adapt. Yet as a myriad of challengers arrived to test their skills, I accumulated a wealth of experience. Eventually, I recorded the dojo battles for instructional purposes, and I must say, the children exhibited a remarkable enthusiasm for battling, yielding commendable results, said Duan. Chapter 153. The first encounter with Team Aqua. Just as Lu Feng was about to speak, a man dressed in a white outfit and wearing a hat emerged from a nearby alley. As Lu Feng passed by, the man cast a sidelong glance at him, his eyes brimming with suspicion and hostility. Once they had moved away, Lu Feng called out to Duan, asking, do you still have any Pokémon capable of battling? Yes, but what do you intend to do? Duan inquired. There's something off about that man. I can't quite put my finger on it. Hurry, Lu Feng urged as he dashed back. Although Duan was puzzled, she followed suit, for as the dojo master, she bore the responsibility of protecting the city. The pair cautiously trailed behind, eventually arriving near a port that appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, with scarcely any vessels in sight. The man approached a dilapidated building, from which a figure clad in a blue uniform emerged. Team Aqua, Duan exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Drawing the attention of both parties, the man in white promptly summoned a Crawdaunt, commanding, Crawdaunt, use Bubble Beam. The creature's pincers unleashed a torrent of bubbles, prompting Lu Feng and his companion to swiftly evade. The Team Aqua member frowned and remarked, how could you let this happen? We're being discovered. And one of them is even the dojo master of Kanaz City. How was I to know? I deliberately avoided Duan when I left the Devon Corporation. The man in white lamented. Duan furrowed her brow and asked, Devon Corporation? What did you acquire from there? Fool, you've revealed too much, shouted the Team Aqua member. Ignoring their quarrel, Lu Feng addressed Duan, saying, you handle that Team Aqua member, I'll take on the Crawdaunt. Alright, be careful. Duan replied as she shifted her focus to the Team Aqua member while Lu Feng prepared to confront the man in white. The building was exceedingly dilapidated, and engaging in battle here could lead to a collapse, which would pose a significant risk to everyone involved. Pokémon, Crawdaunt type, Water. Dark potential, near champion strength, near champion ability, shell armor hidden ability, adaptability. These abilities are quite formidable. Go, Sylveon. Lu Feng summoned his advantageous Sylveon. No matter what Pokémon you bring forth, it shall not match my prowess. Crawdaunt, use Crunch. The Iron Claw Lobster, utilizing its formidable pincers, attempted to crush its adversary. The fairy sprite ensnared the lobster's claws with silken ribbons and subsequently hurled it aside. The fairy sprite summoned the enchanting winds, unleashing a fierce gale that struck the Iron Claw Lobster, sending it staggering backward over 10 meters as it rose from the ground. In a fit of rage, the Iron Claw Lobster prepared to execute a stealthy strike. The fairy sprite countered with a dazzling spell. before the lobster could unleash its attack. It was caught in the brilliant light of the sprite's magic, which proved devastatingly effective. Enraged, the lobster shouted, "What are you doing? Use the claw hammer attack." With a shimmering azure glow emanating from its pincers, the lobster swiftly approached the fairy sprite and delivered a powerful blow, sending her reeling several meters back. The strength of that strike startled Lu Feng. Its power reached a kingly level, showcasing the effectiveness of its hidden trait, adaptability, which augmented the potency of its moves. Humph. This flamboyant Pokémon is indeed fragile. Iron Claw Lobster, unleash water cannon. The fairy sprite responded with a defensive barrier, erecting a wall of light. The water cannon surged forth. But upon colliding with the barrier, its force diminished significantly, resulting in a far less impactful hit on the sprite. I shall no longer play with you. Fairy sprite. Employ lunar power. The sprite concentrated a pink orb of light and launched it fiercely. The Iron Claw Lobster, unable to evade, was struck directly by the lunar power, rendering it incapable of battle. Damn it, what is happening? Get up and fight. A man in white exclaimed in exasperation. However, the lobster, having endured a direct hit from the lunar power, was incapacitated for the time being. The man in white, seeing Lu Feng approaching, abandoned the lobster and fled towards the sea. Suddenly, a pair of jet-like devices appeared behind him, lifting him into the sky. Lu Feng, bewildered, exclaimed, "Where was this contraption hiding?" He then expelled a torrent of flames, incinerating the flying apparatus. Yet, the man continued his reckless flight towards the ocean, compelling Lu Feng to dive in and rescue him. After plunging into the water, Lu Feng swiftly rendered the man unconscious. Meanwhile, Duan concluded her battle and rushed to assist Lu Feng, pulling him ashore. "Thank you. By the way, what of the water fleet member you faced?" Lu Feng inquired. Duan, somewhat frustrated, replied, "That fellow flew away when he saw the situation turn dire. My rock Pokémon could not reach him. This individual must also be from the water fleet. I just obtained this from him." Lu Feng produced 2 vials resembling potions. Duan examined them, though their purpose eluded her understanding. "In any case, let us take this fellow to Miss Junsha and contact the Devon Corporation. They should recognize their goods," Lu Feng declared, rising and wringing out his clothes. "All right, you rest a while. I shall go practice." Before long, Miss Junsha arrived at the port accompanied by a fleet of over a dozen police vehicles. After all, the water fleet is not a trifling organization. Though, one might argue that deploying such a multitude of police cars for the apprehension of a single individual is somewhat excessive. "Thank you very much, Master Duan and Mr. Lu Feng." Miss Junsha expressed her gratitude. Upon noticing that Lu Feng's attire was completely soaked, she hastily arranged for a change of clothes. "It is nothing. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities as the dojo master," Lu Feng stated as he retreated into a room to change. With the remaining matters no longer pertaining to Duan, he exchanged a few pleasantries before departing. By the time Lu Feng emerged, Duan had already vanished without a trace. The remaining officers were left no choice but to approach Lu Feng, inquiring about the events that transpired. Although Lu Feng was keen on making an exit, he had no alternative but to recount everything he knew in great detail. "Thanks to your assistance, Mr. Lu Feng, we successfully apprehended members of the water fleet. Additionally, I must express my gratitude for your efforts in repelling the Fire Rock team at Guqing Town. Your help was instrumental in preventing significant unrest there." Miss Junsha saluted Lu Feng, who promptly returned the gesture. Suddenly realizing something was amiss, he inquired, "How did you know I repelled the Fire Rock team in Guqing Town? Are you unaware?" Miss Junsha was momentarily taken aback by Lu Feng's question. Observing the genuine confusion on his face, she explained, "Since you disrupted the Fire Rock team's plans in Guqing Town, you have been placed on their wanted list. Initially, in Changhua City, the Fire Rock team intended to ambush you. However, their scheme was uncovered by our police force, from whom we learned of your existence. That fellow, Qi Yinsong, truly dares to engage in any endeavor," Lu Feng murmured. Miss Junsha, somewhat astonished, queried, "Have you already encountered the leader of the Fire Rock team?" "Not directly, but I have merely heard of him." Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively, adding, "However, it is time to focus on the Fire Rock team. Originally, both the Fire Rock team and the Water Fleet were involved in clandestine activities, yet for reasons unknown, they have begun to operate more overtly in recent years, exhibiting a targeted approach. Our understanding of them remains limited, and their ultimate objectives remain a mystery," Miss Junsha remarked. "The Fire Rock team and Water Fleet have wreaked havoc on the security of Hoenn. Such underground organizations are difficult to eradicate unless their leaders are captured. Yet, both Qi Yinsong and Shui Wutong are cunning adversaries. Even the Johto Alliance finds them challenging to confront. Although the Fire Rock team and Water Fleet have differing aims, their actions suggest they are interested in the ruins scattered throughout Hoenn. Much like during our encounter at the Guqing ruins, although they found nothing of value there. Furthermore, certain researchers and companies appear to be among their targets. By addressing these angles, we may be able to implement some preventive measures." Lu Feng articulated all he could divulge. Mindful not to disclose the true intentions of the Fire Rock team and Water Fleet, lest it jeopardize their efforts. Chapter 154, Repelling the Water Fleet. Very well. Thank you for your insights. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Feng returned to the inn. At this hour, Xingwu had already succumbed to slumber, and Lu Feng felt it inappropriate to disturb Xiaoyao. Only Nasi awaited Lu Feng's return. Upon seeing him, Nasi approached and inquired, "You're back. Did you obtain the badge?" "Of course," Lu Feng replied, producing the badge. Upon seeing it, Nasi continued, "I just overheard someone mentioning that Team Aqua had appeared in Kana's city but was thwarted by the gym leader, Dewan, and an unknown boy. That boy was you. Wasn't he it?" "Indeed, it was me. But how did you come to know about this?" "The police should have sealed the information." Lu Feng expressed his confusion. "I'm not certain. Not long ago, someone was proclaiming this at the nearby Pokémon Center, and I happened to be passing by and overheard it. You were off challenging the gym, so I deduced it was you," Nasi explained. Lu Feng was rendered speechless after a member of Team Aqua had fled. He had scarcely paid attention to his surroundings. The subsequent arrival of numerous police officers had further muddled his perception, making him oblivious to the presence of others. "By the way, shortly after you left, a few members of Team Magma took advantage of our slumber to cause some trouble. I subdued them and handed them over to the police," Nasi added. "Those rascals from Team Magma." Lu Feng's body erupted with a menacing aura, startling Xingwu awake. Realizing his actions, Lu Feng quickly reined in his energy. "It's all right. I'll go soothe her," Nasi said as she entered the inner room. Lu Feng dared to approach the door only when he noticed the cries of Xingwu gradually subsiding. After calming her, Nasi gently laid her down and set up a barrier to prevent Lu Feng's volatile energy from frightening her again. Turning back, she saw Lu Feng cautiously peering in from the doorway and beckoned him to come closer. "Your aura is easily influenced by your emotions. This is something you must be mindful of," Nasi advised. Lu Feng nodded, acknowledging that his intense emotions could lead to involuntary outbursts, which could inadvertently endanger those around him. Except for Nasi, who possessed extraordinary powers. "Go rest now. I still have some matters to attend to," Lu Feng said. Understanding that Lu Feng was genuinely angered this time, Nasi cautioned him to proceed with care. Lu Feng nodded and disappeared from the room in an instant, reappearing atop a clock tower. "Deoxys, Lugia, could you assist me?" Lu Feng summoned the two legendary Pokémon, both of whom could sense the happenings in the world around them and recognized that Lu Feng was indeed furious. "Fear not, my master. Those clowns from Team Magma and Team Aqua are nothing but a bunch of jesters, hardly worthy of concern," Lugia stated confidently. Meanwhile, Deoxys dismissed them with a scoff, considering their tactics mere child's play. "Do not underestimate them. They possess a variety of machines and boast several formidable trainers among their ranks. Particularly their leaders, Maxi and Archie, are both dangerous and powerful," Lu Feng cautioned. While he did not regard Team Magma and Team Aqua with much seriousness, he maintained a significant wariness toward Maxi and Archie. "Master, it is not arrogance on my part. With my extraordinary powers as a divine beast and the superiority of Mewtwo, there are few in this world capable of withstanding our presence simultaneously. Why would I fear those insignificant beings?" Lugia expressed with confusion. If those individuals possessed the means to contend with divine beasts, they would not be confined to Hoenn alone, Lu Feng remarked. "You are unaware of the technological prowess of humanity. These underground organizations often surpass the Alliance in this regard, and Mewtwo is acutely aware of this fact." Mewtwo nodded, conceding, "Though I am reluctant to admit it, these individuals are indeed formidable. For instance, my very existence is a result of scientists discovering a fossilized eyelash of Mew." Lugia remained silent, acknowledging the truth that a mere eyelash fossil had led to the creation of Mewtwo. While Mewtwo may not match Lugia in strength, what if those individuals had the capability to mass-produce Mewtwo? One level 1 deity may not be a match for a divine beast, but what if there were 5, 10, or even 20? Lu Feng sighed, recognizing the extraordinary genius of the scientists who created Mewtwo, lamenting that such talent was not employed for noble purposes. Waving his hand, he chose to divert from the weighty topic, as Mewtwo and Lugia split their efforts to deal with Team Magma and Team Aqua. "Master, why can't I go?" Rayquaza asked, somewhat disheartened. Lu Feng explained with exasperation, "You don't know what those two look like, do you? Moreover, your destructive capability is too great. A single strike could attract significant attention. Oh, then it is of no consequence. But, Master, why do you regard those two with such trepidation? Even if their methods are impressive, it seems a bit excessive to hold them in such high regard," Rayquaza questioned. "Perhaps. However, those two are true ambitionists. In another world, they have indeed created the realm of End and the Sea of Origin. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, Qi Yinsong and Shui Wudong plotted their next moves. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted throughout the base. Some weapons were destroyed before activation, while those that had been activated could not locate their targets and thus became useless. Following the obliteration of the majority of the underground organization's assets, Lugia and Mewtwo each unleashed a tempest before their departure, exacerbating the plight of these two organizations. Ultimately, however, Qi Yinsong and Shui Wudong leveraging their formidable strength and weaponry, managed to dispel the storm in the absence of the two divine beasts. On Lu Feng's side, Lugia and Mewtwo returned, and this assault by the divine beasts should keep Team Magma and Team Aqua subdued for a while. Lu Feng instantaneously teleported back to his room. At that moment, Naji had already fallen asleep, and he did not wish to disturb her, opting instead to make do in the living room for the night. The following morning, Lu Feng roused Naji and Xiao Yao. The events of the previous night had been captured on film, and to avoid complications, they had to leave early. However, venturing out to sea posed another significant challenge. Lu Feng, what on earth happened? Naji inquired. Lu Feng, feeling quite helpless, provided a brief explanation. It turns out that the reason for the halt of all shipping at the port was due to the member of the water fleet who had previously escaped from Lu Feng and Duwan. Even the nearby waters were under the vigilant patrol of dedicated officers, indicating that the aforementioned member possessed the capability to operate in the water for extended periods. Chapter 155, The Sudden Storm. After some time, it became clear that the cause of the turmoil was indeed you, Xiao Yao chuckled. Initially, she was unaware of the events that transpired last night, but it was difficult to remain oblivious given the circumstances. I had no choice. That individual took advantage of my momentary lapse and soared into the sky. By the time I emerged from the water, he had already evaded my range of attack. Had it not been for Duwan's presence on the shore, forcing him to flee towards the sea, capturing him would have been considerably more troublesome. Lu Feng expressed his frustration, recalling that the rogue was precisely out of his attack range at that moment. He had intended to use Amaterasu to incinerate the flying contraption, but the seawater obscured his vision, nearly leading him to burn himself in the process. There was no alternative. I could only rely on Pokémon, Lu Feng stated. Xiao Yao asked, puzzled, but isn't navigation in the surrounding waters prohibited? Moreover, your next destination is Wudo Town. Relying solely on Pokémon would make that journey quite challenging, wouldn't it? Though it posed some difficulties, it was not insurmountable, Nazi replied, producing a Metagross. Lu Feng also summoned his Gyarados. Ordinary Pokémon would indeed be insufficient. But my Metagross possesses champion-level strength and can traverse the waters with its psychic abilities, Nazi explained. Lu Feng patted Gyarados and added, while my Gyarados may not have champion-level prowess, it is a Pokémon that thrives in aquatic environments, making it quite adept in these waters. Metagross utilized Magnet Rise. Metagross activated Magnet Rise, allowing itself to levitate in the air. This technique employs magnetic force for levitation, though it is not a psychic-type move. Rather, it belongs to the electric category. Gyarados, on the other hand, required no such complexities and simply plunged into the water. Lu Feng leaped onto Gyarados with Xing Wu, while Nazi and Xiao Yao mounted Metagross. Most of the officers along their path recognized Lu Feng and naturally did not impede their passage. They soon departed from the waters surrounding Kona City. I never expected the scenery at sea to be so breathtaking, Xiao Yao remarked, dipping her hand into the water and creating ripples across the surface. Lu Feng smiled, about to respond, when suddenly he stood up abruptly on Gyarados. Nazi sensed something amiss as well and gently urged Metagross to halt. Did you feel that too? Lu Feng inquired. In terms of perception, Nazi was far superior to Lu Feng. However, upon seeing her slowly nod in affirmation, Lu Feng knew that their suspicions were likely accurate. What is it? The tension between Lu Feng and Nazi caused Xiao Yao to feel uneasy. Nazi stated, in our perception, two storms are approaching Kona City, and they are converging, likely to unleash a significant tempest and tsunami. What should we do? Xiao Yao panicked. They were currently at sea. Not to mention the safety of Kona City. Their own survival was at stake. Kona City will certainly be fine. The storm is not directly targeting it. However, it is imperative that those on the beach and at the port seek shelter promptly, as the tsunami and storm are inevitable. Lu Feng hurriedly dialed Ms. Juncha's number in Kona City to inform her of the unfolding situation. Upon learning the news, Ms. Junsha quickly organized the evacuation of the coastal populace and instructed that all drainage systems be fully opened. Mr. Lu Feng, I hear from my subordinates that you are currently at sea. Please return to Kona City immediately. I will promptly arrange a rescue team to meet you, Ms. Junsha remarked. No need, Lu Feng replied. We are too far away to return, and the rescue team cannot reach us. Moreover, you have more pressing matters at hand. Time is of the essence. The storm is upon us, and I will do my utmost to buy time for Kona City. The once tranquil sea was now tumultuous, the storm looming ominously not far from Lu Feng. Thank you, Mr. Lu Feng. I wish you good luck, she said before he hung up, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was evident that this storm had been conjured by Lugia and Mewtwo, surprisingly. The dispersed tempest had not entirely dissipated, but rather coalesced into a formidable force now approaching them. Nazi, please scout ahead for any small islands or reefs. I will hold them off for now, Lu Feng instructed, positioning Gyarados in front of Metagross to allow it to search for a safe haven. Gyarados, use Hurricane. Gyarados summoned a whirlwind, forming a water spout, but though it was a powerful move, it paled in comparison to the might of the approaching storm. This one T suffice. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Lu Feng commanded. Gyarados unleashed a robust jet of water, which merely managed to slightly slow the wind's velocity without significantly impacting the storm as a whole. With no other options, Lu Feng focused on stalling as long as possible, launching a barrage of hydro pumps to marginally reduce the storm's speed. Lu Feng, I found it. There's a refuge over 1,000 meters to our left, Nazi exclaimed. Lu Feng nodded, signaling Gyarados to retreat. Nazi, riding on Metagross, summoned a psychic barrier to shield herself and Xiao Yao as they hastened to escape. Though the storm advanced rapidly, it could not match the full-speed eruption of Gyarados and Metagross, and soon they reached the island that Nazi had mentioned. Come back, Gyarados. Lu Feng called as he stepped ashore and recalled his Pokémon. The island was small, devoid of wildlife, save for a forest at its center, where a hill reminiscent of a reef stood. Hurry, there's a cave at the base of that hill, with the hill's support. We should be safe if we can hide inside, Nazi urged. Lu Feng nodded and swiftly teleported inside, with Nazi and Xiao Yao following suit. Lu Feng. This cave is at the base of the hill. Once the storm hits, it could trigger a landslide, and this cave is too low, even if it withstands. A tsunami and torrential rain will surely inundate this place, Xiao Yao warned. Having observed meticulously during their ascent to the island, she noted that while the hill could likely endure the storm alone, the combination of tsunami and rain posed a grave threat. Indeed. I will step outside to make some protective arrangements. You all stay vigilant and safeguard yourselves, Lu Feng said, handing Star Dance to Nazi before dashing out of the cave. At that moment, the storm was merely 300 to 400 meters away from the island. Lu Feng summoned her across, instructing it to utilize its horn to topple a small tree. He then called forth Charizard, directing it to cleave the tree into wooden planks. Charizard, kindly incinerate these planks into charcoal and carry them into that cave. Her across. Follow me, he commanded. Lu Feng led her across into the forest, where he marked several sturdy trees for her across to uproot. At that moment, a storm was drawing near the island. The beach had already succumbed to the surging waves, and torrential rain poured down with alarming rapidity. Her across. Bring those trees back, Lu Feng urged, before dashing deeper into the woods. He had intended to gather some fruit, but the fierce winds and rain had stripped the trees bare, rendering the fruit inedible. With no other options, Lu Feng hurried back to the cave, where he found her across had already returned with the timber. Lu Feng carved a groove into the ground, erecting the trees as support columns to brace the cave's ceiling. He managed to set up 5 sturdy pillars before allowing her across to proceed. Next, he directed her across to move large boulders to seal the cave's entrance, using the remaining trees to fashion planks that he nailed over any potential leaks. Just as he completed this task, a deluge of seawater surged onto the island, causing trees to topple. Only the exceptionally robust trees remained standing, though the storm had stripped their leaves, leaving behind only bare branches and trunks. Outside, the rain fell relentlessly, and the ocean had encroached upon the island. However, Lu Feng's defenses held firm, thanks to Heracross's efforts in securing a massive rock at the cave's mouth, supplemented by additional boulders. Overall, they were safe for the time being. Naz's psychic abilities allowed her to gauge the external conditions, despite the tempest outside. The cave remained remarkably secure. Lu Feng exhaled in relief, retrieving several crescent-shaped stones from his backpack and placing them around the cave. These were moonstones, aptly named for their gentle luminescence reminiscent of moonlight, providing illumination without overwhelming brightness. Lacking any extraordinary properties, they were quite affordable, 10 gold coins for a single stone, which Lu Feng typically stocked during his travels. Xiao Yao cleared a space and assisted Lu Feng in setting up 2 large tents. Lu Feng tapped the supportive beams of wood, reassured that despite the tempest's fury, the cave itself was robust and the timber was intact. Lu Feng, although the storm is swift, it is peculiar that its pace seems to have slowed. I cannot ascertain the specifics, as the storm's energy is overwhelming. My perception extends only to the island, beyond which I cannot reach, Naz remarked. Lu Feng pondered this anomaly, considering that the storm had indeed decelerated prior to reaching the island. Otherwise, he would not have had ample time to prepare adequately. Regardless, we cannot venture out now. Let us rest for the time being. We shall address the remaining matters tomorrow. Lu Feng placed the charcoal retrieved from the Charizard beneath the boiler. It ignited without emitting excessive smoke. This cave was enclosed, and too much smoke would render it uninhabitable. After their evening meal, indeed, it was dinner. As they had spent the afternoon evading the storm and constructing protective structures, it was now dusk. Nasi was busy tidying up the dishes, but when her hand plunged into the water, she frowned slightly, splashing a bit of water onto Lu Feng's hand. Startled, Lu Feng felt goosebumps rise on his skin. As he poured a bit more water into his hand, he exclaimed in astonishment, "The temperature of this water is remarkably low." Nasi nodded slowly and replied, "We've just had dinner, so we may not feel it yet, but the temperature in the cave is indeed gradually decreasing. If this continues, it might become troublesome." "Do not worry, I shall find a solution," Lu Feng declared, gathering some charcoal to build a small bonfire. Once ignited, the cave became noticeably brighter, and the temperature began to rise again. Standing up, Lu Feng asserted, This should suffice. Nasi felt the air and said, "For now, it seems fine. But the temperature outside appears to be dropping even further. Unfortunately, I cannot ascertain the exact situation at the moment. I cannot discern it either. But I have set up some devices outside," Lu Feng responded, retrieving his laptop from his backpack. Upon opening it, the screen displayed the external scene. Concurrently, outside against the wall of the cave, a small micro-robot was firmly lodged, connected to Lu Feng's computer. It was remarkably sturdy and capable of withstanding various harsh environments. This device, however, was not acquired from the system store. It had been prepared by Karuna out of concern for his journey, and only now was it being utilized. The temperature outside had approached freezing and continued to decline. The conditions remained the same, yet no frost had formed. The storm swirled with rain, causing even those inside the cave to sense the chill. Lu Feng manipulated the robot to adjust the view, noticing that, for some unknown reason, the storm had ceased its advance and lingered in place. "I need to venture outside. Something is amiss with this storm. It is not progressing," Lu Feng stated, donning a raincoat. The rain fell fiercely, and even Lu Feng's physical resilience struggled against it. Nasi hurriedly attempted to stop him, exclaiming, "Are you insane? You cannot just go out in this situation. But if I do not investigate, we will be trapped here. Do not worry, this storm cannot harm me," Lu Feng reassured her, then used teleportation to exit the cave. Though Nasi intended to stop him, she was too late and could not follow. Her physical capabilities were only slightly superior to those of an ordinary person, rendering her unable to withstand the external conditions. Upon stepping outside, Lu Feng was nearly swept away by the ferocious winds, but he managed to grip the rock wall just in time to stabilize himself. The torrential rain poured down, and as Lu Feng clung to the cliff, he gradually moved to a sheltered area where the wind was less ferocious. Here, he could adjust his raincoat. To his surprise, the one he had exchanged from the system was quite commendable, remaining intact even against such fierce winds. Certainly, the price is quite astonishing. A single raincoat costs 1,000 gold coins. Lu Feng wiped the rainwater from his face, his heterochromatic eyes revealing an unusual sight. He observed a liquid-like entity at the eye of the storm on the sea, which seemed to be the force tethering the tempest, preventing it from advancing. What on earth is this? In a realm of profound darkness and silence, devoid of any sound or life, even the concepts of space and time seemed absent. Yet, within this void, there existed an entity reminiscent of a soul. Was the master in possession of some extraordinary treasure? This soul was none other than the essence of Xiao Ming, residing within the system space. Originally in a state of slumber, she had been roused by the peculiar aura emanating from the outside world. At this moment, Lu Feng was scrutinizing the liquid-like phenomenon, yet even with his probing techniques, he could glean no information. Suddenly, a faint luminescent membrane enveloped him, shielding him from the raging winds and torrential rain outside. Chapter 157, Essence of Wind Spirits. "Master, please take cover for a while. This entity has not yet fully materialized." Xiao Ming's voice resonated in Lu Feng's mind, imbued with a palpable weariness. For she had only just sensed the presence of this so-called earthly spirit and awakened. "Xiao Ming, do you know what this entity is?" Lu Feng inquired. As he leapt behind a tree, finding the protective barrier of the light membrane made movement considerably easier. "I cannot say for certain, but it is likely a spirit of wind and water. Such entities are rare in this world. However, it has yet to fully form. It is merely a nascent shape developing within this storm." Interestingly, the primary condition for the birth of an earthly spirit is the existence of a compatible environment. While storms of this magnitude are not uncommon, they typically dissipate. The presence of this earthly spirit is a factor, yet there must be another formidable force at play. As this storm is not a natural occurrence, Xiao Ming elucidated. Lu Feng scratched his head awkwardly as the protective light membrane emitted by Xiao Ming gradually faded, indicating that she had once again slipped into slumber. "If it has yet to take form, then we shall wait. Yet, this means I must busy myself once more." Lu Feng sighed, preparing to take action. He unleashed his technique, 1,000 birds, to fell several large trees. Attempting to drag them, he found them exceedingly heavy after absorbing water. Even he struggled to move them. Utilizing his supernatural abilities to levitate them proved ineffective due to their significant weight, forcing him to inch them forward painstakingly. After relocating several logs, Lu Feng was left panting heavily, but rest was not an option. He employed his powers to lay the logs horizontally at the cave entrance, using a mortise and tenon structure to secure them. However, carving out the slots for this structure became a source of considerable frustration. Employing 1,000 birds would compromise the integrity of the joints, so reluctantly, Lu Feng summoned his throne to manifest a dagger to resolve the issue. Meanwhile, within the cave, Nazi and Xiao Yao awaited anxiously. Lu Feng's laptop allowed them to observe the unfolding events outside, but due to the ferocity of the storm, the robots could not move freely, limiting their view to a confined area. They could see Lu Feng gradually scaling the mountainside, but once obscured by the rock face, he vanished from sight. "Sister Naz, is Lu Feng all right?" Xiao Yao is quite worried. She is now aware of the harsh conditions outside. The temperature in the cave is dropping steadily, and they rely solely on the campfire left by Lu Feng to maintain the last remnants of warmth. Naz also feels anxious. Despite her confidence in Lu Feng's abilities, she cannot shake her concern. If it weren't for her inability to withstand the tempest outside physically, she would have rushed out long ago. I have returned. At that moment, Lu Feng reappeared with a sudden flash. Depositing a large pile of damp firewood in the corner of the cave, he cast aside his raincoat and hurried to sit by the campfire. Xiao Yao promptly added more wood, while Naz took out a towel to help Lu Feng dry his hair. Lu Feng chuckled wryly and said, I'm freezing. The temperature outside has plummeted, and with the torrential rain, I'm utterly chilled. Serves you right for running about, Naz replied with a hint of annoyance, to which Lu Feng dared not retort. He retreated to the tent to change into dry clothes. Lu Feng, the temperature outside is frightfully low, although we have the campfire. This is not a sustainable solution, Naz remarked. Lu Feng was also contemplating ways to address the situation, delving into the system space to seek relevant items. Oh, this could prove useful, he mused as he examined the details of an item. Item, warm jade. This precious stone radiates warmth without causing discomfort. Sized like a pendant. It can shield the wearer from near-freezing temperatures. This is acceptable, but to my astonishment, one the size of a bedboard costs 3,000 gold coins, Lu Feng thought, amused, considering that 3,000 gold coins equate to a single bed-sized piece, and that he and Naz would require a piece of warm jade worth 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins. It was clear they would need to huddle together with Xing Wu to make it work. I am truly astounded. A raincoat cost me 1,000 gold coins, and several pieces of warm jade amount to 7,000 or 8,000 gold coins, Lu Feng lamented, his frustration culminating in a resigned sigh. Reluctantly, he purchased a piece of warm jade for 5,000 gold coins. He could not afford to be stingy for his wife and daughter, and naturally, he also bought a 3,000 gold coin piece for Xiao Yao. He placed it within the tent, layering it with thick bedding, as this item, being jade, could be rather uncomfortable without adequate padding. Lu Feng handed the 3,000 gold coin warm jade to Xiao Yao, though he felt it was inappropriate for a man to arrange the bedding. After passing the bedding to her, he stepped back, but borrowed her fire starter. The firewood Lu Feng gathered was soaked, necessitating the evaporation of moisture before it could catch fire. Otherwise, it would be difficult to ignite and produce excessive smoke. Lu Feng also exchanged for several smaller pieces of warm jade, placing them around the cave similar to the moonstone, ensuring the temperature remained at a stable level. In the following 3 days, Lu Feng ventured out twice, collecting an abundance of firewood while observing the formation of the earthly spirit material. Regrettably, despite sensing its immense energy, it had yet to take shape. After a week of their stay, the material finally began to solidify. While resting in the cave, Lu Feng left without informing Naz and Xiao Yao. The ethereal treasure of nature finally took shape amidst the tempest. At its very core lay a jade-like entity, absorbing the surrounding energy. It was adorned with numerous azure patterns, through which azure energy flowed like blood through veins. Such pure wind attribute energy. This is the wind spirit essence. Xiaoming was also awakened by the energy emanating from this entity. The wind spirit essence is a primordial treasure birthed from the powerful heart of the storm, encapsulating pure wind attribute energy. When infused into ordinary objects, it can elevate them to the caliber of champion-grade weapons, enhancing speed and endowing them with wind attribute capabilities. Master, you have 2 methods to utilize this essence, Xiaoming stated. The first option is to merge it into the control throne. Although it won't advance the throne, it will double its wind attribute energy and accelerate all your techniques. What is the other option? Lu Feng inquired, intrigued by the first yet eager for an additional choice. The second option is to entrust it to me, so I may attempt to reshape a body, Xiaoming replied. Reshape a body. Lu Feng nearly lost his footing, almost slipping down the mountainside. To be candid, utilizing it for body shaping would be quite a waste, Xiaoming remarked. Lu Feng, perplexed, asked, while the wind spirit essence exhibits a strong energy fluctuation, it lacks the capacity to mold flesh, does it not? How could it possibly be considered wasteful? Chapter 158, Shaping the Flesh. Indeed, while the wind spirit essence is remarkable, it does not possess the ability to mold flesh. Yet, I do not require its wind attribute energy. What I seek is merely the pure essence it absorbs from the atmosphere, Xiaoming explained. She then retrieved several items from the system space that Lu Feng had never encountered before. Though unfamiliar, he sensed a potent energy emanating from them. Each of these possesses the ability to shape a body, and merely one of them could suffice. However, I cannot do so myself. I currently exist only as a spiritual entity. Although I do possess a physical form, it is sealed within the system space. Thus, I require a body capable of containing my power, but to bear the world's force is no simple task. Hence, I need this newly birthed treasure of nature. It need not be extraordinarily powerful, as I only require its pure essence. Only energy drawn from the world can accommodate the world's force. I do not quite comprehend. What do you mean by pure essence? Are there no treasures within the system space that possess this pure essence? Lu Feng questioned. Pure essence is merely a term, often referred to by various names. It represents the source and laws drawn from nature, as it is extracted from the world. Its compatibility with the world's force is significantly high. However, only treasures freshly birthed from nature possess it, for after some time, this pure essence will return to the air. The spiritual entities within the system have long since lost that power, Xiaoming elucidated. I see, Lu Feng responded, summoning the control throne to withstand the storm. Utilizing its power to conjure a colossal hand. The wind spirit essence, at its most spirited moment, instinctively sought to flee. Yet, that giant hand of the storm grasped it firmly, rendering its struggles futile. Come to me. Lu Feng abruptly pulled it out. Without the wind spirit essence, the storm would lose its core and gradually dissipate. Xiaoming, how should this be utilized? Lu Feng mused as he toyed with the so-called wind spirit essence, struggling to comprehend how such a tempestuous wind energy could coalesce into a jade-like substance. Master, you simply need to place it into the system space. Xiaoming replied with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng casually tossed it inside, saying, I must admit, I am quite curious about your original form, Xiaoming. So do hurry and reveal yourself. Hee. Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint you. I have successfully molded myself, Xiaoming declared. Before Lu Feng could respond, a rift in space materialized amidst the storm. Under Lu Feng's gaze, a long leg clad in black pants stepped forth, followed by a slender and graceful beauty emerging from the spatial tear. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age, standing at approximately 1.50 meters. Similar in height to Lu Feng, dressed in a plain white shirt and black trousers. The most striking feature was her golden hair and matching golden eyes. She seemed to be adjusting to her new body, her movements initially stiff but soon becoming fluid. With a powerful strike, she shattered the storm. Ah, splendid. Indeed. Only by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth can one sustain my soul. Ah, Master, I apologize. I was so excited that I forgot about you. Xiaoming said hurriedly as she descended from the sky, placing her hands on her abdomen and bending slightly. Lu Feng instinctively took 2 steps back, genuinely startled by the force of her strike. Regaining his composure, he inquired, How do you feel now? Quite excellent, Xiaoming replied, striking her arm forward as the ocean before them abruptly parted. Thanks to the pure aura within the wind spirit essence, this body is capable of housing my soul and has even inherited my appearance. However, how did you manage to mold your physical form so swiftly? It took me quite some time to refine my control. You completed it in mere breaths. Master, have you ever heard of the 10 ancient artifacts from your original world? Xiaoming asked. Lu Feng slightly parted his lips and swallowed hard. The 10 ancient artifacts of Huaxia? My soul exists beyond the constraints of time, and well, I also utilized this, Xiaoming said as a multicolored stone appeared in her hand, its energy fluctuations surpassing even Lu Feng's control. The Nuwa Stone. Item, Nuwa Stone. Grade, Super Artifact. One of the 10 ancient artifacts, the mother of humanity, Nuwa, crafted humans from clay, repaired the heavens, and subdued many demons, earning the reverence of the people throughout history. After the death of her beloved daughter, Nuwa poured her 1,000-year cultivation into a colorful stone left from her repairs to the heavens. Hence, this spirit stone possesses extraordinary power. Thanks to the Nuwa Stone, I was able to perfectly mold my body, but I have exhausted all the spiritual energy within it, Xiaoming lamented. Although the effects of the Nuwa Stone are indeed remarkable, it cannot withstand such absorption. That is of no concern with my current abilities. I would not be able to exchange for such an item anyway. Lu Feng gazed at the Nuwa Stone and recalled the world he once inhabited, where the renown of the 10 ancient divine artifacts was universally acknowledged. Master, let us return to the matriarch, Xiaoming said, effortlessly slicing open a rift in space. Witnessing her deftness, Lu Feng's brow furrowed in disbelief. Although he could also open a spatial tear, to do so with such ease was astonishing. Shaking his head in bemusement, he stepped into the rift, followed closely by Xiaoming. Within the cave, a sudden spatial rift materialized, prompting Nasi to shield Xiao Yao behind her. She exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Feng emerge, yet her apprehension deepened upon noticing another figure trailing behind him, emanating an overwhelming pressure that was almost suffocating. Do not make a move, Lu Feng quickly intervened, for he knew that both he and Nasi were no match for Xiaoming's might. Xiaoming stepped forward, bending slightly at the waist with her hands clasped at her abdomen. Greetings, matriarch, I am Xiaoming. The utterance of matriarch rendered Nasi momentarily speechless, while Xiao Yao stood frozen behind her, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Lu Feng interjected, This is Xiaoming. She previously existed as a soul within me. It may sound peculiar, but it is indeed the truth. Soul within a body? Xiao Yao questioned, puzzled by the terminology, as this realm primarily revolved around Pokémon, with such supernatural matters being quite rare. In simpler terms, it means she lacked a physical form and inhabited another being's body. Later regaining her own through means such as possession, Nasi explained, her gaze toward Xiaoming growing increasingly wary. Xiao Yao instinctively retreated. It was prudent for her to maintain distance given her abilities. Perceiving the misunderstanding, Xiaoming hastily clarified, Matriarch, you misunderstand. I have not possessed anyone. Master Lu Feng crafted my physical form with the aid of a celestial entity born from the storm. Lu Feng quickly affirmed, indeed. And my newfound strength is largely attributable to Xiaoming. Subsequently, he recounted his experiences, including matters concerning the system, albeit bound by protective mechanisms that rendered him unable to reveal certain details without immediate forgetfulness. Thus, he relayed only what he could. So, she has known the you from a previous life, having been with you since your birth in this life, continually aiding your growth. The seal on Xingwu was also taught to you by her. Nasi pieced together the fragmented information she received. Yes, Lu Feng replied. Xiaoming stood by, hesitant to speak, feeling somewhat awkward. Suddenly, Nasi bowed to Xiaoming, causing her to dart behind Lu Feng in fright, cautiously peeking out. Matriarch, please don't do that. I'm unsure how to respond. Thank you for consistently supporting Lu Feng and for the seal on Xingwu. Thanks to you, we have avoided many challenging situations. Nasi expressed. Xiaoming, unfamiliar with such formalities, flustered as she helped Nasi rise, attempting to address her as matriarch, only to be interrupted. Do not call me matriarch. You are a benefactor to us, not a subordinate. In the future, you shall remain with us, so we are family, and such formalities are unnecessary. Thank you, matriarch. Thank you, Sister Nasi. Xiaoming stammered through various titles, ultimately settling on sister. Lu Feng sighed in relief, grateful that the situation had been resolved amicably. Chapter 159, Challenge of the Martial Arts Dojo. After the storm subsided, Lu Feng hurriedly made his way to Wudo Town, which, rather than being a conventional town, resembled a small island. The recent tempest had affected this area, causing many shops near the beach to temporarily close their doors. However, surfing remained a popular activity, with numerous individuals riding the waves. I have conducted some research for you, Lu Feng, said Xiaoyao. The dojo's trainer, Fujishu, is a master of fighting-type Pokémon and, interestingly, a surfing enthusiast himself. His Pokémon are quite adept at surfing as well. Although Xiaoyao had yet to clarify her own aspirations, she had diligently absorbed a wealth of knowledge regarding various Pokémon and renowned trainers. Master, that Fujishu is currently surfing by the seaside. He likely won't accept your challenge. Xiaoming whispered softly. Lu Feng glanced toward the beach, where a multitude of surfers were enjoying the waves, making it impossible for him to identify Fujishu from the crowd. I actually have a suggestion. Xiaoming leaned closer to Lu Feng and spoke in hushed tones. Curiously, Lu Feng watched as Xiaoming extended her hand and gently moved it downward. The waves at the beach seemed to retreat as if pushed by an unseen force, causing the surfers to tumble into the water, bewildered by the sudden calm. With this, the dojo trainer should return to the dojo, Xiaoming remarked. Despite having witnessed Xiaoming's formidable abilities before, this particular display left Lu Feng momentarily speechless. Let us move on. We've finally emerged from the cave, so we should find a place to rest, Naji suggested. Although the storm had posed no threat to them, spending so many days in a cave had undoubtedly been uncomfortable. You all go ahead. I would like to visit the dojo first, Lu Feng said, scratching his head. Having been confined in the cave for so long without the opportunity to battle had left him eager for action. Naji, recognizing his impatience, sighed and replied, in that case, I shall not accompany you. Xingwu and I will rest while Xiaoming keeps you company. I wish to join as well, Xiaoyao suddenly interjected. Lu Feng and Naji exchanged surprised glances, as Xiaoyao had previously shown little interest in Pokémon battles. My father is a dojo trainer, yet I am not particularly fond of battling. Currently, I lack a clear goal, so I wish to observe more battles. Perhaps it will ignite my interest or deter me from the notion of inheriting the dojo, she explained. Unlike her brother, she had little enthusiasm for battles or even Pokémon themselves. Though she had diligently studied alongside Lu Feng, she remained uncertain about what truly suited her. Lu Feng looked at Xiaoyao and sighed, saying, while this is a viable approach, I must caution you that if you do not have a clear objective, you may inadvertently erase your original aspirations, even if they are not aligned with your preferences. Xiaoyao fell silent, aware of the truth in his words. Yet her disinterest in battles lingered. At that moment, Xiaoming chimed in. I believe this plan is indeed feasible. Lu Feng gazed at her in astonishment, while Xiaoming nodded and remarked, Miss Xiaoyao has no interest in battling. Even if compelled, her lack of enthusiasm remains unchanged. Thus, it would be wiser to extinguish any thoughts of combat and forego becoming a Pokémon trainer altogether. This world offers various paths beyond that of a trainer, such as breeders, coordinators, and numerous other professions. That makes sense. I apologize, as I am a Pokémon trainer, my thoughts are confined within that realm. Lu Feng scratched his head, his mind clouded with a singular desire for battle. Upon entering the fighting gym, the gym leader, Fujiki, appeared dejected while tidying up his surfboard. He had been surfing when he unexpectedly plunged into the waves, emerging to find the sea eerily calm. The bewilderment he felt at that moment was indescribable. In this fighting gym, only 2 Pokémon may be used, The battle concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer continue. The gym trainer cannot substitute their Pokémon. Do you understand? Acknowledging Lu Feng's intent, Fujiki readily accepted the challenge, eager to vent his frustrations. Lu Feng nodded, and Fujiki retrieved a Pokeball, stating, "Just a reminder, I'm feeling rather irritable today, so I may be a bit more aggressive. Be cautious. Go, Machoke." Pokémon, Machoke type, fighting potential, champion strength, early elite ability, guts hidden ability, inner focus Machoke. In that case, I shall send you into the fray. Go, Swellow. Lu Feng called forth Swellow to battle. Flying type, a commendable choice. However, even against a flying type, I have my countermeasures. Fujiki commanded, Machoke, use Bulk Up. Machoke utilized Bulk Up, enhancing its attack and defense, its gaze fixed intently on Swellow. Swellow, strike first with Quick Attack. Swellow launched a swift assault, colliding fiercely with Machoke, who tumbled to the ground but quickly regained its footing. Swellow utilized Peck. Once again, Swellow executed a Peck, knocking Machoke down, yet it rose once more, seemingly unscathed. Strange. Swellow, continue to attack and see what happens. Swellow launched a flurry of strikes. Despite landing numerous hits, the damage inflicted was minimal. Chapter 160, Defeating Machamp. Xiaoming. Flying type moves should be particularly effective against fighting types. Why is it that Swellow's attacks have had such little impact? Xiao Yao expressed her confusion, observing the seemingly ineffective assaults. Xiaoming indicated Machoke, explaining, observe how Machoke leans back before taking damage. When struck, it lowers its body to the ground, thereby diminishing the force and impact of the attacks, coupled with its subsequent roll, which effectively reduces the damage by 80 to 90%. Listening intently, Xiao Yao scrutinized the battle and realized that every movement Machoke made resembled surfing on the surface of the sea, cleverly using Swellow's power to mitigate the strength of its attacks. Its fighting techniques are quite fascinating, capable of neutralizing the opponent's assaults to such an extent. Swellow, use Double Team. The proud Altaria manifested numerous clones, causing the strength of its wielder to become momentarily disoriented, hesitant to strike recklessly. This predicament proved quite troublesome. Wielder, employ an unarmed slash. The wielder transformed their hand into a blade, targeting one of the Altaria clones with a swift strike, only to discover it was but a mere illusion. The Altaria executed its signature move, Dragon Dance. All the Altaria swirled gracefully in the air, encircling the wielder with a flurry of strikes. Regardless of the wielder's finesse, if they could not react in time, their efforts would be rendered futile. This is dire. Wielder, utilize the ground smash. The wielder forcefully stomped the ground, unleashing a potent shockwave that obliterated the approaching clones. However, being a ground-type move, it bore no effect on the Altaria, serving merely to dispel the shadowy duplicates. Altaria, unleash Air Slash. The Altaria executed two precise air slashes that sent the wielder soaring through the air, no matter how adeptly the wielder attempted to mitigate the impact through evasive maneuvers. Countering aerial assaults proved exceedingly challenging. Altaria, employ Wing Attack. With wings outstretched, the Altaria dove toward its opponent. The wielder, unable to evade the strike due to their speed, was struck by the assault but seized the Altaria's wing in a sudden twist of fate. Now utilize the forceful throw. The wielder, leveraging the momentum, fell to the ground, using their foot to propel the Altaria away. This move, a counter tactic, capitalized on the opponent's assault, boasting an impeccable accuracy rate. Wielder seize it. Execute the cross slash. Rising, the wielder grasped the Altaria and hurled it forcefully to the ground, delivering a powerful cross slash with both hands. The Altaria, possessing both flying and standard attributes, could not mitigate the damage from the cross slash merely through its elemental advantages. Altaria, perform Wing Attack. The Altaria, barely managing to lift its wings, brushed the wielder aside and ascended into the sky. However, the Altaria's previous strike lacked full force, allowing the wielder to regain their footing and leap to grasp the Altaria once more. Now wielder, execute the earth throw. The wielder pivoted, striking the Altaria downward with great force. The Altaria struggled valiantly, yet it proved futile as they neared the ground. Altaria, use Substitute. In a swift maneuver, the Altaria employed its Substitute technique, evading the wielder's earth throw just in time. Dust billowed as the two collided with the ground, and as it settled, the Altaria's form emerged, albeit fading away slowly. What? The observer gazed upward, realizing that the Altaria had escaped the wielder's grasp. In the final moments, the Altaria had cleverly utilized its Substitute to evade the earth throw. Altaria, finish it with Air Slash. The Altaria unleashed two decisive air slashes just as the wielder was recovering from their previous move, striking true and incapacitating them. Return, wielder. The observer recalled the wielder, astonished at the Altaria's clever use of the Substitute. Typically, trainers who cultivate Altaria emphasize attack and speed, rarely teaching the Substitute technique. Having been outmaneuvered, the observer resolved to proceed with caution. Now go forth, Machamp. Pokémon, Machamp, also known as Conkeldurr, depending on personal preference. Type, fighting. Potential, elite. Strength, elite high tier. Ability, thick fat. Hidden ability, steadfast. The Iron Palm Warrior executed a surprise clap attack. Suddenly, he appeared before the proud Swellow, bringing down his massive hands in a thunderous slap that sent Swellow crashing to the ground. The clap attack, a preemptive strike, may lack considerable power, yet it instills a sense of trepidation in the opponent. However, it can only be employed upon entry, due to the inherent properties of his strength. The intimidation effect could not be triggered, yet his power was nonetheless amplified. The Iron Palm Warrior then unleashed a forceful thrust, seizing Swellow and hurling it against the wall. With one hand pressed against the surface, he generated a potent shockwave that created a gaping hole in the dojo's wall, rendering Swellow instantly incapacitated. Return, Swellow. Lu Feng sighed in resignation. Although the intimidation aspect of the clap attack failed to manifest, the assault had already compromised Swellow's mobility. Coupled with the subsequent strike enhanced by his ability, the overwhelming disparity in strength and the relentless barrage proved insurmountable for even the most tenacious of opponents. Now, it's your turn, Marsh Stomp. With its water and ground attributes, Lu Feng commanded, Iron Palm Warrior, use Heavy Slam. The Iron Palm Warrior thrust his colossal palm forward. Marsh Stomp, though not particularly swift on land, adeptly evaded the attack due to its smaller stature. Marsh Stomp, use Water Gun. After dodging, Marsh Stomp unleashed a stream of water, which the Iron Palm Warrior countered with Heavy Slam. As Marsh Stomp retreated, it continued to spray Water Gun, but all were thwarted by the Iron Palm Warrior's relentless assault. Now, use Force Palm. The Iron Palm Warrior struck forward, sending a shockwave that dispersed the Water Gun and impacted Marsh Stomp's abdomen. Though Force Palm achieves its maximum potency at close range, the inherent abilities compensated sufficiently to deliver an effect akin to its standard power. This formidable Iron Palm is quite troublesome. Marsh Stomp, use Mud Shot. Marsh Stomp expelled a torrent of mud, which, while the Iron Palm Warrior attempted to block with his palm, resulted in the mud becoming encrusted upon it, consequently hindering his mobility. Iron Palm Warrior, use Surf. The Iron Palm Warrior conjured a wave of water that washed away the mud, striking Marsh Stomp. Nevertheless, Marsh Stomp held a reasonable affinity for water, and despite the ground type's inability to mitigate water-type attacks, it ultimately sustained minimal damage. Marsh Stomp, use Rain Dance. Marsh Stomp summoned dark clouds, and soon, a gentle rain began to fall, enhancing the potency of water-type moves in such weather. Iron Palm Warrior, charge with Heavy Slam. The Iron Palm Warrior surged forward, but within the favorable environment, Marsh Stomp's speed increased, allowing it to deftly evade the attack. Marsh Stomp, unleash Muddy Water. Marsh Stomp expelled a torrent of muddy water, which, bolstered by the Rain Dance, proved too powerful for even the Iron Palm Warrior's palm to withstand. This opponent's foundation is remarkably stable. Delivering a powerful blow is quite the challenge. Marsh Stomp, invoke the power of Earth. Marsh Stomp summoned the Earth's might, causing a fissure to spread beneath the Iron Palm Warrior's feet. I shall not allow you to prevail. Iron Palm Warrior, use Brick Break. The Iron Palm Warrior struck the ground with his palm like a blade, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that surged across the ground, suppressing the power of Earth. I am acutely aware of the weaknesses inherent in my Iron Palm Warrior, yet dismantling its foundation is no simple feat, remarked Teng Shu. Lu Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Aside from its lack of speed, this entity possessed few flaws. Its formidable Iron Palm was both offensive and defensive, presenting quite a conundrum. The Marsh Leap Fish unleashed a water gun and continued assault. Despite its persistent attempts, it was unable to penetrate the Iron Palm Warrior's steadfast grip. After several futile attempts, the Iron Palm Warrior executed a powerful thrust. As it advanced, no matter the angle from which the water gun was fired, it effortlessly deflected the attacks. You cannot breach the defenses of the Iron Palm Warrior. It is time to concede, proclaimed the warrior, as it prepared to unleash its energy wave. Anticipating the strike, the Marsh Leap Fish adeptly evaded the onslaught and seized the fleeting moment of the Iron Palm Warrior's brief immobility, landing a direct hit to its face with a water gun. Taking advantage of the opening post-attack, the Iron Palm Warrior conjured a true energy orb and hurled it at the Marsh Leap Fish. In response, the Marsh Leap Fish activated its protective barrier. Upon contact, the energy orb detonated, yet the Marsh Leap Fish remained unscathed within its shield. Next, the Marsh Leap Fish summoned a murky torrent, stirring up a wave laced with sludge. Having just expended considerable energy on the true energy orb, the Iron Palm Warrior found itself momentarily immobilized and was toppled to the ground by the oncoming surge. Curse it! Iron Palm Warrior, close the distance and execute your tile-splitting strike, commanded Teng Shu. The Iron Palm Warrior charged towards the Marsh Leap Fish, which, reluctant to engage in direct confrontation, sought to maintain distance. The Iron Palm Warrior unleashed a forceful strike, which the Marsh Leap Fish anticipated would bring it closer, but instead, a shockwave sent it hurtling several meters away. Now is the time. Unleash the true energy fist. The Iron Palm Warrior concentrated all its strength into a single punch, and it seemed as though the very air around it was igniting. In response, the marsh leaf fish again activated its protective barrier. The true energy fist collided with the shield, sending ripples across its surface, yet the barrier remained intact. Yet another barrier was summoned. Tung Shu felt exasperated. The Iron Palm warrior had not mastered any techniques capable of circumventing the protective ability, rendering its assaults quite cumbersome in the face of such defense. The marsh leaf fish again utilized the water gun, propelling the Iron Palm warrior backward. Having repeatedly employed techniques that drained significant energy, the Iron Palm warrior began to falter in stamina. The Iron Palm warrior unleashed a series of shockwaves, yet the marsh leaf fish deftly dodged each one. While the Iron Palm warrior's strength waned, and its strikes grew increasingly sluggish. How could this be? The stamina cultivated through surfing is now failing it. Tung Shu thought incredulously, having always relied on the Iron Palm warrior's exceptional lower body strength and endurance. Although your Iron Palm warrior boasts impressive stamina, its sheer weight demands considerable energy to sustain. Coupled with your choice to endure my onslaught and the previous energy-draining techniques employed, even the strongest endurance will eventually falter. Lu Feng articulated. The Swampert has not employed any particularly exhausting moves. However, its opponent, the Conkeldurr, has suffered significant stamina depletion after taking several hits, though it has yet to show signs of fatigue. Nevertheless, your Swampert still cannot compete with my Conkeldurr. Aside from exploiting openings, you cannot breach its defenses. Conkeldurr, unleash a Force Palm. You may attempt to counter with Hydro Pump, Swampert. As Conkeldurr charged forward with its powerful strike, Swampert unleashed a torrent of water in response. Conkeldurr attempted to swat away the Hydro Pump, but upon contact, a searing pain surged through its hand, causing it to instinctively withdraw. The water blast struck it squarely in the face. What has happened, Conkeldurr? Asked Fujiki, but the Conkeldurr merely clutched its hand, unable to articulate its pain. Even the smallest drop can carve stone, and considering its hands have absorbed numerous attacks, they were already under immense strain, Lu Feng remarked. The Conkeldurr's palms had long been in a state of overload, merely sustained through sheer will. Yet, the agonizing pain that resonates through one's fingers is not easily borne. Swampert, utilize Water Pulse. Swampert gathered its energy to form a sphere of water, launching it at Conkeldurr. Instinctively, Conkeldurr raised its hand to defend. But the pain from the water pulse striking its hand was far more intense than any blow to its body. Conkeldurr, retaliate with Aura Sphere. Conkeldurr concentrated its energy, forming an Aura Sphere. However, Swampert struck first, launching a Hydro Pump that collided with the not yet fully formed Aura Sphere, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Conkeldurr was thrown back, and Swampert's rain-inducing ability dissipated the gathering clouds. It is time to conclude. Swampert, execute Waterfall. Swampert's tail fin became enveloped in a torrent of water, which it then swung fiercely towards Conkeldurr. Unable to defend, Conkeldurr was sent crashing into the dojo's wall, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. I concede. This is proof of my defeat, the fighting badge. Fujiki handed the badge to Lu Feng. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Feng departed from the fighting dojo. Lu Feng, I have made a decision. I no longer wish to be a Pokémon trainer. Haruka suddenly declared on the way back. Lu Feng turned to her in surprise, asking, have you truly made up your mind? Haruka nodded, stating, although I currently lack a clear objective, witnessing your battle with Fujiki made me realize that I am genuinely uncomfortable with battling Pokémon, so I choose to withdraw. I see, Lu Feng responded, saying nothing further. In the face of an unsuitable goal, relinquishing it is not an act of shame. Each individual must follow their own path. Just because one's parents were gym leaders does not necessitate that their children must follow suit. My next destination is Kanezumi City, where a Pokémon contest will be held soon. If you are interested, you could take some time to visit. Given that Haruka still harbored no interest in battles, Lu Feng felt it would be more beneficial to guide her towards the path of a coordinator. Chapter 161, Journey to Kanezumi City. A contest? Haruka inquired, having never heard of such an event. The Pokémon contest is a unique form of Pokémon battling that, in addition to combat, requires participants to showcase the charm and elegance of their Pokémon's moves, explained Kodai. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao couldn't help but exclaim. So we must engage in battles after all. Indeed, few professions exist that do not revolve around combat, for battles are the mainstream, Lu Feng replied. Yet, there are non-combative careers, such as that of a breeder, which requires meticulous documentation of numerous Pokémon behaviors in books. Furthermore, one must assess the various states of Pokémon in real time and adapt accordingly. In essence, aside from academic breeders, this career is among the most laborious. Once we return, I will accompany you in searching for some videos of dazzling competitions for you to study. You can participate in a dazzling contest once we arrive in Kona City, Xiaoming suggested. Lu Feng retrieved a box of energy cubes from his backpack, which had been intended for Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, he had been delayed in delivering it due to their recent entrapment in a cave. This is for you. If you aspire to become a Pokémon trainer, it is essential. I have stocked it with numerous energy cubes, Lu Feng stated. For coordinators, energy cubes are indispensable. They not only enhance the luster of a Pokémon's fur, but also replenish their energy, as these cubes are made from a blend of various berries. Ah, thank you, Xiao Yao exclaimed in surprise, delighted that Lu Feng had prepared this for her. From this moment on, your schedule will be exceedingly tight, given your lack of foundation. Therefore, I shall conduct simulation training with you. Lu Feng produced a Pokeball, releasing a Butterfree. You possess only one Torchic, and should you encounter a formidable opponent, your stamina will inevitably wane, leaving you at a disadvantage against subsequent challengers. This Butterfree is a gift for you. It can help alleviate the pressure on your Torchic. Lu Feng explained. In the original story, Xiao Yao had captured a Caterpie that evolved into a Butterfree, but that was lost in the Tempest. Lu Feng redeemed a Butterfree with elite potential from the system as compensation for Xiao Yao. A Butterfree. Xiao Yao was instantly captivated by the creature. In terms of appearance, Butterfree ranks high among bug-type Pokémon, especially with its silvery wings. If utilized effectively, it could easily garner impressive scores in dazzling competitions. Master, if we wish to participate in dazzling contests, we must prepare promptly. Xiao Yao lacks a foundation, so we need to hasten our journey, Xiao Meng urged. I understand that to reach Kona City, we must go by water, but taking a boat may prevent us from arriving in time for the dazzling contest, Lu Feng lamented. Feeling a sense of trepidation towards the waterways after encountering numerous troubles on his recent aquatic travels, the shipping routes are relatively safe, which accounts for their extended distance. Xiao Meng elucidated. That's all right. I can train on the sea, and Xiao Yao can also practice. However, this is not my forte and must be entrusted to you, Lu Feng remarked. Xiao Meng looked at Lu Feng in disbelief and whispered, Master, while I am aware of dazzling contests, I am not knowledgeable in these matters. Lu Feng communicated back, I am equally uninformed. I struggle to grasp the theoretical aspects, so how can I teach? Thus, Xiao Meng foresaw many sleepless nights ahead. Watching various dazzling competition videos, like the students preparing for the high school entrance examinations in my previous life on Earth, as long as there is a glimmer of hope. They are all fervently reviewing until the last moment. 2 days later, on an obscure little island, flames and whirlwinds suddenly erupted, intertwining and amplifying each other's might. However, the flames began to waver, causing a rift between them and transforming their union into opposition, culminating in a violent explosion. Why did this happen? Despite the techniques of the fire chick and the hunting butterfly being on the same level, why did they still result in an explosion? A distressed female voice rang out. It was the earnest practicing Xiao Yao, now facing a conundrum. Lu Feng perched upon a rock by the sea, with Nashi cradling Xing Wu beside him, while Xiao Meng prepared lunch for everyone on the beach. Is this the combined technique you taught her that enhances fire with wind? Nashi inquired in surprise. Although it had not succeeded, the power and elegance far surpassed that of ordinary techniques. It wasn't me, nor was it Xiao Meng, Lu Feng replied. Having seen a similar technique in a video Xiao Meng found, which inspired her to attempt it, though it appeared she was struggling. As they conversed, Xiao Yao attempted the technique twice more, but each time it ended in an explosion at the critical moment. Xiao Yao, pause for a moment. Lu Feng could no longer bear to watch and gestured for her to stop. Xiao Yao, hearing this, sat beside him in frustration and asked, Lu Feng, why does my combined technique explode when they merge? Wind should assist fire, and fire should harness the wind. It should work perfectly. Indeed, it should be entirely feasible. However, there is an error. The two energies transition from fusion to opposition, resulting in the explosion, Lu Feng elucidated. Xiao Yao remained perplexed, and Lu Feng, with no other recourse, stood and said, observe closely. Fire chick, hunting butterfly, please try again. As they executed their combined technique once more, Xiao Yao watched intently. In the final explosion, she seemed to perceive something, her face lighting up with surprise. What did you see? Lu Feng inquired. Xiao Yao nodded. The hunting butterfly was flawless. But at the last moment, the flames of the fire chick became chaotic, leading to the instability of the technique and the subsequent explosion. Excellent. Your powers of observation are commendable, Lu Feng remarked, slightly taken aback, as he had expected it might take her at least 3 attempts to discern anything. He continued. The solution is quite simple. The fire chick cannot adequately control the force of the flames it unleashes. Thus, one must reduce the intensity of the flames to a level manageable for it. Are you suggesting that instead of unleashing flames, I should use sparks? Xiao Yao's eyes brightened. Without waiting for Lu Feng's response, she excitedly resumed her practice. This time, though the power was diminished, it remained controllable, and no explosion occurred. Success! Xiao Yao exclaimed joyfully. Leaping up in delight, Lu Feng nodded in approval, recognizing that this technique possessed enough power to pose a threat to even the elite-tier Pokémon. Chapter 162, The Exceptionally Talented Xiao Yao. As Lu Feng and his companions traversed the waterway on their own, they found themselves significantly faster than the vessels. With 3 days remaining before the grand contest commenced, after completing their registration, they had some time to practice. However, due to the grand contest being held in Kane City, many coordinators flocked to the area, leaving Lu Feng and his friends struggling to find a suitable training space. Reluctantly, they resorted to practicing in the mountains behind Cane City, where fewer trainers gathered, providing a spacious and excellent training ground. Xiao Yao's fire and wind fusion was commendable, yet the first round of the grand contest required showcasing the charm of Pokémon, while the second round tested the coordination and combat abilities between coordinators and their Pokémon, with only one Pokémon permitted in each round. This posed a considerable challenge for Xiao Yao. The fire and wind fusion is something you must master, but before you lies a formidable obstacle that you must contemplate overcoming. Xiao Ming remarked. Since the technique involved merging two distinct moves, it could be practiced simultaneously. However, achieving an impressive display with a single Pokémon was a dilemma even Lu Feng could not solve, for expertise lies in specialization. No worries, I anticipated this. Xiao Yao replied confidently, calling forth her Huntail to execute Silver Wind. The shimmering silver particles danced in the spiral of wind, creating a captivating spectacle under the sunlight. Although beautiful in Lu Feng's eyes, it merely sufficed for the first round, enhancing the charm aspect. However, the emphasis on aesthetics diminished its power. Not yet finished. Huntail. Unleash two silver winds, commanded Xiao Yao. To Lu Feng's astonishment, Huntail's other wing also generated a silver wind, demonstrating Xiao Yao's ability to command dual moves. While it was merely an overlay of the same technique, it was quite an achievement at her level. There's more to come, Xiao Yao proclaimed. Noticing Lu Feng's surprise with a hint of pride, Huntail began to gently merge the two winds, but for reasons unknown, sparks erupted during the amalgamation. What is this? Lu Feng could no longer remain seated, realizing that the two silver winds were rotating in opposite directions, which would ultimately cancel each other out. Yet, not only had Xiao Yao transformed the silver winds into a swirling vortex, but she had also increased their rotation speed to facilitate the fusion. The sparks generated were a result of the high wind speed igniting the air, inadvertently amplifying the attack's potency. Release it quickly, Lu Feng urged, snapping back to the moment. Xiao Yao had just perfected this move, and having maintained the silver wind for an extended period, the subsequent energy fusion proved too strong for Huntail to stabilize. Huntail hastily discharged the overwhelming force, but it spiraled out of control. Incineroar, use flamethrower. Lu Feng called forth Incineroar, unleashing a torrent of flames to obliterate the errant energy. I'm so sorry, Lu Feng, Xiao Yao quickly apologized. Lu Feng waved his hand, and the fiery beast approached him, softly growling. Lu Feng nodded and, with a hint of resignation, addressed Xiao Yao. I must admit, you have truly surprised me. If you can master this technique, you stand a 60% chance of winning in the upcoming grand competition. Xiao Yao thought Lu Feng was about to scold her and momentarily failed to grasp his words. Lu Feng continued, your previous strike, although hindered by inexperience and an extended preparation time, exhibited power nearing that of a champion level. Furthermore, the wind blades formed by that silver whirlwind possessed remarkable sharpness. Even a champion-level Pokémon could suffer from a moment's inattention. However, this technique is rather troublesome. I have only recently begun to practice it, and I cannot execute it swiftly. It is also prone to losing control, Lu Feng explained. Xiao Yao, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked that she had been diligently honing this technique during her days at sea, yet she struggled to manage the energy that transcended the capabilities of her hunting Butterfree. Additionally, the preparation time was excessively long. The inability to control it stemmed merely from insufficient power. Lu Feng paused, retrieving a fruit from his backpack, an essence of power he had previously obtained, long since consumed from his lottery winnings. This particular one had been procured with gold coins, and it was the last remaining fruit. Giving this to the hunting Butterfree should enhance its combat prowess, he stated. The hunting Butterfree swiftly consumed the fruit, its aura visibly strengthening at an astonishing rate, indicating the fruit's efficacy. Lu Feng, do you have any more of these splendid items? If it could consume a couple more, its strength would surely increase, Xiao Yao inquired. Lu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and replied somewhat irritably. Do you think this is merely cabbage? While it can boost strength, overindulgence would actually hinder the hunting Butterfree's ability to control its power. Moreover, this fruit cannot transcend boundaries, no matter how many are consumed. It would be futile. I see, Xiao Yao replied, sticking out her tongue. Upon witnessing the hunting Butterfree enhance its strength after consuming just one fruit, she couldn't refrain from asking a rather foolish question. If mere consumption of fruit could lead to such power, the balance of this world would undoubtedly be shattered. At that moment, a boy with green hair approached, drawn by the powerful energy fluctuations. Who are you? Xiao Yao asked. The green-haired boy glanced at her and replied. I am Shun. You may call me Xiao Shun. It seems the recent commotion was not caused by you. Your hunting Butterfree lacks such capabilities, Xiao Shun remarked. Hearing this, Xiao Yao felt a surge of frustration and retorted, why can't it be my hunting Butterfree that triggered it? Though your hunting Butterfree is well trained, it has yet to possess the power to create such disturbances. Furthermore, you appear quite impatient, lacking the composure expected of a trainer, Xiao Shun stated bluntly. Lu Feng nodded repeatedly, recognizing that this young man was no ordinary individual. He had swiftly discerned Xiao Yao's shortcomings. living up to his reputation as Xiao Yao's most formidable rival in the original tale. However, it seemed Xiao Yao was on the verge of an explosion. Xiao Yao was indeed on the verge of exploding, yet Xiao Shun paid her no heed. From somewhere, he produced a single rose and presented it to Xiao Ming, saying, "This is for you, my dear blonde lady." Xiao Ming paused for a moment, glanced at Lu Feng, and then slightly bowed, saying, "I'm sorry, but I cannot accept it. I have family." Understanding dawned on her, and she smiled apologetically at Lu Feng. He, however, bore no grudge, recognizing that it was unintentional. "Was the commotion earlier instigated by your fiery beast?" Xiao Shun inquired. Lu Feng nodded. "I suppose so. It was not a deception. The explosion had indeed been accompanied by the fiery breath of the blazing beast." "Very well, might I propose a battle between us?" Chapter 163, A Duel with Xiao Shun. "But I am not a coordinator trainer," Lu Feng replied, momentarily taken aback. This time, Xiao Shun was left speechless, exclaiming, "How did you know I am a coordinator trainer?" The city of Kona is poised to host a dazzling competition, and a substantial portion of trainers here are participants, making your identity rather easy to deduce. Lu Feng would not concede to knowing the original story. "No matter, I merely wish to challenge a formidable opponent before the grand event. Go forth, Poison Rose." Pokémon, Poison Rose. Type, Grass, Poison. Potential, Champion. Strength, Elite Peak. Ability, Poison Point. Hidden ability, Leaf Guard. Poison Rose. "Even though it is at a disadvantage against my type, you still choose to employ it?" Lu Feng remarked in astonishment. Xiao Shun chuckled. "Do not underestimate Poison Rose. Use Magical Leaf." A multitude of floating leaves surrounded Poison Rose, encircling the blazing beast and blocking its escape. Blazing Beast, unleash Flamethrower. The beast spun and released a torrent of flames. The Magical Leaf, sensing danger, returned to shield Poison Rose. Truly, a coordinator trainer possesses an extraordinary flair. Even a simple move can be transformed into something spectacular in their hands. Their comprehension and mastery of techniques were nothing short of remarkable, Lu Feng mused, feeling a stark contrast to his battles with gym trainers, which left him somewhat disoriented. "Is this your first encounter with a coordinator trainer?" Xiao Shun asked. Lu Feng nodded. "Indeed, battling against ordinary trainers is entirely different. Then you must proceed with caution. Poison Rose, attack." As the flamethrower subsided, the magical leaf struck the blazing beast, albeit with minimal effect, causing it only a slight disadvantage. Quite impressive, Blazing Beast. Utilize Smokescreen. The beast expelled a dense cloud of smoke interspersed with flames, spreading it wide. While this move was slightly weaker than Flamethrower, its extensive range was its advantage. Poison Rose, deploy Sludge Bomb. Poison Rose hurled several sludge bombs. Yet the flames of the blazing beast were not so easily thwarted. Not only was it of champion caliber, but the flame-enhancing fruit it had consumed previously had elevated its fiery prowess. The sludge bombs were swiftly engulfed by the smoke, and Poison Rose suffered collateral damage as well. Poison Rose, use photosynthesis. Harnessing the sun's radiance, Poison Rose began to regain its strength. The amount of recovery varied depending on the weather conditions. Under a clear blue sky, the restoration of energy would be quite significant. However, during rain or hail, the recovery barely amounts to anything, if at all. The Poison Rose unleashed a flurry of petals. Countless blossoms drifted like snowflakes around the fiery beast, inflicting damage upon it. The fiery beast ignited. Its mane erupted with searing flames, incinerating the petals with ease. Xiao Shun's expression grew grave. The fiery beast did not even need to employ any techniques, as its inherent flames sufficed to counter the flurry of petals, showcasing a truly formidable power. The fiery beast initiated the Pact of Fire. With a powerful stomp, flames surged along the ground, surrounding the Poison Rose, followed by columns of fire shooting skyward. The Poison Rose retaliated with mud bombs directed at the pillars of fire, although unable to disperse the flames. The attacks bought sufficient time for the Poison Rose to escape the Pact of Fire. The Poison Rose then executed Super Absorb. Vines shot from its arms, embedding themselves into the fiery beast. Sparkling motes of light appeared upon the fiery beast, only to be drawn back through the vines, replenishing the Poison Rose's vitality significantly. The fiery beast commanded, "Burn it." Once again, its mane ignited in fierce flames, instantly igniting the vines and scorching the Poison Rose's arm. The Poison Rose conjured an energy ball. A brilliant emerald sphere materialized, radiating a dazzling green light under the sun's embrace, resembling a small sun from a distance. Lu Feng observed in astonishment. This was not merely a visually striking display, but it also harnessed solar energy, imbuing the move with formidable lethality. The fiery beast unleashed its full might, employing Burnout. A terrifying blaze enveloped the fiery beast, incinerating the magnificent energy sphere in an instant, leaving Xiao Shun astonished. This inferno was a result of the fiery beast sacrificing its own fire attributes, thus its power was truly fearsome. "This is bad. Poison Rose, retreat." Xiao Shun snapped back to reality, urgently instructing the Poison Rose to withdraw. Yet, it was too late. A move executed at such a cost could scarcely yield meager results. The erupting flames surged toward the poison rose, engulfing it entirely and rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. Return, poison rose. Xiao Shun recalled the creature and turned to Lu Feng, saying, "You're remarkable, truly impressive, though it's a pity you're not a coordinator. You too are a coordinator. And surely you aspire to compete in the grand festival. Perhaps you and Xiao Yao could become rivals," Lu Feng suggested. Xiao Shun glanced at Xiao Yao, shaking his head, and remarked, "She isn't ready, not her Pokémon, but herself. She is too weak." "You believe she lacks potential?" Lu Feng inquired. Xiao Shun nodded earnestly. "Perhaps she will grow formidable in the future, but at present, I see no possibility of her defeating me. In that case, shall we place a wager?" Lu Feng asked. Intrigued, Xiao Shun was surprised to hear this strikingly handsome youth mention gambling and promptly queried, "What shall we wager?" "I wager that if the two of you encounter each other at the grand contest, she will triumph over you," Lu Feng declared. Xiao Shun retorted, "A wager is acceptable. But are you not concerned about the possibility of losing?" Lu Feng smiled slightly and replied, "I have faith in her." Those simple 4 words caused the disheartened Xiao Yao to lift her head in disbelief, tears glistening in her eyes. "Very well, I shall bet on my own victory. However, every wager must have its stakes, correct?" Xiao Shun said. Lu Feng nodded. "Naturally, a wager requires some form of stakes as an incentive. I possess a light stone, which your poison rose needs to evolve into roserade, does it not?" Xiao Shun paused for a moment. Although the light stone was not an exceptionally rare item, it was certainly not commonplace. Moreover, if luck were not on her side, she might search for a long time without finding one. "I do indeed require this item," Xiao Shun admitted somewhat awkwardly, "but I currently have nothing that could compare to a light stone." After a moment's reflection, Lu Feng suggested, "How about this? If you lose, you shall remain in Kona City for an additional 3 days, during which I ask that you impart your knowledge of coordination training to Xiao Yao." Xiao Shun was taken aback. "Is that all? While becoming a teacher for 3 days is worthwhile, it pales in comparison to the value of a light stone. Let us proceed with this arrangement. We are both novices in coordination training, and I must rely on your expertise. Of course, this is contingent upon your defeat," Lu Feng stated. "Interesting. Very well. I accept the wager." Chapter 164, Capturing Katani. After Xiao Shun departed, Lu Feng observed the hesitant Xiao Yao and could not help but chuckle. "What is it? Do you lack confidence in defeating him? How could that be?" Xiao Yao immediately countered, though she recognized that Xiao Shuan's current skills surpassed her own. "Fear not. I shall teach you a few things. While I cannot guarantee that you will best him, it will undoubtedly be more effective than your aimless practice," Lu Feng assured her. Xiao Yao exclaimed with delight, "That is wonderful. Thank you, Lu Feng. First and foremost, we must address your most significant issue. During battles, you appear flustered, and when cornered, you struggle to issue commands. To overcome that opponent, you must confront this problem." Lu Feng paused before continuing. "I initially intended to say that you must conquer it. But this issue can only be surmounted through the accumulation of battle experience and requires time to resolve. If I am not mistaken, he will likely employ his poison rose in the grand contest. The strength of the Huntail butterfly is comparable to that of the poison rose. But the Huntail butterfly possesses 2 types that counter the poison rose, which gives you an advantage, though you must remain cautious of its poison type. Psychologically speaking, no matter how careful he is, he will harbor a degree of disdain for you. This is his flaw. If you can exploit this weakness and launch a fierce attack, it would be best to defeat it in one fell swoop. If not, at the very least, you can inflict significant damage." Lu Feng imparted a torrent of advice. Regardless of whether Xiao Yao could retain it all, after sharing his insights, he allowed Xiao Yao to reflect on her own and departed the area with Xiaoming. "Master, are you certain that Xiao Yao can elevate her abilities to the level necessary to defeat Xiao Shun within such a short time?" Xiaoming inquired. Lu Feng tilted his head slightly and remarked, "If you wished for it now, you could easily make her stronger than I am." "Not at all," Xiaoming replied, shaking her head. "My current body is merely shaped by innate spiritual materials and cannot compare to my original form. This body is only meant to host my soul and to exhibit some abilities. Beyond that, it is truly limited." "Is that so?" Lu Feng recalled the moment when Xiao Meng had split the sea with a single palm and then let it flow back together, causing a shiver to run down his spine. "And that was merely some abilities? Let's go. We are of no use here." Lu Feng stretched lazily, preparing to return to Kona City. But at that moment, Xiao Meng grasped his arm and pointed to the left front. "Master, there is a Pokémon with considerable potential over there, not too far from us. I believe it will pique your interest." Indeed, Lu Feng was intrigued. Xiao Meng was well aware of his standards. He would only capture a Pokémon with king-level potential, as anything less would struggle to develop within his existing team. Just then, with nothing pressing on his agenda for the next couple of days, he decided he must capture this Pokémon. However, he misinterpreted Xiao Meng's indication of proximity and ended up traversing over a mountain before finally discovering a cave. "Is that Pokémon really here?" Lu Feng questioned, taking a long swig from a water bottle from his backpack. Normally, it would take him 2 more mountains to reach this point. But upon hearing Xiao Meng's claim of it not being far, He had sprinted over and now found himself utterly exhausted. Indeed, it is about to emerge. Let us take cover, Xiao Ming urged as she led Lu Feng behind a large rock. Lu Feng, seizing the opportunity to rest, settled down on the ground. When the Pokémon emerged from the cave, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, that is a Kadara. Such a rare Pokémon. Pokémon, Kadara type, Steel, Rock potential, King strength, Mid-elite ability, Hard head hidden ability, Heavy metal to encounter such a rare Pokémon, here was unexpected. Alright, go forth Swampert." Lu Feng called forth his Swampert. Upon seeing Swampert, Kadara immediately assumed a battle stance. Swampert, use water gun. Swampert struck first, unleashing a water gun that hit Kadara. Being a rock type, Kadara was vulnerable to this move. Kadara shook its head and retaliated with Rock Tomb, sending several stones hurtling towards Swampert. Although Swampert tried its best to dodge, it found itself surrounded by the incoming rocks. Then, Kadara's front claws gleamed with a metallic sheen as it slammed down on the trapped Swampert, knocking it to the ground. This creature possesses considerable strength, Lu Feng noted. Swampert, concentrate your power and use water gun. Swampert unleashed a fine yet swift water gun that pierced through the rocks and struck Kadara, leaving a dent on its sturdy armor. This technique was devised by Lu Feng, who instructed Shui Yuyu to compress the water gun, thereby enhancing its speed and penetrative power. However, for more formidable techniques, compression becomes quite challenging due to excessive energy that cannot be contained. Yet, Kadara, enveloped in a radiant metallic glow, charged fiercely towards Shui Yuyu. Shui Yuyu initiated a water pulse, attempting to thwart Kadara's advance. However, the steel-like brilliance surrounding Kadara effortlessly repelled the water pulse, sending Shui Yuyu crashing against a rocky wall. The force of the collision was indeed considerable, despite its seemingly lesser effect on Shui Yuyu. Could it be attributed to the properties of heavy metals? The heavy slam technique gains potency from the user's weight relative to their opponent, and the heavy metal trait doubles the user's mass, consequently amplifying the technique's impact. Unperturbed, Kadara charged again, employing Metal Claw. Shui Yuyu, anticipating the move, executed an ice punch, leaping away from the metal claws. The frigid strike landed squarely on Kadara's head, unfortunately triggering an ice status condition. Just as Lu Feng expressed his thoughts, a burst of steel-like brilliance erupted from Kadara, shattering the ice and exploding before Shui Yuyu. It was revealed to be Metal Burst, a retaliatory technique that reflects damage taken back upon the assailant. Given that the ice punch was ineffective against it, the return damage was not substantial. In light of this, Shui Yuyu unleashed Mudshot. A torrent of mud was expelled, striking Kadara with far greater efficacy than any previous attack, driving the heavy Kadara into the mountainside. The ground type is indeed effective against steel and rock types. Shui Yuyu then directed a water gun at the wall above Kadara's head, causing some rocks to dislodge and tumble down upon Kadara, burying it beneath the debris. Lu Feng threw a heavy ball, capturing Kadara within. The high-grade ball rattled a couple of times amidst the rubble before settling into silence. Lu Feng retrieved the heavy ball and waved it towards Xiaoming. "Congratulations, Master, on capturing Kadara," Xiaoming remarked. Subsequently, she placed a hand upon the heavy ball, and a healing light enveloped it, mending Kadara's injuries. Who would have known there was a Kadara here if it weren't for you? Just in time for Xiaoyao to participate in the gorgeous contest. I can focus on special training, Lu Feng mused. The Pokémon he recently captured from Hoenn still required honing, and this phase was ideal for rapid strength enhancement. Once they reached near champion level, the rate of improvement would inevitably slow. Chapter 165, The Water Fleet of Kanaz City. In the blink of an eye, the day of the gorgeous contest arrived. Xiaoyao had devoted considerable effort and time in preparation for this event. However, after registering, her previously calm demeanor suddenly faltered, making her movements appear stiff and constrained. "Relax. If you maintain this state, you may struggle to pass even the first review," Lu Feng remarked, exasperated. "Getting anxious before it even begins will diminish even the mightiest of abilities by a third or more." However, the effect was minimal. Although Xiaoyao nodded, it was evident that she was not absorbing the information. After pondering for a moment, Nazi leaned closer to Lu Feng's ear and whispered something. Lu Feng hesitated briefly before quietly inquiring. "This tactic is certainly effective, but once revealed, it may incite resentment. Are you certain?" Nazi nodded and replied. "Though I have never encountered that Xiao Shan, given how severely Xiao Yao has been belittled, she likely harbors no fondness for him. A little more severity would not hurt." Lu Feng nodded and addressed Xiao Yao. "With your abilities, passing the initial examination should pose no issue. However, should you encounter Xiao Shan, what he says may very well ring true. Setting aside the fact that I lost a piece of lightstone to him, just consider how distressing it would be if he arrogantly declared in front of you that you lack the potential to become a coordinator, and you had no opportunity to refute his words." Xiaoyao was taken aback. Indeed, if it came to that, it would be utterly suffocating. Lu Feng's enticing voice echoed again. "Imagine if you were to defeat him, even utterly crush him, and witness the astonishment on his face. What would that feel like?" "It would be exhilarating. Xiao Yao was completely ignited by this motivation, declaring, "All right, I will surely put in the effort." Lu Feng had successfully awakened Xiao Yao's fervor for victory, and in such a state, one could unleash their full potential, as the mind is most agile under such conditions. Lu Feng intended to say more when suddenly, his phone rang from his pocket. Upon checking, he found it was an unfamiliar number. He answered to hear a familiar voice, and his expression tightened slightly as he acknowledged the information before ending the call. "I have a matter to attend to. You go ahead with the competition, Xiao Yao," Lu Feng stated. "Do you need me to accompany you?" Xiao Ming asked, having overheard the request made to Lu Feng on the other end of the call. "No need. Just ensure you safeguard this area and prevent any of them from infiltrating." Lu Feng waved his hand and departed. Upon reaching the street, a vehicle approached Lu Feng, who entered without hesitation. "Mr. Lu Feng, I apologize for the interruption, but we must urgently ask for your assistance." The driver was unexpectedly Miss Junsha, and notably, it was Junsha from Kona City. "It's nothing, but what is the water fleet up to this time?" Lu Feng furrowed his brow, recalling the mention of the water fleet causing trouble, seemingly aware of the events in Kona City. Even if he did not intervene, trouble would likely find him soon. Strangely enough, the member who escaped during your confrontation with the water fleet has survived that storm, which is quite astonishing. He has arrived in Kona City and reported the situation in Kona City to the local contact. This has alarmed the individuals here, who not only know of your arrival in Kona City, but are also preparing to secretly transport something significant. Had they not been so conspicuous, we might not have realized their intentions until they had departed, Miss Junsha explained. "What are they transporting?" Lu Feng inquired, focusing on the issue that concerned him the most. Such underground organizations often possessed advanced technology, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. "I'm afraid we know nothing beyond their presence here," Miss Junsha said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Lu Feng, at a loss for words, pondered the dire implications of the enemy potentially spreading falsehoods to ensnare them. Meanwhile, at the docks of Kona City, a group of crew members hastily loaded crates onto their vessel, their urgency so palpable that even their Pokémon were summoned to assist. "Why must we leave so abruptly after planning here for so long? I've gone to great lengths to smuggle these goods in, and now they must be returned." One crew member grumbled as he stretched after setting down a heavy load. Another, nudging him with an elbow, urged, "Stop complaining. Word has it that a formidable adversary in Kona City has bested us, and now he has arrived in Kona City. Just one person? Can our entire water fleet not handle him?" The first crew member questioned. "I don't know, but I've heard whispers that he possesses remarkable strength. Not only have we failed to gain any advantage against him, but even the Fire Rock team has faced significant setbacks. Is he truly that formidable?" Concern crept into the first man's tone, but his companion waved dismissively. "He is indeed powerful, yet we refrain from engaging him to avoid drawing the attention of law enforcement. If a confrontation arises, well." At that moment, a hand crackling with electricity emerged from the shadows and struck both men on the back of their heads, rendering them unconscious. "Who goes there?" The sudden appearance startled other members of the water fleet, causing them to drop their cargo and fix wary gazes upon the intruder. "Don't move." A group of officers clad in uniforms stormed onto the ship. You are the one who thwarted my plans in Kona City." At that instant, one of the water fleet members recognized Lu Feng. Upon hearing his name, Lu Feng too identified the man, remarking nonchalantly, "You seem to have a knack for survival. How is it you're still breathing? Ah, so you have been our adversary all along. Go, Empoleon." A seeming leader unleashed his Empoleon, while others followed suit, releasing their Pokémon to battle the officer's Pokémon. Pokémon, Empoleon type, water, ice potential, champion strength, mid-tier champion ability, ice body hidden ability, oblivious go, Gyarados. Lu Feng summoned his Gyarados. Upon its entrance, Gyarados struck with its tail, while Empoleon retaliated with a body slam. Neither Pokémon gained the upper hand, and both fell into the sea together. "In the water, my Empoleon holds a distinct advantage. How can your Gyarados compete with me?" Empoleon commanded, "Use Surf." It conjured a towering wave, colossal enough to dwarf the dock, stunning both the officers and the water fleet. No one expected the leader to be so reckless, opting to drown everyone without even a fight. "Isn't your Empoleon a water type?" Lu Feng countered. "Gyarados, use Water Tail." Gyarados, enveloped in a torrent, leapt high and unleashed a powerful tail swipe, dissipating the surging wave. "Empoleon, use Aurora Beam." The Emperor Sea Lion unleashed a radiant beam of iridescent light, striking the unsuspecting Gyarados, who was still submerged in water. Though the Gyarados was vulnerable to ice-type moves due to its flying attribute, its water-type abilities mitigated some of the damage, rendering the attack less severe. Chapter 166, Annihilating the Water Fleet. The Emperor Sea Lion employed Ice Fang, swiftly darting towards Gyarados. Its fangs encased in ice, elongated and exuding a frigid aura. The Gyarados retaliated with Flamethrower, catching the Emperor Sea Lion off guard and neutralizing the Ice Fang. "Damn it! Emperor Sea Lion, unleash Aurora Beam." The Emperor Sea Lion executed the Aurora Beam towards Gyarados, yet the latter dove beneath the surface. causing the beam to merely freeze a portion of the seawater above. Emperor Sea Lion, dive into the water and attack Gyarados. The Emperor Sea Lion plunged underwater, initiating a fierce battle between the two Pokémon. Gyarados retaliated with a powerful tail whip, while the Emperor Sea Lion collided with it using its body, leading to a fierce exchange of bites, neither side yielding. When they resurfaced, Gyarados had shed at least half of its scales, while the Emperor Sea Lion bore numerous scars from tail strikes and bites, indicating that neither had gained a clear advantage. Gyarados used Dragon Dance. Gyarados enhanced its attack and speed with Dragon Dance. Emperor Sea Lion, employ Absolute Zero. The ice energy emanating from the Emperor Sea Lion instantly froze the surrounding sea surface, releasing a breath of Absolute Zero that swiftly encased the water in ice. Despite its formidable nature, this move also left the user vulnerable. Gyarados, unleash Flamethrower. As Gyarados released a torrent of flames, it collided with Absolute Zero, creating a cloud of steam that enveloped the sea. However, while Gyarados' attack was potent, it was not fire type, and the overwhelming chill of Absolute Zero extinguished the flames. Nevertheless, Lu Feng achieved his objective. Gyarados had vanished from sight after the flames were dispelled. Gyarados, use Water Tail. Before the Emperor Sea Lion could react, the frozen sea surface shattered as Gyarados struck with a powerful water tail, sending the Emperor Sea Lion soaring into the air. Gyarados, deliver the final blow with thunder. Gyarados erupted with ferocious electrical energy, unleashing a swift bolt of lightning that incapacitated the Emperor Sea Lion. Damn it! The leader exclaimed in frustration, before addressing the other members of the water fleet. What are you waiting for? This creature has little fight left. Once we capture it, the rest will surely hesitate. Hesitant, but compelled. Several members of the water fleet relinquished their opponents to others and summoned their Pokémon to confront Lu Feng. Toxic Spikes, use Liquid Ooze. Seadra, employ Dragon Pulse. Krabby, unleash Bubble Beam. The trio of Pokémon launched their assault, causing more scales to shed from Gyarados, which, having just emerged from a fierce battle, was struggling to keep pace. How bothersome. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. The Gyarados unleashed a powerful jet of water, striking the three Pokémon fiercely. Their prowess resided at the elite level, yet they were utterly incapable of withstanding the force of Gyarados' assault. Do not panic. Quickly, attack the Gyarados. It is already on its last legs. Someone shouted. Some gritted their teeth and drew their weapons once more, which caused the previously balanced situation to tip dramatically, as the officers swiftly subdued the remaining members of the water fleet. Nevertheless, the water fleet fought back tenaciously, and for the moment, a decisive victor remained elusive. This left Lu Feng's Gyarados besieged. Yet, even Gyarados could not withstand the sheer number of adversaries, as attacks rained down upon it. Sparks flying and scales shedding in the process. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. The Gyarados executed an Aqua Tail, deflecting many of the incoming assaults, but still, some attacks struck true. Let us see how you handle this. Attack, continue the assault. Lu Feng found himself in a precarious position, had Gyarados been at full strength. It might have charged through at a cost, but in its current state, mere survival was a feat it appears you've overreached, a somewhat icy female voice echoed, revealing a woman who had appeared at the dock unbeknownst to Lu Feng. I underestimated the situation. I didn't anticipate such formidable opponents. One Pokémon cannot contend against so many, Lu Feng lamented. The newcomer was, of course, Naza. Haven't you been rather inactive lately? It's about time you got some exercise and reconnected with the thrill, Lu Feng replied awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Naza shot him an exasperated glance. But upon noticing the dire condition of Lu Feng's Gyarados, she realized that if she did not intervene soon, matters could turn dire. Allow me to assist. Come forth, Alakazam. Naza released her Alakazam. Pokémon, Alakazam. Type, Psychic. Potential, Champion. Potential level, High Champion. Ability, Synchronize. Hidden ability, Magic Guard. Origin, Psychic Origins. Naza possessed two Alakazams. One was the mid-tier champion she had previously battled with Lu Feng, while this one was her true trump card. Aside from the Metagross that Karuna had gifted her, this Alakazam was her strongest Pokémon, as the Metagross had yet to reach the same level of power as Alakazam, having only prevailed due to its demigod-like talents. Alakazam. Use Psycho Cut. Alakazam's psychic energy coalesced into a tangible blade of light, sweeping across the battlefield, striking down the Pokémon before it. Darn it. Kingler, use Crabhammer. A Kingler suddenly charged forth, its pincers enveloped in water, bringing down a fierce Crabhammer upon Alakazam. Alakazam, dodge and retaliate with Psychic. Alakazam leapt gracefully backward as Kingler's Crabhammer smashed into the ground. Before it could retract its pincers, a burst of psychic energy sent Kingler crashing into the sea. Now's our chance. Use Charge Beam. Alakazam became enveloped in electrical currents, launching a charge beam into the ocean. The seawater, conductive by nature, rendered Kingler incapacitated with a jolt of electricity. I have no time to linger with you. Let us bring this to a swift conclusion. Alakazam, use Psychic. Alakazam harnessed its psychic powers to immobilize all of the water fleet's Pokémon, lifting them into the air before casting them violently into the sea. Allow me to take over. Gyarados, unleash Hurricane. Gyarados plunged into the water, conjuring a tempest that spiraled upward, ensnaring all Pokémon in its wake. The water team's Pokémon were struck by the storm, rendering them incapacitated. Seizing the moment, Ms. Junsha and the officers surged forward, while the water team attempted to resist, only to be swiftly subdued by Nagi's psychic abilities. The subsequent task was simplified. They were to be ushered one by one into the police vehicles. Chapter 167, Xiaoyao vs. Xiaoshan. Mr. Lufeng, Ms. Nagi, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. We shall make this matter public. Is there anything you wish for? I can arrange for the reward, Ms. Junsha remarked. As for the reward, I desire a Wylord. And please refrain from publicizing this incident. The time for a confrontation with the water team has not yet arrived, Lufeng replied. Ms. Junsha paused momentarily, then whispered, Do you know something we don't? It is not that I wish to withhold information, but I had a prior conflict with the magma team. From them, I gleaned that these two factions seemed to be in search of something, Lufeng explained. Upon hearing this, Ms. Junsha fell into contemplation. These two factions represented a malignancy for Hoenn, and if their intentions could be ascertained, it might impede their actions to some extent. Very well, we must escort these individuals. I shall procure the Wylord for you by tomorrow, Ms. Junsha declared as she departed. Her initial intention was to escort Lufeng and Nagi back, but the sheer number of apprehended individuals made it impractical. After a considerable time, Lufeng finally returned to the audience area, where the preliminary examination had concluded. Lufeng felt somewhat helpless. Nagi preferred to avoid crowded spaces, and with no one overseeing matters back at Star Dance, they resolved to return after dealing with the water team. He first visited the Pokémon Center, as Gyarados' injuries required urgent attention, and it would be unable to battle for the foreseeable future. What is the situation? Xiaoming inquired, her awareness attuned to the vicinity of the grand contest, oblivious to the events at the docks. Lufeng scratched his head awkwardly. It nearly went awry. My Gyarados sustained severe injuries and cannot participate in battles for the next few days. Fortunately, I had contacted Nagi beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. I recall you possessing numerous Pokémon. Why did you only deploy Gyarados? Xiaoming questioned, puzzled. I initially underestimated the strength of the water team here, but the leader turned out to be quite formidable. After defeating him, Gyarados was in no condition to continue, and then I was besieged by others. I barely managed to command Gyarados without the opportunity to utilize any other Pokémon, Lufeng recounted with exasperation. Do you require assistance in treating Gyarados? Xiaoming offered. No. It has sustained a fundamental injury. It should rest, Lufeng replied, waving his hand dismissively. It was then that he noticed Xiaoyao had already engaged Xiaoshan. It appears your previous words have had an effect. Xiaoyao is confronting Xiaoshan with a bold offensive stance, catching him completely off guard, Xiaoming remarked. Huntail, use Signal Beam. Huntail unleashed a beam of light, striking the unsuspecting Rosalia, who failed to evade. Rosalia, use Magical Leaf. The magical leaves of the poison rose swirled through the arena like boomerangs, relentlessly striking the hunting butterfly, which struggled to evade them. Alas, the magical leaves were nearly impossible to dodge, and the hunting butterfly was ultimately knocked down. What a pity, had it employed a different skill. The hunting butterfly could have showcased its elegant evasive maneuvers and scored points against its adversary. However, the magical leaves proved to be an insurmountable attack, inflicting damage and costing points. Lufeng remarked, noting that this setback had somewhat revived Xiaoshan's spirits, especially since she had initially been flustered by Xiaoyao's onslaught. Poison Rose, utilize Super Absorb. The Poison Rose extended its vines to ensnare the hunting butterfly, siphoning its vitality. Hunting Butterfly, deploy Airblade. The hunting butterfly flapped its wings, unleashing sharp gusts of wind that sliced through the Super Absorb. Poison Rose, unleash Energy Ball. The Poison Rose summoned a radiant energy ball, shimmering with emerald light. A formidable force that had once been countered by Lu Feng's potent fire-based attacks. Oh no, Xiaoyao glanced at her score, confirming that the dazzling display had indeed cost her points. Nevertheless, she needed to devise a strategy to counter this impending onslaught. I must counter this move. The energy ball, now charged with power, hurtled toward her, prompting Lu Feng to sit up straight, eager to witness Xiaoyao's response. Hunting Butterfly, encase it in silk. The hunting butterfly expelled a torrent of threads, enveloping the energy ball. Defying expectations, the robust energy ball was pulled back by the determined hunting butterfly. Incredible, Lu Feng exclaimed, astonished by this seemingly illogical yet effective maneuver, noting how Xiaoshan appeared utterly stunned. Success. Hunting butterfly, throw it away. The hunting butterfly spun, akin to a flail, and at a certain velocity, the threads suddenly snapped, propelling the energy ball back at an accelerated speed. Poison Rose, deploy Mud Bomb. The Poison Rose launched a mud bomb, detonating the energy ball. However, the proximity of the explosion sent it reeling. This is troublesome, Lu Feng observed. Poison Rose, invoke Sunny Day. The Poison Rose transformed the sunlight into a blinding radiance, Following this, it utilized photosynthesis, absorbing the solar energy to replenish its strength. Humph. To be cornered like this is unexpected, yet your assistance in restoring my vitality is your gravest error. Poison Rose, unleash solar flare, gathering the sun's energy in its hands. The Poison Rose's charging time was significantly reduced under the clear skies. Hunting Butterfly, it's time for our ultimate move, Silver Cyclone. The hunting butterfly's wings emitted silver whirlwinds that spun in opposite directions, merging to create sparks and blades of wind. What is this? Xiaoshun mused. As the technique did not initially exude a strong aura, she slapped her face to regain focus. Poison Rose, fire solar flare. The Poison Rose unleashed a radiant beam of sunlight infused with solar energy, while the silver whirlwind of the huntress butterfly was already in motion. The clash of these two formidable techniques ignited an energy storm, obscuring the scene for the onlookers. Such occurrences in a grand contest are indeed rare, Lu Feng casually remarked. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement, stating, participants in the grand contest prioritize the elegance of their Pokémon over sheer strength. Consequently, their combat prowess may be somewhat lacking. However, the fact that these two Pokémon, neither of which has reached the elite level, could provoke an energy storm typically stirred only by the elite is a testament to their remarkable skill and technique. Xiao Ming gazed at Lu Feng in surprise. Master, have you suddenly become aware of your own shortcomings? Lu Feng acknowledged with a nod. In terms of technique, for instance with Flamethrower, I can only execute it more swiftly and powerfully or sweep it across the field. Yet they can disperse the flames or condense them further. I realize I am not particularly adept in this area and believe I could improve after observing their battles. Master, it is important to recognize that ordinary trainers and coordinators each have their strengths. While coordinators may innovate with their techniques, they often forfeit opportunities for growth. The potential of a Pokémon dictates its limits, and reaching those limits requires training and combat, not merely focusing on their aesthetic appeal, Xiao Ming stated earnestly. Though she felt gratified that Lu Feng recognized his deficiencies, she hoped he would not lose sight of his primary focus. Rest assured, I will not stray from my path. I remain a Pokémon trainer, merely seeking to learn from their techniques, Lu Feng assured her with a nod. Xiao Ming, concerned that he might abandon his core purpose, found solace in Lu Feng's steadfastness, recognizing that without a clear initial plan, one could easily find themselves lost in misdirected efforts. As their conversation unfolded, the energy storm in the arena finally dissipated. The Poison Rose appeared utterly devoid of grace, marred by various wounds, and even emitting faint wisps of black smoke. The Huntress Butterfly fared slightly better, though it bore marks from the solar flare. This grass-type move, due to its absorption of solar energy, also carried a hint of fire-type energy, inflicting considerable damage on the Huntress Butterfly. How is it possible? The silver whirlwind could never counteract the solar flare. Xiao Shun exclaimed in disbelief, noting that the power of the silver whirlwind was merely decent. Even two overlapping silver whirlwinds could not possibly neutralize the solar flare. In a final effort, the Huntress Butterfly utilized Bug Buzz, as it vibrated its wings to emit a unique sound wave. The Poison Rose hastily gathered energy for an energy ball. However, the hastily formed energy ball was torn apart by the sound waves of Bug Buzz, rendering the Poison Rose incapable of continuing the battle. Chapter 168, Xiao Yao's defeat. It's over. Xiao Yao's performance was quite unexpected. I initially only aimed to provoke her, but I never imagined she would actually defeat Xiao Shan. Although she dislikes battling, she possesses a remarkable talent, Lu Feng mused, taken aback by the outcome. What surprised Lu Feng the most was not the final silver whirlwind, but rather the seemingly inconspicuous silk spinning technique that unexpectedly managed to seal the energy ball. It is noteworthy that he himself had not anticipated such a possibility. Otherwise, he would not have expended so much effort to forcibly unravel it. In truth, Xiao Yao's combat talent was quite remarkable, considering she was the daughter of a gym trainer. However, this was her limit, as there was a competitor in this grand tournament who surpassed even Xiao Shan. That person uses Milotic, doesn't he? Lu Feng nodded. Indeed, that individual possesses elite-level strength. And Milotic is not only a rare Pokémon, but also immensely powerful. As expected, Xiao Yao, having triumphed over Xiao Shan, advanced to the finals. Yet her final opponent's Milotic proved to be far superior. Huntail, use Signal Beam. Huntail unleashed a beam of light aimed at Milotic, which nimbly evaded the attack. Milotic, use Water Pulse. Milotic, having dodged the signal beam, approached Huntail and unleashed a water pulse, leaving Huntail's once beautiful wings in disarray. Huntail used Bug Buzz. Huntail emitted a piercing sound to assault Milotic, which could not evade this auditory attack. However, Milotic's strength inherently surpassed that of Huntail, and coupled with its high special defense, the damage was minimal. Milotic, use Aqua Ring. A curtain of water enveloped Milotic, allowing it to continuously recover its stamina. Huntail, use Stun Spore. Huntail scattered a flurry of spores, some of which infiltrated the protective water curtain despite its efforts to shield. Milotic, use Mystical Veil. Milotic's body radiated a brilliant light, casting dazzling beams through the water curtain. While under the effect of Mystical Veil, Milotic became immune to status conditions, rendering the stun spore ineffective. You've run out of chances. Milotic, unleash Hydro Pump. Milotic expelled a powerful jet of water that struck Huntail with formidable force, leaving it with little energy. I can only try this move now. Huntail, use Silver Wind. Xiaoyao realized that Huntail was nearing its limit, preparing for a last-ditch effort. Oh, so it's that special Silver Wind. Indeed impressive, came the response. However, Milotic, use Ice Beam. As Huntail unleashed its Silver Wind, Milotic's Ice Beam met it head-on, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Yet, the Silver Wind surged through the smoke and struck Milotic. Even though Milotic received this blow directly, it was somewhat affected. Its once lustrous scales now marred with cracks as if slashed by numerous sharp blades. Lu Feng, observing from the stands, couldn't help but chuckle. The one using Milotic has fallen for it. Xiaoming nodded in agreement. The true strength of Huntail's Silver Wind lies not in its direct impact, but in the cutting force generated by the opposing winds, capable of igniting flames even from the air. However, the formidable techniques demand a greater expenditure of stamina. After executing the Silver Cyclone, the hunting Butterfree found itself devoid of any capacity for retaliation, Lu Feng stated slowly. As expected, although Milotic was also quite beleaguered, it sustained no significant injuries. A single water pulse concluded the battle, securing victory in the last 5 seconds. My apologies, I lost. Xiaoyao said sheepishly as she emerged from the resting area, scratching her head. Yet, to Lu Feng and Xiaoming's surprise, there was no trace of disappointment on Xiaoyao's face. Instead, she radiated excitement, a stark contrast to her portrayal in the original narrative. It seems your spirits are high, Xiao Shun remarked as he approached, equally astonished by Xiaoyao's current demeanor. After taking a sip of water, Xiaoyao responded, although I lost. It feels as though I've grasped many things that I cannot yet articulate. Indeed, the initial experiences and insights gained are often too profound for mere words. It is essential to savor this feeling. Xiao Shun produced a notebook and handed it to Xiaoyao, stating, as per our agreement, I intended to impart some dazzling competition techniques to you. However, I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I can only offer you my notes. I apologize for not being able to teach you in person. That's all right. This will suffice, Xiaoyao replied, casually flipping through a couple of pages filled with Xiao Shun's accumulated wisdom, which undoubtedly represented a treasure trove for her at this stage. Above all, remember that you are not me, so we cannot be identical. You may draw inspiration and learn, but do not imitate. Xiao Shun admonished her in a serious tone before departing, concerned that this extraordinarily talented girl might veer off course. Study well. This notebook will prove far more beneficial than either of us, Lu Feng added, flipping through it himself. Although he was not an expert in this area, he found no faults in the universal principles contained within. By the way, what is our next destination? Xiaoyao inquired. Xiaoming pointed to the map on the wall of the venue. Our next target is Xen City. Chapter 169, Encountering Team Magma again. The following morning, Lu Feng and the others prepared to procure various items, such as energy cubes that both Xiaoyao and Lu Feng needed, along with a plethora of berries, potions, and more. Having been away for an extended period, their supplies had dwindled significantly. Given the extensive list of items to purchase, Lu Feng first sent Xiaoming out of Kona City, intending to set up camp at a location reachable by evening. Sister. At that moment, Xiaoyao's younger brother, Xiao Sheng, unexpectedly emerged from the water, accompanied by a small boy wearing a straw hat and a seal ball. Xiao Sheng, Xiaoyao gasped, quickly handing her belongings to Lu Feng before pulling her brother and his companion ashore. Lu Feng placed their items on a bench by the path, offering them towels as he inquired, what happened? Xiao Sheng hurriedly wiped his face with the towel and exclaimed, Sister, you must hurry to help Xiao Ji. Team Magma is at the museum, and Xiao Ji and Director Kusunoki are confronting them. Great, just a couple of days after taking down Team Aqua. And now we have to deal with Team Magma, Lu Feng muttered. Xiaoyao, take care of your brother and the others here, while Miss Junsha brings in the officers for support. I will head over first. Nasi entrusted Xiaoming to Xiaoyao and, alongside Lu Feng, made her way to the museum. Big Houndoom, unleash the destructive beam. Big Houndoom, use Crunch. Big Houndoom, execute malicious pursuit. Pikachu, employ Thunderbolt. Sea Demon Lion, activate Aurora Beam. At that moment, outside the museum, Ash and Director Kusunoki found themselves in a standoff against 3 big Houndooms from Team Magma. They were at a disadvantage, as both Thunderbolt and Aurora Beam were thwarted by the destructive beam. The other 2 big Houndoom's Crunch and Malicious Pursuit struck Pikachu and Sea Demon Lion, respectively. Curse it. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Pikachu executed a quick attack on the big Houndoom that had just finished using Destructive Beam. Due to the after effects of Destructive Beam, the Houndoom was immobilized, allowing Pikachu's quick attack to send it flying. Following that, Pikachu utilized Iron Tail, propelling another unsuspecting big Houndoom away. However, this was the limit, as the last Houndoom quickly regained its senses and charged at Pikachu, sending it hurtling through the air. Fortunately, Sea Demon Lion caught Pikachu with its body, preventing a dire situation. Sea Demon Lion unleashed Blizzard. Sea Demon Lion summoned a fierce blizzard to assault the three big Houndoms, temporarily halting their advance. However, as Sea Demon Lion expanded the blizzard's range, its power diminished, merely restraining the opponents. Director Kusunoji, why persist in this struggle? Even you cannot hold us off indefinitely. It would be wiser to withdraw the blizzard. We have no intention of harming you, merely desiring to take our prize and leave, spoke a member of Team Magma. Do not mock me, retorted Director Kusunoji. What lies within is crucial research. Though I am unaware of your intentions, I cannot allow you to take it. Then, Big Houndom. Use Roar. The three big Houndoms unleashed a simultaneous roar, their powerful sound waves dispelling the blizzard with sheer force. It seems you are in a dire predicament. Lu Feng finally arrived, brandishing her across to counter the roar. Nasi summoned her Solgaleo to join the fray. Lu Feng, I cannot believe Xiaoxing brought you here. This is splendid. Ash exclaimed with joy. Lu Feng nodded, saying, You all rest for now. We shall handle this. Ash glanced at the box held by the Team Magma members, stating, Lu Feng, that box contains something of utmost importance. It is also Team Magma's objective. I understand. Lu Feng stepped forward, and the three Team Magma members tensed up, realizing these two were formidable opponents, and they were outnumbered. I never anticipated that Canas City would be a hotspot for underground factions. I recently dismantled Team Aqua's base here. But surely you Team Magma have not established a foothold in this coastal city? It would be a futile endeavor for you, Lu Feng remarked. Captain, I have heard that not long ago, the water team's stronghold in Kona City was taken down by a child of merely 10 or so years of age. This individual had previously harbored a grudge against the water team and had also interfered with our operations in Orange City. A member of the Fire Rock team whispered to the leader. The captain nodded slowly, his gaze towards Lu Feng heavy with concern. Lu Feng, intrigued, observed their hushed conversation and inquired, Have you devised a strategy? Not really. We have heard of you too. I fail to comprehend why you would obstruct us. Aside from that incident in Orange City where we crossed paths, we have no other enmity with you. Why persistently oppose us? The Fire Rock team leader responded. Nothing in particular. I simply find it distasteful, Lu Feng replied nonchalantly. The Fire Rock team leader scoffed. So, you are claiming to champion justice against evil? I am not so noble. I understand well that good people do not live long. However, although I am not particularly inclined to play the role of a hero, your actions and those of the water team have severely disrupted the society of Hoenn. Moreover, I am well aware of your intentions. Allow me to offer a piece of advice to your leader, Qian Song. Do not act foolishly. You cannot control that individual's power. Even if you manage to obtain the corresponding gem, Lu Feng spoke slowly. Yet, the Fire Rock team leader's expression changed, trembling as he demanded, What do you know? This time, it is Lu Feng who appears surprised. I initially thought someone of your stature would be unaware, but it seems you possess some knowledge. Do you not have encryption protocols for such intelligence within your Fire Rock team? Attack, Mytina, use Dark Pulse. Solgaleo, erect light screen. Suddenly, 3 Mytina lunged forward, unleashing dark pulses towards Lu Feng. Prepared for the ambush, Naza sprang into action, with Solgaleo shielding Lu Feng by conjuring a light screen to deflect the assault. Hercross. Use Pin Missile. Hercross unleashed a flurry of pin missiles, successfully driving back the 3 Mytina. Solgaleo, use Morning Sun. The light screen could only mitigate special attacks, and Dark Pulse was particularly effective against psychic types, especially in 3s. Had it not been for Solgaleo's mastery at the champion level, while the Mytina were merely at the elite level, this attack could have defeated Solgaleo. Nevertheless, Solgaleo sustained significant injury, fortunately, as it was close to noon. It regained ample energy after using Morning Sunday focus on that Solgaleo. Mytina, use Crunch. It appears I have been underestimated. Solgaleo utilized Psybeam. As the Mytina charged forward with Crunch, Solgaleo leaped back to evade the incoming strike, countering with a Psybeam that struck the Mytina, albeit with diminished effect due to the type disadvantage. Mytina, you also attack. Use Hell Spike. The Mytina rushed in with Hell Spike, while Solgaleo had yet to land, rendering it unable to evade the blow. Heracross, intercept with Tackle. Heracross suddenly appeared in front, executing a tackle to block the Hell Spike. The Sun Elf unleashed a psychic assault, driving the Great Hound back. Observing this, Heracross charged forward, using its horn to pin the creature against a tree. Heracross, finish it with close combat, commanded Lu Feng. Dream on, Great Hound. Hurry and assist with a mighty roar. Heracross engaged in close combat, mercilessly battering the Great Hound against the tree. Yet, the last remaining Great Hound sprang into action, launching a surprise attack with a deafening roar aimed at Heracross. Sun Elf, employ your Psychic Strike. The Sun Elf's Psychic Strike manifested suddenly, intercepting the roar. Simultaneously, the initial Great Hound charged once more, entangling itself with the Sun Elf. Though you may be formidable, we outnumber you, the fiery team captain remarked, his words trailing off as a defeated Great Hound was tossed at his feet. Now, the numbers are even, Lu Feng stated. Curse you too. Unleash Dark Pulses together. The two great hounds simultaneously executed Dark Pulse, targeting Heracross and the Sun Elf. Heracross. Use Pin Missile. Heracross unleashed a barrage of pin missiles, resulting in an explosion that obscured visibility with thick smoke, causing the remaining two great hounds to hesitate. Now's our chance. Sun Elf, cast Radiant Magic. The Sun Elf surged forth from the smoke, its body emanating a brilliant light that enveloped the two great hounds. The radiant magic erupted, incapacitating both creatures in an instant. Chapter 170, Departing from Kona City. How could this happen? What was that move? The fiery team captain exclaimed in disbelief. Did the Sun Elf truly eliminate two great hounds in a single strike? Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distant sky as a transport plane approached. The fiery team captain's tense demeanor relaxed, revealing a self-satisfied expression. It seems fate is not on your side. The heavens have abandoned you. As he spoke, the trio revealed an unknown object. We shall take our leave. Farewell. Yet, in the next moment, their bodies became immobilized, and the object slipped from their grasp. Are you not aware of how excessively verbose you are? Naz's psychic abilities constrained their movements, leaving her utterly exasperated. Had you not spoken so much from the beginning, you might have had a chance to escape. But once we react, even your leader must reconsider his position. There are probably numerous members of the fiery team on that transport plane. Losing so many must surely infuriate Qian Song, Lu Feng remarked. His palm crackled with electricity, the sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds in unison. It's the perfect opportunity to test a technique. Lu Feng heightened the energy of the electrical current, transforming it into a more ferocious storm. He hurled it forward, and the current morphed into a swift bolt of lightning, rivaling the speed of nature's own thunder. A single strike shattered the transport aircraft's engine, causing it to plummet uncontrollably. A triumphant surge of lightning intensified its chaotic descent, and before it could explode, the aircraft was hurled away. Although the power remained unchanged, this technique was remarkably effective for long-range attacks. It seemed reminiscent of the Chidori sharp spear, although it diverged slightly from that. Nevertheless, it still bore the essence of Chidori. Lu Feng, filled with excitement, remarked that this technique was inspired by Sasuke Uchiha's lightning-based jutsu from Naruto. Despite its somewhat diminished power, it appeared to boast a greater range. The subsequent events unfolded with ease, as Miss Junsha apprehended all members of the Fire Rock team. After retrieving the items, Lu Feng, driven by curiosity, opened a mysterious black stone, possibly related to Groudon, and handed it over to Director Kusunoki. Apart from its research value, it held little utility. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ji and the others, Lu Feng departed from Kona City. Yet, a thought nagged at him. Xiaoming, how far have you ventured? Lu Feng felt a sense of disorientation. He had instructed Xiaoming to camp outside Kona City, but 3 hours had passed, and darkness had enveloped the surroundings, obscuring any sign of her. Master, I'm right here in the wilderness. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Xiaoming replied, perplexed. She had been outdoors for an extended period, but sensing that Lu Feng and the others remained in Kona City, she assumed they were still shopping. But it shouldn't be this far. Wait, Xiaoming, did you choose your camping spot based on your own pace? Lu Feng suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired. Xiaoming, realizing that ordinary people might not possess her stamina, felt a twinge of concern. Lu Feng's lips twitched in amusement. Fortunately, their minds were connected through the system. Otherwise, locating Xiaoming would have proven difficult. So far away, Lu Feng sensed that he could not detect Xiaoming's aura in the vicinity, indicating she was beyond his perception range. Using the system, he discovered she had traversed past a small town. It took several instances of teleportation for him to finally reach her. Master, I apologize. I sensed this place was quite delightful, so I wandered a bit further. Xiaoming quickly apologized. Lu Feng surveyed the surroundings and had to admit that Xiaoming had a knack for finding good spots. They were in a grassy area, with Xiaoming setting up her tent beside a small creek. The serene sounds of the flowing water and the gentle breeze contributed to a tranquil atmosphere, beautifully complemented by the starry night sky. Indeed, this place is splendid. It justifies the numerous instances of teleportation I used. Lu Feng expressed his satisfaction with the environment. He appreciated the serene ambience, as it allowed him to truly relax and clear his mind. This is truly a lovely spot. Even Nina Z couldn't help but comment, having a deeper fondness for quiet places due to her childhood experiences. Xiaoming prepared dinner, making an exceptionally lavish meal to make up for the distance Lu Feng and the others had traveled. Her culinary skills rivaled even Lu Feng's. However, Lu Feng noted that this location seemed to be quite close to Zijing City. Consulting a map, he realized that if they didn't adhere to a specific route, they could reach Zijing City swiftly. Yes, but Xiaoming hadn't finished her thought. She began, when suddenly, the starry sky was shrouded by ominous clouds, and a gentle rain began to fall. Lu Feng, along with Na Zi and Xiaoming, entered the tent, while he hurriedly tidied up the dishes outside before seeking refuge within as well. Given the size of their party, Lu Feng had specially arranged for an oversized tent. Its exterior crafted from rainproof fabric, concealing their individual sleeping areas beneath. Chapter 171, Taming the Rampaging Dragon. Why has it suddenly started to rain? Lu Feng inquired. Wiping his hair dry, Xiao Ming glanced skyward. Even at night, her keen eyesight could discern the heavens above. It seemed that several large seagulls were circling, known for their association with rainfall. No, wait, she began, but before she could finish, a resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the sky. And a swift silhouette approached from the distance, unleashing a fiery breath that struck one of the seagulls, injuring it. Is that a rampaging dragon? I never anticipated encountering one. Yet, it appears to have a rather foul temperament. Attacking the seagull without hesitation, Lu Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening as he beheld the scene above. Pokémon, rampaging dragon. Type, dragon, flying. Potential, champion. Strength, mid-tier king. Ability, intimidate. Hidden ability, overconfidence. To possess mid-tier king strength, indeed, a semi-divine Pokémon is truly extraordinary. Each one seems to possess the innate talent of a champion, along with the battle prowess of a king. Very well, you all stay here. I shall attempt to capture it. Lu Feng emerged from the tent, distancing himself from the area to avoid any collateral damage. Go, Charizard. Although the weather was not conducive for Charizard's combat capabilities, a challenge was warranted, and in terms of aerial prowess, only Charizard possessed king-level strength. While Dragonite was simply too formidable. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames to intercept the rampaging dragon's advance. The rampaging dragon, known for its fiery temperament, immediately redirected its assault upon encountering an obstruction, charging forth with Thunderfang. Charizard, use Steel Wing. Charizard transformed its wings into steel appendages to meet the oncoming threat. The rampaging dragon's Thunderfang clamped onto Charizard's steel wing. Although it could not inflict damage, the combination of metal conductivity and rain caused Charizard to experience a slight paralysis. Indeed formidable. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. A spectral claw of dragon energy manifested on Charizard's hand, striking the rampaging dragon forcefully. Dragon-type moves are particularly effective against their own kind. And even a semi-divine being like the rampaging dragon could not emerge unscathed. As anticipated, the rampaging dragon was wounded by the attack, yet it became utterly enraged. Launching itself once more with Dragon Dive, Charizard attempted to shield itself with Steel Wing, but even that defense was insufficient, sending it crashing to the ground. What a powerful assault! It can even breach Steel Wing. Charizard, summon Flamethrower again. Charizard exhaled a fiery stream, only for the rampaging dragon to counter it with Dragon Breath, followed by another charge with Dragon Dive. Charizard, use Protect. A barrier enveloped Charizard, deflecting the Dragon Dive. Now use Air Slash. With a vigorous flap of its wings, Charizard unleashed 2 waves of air slashes, striking the rampaging dragon and inducing a flinching state, rendering it unable to retaliate. Charizard, unleash Blast Burn. The Charizard unleashed a fiery onslaught in the form of a massive flame, enveloping the Dragonite. However, to its astonishment, the Dragonite emerged unscathed from the flames. Its tail ensconced in a column of water, executing a powerful water tail attack that sent Charizard reeling back over 20 meters. Given the rainy weather, the efficacy of water-type moves was significantly amplified. Charizard, employ Steel Wing, commanded Lu Feng. Charizard defended itself with Steel Wing as the water tail struck, the force propelling it backwards. Despite the Dragon-type's resistance to numerous moves, it too was susceptible to the adverse conditions affecting Charizard, diminishing the potency of its Fire-type moves. Charizard, unleash Slash. Lu Feng deduced that Fire-type moves were proving ineffective, opting for a close-quarters combat approach. Charizard launched a slash at Dragonite, who adeptly countered with Dragon Claw. The 2 Pokémon exchanged blows, neither gaining a decisive advantage. Charizard, use Swords Dance. After fending off Dragonite's assault, Charizard bolstered its attack and special attack. Meanwhile, Dragonite executed Dragon Dance, enhancing its own attack and speed. Once both Pokémon had fortified themselves, they resumed their fierce confrontation. After several rounds of combat, Charizard began to falter, its stamina dwindling, and Dragonite seized the opportunity, landing a decisive Dragon Claw that sent Charizard flying. The prowess of these quasi-divine beings was formidable, making victory elusive. Charizard, employ Flamethrower. Charizard expelled a torrent of flames once more, only for Dragonite to disperse the attack with Water Tail, generating a cloud of steam. Now, use Dragon Claw. Charizard dashed through the haze, delivering a fierce Dragon Claw, but it struck an energy shield as Dragonite utilized Protect to deflect the blow. Following this, Dragonite unleashed a Dragon Breath aimed at Charizard, who narrowly evaded the attack. Charizard utilized Thunder Punch. Protect could only withstand one attack, making it vulnerable to follow-up strikes. Charizard's Thunder Punch shattered the shield, landing a solid hit on Dragonite's abdomen, finally gaining a slight upper hand. Charizard unleashed Flamethrower. Due to the minor paralysis from Thunder Punch, this Flamethrower found its mark, though regrettably, it did not inflict a burn. Enraged by the setback, Dragonite retaliated with an explosive Dragon Rage. prompting Charizard to ascend into the sky to evade the strike. Dragonite relentlessly pursued, its speed outmatching Charizard's, making escape from its wrath arduous. Charizard, use Air Slash. Charizard flapped its wings vigorously, launching Air Slash to counter Dragonite's Dragon Rage. Suddenly, Dragonite let out a thunderous roar, releasing a sphere of light that ascended skyward, subsequently exploding into a myriad of meteors. Meteor Shower. Charizard evade. Charizard maneuvered through the air, deftly dodging, yet the sheer volume of meteors proved overwhelming. In the end, Charizard was left with no choice but to brace itself with Steel Wing. However, the meteor's might was too great, overwhelming even the steel defense. This creature possesses remarkable strength. It must be captured. Charizard, rise and employ Steel Wing. Charizard ascended once more, though heavily injured. It was fortunate that it was not a dragon type, or the situation could have been dire. The situation for the raging Dragonite is far from favorable. Upon witnessing Charizard charging in with Steel Wing, it summoned all its strength for a reckless tackle, yet still found itself at a disadvantage, as Steel Wing was shattered, albeit with significantly reduced damage. Such formidable power from Charizard. To avoid a direct confrontation, it opted to create distance using Flamethrower. Dragonite charged once more, and Charizard retaliated with Flamethrower to hinder Dragonite's advance. However, although Dragonite was in a furious state, it was not foolish. It evaded while closing the gap. Charizard, use Dragon Tail. As the distance diminished, Lugia unexpectedly changed tactics. Charizard unleashed a powerful Dragon Tail, sending the unprepared Dragonite flying. Counter with Dragon Pulse. Charizard released a dragon-shaped shockwave to strike the airborne Dragonite, which had yet to regain its composure and was caught off guard. Both Dragon-type moves inflicted considerable damage upon Dragonite. Charizard, follow up with Blast Burn. Charizard pressed the advantage, unleashing a large, fiery attack in the shape of a character. Yet, Dragonite still possessed stamina and countered with Water Tail, dispersing the fiery onslaught. Remarkable endurance. Charizard, employ Fire Spin to drain its energy. Charizard unleashed a fiery vortex, but Dragonite suddenly retaliated with a robust water cannon, amplified by the rainfall, dispersing the fire spin. Charizard barely managed to fend it off with 2 air slashes. Still capable of using water cannon? No, I must capture you. Charizard launched into a thunder punch towards Dragonite. Observing this, Dragonite ascended into the sky to evade. In its weakened state, it was reluctant to engage Charizard directly. Futile. You cannot escape. Charizard's speed far surpassed that of the injured Dragonite, and coupled with Dragonite's diminished agility, it was swiftly caught. A thunder punch struck true, fortuitously inducing paralysis in Dragonite. Charizard, bring it back to the ground with Blast Burn. Charizard's Blast Burn enveloped Dragonite, sending it crashing to the earth. Thankfully, the rain softened the impact on the grassland, which otherwise would have succumbed to Charizard's relentless force. Lugia produced an Ultra Ball and threw it. Given Dragonite's current state, it could not resist. After a few shakes, it was successfully captured. Charizard, return. Lugia recalled Charizard, noting that this weather was least favorable for it, as many of its moves were Fire-type and could not unleash their full potential, causing a sense of frustration. Alright, let us check on that flock of Polypers. It seems one was injured. Lugia disregarded Dragonite, knowing the Pokeball possessed some healing properties. There it is. Lugia located the downed Polyper downstream, surrounded by several others protecting it. Upon seeing Lugia approach, they immediately assumed a defensive stance. Lugia quickly raised his hands. Please, I am not an enemy. I merely wish to assist in healing it. Yet, the Polypers, gripped by the fear of being hunted, were unyielding, and one of them launched a water cannon at Lugia. This is rather troublesome. Lugia deftly evaded the attack, comprehending the actions of the largemouth seagull. Yet this left him unable to assist in its healing. I apologize, you may have to endure a bit of hardship. Behind Lugia, the ethereal silhouette of the throne of control manifested, as tendrils of vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the largemouth seagull before it could react. I'm sorry. I will release you once this is over. Lugia first lifted the injured seagull to the shore. Fortunately, the rain-inducing characteristic of the largemouth seagull allowed it to gradually heal itself through its hidden ability, Rain Dish. Lugia applied medicine to the seagull's wounds and secured them with bandages, ensuring there were no further issues. Phew, thanks to Rain Dish, there is no life-threatening danger. However, the attack from the violent dragon seems to have caused some internal disturbance. It should recover after a period of rest. Lugia waved his hand, and the vines that had bound the largemouth seagull slowly released their grip. The seagulls ceased their aggression, and Lugia chose not to disturb them further in this rain. Allowing them to remain soaked would be more beneficial. Alright, this should be fine now. Lugia returned to the tent to change into clean clothes, while Nazi and the others opted not to inquire, recognizing that there were indeed very few Pokémon Lugia could not capture with his abilities. Chapter 172. Challenge at the Ziyun Gym. Lugia. This is Ziyun City. Within the Pokémon Center of Ziyun City, Lugia and his companions arrived significantly earlier than anticipated due to a mistake by Xiao Meng. Originally, Lu Feng had intended to capture some formidable Pokémon along the way, yet it mattered little, as he had already secured a powerful ally in the Violent Dragon. Nonetheless, this creature had caused Lu Feng considerable trouble. Its temperament was exceedingly irritable, and it seemed displeased with everyone. Lu Feng had to resort to using Dragonite and Tyranitar to discipline it several times before it calmed down considerably. Master, the gym leader of Xian City, Taishian, is an expert in electric-type Pokémon and is a seasoned leader with considerable experience. However, his age has diminished his former prowess, Xiaoming remarked. After a prolonged silence, Lu Feng finally responded, Electric-type, huh? I currently do not possess a single electric-type Pokémon. However, the primary Pokémon of an experienced leader like Taishian is bound to be formidable in a real battle. I suspect he could unleash the combat prowess of a champion. Lu Feng perused the information on Taishian, unusually hesitating to challenge the gym immediately. Let us go? An hour later, Lu Feng stretched, having remained in a contemplative state for over an hour. Though somewhat fatigued, his spirits remained high. Upon arriving at the Xian gym, he encountered an interminable corridor, fraught with various traps that posed no lethal threat, but were nonetheless troublesome. Suddenly, a Raikou sprang forth from the front, startling Lu Feng. It was surprising to see a legendary beast from the Chengdu region here. However, after Lu Feng dispatched it with a thunderbolt, he discovered it was merely a mechanical construct. Haha, I never expected anyone could navigate my traps so brazenly. Young man, you are quite impressive. The gym leader, Taishian, appeared to be at least 60 years old. Yet he exuded vitality, showing no signs of age. I find myself in a predicament, fortunate that these mechanisms are not lethal, otherwise I would have been in grave danger just now, Lu Feng remarked with a wry smile. After shattering that Raikou, the ensuing explosion, while not fatal, left Lu Feng still emitting smoke. Haha, I certainly did not anticipate that someone would dare to directly assault Raikou, Taishian exclaimed, taken aback by the event. Thankfully, the explosion was not genuine, otherwise, Lu Feng would have suffered greatly. Master Taishian, I have come to challenge the gym leader, and I sincerely hope that you will engage me with your full strength. Lu Feng stated bluntly, knowing that gym leaders typically refrain from showcasing their true prowess, as they are tasked with nurturing novice trainers. Full strength, you say? That would indeed elevate the challenge for you to obtain the badge. Do you still wish for me to unleash my full power? Taishian inquired, surprised, for it is rare for trainers to make such demands, as their ambitions typically lie in the grander arena of the league rather than spending excessive time in a gym. Certainly, I hail from the Kalos region, and I am the designated champion in waiting. Following my battle with Karuna and the unanimous consent of all champions, I have attained the status of champion in waiting in Kalos. Though this title must remain undisclosed to the public, hence few are aware of it. Upon hearing Lu Feng's revelation, Taishian had no further objections. Most individuals are oblivious to the existence of a champion in waiting, yet gym leaders, being high-ranking officials within the league, are well informed, and such matters cannot be fabricated, as they are verifiable within league records. Chapter 173, Battle against Electrode. Very well, the Zijing Gym conducts a 3-on-3 battle. The match concludes when all Pokémon on one side are rendered unable to continue, with only the challenger permitted to substitute Pokémon. Gym trainers cannot make substitutions. Is there any issue with that? No issues at all. Please commence. Let me witness the capabilities of the champion in waiting from Kalos. Go, Electrode. Taishian summoned Electrode. Lu Feng was somewhat astonished, as the last Electrode he encountered belonged to Ami, and this one appeared to possess even greater strength, reaching the mid-tier level of a champion. The first Pokémon is indeed a champion-level creature. The venerable gym leader does not disappoint. In response, Lu Feng called forth, Go, Nidoking. Nidoking is a commendable choice. However, your poison-type attacks are ineffective against my Electrode, Taishian remarked. Lu Feng shook his head, while your poison-type attacks may be impotent. Your electric-type moves hold no sway over me either. Furthermore, Nidoking's ground-type moves are super effective against both of your types. That is a valid point. Electrode, utilize Charge Beam. Electrode initiated the Charge Beam assault, and given Nidoking's sluggish speed, it opted to endure the attack. Nidoking, unleash Earth Power. Nidoking forcefully stomped the ground, causing a fissure to extend towards Electrode, a shockwave erupting from the earth. Electrode, not particularly renowned for its speed either, was struck by Earth Power, resulting in damage to its robust Steel-type defenses. Indeed, a formidable foe. Electrode, employ Magnet Rise. The self-destructing magnetic creature hovers in the air through the magnetic force generated by electricity, rendering Nidoking's ground-type attacks ineffective for a limited duration. Your poison and ground-type moves are of no use against me. What will you do? Self-destructing magnetic creature, unleash a triple attack. The creature emits 3 distinct beams of energy, which Nidoking deflects with its powerful arms. However, enduring such an onslaught continuously would surely overwhelm Nidoking. Nidoking, execute a Super Horn attack, utilizing the horn atop its head. Nidoking attempts the Super Horn attack, but the agility granted by the magnetic levitation allows the self-destructing magnetic creature to evade the blow. Alas, self-destructing magnetic creature employs spinning top. The creature spins rapidly and crashes into Nidoking, causing it considerable pain. Nidoking, restrain it. With determination, Nidoking extends its arms and seizes the self-destructing magnetic creature, using sheer strength to halt its spinning motion. Now is the moment. Deliver a slicing strike. Nidoking frees one hand and, wielding it like a blade, strikes the self-destructing magnetic creature down to the ground. Self-destructing magnetic creature. Escape with iron head. The creature retaliates with an iron headbutt to Nidoking's face, causing the latter to instinctively release its grip. Another iron headbutt sends Nidoking crashing to the ground. Quite a show of strength, however. Victory in battle is not solely determined by brute force. Self-destructing magnetic creature. Unleash a cannon beam. Nidoking, counter with Mud Wave. As the self-destructing magnetic creature launches another cannon beam, Nidoking counters with a Mud Wave, successfully blocking the attack, leaving neither side at an advantage. Thus, it becomes clear that while poison-type attacks are ineffective against steel types, they can still serve a defensive purpose. Most impressive tactics. Yet how will you defend against this? Self-destructing magnetic creature. Utilize destructive beam. The creature channels all its energy into a powerful beam, and Nidoking, unable to evade due to its sluggishness, takes the full brunt of the attack. The destructive beam indeed possesses formidable power, though its side effects are equally severe. Now it is my turn. Nidoking, unleash flamethrower. Nidoking breathes forth a torrent of flames, catching the self-destructing magnetic creature, momentarily incapacitated by the side effects of the destructive beam, directly in the path of the fiery assault. To think you would employ flamethrower, I underestimated you. Self-destructing magnetic creature, fire another cannon beam. Clearly, the creature has trained to mitigate the side effects of its attacks, swiftly shaking off the repercussions of the destructive beam and firing off a cannon beam. Yet at that moment, the duration of the magnetic levitation abruptly concludes, causing the self-destructing magnetic creature to lose control and crash to the ground, causing the cannon beam to veer off course. Nidoking, initiate earthquake. Seizing the opportunity, Nidoking unleashes an earthquake, delivering a heavy blow to the self-destructing magnetic creature. Taking advantage of this moment, Nidoking grasps the creature and forcefully pins it to the ground, launching a series of flame punches until the creature loses the ability to continue fighting. Return now, self-destructing magnetic creature. Iron Spin reluctantly recalls the self-destructing magnetic creature. The duration of the magnetic levitation has expired, allowing Lugia to capitalize on the opportunity for a decisive victory. Quite impressive indeed. You must have carefully calculated the timing of the magnetic levitation. Otherwise, the subsequent earthquake techniques could not be executed with such timely precision, Iron Shien remarked. To be candid, this victory was largely a matter of fortune. Had that cannon blast struck, I would have surely lost. Lugia exhaled deeply, feeling particularly drained from battling such an experienced gym leader. By the end of the first round, fatigue had already begun to weigh upon him. Regardless of luck or skill, you triumphed in the first round. Now, it is my turn for the second Pokémon. Go, Electrode. Pokémon, Electrode. Type, Electric. Potential, Champion. Strength, High Champion. Ability, Static. Hidden ability, Volt Absorb. Astonishingly, it possesses the prowess of a high-tier champion. Nidoqueen, can you continue? Lugia inquired. Nidoqueen nodded, letting out a roar to bolster its spirit. Such fervor is unexpected, though it seems somewhat superficial. Electrode, unleash electromagnetic cannon. Electrode released a swirling electromagnetic blast, yet the accuracy of this move was notoriously low. Even Nidoqueen could easily evade it. This puzzled Lugia. Even if the cannon had connected, it would have been ineffective against the ground-type Nidoqueen. Why expend energy on such a futile attack? Now unleash Aura Sphere. Electrode concentrated its energy to form an Aura Sphere, while Nidoqueen had just dodged the electromagnetic blast and had yet to touch the ground when the Aura Sphere struck. Nidoqueen, use Mud Wave. At the last moment, Nidoqueen countered with Mud Wave, while the Aura Sphere detonated upon impact, resulting in a powerful explosion that rendered Nidoqueen unable to continue fighting. Nidoqueen, return. Lugia recalled Nidoqueen, acknowledging that it had given its all in this battle. However, the disparity in strength against Electrode was evident. That last Mud Wave was commendable. Nidoqueen performed admirably. Iron Shien observed. Lugia nodded in agreement. I shall not let its efforts be in vain. Go, Blaziken. Lufeng's second choice was Blaziken. Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. Blaziken struck first, spewing forth a torrent of intense flames. Electrode, despite its formidable electric power, was slower than even Nidoqueen, and the flames struck it head-on. The intensity of the flames is remarkable. Your Blaziken is quite extraordinary, Iron Shien exclaimed. Although the temperature of the flames was not absurdly high, it was undeniably potent. In comparison, Electrode must have absorbed a considerable amount of electricity in this electric city, as evidenced by the energy radiating from it, Lugia remarked. Electric-type Pokémon are most vulnerable when they accumulate excessive electrical energy, which can lead to an explosive imbalance within their bodies. However, if one manages to maintain a balance and avoid nearing their limits, they can refine and store even more electricity. I can feel it, Electrode. Use Thunderbolt. Electrode unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt, which Blaziken met with Flamethrower. The two moves clashed, sending sparks and electricity flying in all directions, yet neither gained the upper hand. Electrode, manipulate the magnetic field. The electric dragon harnesses the power within its body to generate a magnetic field, enhancing the defensive capabilities of any Pokémon with either positive or negative electric properties within its vicinity. The fiery beast unleashed a star-shaped beam attack upon the electric dragon. However, the strike proved feeble, particularly given the electric dragon's augmented defenses. Such a feeble assault had little impact on my electric dragon. Electric dragon, unleash a discharge. The electric dragon radiated a potent surge of electricity that spread widely, striking the fiery beast, which could not evade the attack and sustained some damage. Now, let us try this. Fiery beast, utilize Flamethrower. Futile. Electric dragon, employ Thunderbolt. The Flamethrower was intercepted by the Thunderbolt, yet at that moment, the fiery beast charged directly toward the electric dragon. Now is the time. Use Fire Blast. The fiery beast erupted in a torrent of searing flames. And at such close range, even the electric dragon could not withstand the assault, being propelled backward by the blast. Next came the Inferno. Following the Fire Blast, the fiery beast unleashed another powerful move, capable of inflicting severe burns upon the opponent. However, its low accuracy was a drawback, yet at such proximity, the electric dragon found it difficult to evade. Then, it executed an explosion of flames in the shape of a character, engulfing the electric dragon. These three formidable fire-type moves came in succession, leaving the electric dragon gravely wounded. The fiery beast, having exerted itself with such high-powered techniques, needed a moment to recuperate and was forced to halt its assault. I see, your fiery beast fights with an all-out explosive strategy. If an opportunity presents itself, you can inflict significant damage in an instant. Iron Spin paused momentarily before commenting. However, despite the immense burst of power, the aftermath is lacking. Electric dragon, employ a peculiar light. The electric dragon emitted an unusual beam, causing the fiery beast to sway unsteadily and begin to attack erratically, clearly ensnared in a state of confusion. Electric dragon, take advantage of its disorientation and use Power Gem. The electric dragon released a Power Gem from its forehead, striking the fiery beast, which, in its confused state, could not evade and was knocked to the ground. Fiery beast, contemplate a strategy to counter the confusion. Yet, the fiery beast could not hear Lu Feng's voice. Lu Feng shook his head and utilized his psychic abilities to transmit his voice directly into the fiery beast's mind. The state of confusion may cloud judgment, but it cannot completely shut down the mind. Certain unique abilities still hold efficacy. Oh, so you are indeed a psychic. Iron Spin expressed mild surprise. Although ordinary individuals cannot perceive psychic abilities, Iron Spin had overseen the Purple-Violet Gym for decades and had encountered psychics before, understanding their combat methods and the fluctuations generated by their powers. My apologies, but I have no other recourse but to employ a slight trick, Lu Feng said apologetically. Iron Spin shook his head. That does not contravene any regulations. You are entitled to utilize your abilities. However, I am quite curious about your method for dispelling the confusion. Well then, watch closely, Fiery Beast. At Lu Feng's command, the fiery beast suddenly slammed its head against the ground, jolted awake by the violent impact. This is extraordinary. Iron Spin was taken aback, completely unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. The fiery beast unleashed a massive flame, shaped like a character. Despite regaining consciousness, the outcome remained unchanged. The electric dragon, invoking its Thunderbolt, confronted the fiery onslaught. This time, the Thunderbolt could not overpower the massive flame. A stalemate ensued momentarily. It is futile. Your electric dragon should be capable of using thunder, yet you opted for Thunderbolt due to concerns over accuracy. Alas, Thunderbolt cannot withstand the might of the massive flame. Moreover, the electric dragon is now afflicted by burn, incessantly draining its vitality, Lu Feng remarked solemnly. Indeed, I cannot engage you in a war of attrition. Electric dragon, unleash Dragon Pulse. The electric dragon suddenly emitted a dragon-shaped shockwave, piercing through the flames of the massive attack, inflicting some residual damage upon the fiery beast. Electric dragon, use Discharge. The fiery beast retaliated with a smoke screen. The electric dragon's body radiated a vast range of electricity, while the fiery beast expelled a torrent of flames from its neck. The arena ignited in a spectacular clash of elements. The arena is ablaze. Electric dragon, we cannot delay any longer. Employ Thunder Punch. Iron Xian spoke with gravity. This battleground favored the fiery beast, allowing it to absorb flames and augment its fire-based moves, while the already burn-afflicted electric dragon would only suffer further depletion of stamina in this fiery environment. Fiery Beast, utilize Flame Wheel. The Fiery Beast transformed into a blazing wheel, charging forward. In this setting, the Electric Dragon's Thunder Punch held no advantage, and the Flame Wheel swiftly dismantled it, engulfing the Electric Dragon entirely. Final Strike, unleash Flamethrower. The Fiery Beast unleashed a close-range Flamethrower, decisively concluding the battle, rendering the Electric Dragon incapable of continuing. Well done, Lu Feng exclaimed. Now for the ultimate showdown. I shall summon my ace, Iron Xian declared, determination flickering in his gaze. He tossed forth a Pokeball, and a colossal Pokémon emerged, emanating a formidable aura. Return. Electric Dragon. Iron Xian recalled his Pokémon and pressed a button. Suddenly, the ceiling fractured, and numerous water jets surged forth, extinguishing the flames engulfing the arena. I apologize. Though this battleground may benefit you, I cannot allow it to continue burning. We previously faced a similar incident, which nearly compromised the gym's circuitry, leading to a potential disaster. These water jets were installed precisely for such emergencies, Iron Xian explained. That is of no concern to me, Lu Feng waved dismissively. The environmental advantage was minimal. For the arena was not solely comprised of flames. Currents of electricity also coursed through it, with flames merely dominating the visual landscape. The water not only quelled the fire, but also dissipated the electrical currents present in the arena. You are remarkably unfazed. Though I can reveal my final Pokémon to you, it is stronger than the Elite Four and undoubtedly my most powerful, Iron Xian stated. Producing a Pokeball with gravity. Lu Feng tensed. Stronger than the Elite Four? Then it is evident. Go forth, Raikou. Pokémon. Raikou type. Electric potential. Champion strength. Early champion ability. Volt absorb hidden ability. Negative charge origin. Electric type essence. Having comprehended the essence of the source. The Thunder Beast and the Fire Beast. Return. Lu Feng unhesitatingly called back the Fire Beast. What a jest. If it had not yet grasped the source, there might have been a chance to engage in a skirmish. However, should the opponent possess the augmentation of the source, there would be no contest, as one could hardly withstand a few blows. Moreover, behold, Thunder Beast, undergo Mega Evolution. Tai Xian revealed a necklace adorning his neck, embedded with an evolution keystone. The Thunder Beast also bore a Mega Evolution stone within its mane. The two stones radiated brilliance, and within this luminescence, the Thunder Beast completed its Mega Evolution. Pokémon, Mega Thunder Beast. Type, Electric. Potential, Champion. Strength, High-Tier Champion. Ability, Intimidate. Source, Electric type source. Indeed, formidable. Therefore, Bankira, the final battle rests upon you. Lu Feng summoned Bankira, a high-tier champion. It was evident that this was your true prowess. Tai Xian's expression turned grave. This Bankira emanated a profound sense of crisis, and, being a quasi-deity, possessed innate abilities superior to those of ordinary Pokémon. Thunder Beast, this battle shall not be easily won. Commence with electric terrain. The Thunder Beast unleashed a torrent of electric energy, enveloping the battleground and transforming it into electric terrain, subsequently activating its Intimidate ability, which diminished Bankira's attack power. Bankira, take the initiative, unleash Dark Pulse. Bankira expelled a beam of dark purple energy to assault the Thunder Beast, which deftly manipulated the electrical currents within its mane to deflect the Dark Pulse. Is it true that it can withstand Dark Pulse merely with the surface currents? Indeed. Furthermore, the Thunder Beast's speed has also been enhanced. Now dash forth and use Volt Ball. The Thunder Beast surged across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Speed was Bankira's weak point, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not catch a glimpse of the Thunder Beast. Suddenly, a Volt Ball was launched from an unknown direction, catching Bankira off guard and causing it to stumble. So swift. Bankira, activate Sandstream. Bankira's ability, Sandstream, had not been employed initially to gauge the strength of the Thunder Beast. Now it appeared that abstaining was no longer an option. The Thunder Beast's speed was too overwhelming. It was imperative to restrain it, particularly under these conditions where Rock-type Pokémon would benefit from enhanced special defense. The Sandstream ability is indeed troublesome. Thunder Beast. Unleash Thunderbolt. The Thunder Beast emitted a rapid Thunderbolt. Bankira, responding in time, delivered a powerful punch, only to have the Thunderbolt deflected. Such strength. Thunder Beast, utilize Quick Attack. The Thunder Beast employed Quick Attack to accelerate, colliding repeatedly with Bankira's form. While it did not inflict severe damage, Bankira was unable to seize it. Bankira, execute Rock Slide. Bankira struck the ground with a powerful fist, causing the earth to rupture and raise jagged rocks. However, the Thunder Beast remained unfazed, leaping onto a rock to gain leverage. Now, use Volt Tackle. The Thunder Beast became enveloped in a fierce electric current, propelling itself forward and crashing into Bankira's face, toppling it to the ground before it could react. Remarkably strong. Bankira, employ Stomp. Bankira forcefully stomped the ground, unleashing a shockwave that swept across the entire arena, affecting the Thunder Beast, which was sent crashing against a boulder. The predicament was dire. Most ground-type moves possess an extensive attack range. Thunder Beast, unleash Discharge. The creature emitted a vast torrent of electricity, Banjira, struggling against the onslaught, deflected the bolts with its fists. Yet the sheer breadth of the attack rendered it impossible to block entirely, leaving its body charred from the electric strikes. Thunder Beast, utilize Roar. A deafening sound erupted, and among all moves, auditory attacks are notoriously difficult to defend against. Banjira winced, clutching its ears, and even Lu Feng felt the reverberations. What an annoying move. Banjira, execute spikes. Gritting its teeth against the cacophony, Banjira summoned sharp stone pillars that extended outward. Although they failed to hit the Thunder Beast, they compelled it to evade. Banjira, employ Rock Slide. The creature heaved a massive boulder from the ground, shattering it into fragments that were hurled at the Thunder Beast. However, the Thunder Beast countered with Discharge, obliterating the debris. At that moment, the effects of the sandstorm and electric terrain had come to an end. It seems your weather advantage is waning, Taishan sighed. The true strength of the Thunder Beast lay in its electrical prowess and swiftness, but its defenses and stamina were comparatively lacking. The sandstorm had steadily drained the Thunder Beast's energy, now reduced to less than half of its peak condition. With the electric terrain dissipated, the enhancement of your electric-type moves has also ceased. No matter, Banjira, use Rock Crumble. Banjira lifted a large rock and hurled it at the Thunder Beast. But sans the hindrance of the sandstorm, the Thunder Beast regained its initial speed. Thunder Beast, once you start running, do not stop. Attack from a distance with Volt Tackle. The Thunder Beast circled Banjira, launching relentless assaults. Banjira struggled to catch the elusive creature, and the continuous barrage of Volt Tackles drained its stamina significantly. How do you find it? Even if the effects are not optimal, relentless attacks will eventually wear down Banjira, Taishan chuckled. Yet your stamina is suffering more severely. With constant movements and unyielding assaults, the Thunder Beast should be down to about 30% of its energy, Lu Feng remarked solemnly. Banjira still retained around 60% of its strength. Taishan's words were merely an attempt to undermine Lu Feng's resolve. Indeed, so Thunder Beast, use Flash. The creature emitted a blinding light that obscured Banjira's vision, prompting Lu Feng to instinctively close his eyes. Now charge. The Thunder Beast began to absorb electrical currents from its surroundings. Being in an electric-type gym accelerated this process significantly. It has absorbed such a vast amount of energy? By the time Lu Feng regained his senses, the Thunder Beast had reached the brink of maximum charge, indicating that its next strike would be devastating. Thunder Beast, unleash thunder. The creature released the amassed electrical energy in a single, powerful surge, conjuring genuine thunderclouds within the gym, nature's true lightning. Banjira, there's no evading this attack. Give it your all, and use spikes. Banjira stomped fiercely, causing a series of sharp stone pillars to rise from the ground. However, they were not intended for attack, but rather formed several rows that encircled Banjira. Thunder rumbled from above, striking the pillars, which shattered continuously, yet several layers remained. With Banjira at the center maintaining the sharp stone assault. You must find a way to thwart this move, Banjira. Utilize the destruction beam to disperse that thundercloud. Banjira gathered the energy for the destruction beam, pausing briefly before unleashing it. The beam, imbued with tremendous destructive power, forcefully shattered the thundercloud, leaving the remaining stamina of the Thunder Beast severely depleted. Oh no, Taishan felt a tightening in his chest after this strike. The Thunder Beast would find it exceedingly difficult to retaliate, even if Banjira was now immobilized due to the side effects of the destruction beam. Alas, we have truly aged. Thunder Beast, return. Taishan sighed softly, acknowledging that both he and the Thunder Beast were far from their youthful prime. The Thunder Beast, still in its super-evolved state, let out a powerful roar, its body erupting with intense electricity. Yet, in Lu Feng's eyes, while these currents were formidable, they represented the Thunder Beast exhausting all its internal power, including its very essence, rendering it as insubstantial as a leaf without roots. Old friend, let us make one final stand. Use Thunderbolt. The Thunder Beast concentrated its energy and unleashed a swift Thunderbolt, a move that rivaled its peak prowess. The side effects of the destruction beam took their toll as Banjira was struck head-on, propelled backward. Remarkable. Lu Feng was taken aback by this sudden surge of strength, astonished that they could unleash such formidable power at the last moment. Excitement bubbled within him. In the face of dire circumstances, they had managed to transcend their limits, temporarily reclaiming their former might, albeit not for long, yet undeniably filled with spirit. In Zijing City, at the Zijing Gym, the entire city could sense the clash of two immense forces. Regardless of their activities, people collectively gazed skyward. The previously clear night sky was suddenly obscured by thunderclouds, and lightning struck the Zijing Gym. Following this, a sandstorm erupted from the gym, toppling its ceiling, as a beam of immense destructive force dispersed the thunderclouds. Subsequently, intense lightning collided within the Zijing Gym. Did you feel that? It seems a powerful individual is battling against Master Taishan, someone exclaimed. The two formidable forces intertwined, and many wished to venture into the Zijing Gym to uncover the truth, but stopped 20 meters away. Something felt amiss. The gym appeared to be twisted like a pretzel. constantly morphing into various shapes. Of course, it had not truly been distorted. Don't go any closer. A crowd had gathered, and a knowledgeable individual grabbed the arm of someone attempting to break through. Warning, this is a distortion of space, a phenomenon caused by overwhelming power. Forcing your way in will result in being twisted along with the space. Sister Naz, is he fighting over there? Xiaoyao stood by the window, observing the peculiar events outside. Naz also witnessed the spectacle and smiled, saying, in Zijing City, he is the only one with such power. And it seems he currently holds the advantage. That lightning is too ephemeral. Can you feel it even from such a distance? Xiaoyao exclaimed in astonishment. Naji couldn't help but chuckle. After all, I'm the gym leader of the Kanto region, and I rank among the top in terms of strength. This time, Xiaoyao was not merely surprised but utterly shocked. While she was aware of Naji's position as a gym leader, she had not fully grasped the extent of her prowess, especially since Naji seldom showcased her abilities. It was only now that she realized just how formidable Naji truly was. The battle nearby seemed to have concluded as well. The energy in the vicinity began to dissipate rapidly, indicating that the combatants had finished their clash. At the Zijing Gym, after a violent explosion, the Thunder Beast finally reverted from its mega evolution state. Banjira, battered and bruised, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Taishian knelt down in the arena, cradling the Thunder Beast in his arms. You've worked hard, old friend. The Thunder Beast had long succumbed to unconsciousness, having exhausted too much of its power. Lu Feng stepped into the arena, supporting the massive form of Banjira, and remarked with a smile, they are indeed strong, aren't they? Banjira nodded, still haunted by the intensity of the power it had unleashed. You've won. Haha, it's been ages since I fought so thrillingly. Taishian couldn't contain his laughter. As he grew older, it became increasingly rare to engage in such full-throttle battles. This time, having given his all, he felt an immense sense of relief. Ultimately, you and the Thunder Beast's final surge of power was truly remarkable. This was a heartfelt sentiment. That power was a testament to the Thunder Beast's indomitable spirit, a will that even time could not erode. All right, here, take this as proof of your victory over me, the electric badge. Taishian handed the electric badge to Lu Feng. Just as Lu Feng was about to leave with Xiaoming, Taishian hurriedly called out to him, wait a moment, don't go out just yet. Lu Feng looked at Taishian in confusion as he activated a large screen. The distortion in the surrounding space began to return to normal following the end of the battle. Numerous individuals from the Zijing Gym were maintaining order outside, but it was unlikely they would manage for much longer. This way, Taishian pressed a switch on the wall, revealing a hidden passage. He beckoned to Lu Feng. This leads to an abandoned factory outside Zijing City. I often use this route when I wish to venture into the wild. Thank you, Lu Feng replied. Although he could teleport away, he appreciated the kind gesture. By the way, once you leave, don't return to Zijing City just yet. The crowd outside is quite frenzied at the moment. Even if they can't find you, they can track your general location through road surveillance, Taishian advised. Lu Feng looked at him with a furrowed brow. The weather outside, influenced by the storm clouds summoned by the Thunder Beast, could unleash rain at any moment. Though Banjira's destructive force had dispersed the clouds, they were beginning to gather once more. In the wild, the most troublesome aspect was not the rain, but the unpredictable lightning strikes that could occur at any time. Chapter 175, Capturing the Thunder Beast. With your strength, you should be fine. My concern mainly lies with the gathering crowd. I fear that among them may be members of Team Magma and Team Aqua looking to cause chaos. Once you depart, the onlookers will likely disperse, leaving those two factions without the opportunity to stir trouble, Taishian explained. Lu Feng, somewhat taken aback, asked, is the Alliance now so vigilant regarding Team Aqua and Team Magma? With a sigh, Taishian lamented, I cannot fathom why their disruptive presence is manifesting throughout Hoenn, and they seem to have set their sights on various ancient relics. The League has long since ordered their eradication, yet this elusive group remains a formidable challenge for ordinary citizens to confront. It falls upon us, the gym leaders, to suppress and pursue them. Lu Feng pondered for a moment before exclaiming, I have encountered them multiple times and possess some clues. Their motives are likely intertwined with the two figures from Hoenn's mythology. Those two, Taishian exclaimed in surprise, and then could not help but curse. Are those fools truly so misguided as to target them? It is their only opportunity, Lu Feng replied gravely. If the legends hold any truth, those two should be in a state of slumber or sealed away, making this the perfect moment to capture them. Their extensive exploration of the relics serves a dual purpose, to locate them and to obtain a critically important artifact, the gem. Now everything they have done aligns, Taishian remarked. A band of lunatics, believing they can control such beings based on mere legend. Thus, this matter must be reported to the Hoenn League, Lu Feng continued. I am, after all, a figure from Kalos with an official position. My involvement could lead to complications. He sighed with resignation. Intervening would only provide those tiresome politicians with an opportunity to attack, and there are far too many parasites within the League. I understand. You should leave quickly, Taishian instructed, as the sounds from outside prompted them to end their conversation and escort Lu Feng to a hidden passage. Watching Lu Feng depart, Tai Xian closed the passage and shook his head in exasperation, knowing that another significant issue awaited his attention. Sister Naji, just as you said, Lu Feng has contacted us. We must leave Zijing City immediately, Xiao Yao reported. Naji surmised that the unusual phenomena would attract considerable attention, making Lu Feng's escape difficult. Thus, they had prepared early with Xing Wu. Where are you? I will come to collect you, Lu Feng said, surprised by their swiftness. They had only just arrived at the abandoned factory, yet the two had already departed Zijing City. After Xiao Yao relayed their location, Lu Feng flew over with his fossil pterodactyl and Charizard. It's hard to explain. In short, we cannot remain in Zijing City, Lu Feng said with a bittersweet smile. However, there was something peculiar in their expressions. Getting beaten in a gym battle to the point of needing to leave the city was indeed a unique achievement. Lu Feng guided them to the desolate factory mentioned by Tai Xian, a remote locale where Pokémon rarely appeared, hence its abandonment. Nevertheless, it was a better refuge than the wilderness, and the sky had begun to rumble with thunder, as numerous electric-type Pokémon were outside absorbing the lightning. So many electric-type Pokémon here, Lu Feng. Xiao Yao began to suggest that Lu Feng venture out to capture one, only to turn around and find Lu Feng had already vanished. Alone in the wilderness, Lu Feng observed numerous electric-type Pokémon drawing in the lightning from above, with bolts striking down in a spectacular yet perilous display. There are indeed plenty of electric types, but it seems there are none suitable nearby, Lu Feng remarked with a hint of disappointment. Xiaoming followed closely behind, raising a barrier to deflect the falling lightning. With no other options, Lu Feng sighed and remarked that they had to expand their search radius. It was indeed challenging to locate Pokémon with high potential, prompting the duo to delve deeper. For ordinary individuals, the current conditions would be perilous. However, for them, the thunder and rain were merely nuisances. There it is, that one should be decent. Xiaoming pointed towards a lightning strike, where a Zapdos was absorbing electricity below. Lu Feng employed a scanning technique to assess the statistics of the Zapdos. Pokémon, Zapdos. Type, Electric. Potential, Champion. Strength, Mid-Elite. Ability, Static. Hidden ability, Vital Spirit. This Zapdos is quite impressive. I shall attempt to capture it. Lu Feng contemplated before summoning his Trico and utilizing Seed Bomb to interrupt the Zapdos' absorption of electricity. Naturally disturbed, the Zapdos furiously retaliated, swinging its electric fists to deflect the Seed Bomb. This could prove troublesome. Lu Feng scratched his head, realizing that his current attacks were somewhat inadequate against the Zapdos, especially given the weather conditions that ensured its electric attacks would hit unerringly. Trico was at the pinnacle of its ordinary form, just a step away from breaking into the elite level. Now, Trico, grant me the Miracle Seed, Lu Feng instructed. Trico tossed the Miracle Seed to Lu Feng, but in doing so, the power of Trico's grass-type moves diminished significantly. Nevertheless, its ability to accelerate its speed through its trait proved advantageous. However, in this weather, speed alone would not suffice. It was crucial to counter the electric attacks with moves. Just hold on a little longer, we will soon prevail. A phantom of the throne of control materialized behind Lu Feng, as the Miracle Seed suddenly emanated a multitude of green energies, coalescing before him. I see. The Master intends to extract the grass-type energy from the Miracle Seed to enhance Trico's power. In doing so, Trico should be able to rival the Zapdos. Xiaoming mused to herself. Just as she spoke, Lu Feng completed the energy extraction, leaving the Miracle Seed reduced to desiccated wood shavings. Trico, harness this power as your own. Lu Feng infused the energy into Trico, which erupted in a vibrant green aura. The Zapdos' attacks were effortlessly repelled. Trico felt the energy surging, striving to assimilate it within itself, leading to a remarkable evolution as its form expanded. Once the radiance subsided, Trico had transformed. Pokémon, Sceptile. Type, Grass. Potential, Champion. Strength, Mid-Elite. Ability, Overgrow. Hidden ability, Unburden. This evolution bore certain risks, as it was catalyzed by external forces, rendering its foundation somewhat unstable. However, Lu Feng contemplated methods to reinforce it later. Despite the inherent risks, he aimed to elevate the Pokémon at his disposal, accepting manageable uncertainties. With newfound vigor, Sceptile vigorously swung its arms, elongating the leaves into two crescent blades of green energy. It then charged at the Zapdos, the crescent blades slicing through the air, leaving deep gashes upon the Zapdos' body. That was Leaf Blade, quite an impressive move, Lu Feng noted appreciatively. Lu Feng was somewhat taken aback. The Forest Lizard, paired with Leaf Blade, was undoubtedly a born assassin. The Forest Lizard darted about, creating disturbances to obscure the Electric Beast's line of sight. It sprinted across the grassy terrain with remarkable speed. Although the Electric Beast was swift, it could not capture the Forest Lizard, which possessed the ability of Light Build. After several failed attempts, the Electric Beast unleashed a widespread electric attack. The Forest Lizard deftly countered with Leaf Blade. Incredibly, the Forest Lizard sliced through the electric attack, inflicting damage upon the Electric Beast in the process. In pain, The electric beast retaliated with a thunder punch. The forest lizard, employing its ability to see through attacks, evaded the thunder punch with a remarkable maneuver. Now was the moment to strike. It executed a powerful smackdown, sending the electric beast flying with a forceful blow from the leaves atop its head. The forest lizard then unleashed a seed machine gun. Though the electric beast countered with a powerful volt tackle, shattering the seed machine gun, the residual force sent the forest lizard hurtling away. The electric beast's capabilities were indeed formidable. The forest lizard gathered natural energy to launch an energy ball. The electric beast responded swiftly with an electric wave, neutralizing the energy ball before charging in with another thunder punch. The forest lizard dodged the thunder punch by utilizing its cutting ability, but the electric beast struck its abdomen at an awkward angle, causing the forest lizard to falter. Seizing the opportunity, the electric beast executed a close-range volt tackle, sending the forest lizard flying. Is this a feint? Lufogne pondered, surprised. A feint could indeed strike Pokémon that were adopting a defensive stance or using the ability to see through attacks. However, this tactic was not without its drawbacks, as it lacked considerable power. The forest lizard summoned vines to ensnare the electric beast with a super absorb, siphoning energy through the vines to restore its own vitality. It should be sufficient now, Lufogne declared as he retrieved a high-grade Pokeball and tossed it. The electric beast was captured, and after a few shakes, the ball emitted a radiant glow, signaling a successful capture. Congratulations, Master, Xiaoming said, handing the ball to Lufogne. Upon releasing the electric beast, Lufogne instructed it to continue absorbing lightning strikes, emphasizing that this would not only enhance its strength, but also aid in healing its injuries. The electric beast had trained commendably, yet to achieve a sudden surge in power, evolution was essential. Fortunately, its method of evolution was quite straightforward. It merely required a power amplifier. Lufogne remarked, I suppose this is one of the reasons you chose the electric beast, isn't it? Indeed, Xiaoming replied with a playful pout. Did you forget about the system within you? Why spend money? It's been a while since I exchanged anything with the system. How many coins do I currently possess? Lufogne recalled. After a brief calculation, Xiaoming informed him that he had 120,000 coins. Lufogne inquired about the price of top-tier divine beasts, which was no less than 500,000 coins. Moreover, I haven't received any tasks lately, making it difficult to earn coins. Is there any way to remedy this? Xiaoming opened the taskbar. Master, your primary mission is to collect badges. However, this time it's in an accumulative manner. You need to acquire one badge to claim half of the rewards. As for the method to earn coins, while Xiaoming magnified an item from the inventory, and Lufogne was momentarily stunned. What is this? This object actually has no name, as it was created recently and is specifically designed for your coins. It can accumulate 100 coins every hour, which amounts to 2,400 coins daily. Additionally, each time you capture a Pokémon or evolve one, you will receive varying commissions. However, the price set by the system is quite steep, requiring 200,000 coins, Xiaoming explained with a wry smile. Lufeng's eyes suddenly sparkled. Although he had to initially invest 200,000 coins, the prospect of earning 2,400 coins daily was tremendously enticing over time. I'll buy it, he declared, waving his hand, causing the 200,000 coins to vanish like flowing water. Suddenly, however, 2,000 coins were credited back to him. Xiaoming clarified that this was the reward for capturing the Electabuzz earlier, but no income would be received from the previous capture of the Dragonite due to the elapsed time. Lufogne stowed the item and gazed at the sky. The rain was still falling, but it had significantly lessened. Upon returning to the factory, he found that Na Zi and Xiao Yao had prepared dinner. Lufogne released the captured Electabuzz, greeting everyone. Hey, Lufogne, have you heard about this? Xiao Yao pulled out her phone, and Lufogne glanced at it, puzzled. Farns? Oh right, you're not from the Hoenn region, so you might not be familiar with it, Xiao Yao exclaimed, slapping her forehead as she recalled that the three before her were not from the area. She explained, this place is called Farns, and it is said that one can witness a comet that appears once in a millennium, and any wish made upon seeing it will come true. The Millennium Comet is about to appear. It only happens once every 1,000 years. It would be a shame not to see it. The Millennium Comet? Lufogne suddenly remembered something, glancing at Xiaoming, who smiled back at him, indicating that this was indeed the case. Ding. Master. You have triggered the task, the Wish Star of 7 Nights. Task rewards, 100,000 coins, 2 opportunities for Pokémon Lottery, and 1 opportunity for Pokémon Evolution. Indeed. Lufogne smiled. Let us go take a look. It happens once in a millennium, and some people might never get to see it in their lifetime. When the group arrived, Lufeng's lips twitched. This was indeed Farns, but it was merely a desolate expanse, with only a few distant figures scattered about. They had arrived somewhat late, yet managed to claim a decent piece of flat ground. Lufogne used a stick to mark the boundaries, ensuring that those who observed would not intrude recklessly. With several days remaining until the Millennium Comet's appearance, and with no towns nearby, the crowd was overwhelming. If anything arises, we should discuss it in the tents, Lufogne advised. Regardless of the location, there will always be troublemakers, and with 2 girls in the group, We must remain vigilant against any unsavory intentions. Chapter 176, Swellow vs. Trico. Lu Feng produced a power amplifier, a purchase made during his journey through a nearby town. A rather costly acquisition. A quality power amplifier can provide a significant boost of energy during evolution, and Lu Feng's choice was commendable, albeit expensive. Electrode, take this, he said, handing the power amplifier to the Electrode. Due to the large crowd present, Lu Feng refrained from manifesting the illusion of the summoning throne, opting instead to utilize its capabilities directly. The power amplifier had to be carried by Electrode and utilized during a communication evolution to transform into Electabuzz. However, lacking the necessary equipment, he resorted to harnessing the power of the throne as a medium to fuse the amplifier with Electrode, thus facilitating its evolution. Merge. Lu Feng commanded softly, as the power amplifier fully integrated into Electrode's being. The transformation, occurring under the cover of night, went unnoticed by the masses. Yet the radiant glow of Electrode's evolution attracted the curiosity of onlookers. Once the brilliance subsided, Electrode had completely evolved into Electabuzz. Pokémon, Electabuzz type, electric potential, champion strength, mid-champion ability, electric engine hidden ability, vital spirit. The power amplifier truly proves its worth, enabling a seamless evolution without any risks involved. Aside from needing to familiarize itself with its newfound strength, it is near flawless, Lu Feng remarked with satisfaction. Electabuzz let out a thunderous roar, exuding an oppressive aura that deterred those with ill intentions. Lu Feng noticed several gazes retract and patted Electabuzz, signaling it to temper its presence. Thankfully, my sister provided me with ample pocket money. Otherwise, I would truly struggle to cover your expenses, Lu Feng sighed. Reflecting on the training supplies, the power amplifier, and the medications procured to mitigate the risks posed by the forest lizard, to expedite the enhancement of his capabilities. Robust financial resources were essential. In the following days, Lu Feng dedicated himself to specialized training and healing for his Pokémon. Elevating a champion-tier Pokémon proved challenging, with only his Charizard reaching the advanced stages of that tier, while progressing to the Master tier presented an even greater obstacle. However, tonight marked a significant milestone, as Ash and his companions finally arrived, signaling the commencement of their mission. Lu Feng, shall we battle? Ash eagerly proposed upon meeting Lu Feng, who, unable to refuse, acquiesced. Very well, let us engage in a match. Go Swellow. Lu Feng called forth his Swellow, which had recently surpassed its previous limitations to attain the early elite stage, making it his only viable contender against Ash. I'll send out Trico, Ash declared, releasing his Trico, which was at the peak of the ordinary tier. Lu Feng felt a twinge of frustration. This child still did not comprehend type advantages. Trico, use quick attack. Ash commanded. Swellow, use quick attack. Lu Feng countered. Both Pokémon launched into quick attack, their speed rendering them almost indistinguishable, leaving Lu Feng astonished as Ash's Trico, after activating its light frame ability, outpaced Swellow by a narrow margin. Nevertheless, Swellow's aerial advantage kept it competitive. Swellow, use wing attack. Lu Feng instructed. In a moment of opportunity, Noivern unleashed a powerful wing attack, sending Trico flying. This maneuver proved exceptionally effective, depleting a substantial portion of Trico's stamina. In response, Trico employed Absorb, summoning vines to ensnare Noivern, inflicting damage while siphoning its energy. Noivern retaliated with Air Slash, vigorously flapping its wings to sever the vines. Seizing the chance, Trico closed in and delivered a strike that brought Noivern crashing down. Now's your chance, Trico. Use Tackle. Trico executed a forceful tackle, slamming Noivern into the ground, compounding its injuries. Impressive, Noivern. Use Roost. With remarkable speed, Noivern ascended, spiraling around to knock Trico down. Now unleash Air Slash. Noivern launched 2 air slashes, severely wounding Trico, which began to glow with a verdant sheen. Is this the effect of its Overgrow ability? It seems to have summoned its last reserves of strength. In this state, the power of Grass-type moves is amplified. Trico, deploy Seed Bomb. Trico unleashed a barrage of seeds, its attack speed enhanced by Overgrow, overwhelming Noivern. Though its strength had surged, it was not enough. Noivern, counter with wing attack. Noivern, no longer evading, swung its wings to retaliate against the seed bombs. Trico was taken aback, only to be struck by its own move. For the final blow, use Roost. Noivern executed Roost, incapacitating Trico. However, in a moment of mercy, Noivern refrained from delivering a finishing blow, allowing Trico to recover quickly. Come back, Trico. Ash recalled Trico, offering a wry smile to Lu Feng. You remain as formidable as ever. I truly wonder at your training methods. In truth, your thoughts during battle are numerous, and at times, you exhibit astounding reactions. Yet, no matter how inventive your strategies, the primary focus must be on enhancing your strength. You've entrusted the Pokémon you previously captured to Professor Oak, leaving you somewhat lacking in power. To improve, you should first allow your current Pokémon to evolve. Lu Feng reflected on Ash's shortcomings. Aside from Pikachu, all of Ash's Pokémon were still in their initial forms. But I want them to choose for themselves. If they don't wish to evolve, I don't want to force them. Ash hesitated, biting his lip. He was torn, wishing for his Pokémon to grow stronger while fearing that coercion might lead to their distress. Lufeng shook his head with a wry smile, understanding Ash's perspective. After all, in the original story, Ash has always been this way. He genuinely cares for his Pokémon. It's not as if he has erred in his approach. Individuals like him are rare, and I merely offered him a suggestion for improvement. Very well, respect their wishes. However, sometimes gentle guidance is necessary, Lufeng advised, believing that as a trainer, one should aid their Pokémon's growth and progress without causing harm. Yes, I understand. Ash nodded in understanding. Although he remained steadfast in his viewpoint, he was nonetheless willing to consider Lufeng's suggestions. For Lufeng was not only his friend, but also possessed remarkable strength and profound insights into Pokémon. Enough of overthinking. Let us first partake in a meal, Lufeng said with a smile, patting Ash on the shoulder. They then returned to their residence. Chapter 177. Farewell, New Abilities. Early the next morning, before Lufeng had even awakened, he received a call from his sister, Karuna. Xiaofeng, I've received an urgent mission that requires your Pokémon. Before Lufeng could respond, the voice of Xiaoming chimed in. Ding dong, a new mission has arrived. The task is to venture alone to the new world on the day of the Millennium Comet's arrival. The rewards for this mission include an upgrade to your exploration skills, allowing you to observe individual values of Pokémon, unlock effort values, enhance rare Pokémon's exclusive abilities by 50, and receive one chance for a lottery draw for a shiny legendary Pokémon. What? Lufeng exclaimed in astonishment. Understood, sister. I will have my Pokémon assist you. Just then, the two women entered Lufeng's room. Without waiting for them to speak, he explained the situation and entrusted all his Pokémon to them, instructing them to return to the Kalos region to aid his sister. Lufeng, are you sure you can manage without any Pokémon? You must be cautious, they urged. Lufeng nodded. Although there were many uncertainties in his mind, he replied confidently. It will be fine. With my own strength, I can handle most challenges alone. They cannot harm me. Subsequently, they bid farewell to Lufeng and boarded the plane back to the Kalos region. Be careful on your journey and stay safe, Lufeng said with a smile. You too, take care. Despite their reluctance to part from Lufeng and their desire to continue traveling with him, circumstances demanded their immediate return. Given the urgency of the situation requiring Lufeng's Pokémon, it was evident that Karuna was facing a daunting challenge. After seeing them off, Lufeng inquired, Xiaoming, what do you mean by the upgrade to exploration skills, the ability to observe individual values, effort values, and the increase of exclusive abilities by 50? Furthermore, why must I undertake this mission alone without any Pokémon? This is truly perplexing. Master, individual values are a set of numerical parameters that determine each Pokémon's abilities. These values are innate and immutable, serving as hidden attributes unique to each Pokémon. We can regard individual values as inherent combat capabilities, established upon first encountering a Pokémon. The higher the individual value, the greater the potential. There can be disparities between any two Pokémon among identical species. The one with superior individual values possesses a greater aptitude ceiling and is thus stronger. Individual values are categorized into 6 aspects: physical attack, physical defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Upon the initial encounter, whether capturing a particular Pokémon or acquiring an egg, its individual values are irrevocably set. Even through evolution, these values remain unchanged. There exists no method, not even by my own hand, to alter the inherent attributes of a Pokémon. Thus, it becomes clear that while I possess considerable knowledge of the Pokémon realm, I have yet to engage with such game-like mechanics from my previous life. Indeed, the apex of a Pokémon's potential is dictated by these fundamental values. Indeed, my master, each individual value of a Pokémon is capped at 31, a benchmark known as perfect. Should a value fall just short, at 30, it is referred to as near perfect. Conversely, a value of 0 signifies the lowest capability, indicative of a dire lack of innate talent. I comprehend now that the ultimate potential of a Pokémon is encapsulated by the value of 31. If all 6 attributes boast this perfection, then that Pokémon stands as the epitome of its species, possessing unparalleled potential among its peers. As expected of you, master. That is indeed the case, replied Xiaoming with palpable delight. So, the effort values, are they akin to the specialized training I provide to enhance their speed and attack limits? Precisely. Effort values are attained through rigorous training. Following an upgrade, the investigative technique allows you to visualize these attributes in tangible numerical form. I see, I understand now. Lufeng nodded in acknowledgement. What about the exclusive capabilities of rare Pokémon? These are special attributes that belong solely to you, master. The Pokémon you acquire will have their inherent values augmented by an additional 50%, while the maximum of 31 remains unchanged. This enhancement is uniquely yours. Thus, the Pokémon you possess will exhibit superior strength in both skill potency and inherent abilities compared to others of the same kind. So, what you are saying is that the Pokémon I capture possess greater strength than those obtained by others. A look of astonishment crossed Lu Feng's face. Indeed, Xiaoming replied cheerfully, secretly admiring her master's intellect. She could not help but think, truly, my master remains unfazed by this revelation. Swiftly grasping and mastering such intricate knowledge in such a brief span. Lu Feng nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. Although his exterior remained tranquil, a tempest brewed within him. The upgraded investigative function proved extraordinarily potent. Merely the ability to discern individual values was astonishing. Moreover, the revelation that his captured Pokémon possessed an additional hidden capability enhancement of 50 was simply remarkable. How long until the arrival of the Millennium Comet? Lu Feng inquired suddenly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, lost in thought. Master, there are but 2 days remaining, Xiaoming responded. At last, the moment arrived 2 days hence, a day long awaited. The sky, once bright as day, abruptly succumbed to an impenetrable darkness, as if all light had been devoured by a black hole. A purple meteor streaked across the heavens, prompting a multitude of residents to gaze upwards, exclaiming, "A meteor! Quick, make a wish." The Qianyo comet vanished in an instant, leaving the obsidian sky to revert to daylight once more. Many remained in stunned silence, caught off guard by the suddenness and swiftness of the event. Yet, unbeknownst to all, deep within a secluded mountain, a young lad gazes intently into a profound pit before him, shrouded in chaos and enveloped by swirling mists. Xiaoming, are you certain this is the place? He inquires. Indeed, this is the entrance to the new world. Master, be cautious. Even you must not open your eyes within, for the power of the laws therein will consume you, casting you into the boundless chaos. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng leaps into the abyss. Chapter 178. The enigmatic stone tablet. What manner of place is this? Lu Feng slowly rises, surveying the unfamiliar realm around him. He finds himself in a wooded valley, surrounded by the incessant chirping of insects and the melodies of birds. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he rubs his forehead. Xiaoming, can you hear me? He asks. Master, I am here. Congratulations on stepping into the gateway forged by the Millennium Comet, fulfilling the system's reward criteria. Your exploration skill has been automatically upgraded, and your exclusive energy capacity has increased. You now possess one opportunity to draw a super divine beast. Shall we proceed? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng momentarily suppresses his curiosity and responds, let us draw. A sound reminiscent of a gacha machine resonates, and Xiaoming announces, congratulations, Master. You have acquired the super divine beast, Shining Jirachi. Instantly, a pink Pokeball materializes in Lu Feng's hand. Oh, Lu Feng muses, peering down at the Pokeball, pursing his lips. After a brief pause, he inquires, Xiaoming, what is the origin of this creature with super divine beast capabilities? Jirachi awakens only upon the arrival of the Millennium Comet, a Pokémon that emerges from its long slumber once every 1,000 years. It is an exceedingly rare divine Pokémon said to fulfill all human wishes. Moreover, yours possesses attributes elevated to the level of legendary Pokémon, such as Rayquaza and Lugia, due to your exclusive enhancement. Come forth, Jirachi. Lu Feng nods and summons the creature. A petite and adorable Pokémon gradually opens its eyes, its sparkling orbs curiously studying Lu Feng. Delicate ribbons adorn either side of its head, adding to its charm. It's quite small, Lu Feng chuckles. At that moment, Jirachi circles around Lu Feng a couple of times, playfully entwining itself around him, evidently intrigued by this human before it. Lu Feng activates the exploration function, and Jirachi's attribute panel unfolds before his eyes. Jirachi, the wish-granting Pokémon awakened by the Millennium Comet, with perfect individual values of 31 in attack, defense, special defense, and speed, belongs to trainer Lu Feng. Ability, Serene Grace. This ability doubles the chance of additional effects occurring when using moves, ensuring that when the probability exceeds 100%, the additional effects will certainly manifest. Nature, Jolly. Lu Feng inhales sharply. According to Xiaoming, this Pokémon's individual values classify it as a top-tier specimen with innate perfect attributes. Furthermore, the Serene Grace ability is indeed a formidable trait. According to his understanding, the ability known as Heaven's Blessing could potentially double the probability effects of certain skills. For instance, if there was a 30 chance of burning the opponent when a skill was activated, possessing this ability would elevate that probability to an impressive 60, significantly enhancing its efficacy. Lu Feng was elated. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck in acquiring such a formidable Pokémon. Even without a personalized attribute boost, it was a powerful legendary creature. And now it possessed the strength of a mythical beast. Gently, he caressed the head of Jirachi, who reveled in the warmth of Lu Feng's palm. Jirachi, we shall be partners from now on, embarking on adventures in this new world together, Lu Feng declared with a smile. Jirachi blinked, seemingly comprehending Lu Feng's words, and joyfully chirped before leaping onto Lu Feng's shoulder. Jirachi was quite diminutive, even smaller than Ash's Pikachu, which added to its charm. By the way, Xiaoming, I've noticed that aside from my exploration abilities, my other powers seem to be significantly restricted. My body feels somewhat unresponsive. What could be the reason for this? It is as follows, Master. Although this realm is also part of the Pokémon universe, it originates from an alternate dimension of the cosmos. Therefore, your abilities are temporarily inoperative and will gradually recover with time. Once your body adapts to the laws of this world, your previous powers will return. So there is no need for concern. Ah, I see. With this understanding, Lufeng refrained from further inquiry. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was amidst a forest in a valley. As he took a couple of steps forward, he noticed some rustling in the nearby bushes. Help! Is anyone there? Please save me. A girl's voice called out urgently as she dashed towards Lufeng. Upon closer inspection, Lufeng spotted two figures clad in black, menacingly pursuing her. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself protectively in front of the distressed girl. Kid, I advise you not to meddle. One of the black-clad figures bellowed. Lufeng's gaze hardened as he swiftly retrieved a Pokeball. Jirachi, teach them a lesson. Jirachi sprang forth from the Pokeball, its eyes sparkling with determination. Its petite form exuded a powerful aura, instilling fear in the pursuers. What Pokemon is this? I've never seen such a creature before. One of the black-clad men murmured, taken aback. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the assailants summoned their own Pokemon. Houndoom, Electabuzz, take care of this kid. Jirachi, use Starburst. Lufeng commanded, and Jirachi responded with a spirited cry, unleashing a multitude of golden stars that soared like a meteor shower towards Houndoom and Electabuzz. Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. One of the assailants shouted. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. Another chimed in defiantly. The three attacks collided in midair, producing a tremendous explosion that filled the air with smoke. Jirachi, follow up with Psychic. Lufeng instructed. The electric beast and the dark hound found themselves immobilized, their bodies levitating against their will, struggling yet unable to move. In this manner, they were unceremoniously cast aside. Jirachi wielded its telekinetic powers, forcefully hurling them towards the two cloaked figures, who collided heavily with the trees behind them. Young one, should you dare to offend us, you shall not escape unscathed. One of the dark figures growled menacingly. Begone! Lufeng shouted expressionlessly. The cloaked individuals fell silent, quietly recalling their Pokemon before stumbling away in retreat. At that moment, the young girl finally exhaled in relief, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Thank you for saving me. She looked up at Lufeng with gratitude, tears shimmering in her eyes. Not at all. It was merely a coincidence, Lufeng replied coolly, a hint of indifference in his gaze. How did they come to pursue you? I am a Pokemon from Wish Village, beyond these mountains. They hunted me because of this. The girl opened her hands, revealing a pinkish-red stone tablet she clutched tightly to her chest. It is said to enhance the abilities of Pokemon moves. It was precisely for this reason that those dark figures sought to take my life. Thank you for bringing this, but it is not safe for you to possess it. You are powerful and have saved me. I wish to give this to you. She extended the stone tablet towards Lufeng. Lufeng's eyes narrowed as he reached out to accept the tablet. Master, may I inquire what this item is? Xiaoming asked. Why do those individuals desire it so fervently? This is known as the mystical tablet, the creature explained. It can amplify the strength of psychic-type abilities by 20% for any Pokemon that carries it. It is said to be one of the 18 tablets created by the deity Arceus, making it exceedingly rare. Xiaoming, I have one last question. Lufeng inquired with a serious demeanor. What about my sister, Kona, and Naz? Will they notice my absence? Xiaoming seemed to anticipate his concern and replied joyfully. You need not worry, Master. This is a parallel world formed by the arrival of the Millennium Comet. When you stepped into this realm, the passage of time ceased. No matter how long you remain here, time in your original world will remain unchanged. It will only have been but a fleeting moment. Can we return then? Lufeng's head hung low, a sense of longing for his family washing over him. Indeed, Master, there is no need for concern. Very well, then. Lufeng slowly lifted his head, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Chapter 179. Wish Village. What is your name? Lufeng asked the girl beside him. I am a Yao, from Wish Village. Soon, I will become a Pokemon trainer, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She furtively glanced at Lufeng and continued. How did you come to be here? This valley is rarely visited by anyone other than the herbalists, and your attire is quite different from ours. Are you an outsider? Outsider? What does that mean? Lufeng furrowed his brow, perplexed by her question. Yet, a Yao did not respond to his question. Instead, she spoke to herself. Thank you for saving me earlier. I must return to the village now. Would you like to accompany me? I can guide you. Lufeng noticed a Yao's reluctance to mention the outsiders and ceased his inquiries. He pondered that her silence must stem from a valid reason, and there was no need for him to press further. Some truths, he believed, are best uncovered through personal exploration. Thus, he simply nodded in agreement. After all, he had only just arrived in this place and was still unfamiliar with his surroundings. Coupled with his poor sense of direction, he realized he might soon find himself lost within this forest without a guide. With that, they set off towards the Village of Wishes. Along the way, A Yao excitedly recounted her dream of becoming a Pokémon trainer, a wish that would soon come to fruition. Lu Feng listened quietly, interjecting occasionally. Before long, they reached the banks of a small stream. A Yao pointed across and exclaimed, "Look, that is our village." Following her gesture, Lu Feng beheld a charming cluster of houses nestled amid verdant mountains and crystalline waters, blending seamlessly into the picturesque landscape like a beautiful painting. This place is truly magnificent. Lu Feng marveled. Indeed, our village is quite famous. A Yao replied, her face beaming with pride. At that moment, a group of Psyducks leapt across the stream and gathered around a Yao. She bent down to stroke their heads and turned to Lu Feng, saying, "These Psyducks belong to our village. I will take you to my home. Follow me. Grandfather, I'm home." A Yao called as she pushed open the door. As a Yao and Lu Feng entered, her grandfather regarded Lu Feng with curiosity and inquired, "A Yao, who is this?" "Grandfather, on my way home, I was pursued by a man in black and fled into the mountains. This trainer, who happened to pass by, saved me. His Pokémon is quite powerful." Dispatching the man's Pokémon with ease. "Thanks to him, I was able to escape." The old man nodded. "I see. Thank you, young man, for saving my granddaughter. It was nothing, merely a fortunate occurrence. I am still unfamiliar with this place. May I ask where exactly I am?" The elder appeared somewhat astonished that someone could be unaware of this Pokémon world, casting a questioning glance at a Yao. She nodded in affirmation, and her grandfather seemed to understand, refraining from further inquiries. He led Lu Feng into the house, rummaged through an old drawer for a moment, and produced a dusty box. Gently opening it, an aged map emerged. The elder brushed off the dust, unfurling the map and laying it flat on the table before them. "This place is known as the Pokémon continent," he explained, pointing to a small dot on the map. "Here lies our village of wishes, a small island on the sea. Due to its distance from the mainland, we are somewhat behind in various aspects of life. However," the elder raised his head proudly, smiling, "our village is undoubtedly the most knowledgeable place on this Pokémon continent, and I am the village chief of this island." After the elder's elaborate narration, Lu Feng gained a general understanding of this world. It turns out that this land is also filled with wondrous Pokémon, not significantly different from his original world. However, the vastness of this continent is astonishingly greater than that of his previous realm. In just 2 days, the children of the village would select their Pokémon, embarking on their journey to become Pokémon trainers. Due to Lu Feng's heroic rescue of the elder's granddaughter, he too was granted the opportunity to choose a Pokémon. Without hesitation, Lu Feng accepted this rare chance. Although he already possessed a Jirachi, he understood that to become a more exceptional trainer, he must continually engage in battles and enhance the strength of himself and his Pokémon. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, during which Lu Feng resided at a Yao's home, absorbing knowledge of this world. Soon, it would be time for the selection of Pokémon in the village. He wondered if the starter Pokémon here were the same as those in his original world. Chapter 180. Arrival at the neighboring town. The long-awaited day of Pokémon selection finally arrived. Before Lu Feng could rise from his slumber, a Yao was already waiting eagerly at his door, knocking impatiently and calling out, "Lu Feng, wake up. Today we can select our Pokémon. Let us go together." This was the day she had dreamed of countless times, the day she would become a Pokémon trainer. She could hardly contain her excitement and wanted Lu Feng to accompany her, especially since he had saved her life. His easygoing demeanor made her feel drawn to him. Lu Feng groggily opened his eyes and climbed out of bed, shaking his head with a wry smile as he dressed and stepped outside. A Yao was clad in a pink jacket paired with denim shorts, her sun hat perched atop her head, and her glossy black hair cascading over her shoulders. She carried a small crossbody bag. Though still young, the vibrant and charming appearance of the spirited girl made Lu Feng glance at her twice. He quickly diverted his gaze, shaking his head in resignation, thinking, No, I am already with Na Zi and my sister. I must not be fickle." Yet, thoughts of Xiao Shuai and Selena flitted through his mind. Ahem, Lu Feng cleared his throat awkwardly and turned to a Yao, inquiring, "Is the Pokémon selection happening in this village?" "No, it is not," a Yao replied, shaking her head vigorously. "It takes place in the neighboring town. We need to head to the research institute to find Dr. Ali, who will assist us in selecting our Pokémon." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed Lu Feng's arm and exclaimed, "Let us hurry. It's still early, and the others probably haven't woken up yet. If we leave now, we can be the first to choose our Pokémon. I can't wait. I am destined to be the woman of a Pokémon master." Lu Feng observed the eager expression on his companion's face and couldn't help but chuckle. "Well then, let us proceed. Although I do not consider myself a member of your village, the Pokémon will suffice, I presume?" "Yes, indeed. 2 days ago, my grandfather informed Dr. Ali on your behalf. Although Dr. Ali is often engrossed in her research and seldom ventures out, she is quite passionate and authoritative when it comes to matters concerning Pokémon. Preparing an additional Pokémon will pose no issue. All right, then let us be off. Lead the way." With that, A Yao grasped Lu Feng's hand and guided him toward the seaside. There, a number of wooden boats floated serenely along the shore. beside which sat an elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat, smoking a cigarette. Lu Feng felt somewhat perplexed. Aren't we heading to the neighboring coastal town? Why are there only these wooden boats? How are we expected to row across? Yao dashed ahead, waving at the smoking elder and calling out, Uncle Wong. We need to go to the neighboring village to select some Pokémon. Could you kindly ferry us across? Upon hearing Yao's voice, the man known as Uncle Wong slowly raised his head and replied, it's you, Yao. Come aboard, I will take you there. Yao was cherished by the villagers. Her beauty and kindness endeared her to everyone, and they regarded her as a precious granddaughter. Thus they were more than willing to assist her. Uncle Wong turned to Lu Feng, smiling as he inquired, So, this must be the young brother Lu Feng? Lu Feng nodded in affirmation. I heard you rescued Yao in the valley a few days ago. Thank you ever so much. Uncle Wong scrutinized Lu Feng for a moment before adding, Prepare yourselves, I shall escort you now. Thank you, Uncle Wong, Yao replied cheerfully. 2 days prior, while at Yao's grandfather's home, Lu Feng had donned the village attire, an old outfit belonging to Yao's parents during their childhood. Although somewhat shabby, it fit him well, and it was certainly preferable to his own clothing, which was obviously foreign. After enduring the tumultuous spatial currents of the Millennium Comet and battling the dark-clad figures, his original garments had become tattered, rendering these old clothes a better choice. The resilience of these garments from Yao's parents was truly commendable, earning Lu Feng's admiration. During his brief stay in the village, he had limited interaction with the villagers, having only met a few. Nevertheless, due to Yao's situation, the villagers were somewhat familiar with him, and there was no hint of suspicion. However, if the only means of leaving this village was by sea, how had those two dark figures located Yao? Furthermore, how had they managed to escape undetected after their defeat? The circumstances were rather peculiar. At that moment, Yao's voice interrupted Lu Feng's thoughts. Hey Lu Feng, what are you daydreaming about? We gotta go, she called out. Lu Feng snapped back to reality, just as he was about to step onto the wooden boat, noticing 3 Sharpedos surfacing in the water, waiting for them. Confused, Lu Feng opened his mouth to inquire, but Uncle Wong seemed to sense his bewilderment and spoke first. These are my old companions, the Sharpedo. They will transport us to the other side. Surely you didn't think we would row across in these small boats? They are merely used by the villagers for nearshore fishing. In such distant waters, with the waves being so tumultuous, it would be impossible to cross. Afterwards, they mounted the back of the great white shark and set off towards the neighboring village. Along the way, Yao could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming joyfully, which left Lu Feng feeling somewhat unaccustomed to her exuberance, reminiscent of his friend Ash. Their personalities were indeed strikingly similar. Eventually, after approximately half an hour, Lu Feng and the others arrived at the adjacent town. After expressing their gratitude and bidding farewell to Uncle Wong, they proceeded towards the direction of the research institute. A new mission notification appeared. In this new world, claim your initial Pokémon to complete the task. Completion reward, learning device. The learning device allows Pokémon to gain experience even when not in battle. Oh, this is quite a treasure, Lu Feng mused. His Jirachi could not easily take to the battlefield, but if it could carry this learning device, that would be ideal. The experience gained from battles and training would be accessible to Jirachi, and if his initial Pokémon were to carry this device, allowing the formidable Jirachi to engage in combat, Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the exponential growth in experience. His Pokémon would leap to their final forms while others remained in their initial states. Yet, Lu Feng quickly dismissed this notion. If he merely relied on level suppression to dominate, both he and his Pokémon would stagnate without growth. As a trainer, there was still much for him to learn and understand, and he couldn't limit his experiences and opportunities for advancement due to this. Chapter 181, Selecting Pokémon. Yao. Since you arrived, you've been talking about the neighboring town. What is its name? Lu Feng inquired. It's simply called Neighboring Town. What's wrong? Yao replied, puzzled. Oh, I see. Then it's nothing, Lu Feng said with a wry smile. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Dr. Ali's research institute, where they were surprised to find a considerable number of individuals already gathered, new trainers preparing to select their initial Pokémon. Lu Feng felt a twinge of admiration. He and Yao had set out before fully waking, yet there were others who had risen even earlier. Truly, the early bird catches the worm, while the late grasshopper finds itself preyed upon by birds. At that moment, the door of the institute slowly opened, and an assistant emerged, ushering the crowd inside to select their Pokémon. Lu Feng and Yao followed suit. After a flurry of eager selection, a few trainers left content with their chosen Pokémon, while the majority of indecisive newcomers hesitated, contemplating whether to wait for others to choose first. Lu Feng, what do you desire as your initial Pokémon? Yao asked. After witnessing the selections of the earlier group, Lu Feng was now aware of the starter trio available here, akin to those in the Unova region, Tepig, Snivy, and Oshawott as the initial choices. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng stepped forward, focusing intently as he activated his Pokémon information scan, revealing details before his eyes. Pokémon, Snivy, Grass-type Pokémon. Ability, Overgrow. When reduced to a lower health, grass-type moves become more potent. Introduction to the Pokémon, Tinting Snake. Under the radiant sunlight, its speed is enhanced, and the release of its abilities becomes swifter and more agile. It bathes its tail in sunlight to perform photosynthesis. When lacking vitality, its tail droops. How peculiar that individual values are not visible. Could it be due to the nature of initial Pokémon? Lufeng mused. It is said that starting with a grass-type Pokémon is akin to a hellish beginning. Although he did not mind much, this adorable creature seemed well suited for Yao, who would surely take a liking to it. Lufeng then turned his gaze to another Pokémon. The second Pokémon, Shui Otter, is a water type. Its ability, Torrent, enhances the power of water-type moves when its health diminishes. The introduction reveals that it harbors a shell named Shanke beneath its belly, which is remarkably hard, serving as a shield against attacks and capable of reflecting moves. It is quite sharp and not only functions as a weapon but is often wielded by Shui Otter to cut fruits. If memory serves correctly, its final evolution is the formidable Daejian Gue, which merits consideration. Lufeng then focused on the final Pokeball. The Pokémon, Nuanuan Pig, is a fire type. Its ability, Blaze, amplifies the power of fire-type moves when its health is low. Note, this Pokémon possesses a hidden ability. The introduction states that despite being a pig, it exhibits agility, adeptly evading enemy attacks. It emits fireballs from its nostrils and has a penchant for roasting fruits over flames, often ending up charred due to its overzealous excitement. Note, it is inedible and unpleasant, despite being charred on the outside and tender on the inside, with a fragrant aroma. Lufeng noted how practical this Pokémon scanner had become, revealing all pertinent information. He also observed that this Pokémon, unlike others, possessed a hidden ability. For reasons unknown, his scanner could not access all the information within this Pokeball. However, the existence of a hidden ability indicated an innate advantage. Without hesitation, Lufeng chose the Nuanuan Pig's Pokeball as his initial extraordinary Pokémon. Upon seeing Lufeng's choice of Nuanuan Pig, Yao stepped forward, unhesitatingly selecting Tinting Snake. As expected, Lufeng chuckled helplessly. Indeed, a girl could hardly resist the allure of the grass-type queen, Tinting Snake. At that moment, a boy with a buzz cut approached, squeezing between Lufeng and Yao to seize the Pokeball of Shui Otter. He turned to Lufeng and challenged him, "Dare to battle me?" This made Lufeng somewhat displeased. Why must he intrude upon their space? They were strangers, and he had done nothing to provoke this challenge. However, Lufeng chose to ignore him. Just as the buzz-cut boy grew agitated and was about to speak, a languid female voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see a somewhat disheveled, yet shapely woman approaching. She wore a loose white lab coat, and her pronounced dark circles and messy hair prompted a collective sigh. It was a shame to see her figure neglected in such a manner. Lufeng cast an inquiring glance towards Yao, who nodded and whispered, "Lufeng. This individual is Dr. Ali from the Research Institute. She is utterly engrossed in her studies, often to the point of neglecting herself. The townsfolk have grown accustomed to her eccentricities. However, Dr. Ali's mother and my mother are close friends. We played together frequently when we were 4 or 5 years old, although she is over a decade my senior. Yet, she is remarkably talented. Not long after her research on Pokémon yielded significant results, she became quite busy as a postdoctoral researcher." Before Lufeng could respond, Dr. Ali approached them, but before she could cover much distance, she stumbled over a power strip, causing the Pokémon research documents in her arms to scatter across the ground. In a hurry, Yao rushed forward to assist Dr. Ali. While Lufeng bent down to help pick up the scattered papers, he retrieved a stack of documents. The cover prominently displaying the title, "A Comprehensive Guide to Pokémon Hatching and Care." Lufeng's interest was piqued, although he was merely on the first page. He couldn't help but scan through it. However, his expression soon turned peculiar as he read the following. 1. Pokémon can only breed with others of the same species and cannot be interfered with. 2. The traits and nature of the offspring are random, and trainers cannot influence them, nor can they inherit the father's traits. 3. Offspring individual values are also random and cannot be inherited from the parents. 4. Pokémon possess hidden attributes, the triggering conditions of which remain unknown. At that moment, Yao had helped Dr. Ali to her feet, and Lufeng approached to hand her the documents. "Doctor, are you alright?" Yao inquired with concern. I'm fine. I've been researching for too long and am a bit fatigued. I just stumbled," Dr. Ali replied, extending her hand to accept the documents from Lufeng with a grateful nod. Dr. Ali scrutinized Lufeng from head to toe before turning to Yao and asking, "Xiao Yao, who is this?" "Doctor, this is Lufeng, my savior. He is the one your grandfather mentioned to you a couple of days ago," Yao exclaimed enthusiastically. Before Dr. Ali could respond, Lufeng tentatively interjected, "Dr. Ali, while I was helping to gather your papers, I inadvertently caught a glimpse and noticed you are researching Pokémon breeding." "Indeed," Yao confirmed with a nod. Chapter 182, The Laws of Pokémon Breeding. "Is there an issue?" Dr. Ali inquired, adjusting her glasses with a hint of bewilderment. Lufeng nodded and replied, Most of the conclusions within are accurate, but a few are overly absolute and misleading. What? Dr. Ali exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. These theories were formulated by the experts at our institute after extensive practice and experience. I have been validating these concepts for quite some time, and you dare to suggest that they are incorrect? Lu Feng nodded, seemingly unfazed by the teasing tone in Dr. Ali's voice. The traits and personalities of offspring are often perceived as random, with the notion that paternal characteristics cannot be inherited appearing overly absolute. In truth, traits can indeed be inherited. While it is true that maternal characteristics are frequently predominant, if both parents are of the same species and possess differing traits, the probability of inheriting maternal traits stands at 80, whereas there remains a 20 chance of inheriting paternal traits. Although the likelihood is modest, it does not render the inheritance of paternal traits impossible. Lu Feng paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, if both parents carry no traits, the personality of the offspring is indeed random. He glanced at Dr. Ali, who was visibly intrigued. But what if? Dr. Ali's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Feng's insights had astonished him. This question had troubled him for a considerable time. He had sensed discrepancies in his understanding, but could not pinpoint the source of his confusion. Lu Feng's elucidation had cast light upon his doubts. Though he had yet to fully comprehend it, based on the extensive knowledge he had amassed, Lu Feng's arguments held considerable merit and were likely accurate. However, should either parent possess a Everstone, the personality of the Pokémon carrying it would undoubtedly be inherited by the offspring. Dr. Ali's pupils dilated, and his voice trembled with excitement. Around them, several novice trainers began to whisper, captivated by the discussion between Lu Feng and Dr. Ali. Who is this person, daring to speak so freely with Dr. Ali of the Research Institute? One trainer mused. Dr. Ali had risen to the position of director at a young age, thanks to his vast knowledge. Indeed, he must be trying to impress Dr. Ali. After all, he is merely another novice trainer like us. What makes him so special? Does he truly understand more than Dr. Ali? A tall trainer scratched his head and chuckled. I think he makes a fair point, haha. Come on, big guy. Even the village's guard dog is more perceptive than you. Another retorted. Haha, indeed. This kid is full of himself, and he even brought a Yao along. Who is he? Anyway, I've never heard of him. Amidst the cacophony, Dr. Ali seemed oblivious to the chatter. He pondered deeply before tentatively inquiring. Are you referring to the Everstone commonly carried by the rock-type Pokémon, Geodude? Precisely, Lu Feng affirmed with a nod. Dr. Ali expressed a hint of regret as he continued. But isn't it true that Pokémon carrying an Everstone cannot evolve? How can they still pass on their personality traits? Indeed, Pokémon carrying an Everstone can still pass on their personality to their offspring. If you doubt my assertion, I encourage you to conduct your own experiments. Lu Feng replied confidently. What about other aspects? Surely, there cannot be errors elsewhere? If both parents possess items crafted from a specific material, their offspring can inherit the individual values of both parents, rather than being entirely random. What else more? It is essential to note that Pokémon are not restricted to breeding solely with their own kind. In this world, Pokémon are categorized into egg groups. And as long as they belong to the same egg group, they can successfully reproduce offspring together. Dr. Ali raised his head in astonishment, his expression becoming somewhat grave as he scribbled furiously in his notebook. Are you saying that Pokémon are divided into various egg groups? And any Pokémon within the same group can breed? Precisely. The crowd around them erupted in a cacophony once more. Haha, look at what this person is saying. They've been spouting nonsensical claims since earlier. Breeding can only occur between Pokémon of the same kind, a universally accepted fact among experts. Indeed, by that logic, my dog and pig could have offspring. What would that even produce? Haha, I knew he was just pretending. Just look at him. The expressions of those around were mixed, with some openly mocking Lu Feng, as they all understood that pigs can only breed with pigs, and who else would they mate with? The egg groups can be classified into 13 or 14 categories, depending on the criteria used for differentiation. Much like humans, Pokémon egg groups are classified based on their characteristics. These groups include monster, bug, ground, fairy, grass, human-like, mineral, undetermined, flying, dragon, transform, water, and the undiscovered group. As for the water group, it can be further divided into two categories, amphibians as one type and fish or invertebrates as another. As for the transform group, any Pokémon can breed with it. The undiscovered group refers to unique Pokémon such as Arceus and other legendary creatures. These Pokémon are special and can only reproduce through natural birth or with others of the same species. Upon hearing this, Dr. Ali was utterly astonished, his pen racing across the page as he took notes. While this world has classifications for Pokémon species, the matter of racial categorization had never been explored. If this information were to reach the ears of higher-tier experts, it would undoubtedly cause a significant stir. He couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Feng, this seemingly unassuming young man who possessed such profound knowledge. ISNT the transform Pokémon only capable of mimicking others for transformation? How can it also reproduce? If it can transform, then what can it do? Of course, breeding is included, Lu Feng replied with a mischievous smile. Dr. Ollie's face subtly flushed, and he continued, but if the Pokémon are not of the same species, how could two different Pokémon breed? Wouldn't there be a reproductive barrier? Not at all. Do not impose our human perspectives upon Pokémon. Their groups are unique. While it may seem counterintuitive, it is beyond our control. It is a matter of mutual selection between two Pokémon. If you remain skeptical, feel free to test it out, Lu Feng said with a hint of exasperation.